would prefer to play out of those two?
I just think if you're going to give Dark Mago one of his boys, bat-chesting Batrider here, I love this hero against TB Enchantress. Offers you all the damage you need to bring down Enchantress as support. She can be super annoying for most cores to not want to focus her, but usually as a carry player, I need you to focus her, otherwise I'm dying to the Impetai over time. And the Terrorblade, also very diveable by bat, so I'd like to see what Beastcoast picks in their off lane to kind of, you want to see like a 5-minute to 10-minute duo that can consistently push the lane and enabling the Batrider to come join on in.
I mean, I can see why IG decided to go for the Terrorblade in this series specifically, because Jim Park is like, he's a big fan of the Shadowfiend and Templar. He's been playing them a lot on top of the Monkey King, and Terrorblade is usually like very good against those heroes. So, I mean, it's also an IG comfort zone. They chose it like 2 or 3 times already in this tournament, as along with an ENG. So this is like their very comfort picks, we can see already. And for the Dark Mago, I mean, you can tell better about his Batrider. I just think in South America, the Batrider is still a good hero, and Whisper plays it as well, I believe, on the offlane. So they're still aiming for it, even though it's been falling off a little bit from the other teams because he's been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. And I'm not sure how strong he is as a mid laner right now.
Yeah, I think the hero is definitely not as good as before. Like, I feel like only a couple of players would still want to play the hero. Laning phase is definitely not as good as before. In order to make it work, you have to really snowball very hard from the start. Maybe you get, especially at mid lane, you get early travels and you have to be able to play the map very well. I mean, I do agree it's quite good against the current heroes of IG. And interested to see whether they get a dispel to deal with the bad, like a Shadow Demon kind of hero.
I was thinking Hoodwink for them there on the second pick for Beast Coast, but what I was thinking with the Hoodwink was like the break for Enchantress, the burst damage against Terrorblade. But what I like even more about the Willow is that she offers a similar amount of damage while being much less squishy to being attacked. Like you can't really metamorph in lane and look to kill her with like a Reflection plus Enchantress flow.
And she also provides a defense for the Undying Tombstone in the fights. You can terrorize and protect that, so they are pretty good in the team fights together. And IG goes for the Mars and the Venom here. That's their team fight.
Yeah, I love the Dark Willow pick actually. It's pretty good against Enchantress, and it gives the burst damage for the Terrorblade. Good reasons for sure.
This looks like a Faceless Void pick if I've ever seen one.
Why?
Because it can get out of arena. It's pretty good against Veno because you have heal over time. Like you can time walk a bunch of times through the DOTs, and you're one of the few heroes that threatens Terrorblade full to 0, and you don't necessarily have to kill them in the Chronosphere this game.
You prefer that over the Slark?
Yes. Slark's really bad against Mars, in my experience.
They're gonna go for the draw range or Shadowfiend here. I think they need a range carry.
Oh, the Primal Beast.
I thought they were going to leave the flex pick open between the Batrider. That's why I thought they'd pick their carry here. What do you guys think? I guess that's kind of a flex.
Yeah.
Right?
Not really.
No?
No, they're already showing their mid and off lane, yeah.
Okay.
The carry is being left here. I mean, unless Jim Park is going to play some nasty Primal.
No, I'm saying that, like, I'm saying Primal and Bat could theoretically both be 2-3.
Yeah, I mean, that flex is still there for sure.
Okay.
It does mean that they'll be a little bit more limited for their carry pick for Park.
They banned Faceless Void, okay?
Because they do ban Faceless Void. I'm sure they'll ban out either a Shadow Fiend or something else that he loves to play. Templar Assassin, the one that Resolution mentioned, of course.
I think the Mars came out specifically because he's very good against most stand your ground ranged heroes like Drow and SF, because you either arena them and they can't get away because they usually rely on like Hurricane Pike or Mantas. And you also don't have to necessarily arena them as long as you take the fight within the arena because they can't attack through it. So most of the time when I'm picking carry versus Mars, I generally go with heroes that have built-in magic immunity like Jug or Lifestealer, or heroes that have a mobility spell like Morphling, Faceless Void, PL that naturally get out of the arena. So
yeah, there's Morphling band, PL band, Void band, so there's
not too many options left here. What did I say? Anything else?
Jug?
Yeah, Jug. I mean, I think Lifestealer's too trash right now, but they might go for Jug. I wouldn't be too surprised by that. They could just go for SF as well, but I'd be not too much of a fan.
Jug is nice, but I think they'll go for their comfort zone preferably.
Okay. What about mid lane here for IG? Usually go for mobile heroes. They had a both rounds to ban them all out. Ember, Storm, Quap, Puck.
Void.
Wow.
I don't like that pick at all.
That doesn't sound good against bad.
Yeah, it's very static hero. They have a lot of people that can go onto this Leshrac.
Looking like a sick jug game,
burst.
was.
Can they not maybe rotate and put the Mars mid or something?
They could.
Yeah, not as ideal.
No?
No,
I
don't think
I hate
they
this
would
Lesh pick.
do that.
I mean, your lanes are going to be really bad, right? Because your supports are Veno and Enchantress, and those two heroes don't really want to lane with Lash if you do that.
Hmm.
I think their lanes are probably more or less set in stone with the Mars being on the off lane. Like,
How
I
do
feel
they
like
kill people?
Sorry, how do they kill people?
Like before Mars blink, how does anybody die?
Yeah, I mean that's the problem when you have Lash and your two supports are not exactly.
You gale them, then Leshrac
And
goes
blood
in.
grenade them.
You blood grenade him, Leshrac goes in, he stuns the guy who's
Okay.
being slowed.
That's a
And
good point.
that's the kill right there.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of like the SF a lot here against their heroes. It gives them the burst with the bad initiation or the primal. Has a really good timing.
SF?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the freest jug game in history. You guys are nuts.
No, I like Jagger too. By all means. But I'm not sure if, you know, Gene Park is going to go for that one.
Come
If
on.
he has his pick, if he wants to play SF, he'll probably be allowed to
Sure.
play SF.
I think IG's been baiting it this whole time.
PA, nobody saw that coming. Why not?
She does have a mobility spell that gets out of arena, but generally, for lack of a better description, she's kind of just bad.
I'm
In the
not a
lane.
big fan. She's
Very
just
bad
too
in the lane.
slow for the current meta, I feel. Like, she doesn't provide anything for the team for the like first 20 minutes, really.
Yeah.
Lane against Mars? Is she good in the lane against Mars? I don't really understand why else would you pick the hero?
I think it's quite decent. Not necessarily like really good, but it's just like you can jump on the Veno and they can feed out of him because like, you know, Undying is gonna create a lot of pressure on the lane. And that's, you know, one of the heroes who can help the support.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, because like I will theory craft what they're doing here. Usually with Undying, you want a range carry. You guys are hyping up the Drow and the SF, but against Mars, you generally don't want a range carry just because of everything we talked about. So PA is kind of like a pseudo range carry in the lane. Like in the lane, you have the dagger, you have the gap close from the blink strike. So if the Undying is taking a crazy trade on the side, you can't assist him. So I think that's what they were thinking, as opposed to something like Jug for the lane. I don't know how I like it, but it makes sense.
But which one do you like more of it? Because now you don't like the Leshrac and you don't like the PA.
I still like the PA. I mean, like, I think PA as a hero is bad, but I can see what they were going for, and I'm kind of digging their draft.
Yeah, I feel like there's more actually logic to the PA than the Lash.
Yes.
I'm also with you.
I
I
agree.
think Beastcoast is gonna take this one too. But I'm not a big fan of PA.
Not a big fan of PA, but they're going to win anyway. That seems to be a little bit of the consensus here. Curious to see how our commentary team will think about this game one. It's, of course, 2-game series. Let's find out who takes that first game together with OD Pixel and Fogged. OD Pixel and Fogged.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Beastcoast versus IG. I'm
Am I
OD Pixel
supposed
here
to be
with
able to
Fog,
hear
and we're
them?
getting ready to
I
go
do
into
not
the
hear them.
action with this one.
We'll
And
hear them.
excited
I
to see
do
this.
not
We're getting
hear them.
a
I
bit of a
just see
new
Fogged
hero,
tapping and he's
PA.
happy.
Yes.
Coming out from Beastcoast. It's going to be Parker, of course, on it. And I'm excited to see what he can do, because Parker's performances have been pretty darn hot. So if he's making the call to say, hey,
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting to see that they pick it into the TB. Like, I feel like we've seen the TB picked versus the PA sometimes because of high armor, but I feel like I've actually seen IG who have picked the PA versus the TB a lot of the time, and I've seen some like rapier shenanigans where Emo's played it. So this is definitely interesting to see. I mean, Parker, he definitely wants to just pop off, as we've seen. He wants to be that like very flashy solo carrier. But looking at what else he's got, Mago on the Bat Rider, he's been phenomenal this tournament, and yeah, this should be a fun one. The one thing I'm a little weirded out is from Sacred picking the Primal into Venomancer, because I feel like Veno was
It's kinda good, right?
It was like the hardest counter. That's literally
yeah,
what everyone was
you
doing.
just gale him.
You
and then
gale
he's-
him and trample's worthless. So
Exactly. It's kind of rough.
yeah, a little bit of some weird stuff, I would say, at least on that one. So yeah, I'm wondering why else he wanted to have it. I know versus like the TB and lane and stuff like that, it's very, very good, but I feel like Veno just counteracts that. So let's see how it all goes down.
Okay. But so overall, you would say you kind of prefer what IG's got going as a team.
I kind of do feel like it, yeah. I'm
It just
unsure
makes a bit
about
more
PA.
sense.
Yeah.
From what you kind of know and what we've been seeing.
But I would favor Beastcoast from how they've been playing and how much
Yes,
chaos they
for
can
sure.
cause.
Yeah,
And
they've been pretty crazy.
I think Parker also, like, there's a situation in this game where he might just have a super free lane because he has this Undying bodying for him versus this Mars. And let's see how Sacred is able to do to put the pressure onto Dust when there's a Venomancer.
See how well they're able to play this top lane. So, of course, going to have the backup of Schofield on the Dark Willow. So, yeah, QI, QX could become a bit of a nuisance in the lane. Really going on the Gale. They'll turn around with the Bramble. They're punching back pretty hard. So, good trade back the way towards Dust. Sacred's able to pop the uproar and punch him.
Cool. I mean, that's one. I guess that's one thing you can do. You just play around the uproar in the lane, which is pretty damn good versus these two. So sure, that can be nice. Let's see how mid ends up going too. This is a matchup that I've seen quite a bit here for the Lesh that you can do well, but you have to always be careful. Of course, the kill threats that can come from Bat Rider, and Bat does. He still does his job once the levels do kick out there.
Yeah, I mean, how does it sort of work out that you can still play decently against the Bat? Is it just because you're a ranged hero and you have like the stun to rely on if he starts going for you?
Yeah, you're shoving the lane also early.
Sure.
That's the important thing. So you're keeping the Bat a little bit at bay. So don't mind this matchup too much here for the Lesh.
Yeah, we're seeing exactly that from Emo, getting these first waves under the tower of Dark Margos.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm going to be constantly looking at bottom. He's got an Enchantress, PYW, behind him down here, Zhang Yu, but this is difficult for any situation for a Mars whenever you're playing versus Undying. They're going in.
They are. Oh, there they go. PYW is gone. They'll get first blood.
That was.
I mean, that was very nicely done because it looked like Stinger was going to die for sure. He does, of course, still go down, but setting up for the first blood. I mean, Parker could. You wonder if he's tempted to go for this. No, it's 11-1. 11-1. Do not go for it. Yeah, he's not getting baited at all.
This is a pretty godly wand lane, right? There's Decay, and there's both the Stifling Dagger. Same thing for Parker, of course, always whenever you're playing versus Mars, you get good wand charges, but nowhere near as much. Nice identification. I don't know how much HP the Ench had, but I think he had like 3 stacks of the Decay. Just gets popped.
Yeah, he really did. You know, the fact that his strength was as low as it did make those PA hits look like they hit pretty darn hard. Top lane, they get the kill. Sacred will, of course, die. I guess a trade you're not really wanting to try and take, right, as Beastcoast, losing your off lane, only getting a support. It's going to give some happy times here for Dust on this safe lane TB.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm kind of already, yeah, he's got uproar and everything that's decent versus like the physical, but I'm seeing the Gale problem kind of already being there. He gets trample, he runs on top, and then just gets Galed, and Dust is able to just trade with him. So
looks like earlier in the lane he may have had to play in a situation where he TP back to the tower, so he's actually having to use a smoke to get back there. TP was on cooldown.
Well, so, that is rough.
Probably, I guess most early TP to the tower after being Galed or some situation in the lane. So a bit of time where Sacred is out of that top lane.
I've got big worries for him. Yeah. I was saying, like, I'm very confused why they picked it. I know versus the TB, I understand that, but into Mars and Veno, these are the heroes that literally just own Primal just to give space for carries like this. So let's see how Sacred does reestablish things, because it feels like he's going to be really slowed down this game, and it's going to have to be a lot of Dark Mago to do the heavy lifting.
Trust on Emo, but TP's at the ready.
Yeah.
Emo's able to stay safe. We'll probably want to get some assistance around the 4-minute power runes. Maybe if he feels he's going to be able to pick one. 4-minute water.
Got him.
See if they can finish PYW this time. Dagger's back up in a second. Zhang Yu with the body blocks, trying to keep Parker at bay. PYW's able to fine.
Put on harassment, but Parker, he's already got the cornucopia. Pretty early one, actually. One of the fastest one I think we've gotten to see, but...
Yeah, I mean, I was something out tapping around this bit to kind of get Emo to Tango. Schofield's going to be here to try and stop him from getting the room, but Emo will be able to pick it up. And with that, he's able to set up onto Schofield, and not only being kind of refueled here, thanks to the presence of QIQX, getting a water room, I guess it's a free kill. So far, so good for the 3 cores of IG. They're taking the lead. Yeah,
loving it. And I like this game for Lesh is pretty damn strong, too. Looking at everything he's playing against, right? Yes, there's ways to focus fire him, but amazing versus Willow in particular. The supports get shredded, and the magic damage can be problematic early versus kind of all the heroes. Almost tanky, but if he has a rough lane, then you see something very problematic. So, misses.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from QIQX, and it will be punished.
Can't have that happen. Loving these. I mean, I'm actually like looking at this so much this tournament about the strength heroes with blood grenades, how much they're able to do in laning phase lately. Stinger. He will get brought down though. The Alpha Wolf actually coming into play. That's quite a bit of bonus damage for a Mars.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's a lot.
Feels great for Zhang Yu in the marvel they got for Nukes.
I think that's like the perfect creep they could have found to at least pressure and then dying.
That definitely puts off Beastcoast from being as aggressive as they want to in this lane. They will get punished. They're going to get hit back much harder than they can hit IG at this stage of the game.
Parker farming though, right? He's 1-0, 23-4. He's pretty much top net worth with the Terrorblade, and Mars a little bit ahead of him, of course, but at least the Stinger, he is doing his job there to give that farm there. Mago even holding blood grenades. I like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't work with sticky kick. Still very good with kill prepping against Emo. They're looking for the dive
They're
again.
going to try the Tombstone. They go. QX is here.
There's Gale.
Turn with the lightning. They get the slow with the Gale as well. Emo sets up for the stun. More TPs to be coming forward. Schofield attempts to focus down Emo. Gets the Curse Crown upon him. But Emo is still alive. Backups coming in. Emo finally dies. QX falling low to the zombies at the Tombstone. QIW is going to turn his episode towards finishing off the Tombstone. But not before QX does end up dying.
The tornado!
He's going to push himself forward to close the gap on Schofield. And Schofield, he's got the stick charges, he's turning, he's standing his ground. Schofield, he's going to win this trade. Curse Crown's there. Schofield's dead. Can he get in range with the last right click? He can't.
Oh,
Maybe he's not going
Schofield!
to trade with the Shadow Row. He's back up. He turns, gets the hit off, but it's still not enough damage. Flame Break also going to fall short as QIW and Schofield battling to the death there. But a death that does not come for either of them.
Schofield, can he get it? Oh, he's going to pay with his life this time.
Okay, he's pushed his luck a bit too much there, Schofield.
I love these support battles. I feel like we're having them so much this tournament. Dust, he'll be okay. Top Gale connects on Sacred. Sacred might just get chased down. Do they have enough? Got one Lotus.
Should be okay.
All right, chaotic. I mean, we've had.
Bottom lane, they might be able to die for this.
Whoop.
Dagger.
He's got spear though.
Alright,
It's scary.
Going under a tier 2, you're not doing that.
No.
You're not doing that, especially POIW is turning up.
Wisdom Rune. It's actually going to be the offlaners that take the Wisdom Rune for this game. And so that's a very early level 6 on this. Mars coming out. Sacred's still not going to quite be 6 there, but I feel like we've had a lot of quiet games, like 3-1 or something. 10 minutes. We have 13 kills in 7 minutes.
Getting pretty wild.
I love it.
And yeah, I mean, as you say, around sort of the quick 6 on the Mars, they've got great team fight IG. If they get any sort of a arena set up, so much damage to sort of just control and take down Beastcoast, but they've got to be so careful when it comes to the team fights. He's looking for a chance to start something. He'll set off for Stinger. He's going to be able to catch him. Stinger will try and heal up the Soul Rip, but not surviving.
That's 5 deaths. 5 for Stinger. I mean, he's Stinger tends to die.
He does, and Parker in return hasn't died at all.
Exactly. It's
So
worth it.
taking attention away from the PA, and Parker, he's going to be happy now.
Yeah, it's worth it, but PYW is becoming a core already at this point because of how many kills he's getting. It's a near level 6 enchant. It actually is a level 6 enchantress already. He's got treads. He's going for his drums. He's got same net worth as the Primal Beast and almost the Batrider this early on in the game. That is definitely a problem. There is answers, of course. There's a lot of magical damage to be able to kill this enchantress from Primal, from Willow, and from Batrider, but PYW is going to hurt. We have Parker. Top of the net worth. But the other 3 cores looking in.
I mean, they're bringing Emo down bottom. He wants to start putting some pressure on this tower as well, and maybe see if they can set up onto Parker. Parker jumped forward aggressively.
That was
trying
crazy.
to trade it with Zhangyu. They're actually backing off here, IG.
I guess that's why.
I guess when they see the PA jump on them like that, they're like, well, there must be a lot of backup. I mean, in reality, the IG probably had the numbers at the start of it all. These guys bring the fight close towards the tier 1, so IG now in a bit of a better position to start turning and holding their ground.
Tombstone just gets brought down by the enchantress by himself.
They can go for Stinger here.
Fear.
Will connect very nicely lined up there by Zhang Yu. Will set up for the kill. IG continue to maintain the lead.
Playing smart. I mean, it was a nice little patient play backing up. I feel like some teams maybe would have just gone straight into the PA because he jumped forward there, but they reset, played forward afterwards, and yeah, putting a ton of pressure onto Beastcoast here. Parker's still farming, but yeah, the other 2 cores suffering and not getting rotations, especially Mago there. Down bottom, can't get a connection.
Parker's he's going to have to get out of this area. It's no longer the place to be with 4 heroes from IG down here.
They brought Dust.
Involving push the Terraplane now. They're ready to take some objectives and start to take over this bottom side of the map. Already having good vision to do so. 2 observers in the jungle of Beastcoast.
And that's going to be a big thing we have to watch out for too from IG. Look at their way of taking and sieging buildings overall in comparison to Beastcoast. Beastcoast takes buildings from winning team fights. IG takes buildings if anybody just moves away. Ench, Veno, TB, Lesh, all 4 of these heroes take towers.
Yeah, and Beastcoast, even if they get the chance to after a fight, it's going to take them a long
take time.
Yeah, nobody's taking down these towers super quickly.
And it's not like they have the straight up, like, we win the team fight kind of lineup. IG has a very strong team fight lineup with this Mars and Lesh being able to rally around it early game. Gotta continue to pressure here. Yeah, even rotating Dust over, he's got meta. They're playing this nicely.
Bringing all the cores together. Very, very early on here. 10 minutes in, tier 1 bottom, 3 cores turning up to tier 1 mid.
Like, the game is really
Really, just looking to shut down this map, try and make sure that there's less space, less time for Parker to sort of play the farm game as the PA get that battle fury time into the next main
Radiant's
item.
middle tower has fallen.
Tempo's being set. I mean, IG being the aggressors. Beastcoast getting on the
Straight
back
up
foot.
to top, look to just continue this power taking.
Sacred.
And they've got the setup. Sacred, he's got no way out of this. He has to just try and stand his ground with the ultimate, but he will not survive this. He's gone.
A
And
bold
IG, they can
attempt.
get this push going. Tier on tower on the top lane now in trouble.
This Ench is this Ench is like a core. They kind of try to go for PYW. He's able to just waltz away and turn onto them. And yeah, another tower going to be set up for him. Beastcoast,
Is under attack.
difficult for them to really set up the defense here. It's level 1 Tombstone. They're kind of under-leveled. Okay, IG is just going to back away and play more of the economy game for now here as they set up for a gank bottom.
Yeah, Emo's looking for some action down here.
Mago.
He has got his boost of travel done.
The lightning bounce to him. Can't actually get any way to close the gap. Instant TPs from IG to go for him. Play was nice. Parker, as I said, he's still having that very good game, and it's going to be very important for him to do so, but see how much space they're able to actually get from him. Nice game. Did not expect to see IG come out this hard in the first 12 minutes, from what I've seen.
See if they can keep it up. Because if the game pace does slow down, we've seen many times Beastcoast, it doesn't matter if you have this early lead against Beastcoast.
You can never
when they
count
sort
them
of
out.
get things together, they're ready for the mid-game fights. Beastcoast they've just really been on the same page as one another with some of the team fight coordination that have come out at this major.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like you can never actually count Beastcoast out this tournament. Parker's
they've been great at the comebacks.
Yeah, and Parker, he's playing a 1v9 hero.
Yeah.
Right? And we saw him on his Shadow Fiend pretty much become the raid boss that they needed him to in 2 different situations. This could be another one if he gets the space to. 3k lead though. IG. See how they look to continue applying pressure. Mago gonna just farm some Ancients. Game pace slowing down a little bit.
This bottom lane, Emo and PYW, they're looking for some action. Anyone dares to step down here, but Beastcoast are playing it safe. Sacred's keeping close to his tier 2.
He's tanky too. He is 1800 HP with the bracelet as well too, so committing onto him that close to tower.
Anytime he has the onslaught, should be able to get away from these two, no problem.
If they had the Mars, like, I think once they get the blink on the Mars, that's going to be the next big pace setting that IG is going to look to apply more pressure to these towers and more of these objectives from the side of Beastcoast, which they're very close to. Not bad.
Try for some 15-minute battlefield.
It's okay.
I mean, it's not bad.
Yeah. Not the greatest, not the worst. But now IG, I mean, they've got a timing. Blink, Mars, Lesh, Bloodstone. I believe they can probably start to group up a little bit more and try to constrict the map from Beastcoast a little bit here with these. They also have a Pavis up on QIQX, so some nice itemization even from the supports who are farming a lot. Drums and Pavis, they both have like already kind of this mini pseudo aura item to be able to group up. And yeah, here comes the Mars. His ideal target, I mean, he has quite a lot of them that he wants to go for here, but if he can just trap the Primal Beast or the Bat Rider in particular, that's probably the dream early, because Parker, he probably isn't going to show up to fights for a bit.
Yeah, I think whoever they trap with this trio, they will kill.
They're going to look for a pick-off. If Parker shows himself, they're going to look for that instead of an actual like team fight or anything. And Parker did show, and then he blurred afterwards, so they kind of know where he is.
They're keeping over Dust as well.
Okay, Schofield's going to be the one to just give his life. It looks like.
Yeah, Beastcoast look to be set up for this sort of move.
Yeah.
They knew this sort of focus was going to be coming the way of Parker. I like it. Schofield tanks the gang. Just the Beastcoast get out.
Well done. Set up for top tower though, and it's still actually level 1 Edict. That's a bit surprising. They decide to max the stun this game just to be, I guess, more aggressive on the map. And I guess he's like, we have so much push anyway. We're gonna take these towers. I guess I don't really blame him.
One's gone. Get to grab these pushes. Take these towers. Super.
What's Veno going for? I wanted to see if he was going to go for like the medallion or solar crest and stuff like that, because I think if QIQX does do stuff like that, or maybe he goes for like the mech and auras, they can also like not only just force these objectives, but the next objective, which is that Roshan and stuff like that. So
Parker.
Tower's falling.
That was just dancing around the edge of the vision of IG. They do hold back IG now that they feel that Beastcoast has turned up to defend this tier 2.
Got what they can. I mean, they force reactions though, and they're taking now some Ancients away from it. this side of Beastcoast. Still quite, not quite a BKB yet on Batrider, so it looks like Beastcoast want to wait for that timing, because walking into Mars with a Bat, same thing kind of for Primal, you're going to just die, right? You just get connected from all this spell damage, so Beastcoast probably wanting the ideal, wait for those BKBs before they look for a fight, but IG's going to start kicking pace up with this side. Duke mid, still bringing some damage here, but they see Parker. The name of the game is get Parker.
That Metamorphosis coming to an end, so Dust still head back to the jungle, doesn't want to be a part of these pushes.
Yep.
There's a bit of continued time for Parker to recover. Battle Fury straight into the BKB this game. Needs to indeed make sure he can get involved before potentially IG try and close the game up.
This feels like a harder one to go just for like a Death Star straight up, because there is a lot of damage that they can just connect onto him. The Veno, Lash, Mars, they'll just kill him in seconds. But we'll see, because it could be one of those situations where it's like one fight goes good and you go for it, but I think more than likely more of a BKB. As Beastcoast, they're kind of, I mean, they're not really hemorrhaging too many kills.
No, they're not getting
tier
caught.
2s alive, so lead has just kind of stagnated. It's stuck around that 4K, which is still fine for IG, but
yeah, but it's still also like the realms of a game that a PA can eventually solo carry.
Yep. And let's see what the choice
down like this.
What does QIQX going to actually go for here? Looks like he's actually queuing up the pipe. Okay. I thought he was going to go for more of like protecting versus the PA, but I guess now he's going to protect versus the mid-game spell damage of Willow, Primal, and Batrider instead of worrying about PA until maybe later. He's still a ways away. From such an action-packed first 8 minutes, now we have like 9 minutes of just kind of fun.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's going to step up again from IG when they have their next round of items.
Both sides.
Like when the Manta's done on Dust,
yeah,
they'll probably look to group up again, try and push them with this tier 2. Metamorphosis is going to be back up in 5 seconds, so they can get back on with taking these outer towers away from Beastcoast.
But Beastcoast, they're farming a triple BKB timing themselves, right?
Sure.
Sacred, he's very close to his. Mog already has his, and Parker is on his way to his too, so they are just sitting back and waiting for that moment to strike if they're able to take those fights with those BKBs. But that's the IG, it's going to be continuous, they're hunting. They want Parker. It's blurred, he shows himself bottom. This could be the setup. As they're jumping.
So they can take it down before any help comes in, they certainly can.
And they can tier 2 and maybe even just go to the Roche afterwards, perhaps. Or maybe, I mean, we'll see which one they opt to go for. But they have some options here. The perfect catch.
Quite prepared there, Parker, for the amount of heroes that were going to jump out upon him. And yeah, group red coming in, fortification already used. Tier 2 is going to be going down, 18 minutes in. IG keeping on track with these times that they want to try and force. And we'll see, the Roche, do they want to go high ground?
They're going to threaten a little. Maybe poke and force some reaction back. Okay.
They'll definitely be able to do some damage.
Yeah? They're going to force it. Okay.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Opening up the map though, now they get some deeper. I mean, this ward, we got it on the Dire side this time, down south, all the way down bottom. We're seeing we're seeing it on both of the maps. This constant ward just to be able to apply pressure onto these southern and north jungle. IG, yeah, that's a good slowdown. They really hurt Parker there. Continue? I mean, they're even continuing to stack. So playing economy while also applying pressure. This is a completely different IG than I expected today. Very happy to see it.
Still time needed for BKB. Just going to try and get this BKB shard into Ag, so
they got two.
Sort of burst damage.
They got 2 of them though, so they're going to look for something here. Sacred as well as Dark Mago. Nemo is pretty isolated as well.
It would be quite the catch.
It would be.
Just a lot of money. He might clear this and then get out.
They are so close to him. He has the Bloodstone though. He might show on the wave and then TP.
That's true, yeah, he's going to show himself.
TP, yeah. Good, smart.
Yeah, nicely done. Clears out another wave. Resets back to base, and time's wasted there from Beastcoast.
A very emo move. That was super risky, going for that type of play, so deep. But I guess he did see a little bit of stuff in the mid lane, but he hadn't seen like 3 heroes for some time. It's IG, they're playing really nice with 6k lead. TB, getting big.
The test is going to be when it comes to the high ground push. If a high ground push goes wrong for IG, That's when things start to get more complicated. But if they keep this up, UX he's going to get found in the river.
It is a BKB though, so Mago having to use that plus a lasso, they could punish that on IG. Like 30 seconds, Vano respawning, maybe that could be the call. Now it could be that Roche, right? They're feeling confident enough to do it. Not having to worry about that. BKB or lasso could be an option here.
I mean, Parker will have his BKB for the next fight. He's managed to hit the timing on that. Just a few hundred gold off picking up the recipe.
Not bad, not bad.
Have the team behind him at this point as well, just in case they were going to make a move towards the PA during these final moments of that BKB farming. And Morphosis back up.
I really thought they would.
About halfway there.
Playing quite split up on the map. Just giving, I really thought they were going to try to kick it up more, but no, not the case so far here as Beastcoast trickling back in. Lineup that you definitely don't want to be giving the space to this PA.
Yeah, it looks like the call's just been made for just the one more items. The BKB on Zhang Yu and on Emo, and then of course for Dust, the Skadi.
Okay.
Yeah, I can only imagine that's sort of why they've slowed things down here.
It's just interesting they don't even you don't even attempt to punish like Lasso BKB cooldowns or anything. Maybe because of the map positioning or something, but yeah, interesting. Because now BKB Lasso's back up. There's also shield turn on Dark Mago, and he's got Blink. So it could just be go time now for Beastcoast. Get the lanes out and then look for your own fight because triple BKBs are online, and yeah, they have a clear way to initiate these team fights now. Just like the side of IG. It's going to be a very explosive team fight that kicks off. It could be like a pretty much game-deciding team fight, it almost feels like, when we have the big clash here with triple BKB versus this.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels that the team fight is going to be there favorably for IG. But I guess, yeah, a lot of it counts,
all about the initiations.
Counts on catching someone, which their best bet is going to be obviously Zhang blinking and getting an instant spear onto somebody. Other than that, most other initiations will be BKB'd off by the cause of Beastcoast, so it's going to have to be pretty clean how IG start the fight. So, Beastcoast definitely given the chance to get these early items and are absolutely tooled up now to a point where they can fight back.
Come on, guys, let's fight. 6-13, we farming. Farming game. I like what Parker's got queued up. You see it? Axe,
double rapier. Hell yeah. Did he get the shard?
He
no,
did not.
He skipped the shard. He had it queued up earlier, but
he probably feels like he's like, I'm getting so much space.
I think so.
I'm forcing the issue.
He doesn't need to buy these little items. He just continue to go for the big ones.
Yeah.
BKB into the straight Aghanims. I mean, game slowed down. PA's farming.
Good. Yeah, it's starting to feel pretty okay for Beastcoast. Like IG, they did a great job applying pressure, but not like things are just looking pretty okay for Parker now. And what is the item? I'm looking at itemization. No medallion or solar crest in this game, really? When we have like a TB PA versus PA, I thought we were gonna have probably that, because I feel like the game's gonna end up being them two versus each other at some points. But
I'm sure, but I don't know. I feel this is just.
This is gonna look good for Parker.
I think so.
That's what I feel like.
So maybe Parker somehow looked into the future before this game and said, just pick me PA because IG might do annoying things, take early towers, but then they're just gonna go and hit creeps. I'm gonna hit creeps and I'm gonna carry this. Yeah, I'm a PA.
Yes, he's a PA.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if this pays off for IG. This real sort of change in tempo.
Mago
tries to get PO'd up on the cliff, but won't quite be able to track far enough. IG, they'll TP over for this fight, but looks to be a fight that Sting is probably going to just be the one left behind.
He's fine with that.
PA is farming.
PA is absolutely. Whoa, is that like everybody? There. Okay, look, what, 4 or 5 heroes? So is that the call to try to force the Roche?
They've got the team together, IG. Let's see where they want to go.
What do they want to do with this?
I mean, they have their items, right? Yeah, Skadi's done.
They've got their items.
They've got the BKB's going to be coming out now for Emo. Zhang Yu's got his.
Roche is going to shift to top in 30 seconds also too, so maybe they start setting up for it now.
Okay, so they got the items, they take the Roche, then they go for the bush.
Okay. I mean, but still, Parker's gotten away with so much.
Yeah,
he's neck and neck with TB.
Pretty much.
Full Ags, nearly level 18. Almost Ags even on Sacred too. I mean, the items are really flying in. Edge still farming, Vano's still farming, so they're still getting like multiple cores on IG, but a situation with an Enchantress versus a PA, you can just explode. So, and here we go, Roche, he's on the way.
I don't think Beastcoast will get up here to test drive, so this should be a freebie for IG.
Just what do they do with it? They have the Skadi, but you know, for Dust, it still definitely maybe feels a little weird with just Scotty. Maybe wants MKB because he will play versus PA, but maybe this could be an indicator of them trying to further accelerate.
I mean, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Like, Parker with the Ags, Spell with BKB. Nobody's killing this game. It's going to be down to the Terrorblade, so. But that's the problem. Maybe Dust is going to now be like, well, I've got the Aegis, now let me go farm an MKB.
Could be the case.
We'll see which direction they do take.
Shall see. Yeah, 18 PA. Snag's done. Then he's got protection. I see Glimmer picked up. Drums and Stinger's poor. But so other things we have to of course mention is the, you know, if there are situations where targets get like single speared and stuff like that and they're going for like these kills, have to watch for Tombstone, right? Grab ally, always going to be something we have to keep track of.
There's the push from us.
Okay, and they're doing it without matter. Tower is falling.
Should be able to finish the tier 2. We'll see how much further they want to go from this. I mean, well, Beastcoast is turning up to defend. He's going to get the grab. Grab on QYQX. Tombstone dropped down. They'll get him with the spear in the arena. They've nice on to Stinger. He's into the Tombstone though. He's going to be able to buy some time, some safety in that one. It's now looking to walk away. He's going to live. They weren't able to kill him. Schofield, he'll offer up his life. And that's going to mean that everyone else walks out of there safely. So Stinger with a nice self-tombstone. And Schofield with giving his life for the cause as the rest of Beastcoast will survive. The push is still coming in though.
They actually used their glyph. Oh my god, they used the high ground glyph on the tier 2, I guess. IG knows, they're forcing it.
Okay, glyph's going to be back up, of course, for the Rex.
Okay. Dark Mago, no lasso.
Can they stop this push, or is this going to be the Rex for IG?
Scared to commit in.
Yeah, Parker's hesitant.
This is Aegis.
They're going to get it.
They're going to get it.
All right, there we go, IG.
Okay.
Sacred tries to charge in him, and now they're thinking about going for some sort of fight. See if they can get in on this. Sacred's going to get pushed back by the spear.
IG's just going to run.
They're going to lose Stinger.
Parker's
Parker,
in.
he's in. He's getting the crits.
Okay.
So we'll get PYW. So finding it just the trade with the supports for IG. They got what they came for. They get the melee Rex top.
They get the Rex. But it's not like Beastcoast hemorrhaged too many kills or anything. They just lose a Stinger
just the supports, right? Schofield at the start, Stinger at the end of it all. And yeah, Parker survives through it all. And they had sort of made the decision there, right, Beastcoast, whether they did throw heroes in to try and push them off the Rex. Best case there was that they didn't. They just have to let it go. There was not really going to be any fight to be had there. They'll let one set of racks go, no problem. Beastcoast is ready to deal with it.
Yeah, they can deal with that. I mean, IG's still probably happy they got that because Dusty's getting closer and closer to his MKB. But yeah, Beastcoast, I'm pretty sure they're probably like, hey guys, don't worry. Like,
I think not the worst case. Going to be feeling pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. And they've got Ags now on the Terrible, on the Primal Beast too. An excellent item. I love it versus. I mean, you don't break anything in particular on like TB, but it's still really good. Just like how much you're able to actually control clear illusions, etc.
And so, I mean, but I guess we haven't really seen PA. But you know, is Parker memeing, or is he actually going to go rapier?
I actually think you can go rapier. This
is
what I actually saw.
You feel unkillable with the BKB and the Ags.
It's like Basher or rapier, right?
Just straight damage.
For the most part, if you're in this kind of position. I've seen. I was talking about the IG PA doing this. I saw Emo do something like this when they played this versus TB. You just get the absolute hardest damage because who cares how much armor you have. But let's see if he does actually commit because it's quite a risk.
It's risky, but it could work, right? Because they have Dark Margo on the bat, right? If he's able to get the lasso on the TB, Parker's able to just pop BKB, jump in. If he has Rapier, they'll be able to kill.
But IG, they're still kicking up pace, and MKB is done. They still have a minute 20 on Aegis. Emo.
The grab on Zemo. Metamorphosis is popped by Dust. He'll focus the Tombstone first. He can get kills from this turn towards Sacred. Sacred's trying to jump in. The rest will go forward as well. They're trying to burst through the lace. They're able to do so. Parker takes Zemo down, takes out QYQX. Now back off to the side. Still has to respect the power of the Terrorblade. Keeps his distance from Dust. That's a way to stop the push indeed. They get the 3 kills. Sure, they lose Sacred, but it was very much a sacrificial play by him there. He was happy to go in just to make sure that Parker was, could jump in himself, clean up some kills, get some good levels. Level 21 now on the PA, and just all in all stop the push. And that was the meta. This was the moments where they had the Aegis on the Terrorblade. They pushed back the push.
He's doing it, baby. He bought the relic.
I think Parker's confident in this game.
I think he's confident.
The way this game is playing out, I think Parker, he's just got this all sorted in his head.
And you know what?
They're not going to finish the game quick enough. I'm going to be able to farm. I'm going to get this Rapier, Dark Margot, jump in, lasso the TB, I'll go in with the Rapier, I'll kill him, and then if they can just kill the Rapier in the team fight, kill the Terrorblade in the team fights, then
He's going to kill everybody.
this game's going to be kind of over for IG.
Yeah. I really like this choice. And you know what? Parker is the kind of player to do this. As we saw the other day, like the Silver Edge Requiem play onto Sumail, this is a guy with
That's smart.
utmost confidence. So, yeah, that is a cool choice. I like it. And we see gold lead, it's like less than 3K. It's kind of been hanging between like 3 to 6K. Experience now, that's where it's shifted. So now it's actually in Beastcoast's favor for XP after that last fight.
I don't think, IG they didn't get enough of a lead.
No, doesn't feel like
And,
it.
no, they did get, decent amount of towers early on.
Oh, and Parker finds a DD. Oh my god.
I'll see this last fight again. Just very, that sort of commitment from Sacred worked perfectly.
It did.
Just sort of gave the attention over towards him, so the rest of the team could head in, and Dark Margot and Parker were able to get a good bit of a cleanup. DD in the bottle, they'll smoke up. They want to use this.
Oh, they're so ready to fight here.
Here we go.
He just pops it right away. Super close to the Rapier. One or two kills, and he'll have it. Who are they gonna? Oh my god, they're gonna. It looks like they're gonna find somebody too. And PYW is a valuable one.
I mean, whoever they find is so dead.
This is like an offlane Enchantress, so it's very valuable. Looks like it'll just be the Venomancer they'll settle for.
Yeah, they'll even use the lasso. 2.1k crit there coming out.
Buy it.
From
He's gonna buy it. Okay, he's gonna lock it for now, but he buys it. Hell yes. I'm so happy to see this. This is
all
cool.
right. So when will he sort of make the call to unlock it? Just when he sees that when they actually get a coordinated team fight together, right?
Fight, yeah.
He doesn't want to have it. He doesn't want to have a Rapier for farming. It's unnecessary.
Not to get picked off, yeah. The risk of it's not worth it.
So yeah, we'll see Parker put that together. And the team fight goes in the fashion that Beastcoast planned for.
Let's see if he ever shows himself on the map too. He's probably going to be like permanently blurred so that they don't spot this now for these next like few minutes until that fight does kick off.
Yeah. They won't see him.
They won't see it because they maybe see the relic, right? But they're gonna be, oh, he might be going like Nullifier, right? Because like, the Ghost Scepters. Emo might be telling them though, because as I said, Emo during I don't remember if it was last tour or the tour before, they did exactly this. He went Battle Fury Rapier in a game as the PA versus TB when he was like 20k behind and ended up winning the game, if I remember correctly. He eternally turned.
I mean, yeah, this game they're only 2k behind.
Exactly.
So if Parker's history is anything to go by, he should be pretty confident that this PA is going to be able to carry.
Tormentor. Oh my goodness, they dropped pretty low. Sacred will get it. Do they have all of theirs? No, they just need the bat one next. And the bat, Mago. Yeah, it's just going to be he just needs a secondary lasso. Sure, why not?
All he's got to do is lasso the
Terrorblade. Yep.
Lasso the Terrorblade. It's game over.
Do they have any? Looking around. Okay, they have a greater healing Lotus on PYW. So let's say maybe like a big heal injection or something could perhaps allow him to get like Sunders in turn. But yeah, now it's less than 1k Owen. Gold lead is completely gone. Parker's not going to queue up the second Rapier, but he is going to unlock.
Put it together now.
The real one. Oh, baby.
I mean, they're going to look for Roche, right?
It's the longest respawn.
Yeah. That was what Parker was hoping for there when he puts it together, but indeed, it's going to be a bit of time before Roche is up.
Satanic finished up on the Terrorblade. I'm getting tankier and tankier at the least. And the other thing is, too, he does have a Vindicator's Axe. So little things we can't actually forget about. So, I mean, that 20 armor it's going to give him. He's going to have 56 armor versus this PA. So, let's see if that's going to be enough to protect versus the Rapier initiations.
Parker going for next. He's going to opt for the Lincoln Sphere, so just
further
protection for himself. Feels that, as it goes for damage, he's got that covered with the Rapier.
Oh, this is going to be such a fun fight that kicks off here.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's one of those games where somebody's going to get a rampage.
Yeah, it really does feel like it.
The Terrorblade, but somebody's going to get a rampage.
And that's why I thought I would see these solar crests and stuff like that, right? Because this is literally a game that it's going to culminate down to these super carries.
It really is. It's you got to do everything to enable your carry in this sort of game when you've got this P8 and Terrorblade. Everything rests on their shoulders.
Let's see how. I mean, initiations are going to be key. If IG's able to find the PA ever, shouldn't happen because he should be permanently blurred pretty much.
They've just got so many ways to cover him. I mean, the fact that the refresh is done on Dark Margot. Lots of ways for them to make the jump and have the control to ensure that Parker is free to jump around the fight as he wishes.
Yeah, tons of different forms of protection. 1 more minute. IG, they're really sticking together. They want to be able to just get that next Rosh and keep this group up. They're going to even smoke a secondary time. This could be the clash.
Yep, they're bringing everybody up at Beastcoast.
Mago shown. There's a ward up here that they placed earlier.
The ghost. Hey, they're going to jump in with the lasso. Youngyu's in with the spear. He's going to go for the squishier ones. Looks for Scopo, but Scopo's able to get the Shadow Realm off. They'll turn, take out the Venomancer.
Parker's got to reset.
Yeah, keeping his distance now as BKB's going to come to an end shortly.
Instant buyback.
And he is actually going to start backing off. He'll heal up on the creeps. So just the Venos dying. QIQX with the buyback.
15 seconds on lasso and he still has refresher. And that was the meta expended from Dust. It's halfway down. Beastcoast playing it patient here.
Dark Margo could definitely go again.
They're thinking, Parker's waiting until the opportunity hits.
Yeah, he's got to be much more careful this time with the BKB on cooldown for himself.
He's right. So he's just playing maybe
BKB.
strictly on double BKBs. He's buying
it. It's got to be strong. Yeah,
he commits.
He's spending up.
Okay, and IG, they're actually going to commit for this Roshan.
And they will get it because of the way
cool.
that Beastcoast have headed back to sort of allow Parker to farm this next item. So
okay, I mean that's a pretty smart call there. Especially when the meta is going to be running out and everything too. So these Aegis going to go their way.
Well, Parker now will just be to get level 25.
Does he have...
He's spent up. I mean, he's got a rapier, right? Who cares about buyback?
True.
Got to go all in on keeping yourself alive, and yeah, mainly for this double duration BKB.
Pretty much only for the because everything else,
2 rounds of the Phantom Knives.
Well, it all refreshes when you get a kill.
That's true. You know, you're not really a very cooldown heavy hero. So yeah, double BKB.
Go. Most mana doesn't have assholes at the ready. As you said, Parker closer and closer to 5. How is Dust? Of course, not the same levels because he's farming with illusions. And Dust, he's building toward the answer. Next item is going to be an Aeon Disc that he wants to kind of go for here.
Okay, I like that. Yep. What do we got? And what we
okay, he gets Penta. He doesn't care about Tilt and Titan Sliver. Like, if they get on him and so, he doesn't care about survivability. He cares about damage, blowing up heroes on this PA.
I mean, what's Dust going to be able to find at tier 4? Could be some nice ones. Honestly, Trickster, they're taking it on the others. I think they should get it as well.
Yeah, need anything they can just... I mean, yeah, everything will fill in. Tricksters, the Vindicators, Axe, etc. Just ways to try to survive versus Beastly Parker. 12 to 18. I mean, this game went from so many kills to so little, but it's such a methodical one.
No, yeah, that's it. I think Parker's holding it.
Oh, and Dust actually... Okay. Takes him. So he had the Aeon, you know.
Okay.
He's gonna go for Basher. Interesting. I thought I actually like the Aeon choice because I think he was like he's like, yeah, they're gonna full commit on him.
I mean, the Bashers are definitely a risky one, but I guess, you know, if you hit the PA, you're able to get a Bash off.
I mean, it's
you might be able to stop the PA from killing the rest of your team.
Yeah, you know what? The best defense is a good offense, right?
That's the way he's going.
He actually just commits full Abyssal.
Spends up. Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, that's definitely a risk. Maybe just get the Bash, having buyback. All right, but. Going all in here, Dust.
I mean,
full Abyssal.
Shouldn't you like all go in then? I mean, I see that Zhang Yu, he buys the Hex. I see that Emo has money for the Shivas. Don't you just want to commit then?
I think so. If
spend your gold,
if your carry
spent it, yeah. Let's see if he does look to do it.
It's going to be game over if Dust dies twice. So.
Actually, you know what? He can buy back and boss back in it. Never mind. I take that back. So Emo, I think it's fine that he doesn't.
Sure, that's it. Yeah.
Because then he can have 3 lives with the cheese and stuff like that. So.
Okay, let's go. I mean, Dusty's got 2 minutes still left on the Aegis.
What's going to go down? This is going to be such an explosive one. PA 25.
Yeah, triple dagger. Ready to go. The Penta and the Rapier. That's a lot of damage. They're watching. They're watching from the low ground. And Park's got to be a bit careful. He's kind of at the front of this. They might be able to jump him. Dark Margo's going to try for a grab. Won't get it.
Hex.
Get the Hex in the arena laid down.
It's on the high ground, though.
Sacred. He's able to get in and get the grab off. He's holding down Dust. They're both in the Terrorblade. He's gone for once. And they've killed off Zhang Yu.
Deleted.
They're ready to go for round 2 here.
And they have a lasso.
They're focusing, surrounding the Terrorblade. They've got him with the lasso. And he's got no buyback. Triple kill for Parker. I don't see IG winning this game.
Nope. This felt inevitable.
It's really fallen into the hands of Beastcoast. The hands of Parker on his PA. Great start from IG, but then it slowed down. They all wanted to hit the creeps. And doesn't seem to have been the way to go against this Beastcoast PA.
Nope. I mean, Parker, again and again and again, delivering this tournament. He really understands when he's just going to be like, yep, I'm 1v9ing, I don't care. Great choice to go for Rapier. And now he gets a DD also.
Boy, let's get the push going.
And as we said, they spent, 50 seconds. They've got the push. Vindicator's Axe did nothing. He died in seconds. Beastcoast, yeah, this team's just, they're hot. They're really on fire this tournament. May not be like 9-1 like your Quest or anything like that, but I think anybody who would look at this is probably incredibly impressed with how Beastcoast has been performing.
Yeah, and then honestly, kind of before Beastcoast, where did Parker come from?
Wasn't he on like Infamous and stuff like that? If I'm not mistaken, I mean, I can look. I remember from ages ago.
Because I do not recall seeing this lad pop off as hard as he's been doing on Beastcoast.
I think it was also on Thunder, right? Wasn't it also? Infinity, Infamous. Well, not Thunder. Sorry, just Infamous mostly.
Yeah. But no, looking better than ever, Parker.
Yeah, and
alongside Beastcoast.
And you know, people can say what they want about, you know, sometimes in pubs and stuff like that, he can be a little, you know, he can be a little bit of a lot in that, but he's clearly displaying himself in this tournament. So.
He's got the full abyssal coming out as well, and just a few hundred gold for the ring.
He's owning. What next now, IG?
It's gonna feel rough for IG, right?
Dust's first death, and he's like, guys, we lost.
It's definitely gonna be hard to proceed from this point.
Yeah,
like because
they kind of just need the dream initiation. And that's kind of like what it's completely down to now. And that one was probably one of the hardest initiations. They actually initiated, and everyone's on the high ground, so it's just a perfect fight really for Beastcoast. So maybe one last hurrah for them, but still, as we're seeing, now this PA is in realms of untouchable territory. She kind of has been for most of this.
They're letting Parker as well just continue to get the wisdom runes.
And now Mago. He's also, I mean, he's been playing this great game, 2-8. He's also kind of a carry. You're 25 on bat. 25 bat, Timeless Relic, Refresher. You're solo killing heroes. People will just explode to lasso combos
they will.
without even just the PA hitting.
I mean, but you know, because this is a game, right, where Dusty's playing without BKB.
Yes, he is.
So only relying on the, you know, obviously the double dispels, both the Manta and the Satanic, but still definitely openings where this Terrorblade could burn.
Honestly, Dark Mago could solo kill him easily. Just a double Blasto, double Flame Break, or quad Flame Break with the Refresher, and he's just dead. This TB will melt in seconds. Especially if he gets a shard too. It just adds that extra bit of damage that comes out from the attacks while you're doing the Lasso. You get 10 stacks instantly, pretty much. Yeah, tough. And yeah, Dust, you know, we talked about like the Abyssal and the Basher kind of thing there. In that bottom situation, I don't think it would have helped him anyway, but maybe it would have allowed him to like live, and I don't know, but either way. Beastcoast just playing this very smartly after that early game. Never feeling concerned.
Holding back from going for the tier 2 at the moment, Beastcoast is still very much respecting the fact that IG is off the map. To walk into any sort of trap that IG can set.
I mean, at this point now, the safest thing is just wait for Roche. And you get an Aegis for your PA. You're fully controlling the map. You're not really afraid of IG making the move onto you yourself. You always have people with Parker. That's what I'm seeing. Like 3 heroes are running with him. If they have the Undying, if they have the Primal Beast with him, they'll get Parker out of a situation. IG doesn't have the burst to be able to kill somebody almost immediately in a combo at this point in the game.
Yeah, if they can get PA turning up to this fight with Aegis and like double BKB, it's you just can't kill this PA.
No.
There's very little chance of that.
And he's almost maxed out.
When was the one death that Parker had? When was that back?
The bottom one. It was at 20 something minutes. When they took the bottom
when they caught him at the tier 2.
Yeah, the bottom tier 2.
That's the only time, right? Where they had that one moment where they went all in under his tier 2 tower and were able to kill him. Outside of that, just not able to find any way to shut him down at all.
Yeah, everyone kind of just been on Beastcoast. They all just kind of really farmed and pop back up until they hit that moment. The BKBs, right? I feel like they got a good like 6 minutes to farm the triple BKBs, where IG didn't apply as much pressure as it felt like they did need to during those crucial moments to make sure this PA can't get to this ridiculous bounce. And now, yeah, they're kind of just trapped, IG. Beastcoast just running whenever they really please. Parker, after he finishes a full Abyssal, soon the Lincolns is going to be done. It's going to be a long Roche respawn. Beastcoast. They're hunting.
They saw Emo's down here.
Uh-oh, Emo.
They got him. They're in with the lasso, the follow-up fear, the damage, it'll be covered by Parker.
More than enough. Mago doesn't even actually use his abilities. He doesn't actually like do damage as the bat. He was just a disable there to bring him to Parker.
A bit of a risk as well. Emo was spending up, did buy that plate mail, so
He bought out.
yeah, not having money for buyback. Ooh, so a good bit of time for Beastcoast to get this push going.
Illusions and summons and stuff keep annoying them. The waves keep getting shoved in, but yeah, they have an opportunity to go down bottom. And oh, never mind. I thought that was a Tormentor there. Just kidding. I was like, oh, they're gonna take a Tormentor.
Parker's got a lot of money. I mean, he does have the Lincolns queued up. I wonder if he's going to be considering other things. You know, does he actually need the Lincolns?
His backup Rapier and Nullifier is what I would feel like.
Dire's bottom tower
Oh,
has
okay, he
fallen.
switched to Nullifier.
What's
Alright,
himself?
yeah.
Okay, no, yeah.
I was gonna say
I don't think he needs the Lincolns. He's not going to die.
No, what is it actually blocking as well? You're blocking like the Hex,
The Hex.
right? That's
Right,
it.
I think that's literally it, right?
The 2 Hexes, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. But obviously the way he's playing the fights, you know, sitting at the back with a blur.
Yeah, he doesn't need to
Yeah,
worry about that.
he only really jumps in when he's popped BKB. It's unlikely they catch the PA with a Hex this game.
Yeah, and now it's like, well, if you do go for those Aeon discs, etc., not gonna matter anymore.
Yeah, which obviously Dust he's not going to have the liberty of being able to change that decision. He's already spending up on.
Oh,
on
he
that.
actually did buy already. Oh
He's
yeah,
got
okay.
it.
Yeah, they'll
Yeah,
have that
so-
right away. Yep, 50 seconds. The safest
Which,
play Beastcoast can do is just wait that 50.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that's definitely a risk for Dust, right? I guess he didn't know that the Nullifier was going to be in the game. but
Sure.
now knowing that, maybe having a buyback would have been better than having an Eon disc.
Yep. Perhaps. Although it is a transformation hero. Right?
Sure,
so to get beat
that's
past
true,
meta,
I guess,
I mean,
buybacks. Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably just thinking about it. He's 800 away. So
Yeah.
we'll see if he's able to get it. They're going to have to smoke. They know Roche is soon, so if not already has spawned up, they have to go for this kind of last final fight that they can do. Does not look easy whatsoever. I mean, Schofield actually, you know what it was? Yeah, Parker was like, I'm going to go aggressive. Schofield, you get me a Lincolns. Schofield's like, all right. Schofield buys a Lincolns, and he's just going to throw it onto Parker. There you go.
Throwing the glimmers, the Lincolns on this blurred BKB PA. It's just going to be such a nightmare to ever even find Parker, even when he's killing you.
And now he's going to have an Aegis. They're going to have Cheese. And honestly, this is probably better that they get the Refresher shard in this game. Now they're going to have... I mean, maybe you just give it a Sacred? Or do you...
They've already got the Refreshers, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, give it a Sacred for his... I guess then he has a double grab also to BKB and stuff too. If there is any of those. Yep.
looks like he'll take it. Yeah, Sacred.
I was gonna think there might be an argument there for Schofield, just because the double Fears and double Lincolns and stuff for teammates, but just give it to the core. I may have preferred it on Schofield in some ways, but whatever.
I think, yeah, the double BKB is just too valuable.
It's just too much.
To sort of outdoes any sort of offensive potential from your supports.
Double grab.
Yeah.
It's too strong, so don't blame it. 17k lead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sacred. Ooh. Seeing if anyone was hiding in the trees. Gonna be the case though. IG, they're all up on the high ground. Getting ready for the defense.
Lane's a bit of a problem though. Mid shoved in, bottom shoved in, so continuously, I mean, these Conjure Imits and Enchantress creeps are being very pesky for Beastcoast, but that's all they're really being, just pesky. They're not really doing much of anything besides stalling what feels like the inevitable.
They're going to come out with the smoke.
Okay, I mean, they're trying to catch people that react, because other people reacted to the split push, right? But Beastcoast, they're gathering fast. IG's like, wait, never mind, they're too close together.
What they can do from the high ground. They're going to have to deal
Heroes
quite the push from Beastcoast.
Heroes
This
are
could
going
get
to die
pretty bloody.
so fast.
Sacred's in. And he's actually going to... Ooh! 3.3k crit coming through there from Parker.
Spear connects.
There'll be an immediate buyback. Parker getting down to half HP. The Eon discs are there. They'll turn the business onto Parker. Parker pots the BKB. Continues to jump forward onto Dust. Dust is out. Another buyback to come into play. PYW is trying to threaten Parker, but he cannot do it on his own. They do catch him with the stun. Parker's still able to jump forward. Continues to live. Life stealing out. The bash is there. They're taking him out once.
Okay, he's got Refresher.
He's going to be able to prep that second BKB if he feels it's necessary. Won't actually get it up in time. The stuns are there. He's under the tower with the spear. The heads follow up. He's been glimmered, but he's going down low. He's going to fall.
Rapier hits the deck.
They've managed to kill him. Parker dead. Rapier into the hands of Dust. As IG will hold, they'll stop the TP out from Stinger. IG back in with a chance.
Triple buybacks, but they get the connection. He gets the Refresher, but he didn't get both clicks off, so couldn't actually get the BKB off quick enough. Nice connection to double hexes. And I believe, what was Schofield? Yeah, Schofield had already been killed, I believe, earlier on, so no way to throw Lincolns or anything out there either. Okay,
And they couldn't
Rapier
save
push.
him. They could not keep Parker alive that time.
Cost a lot
As
of
you said,
buybacks.
three buybacks were required. Big ones as well. Dust and Zhang Yu, the two cores, having to commit those.
But they've got a Rapier
They
now.
have. They're going to push hard. They're at the least, you'd imagine, going to be able to force out some of the buybacks from Beastcoast in return.
Holy crap. And yeah, Parker, I mean, 50 seconds. He's going to probably have to use it here.
Unless they're happy losing a set of racks. IG. Don't have to be too scared. Dust can get in there, get hitting.
Emo, looking for a jump.
So if they catch Dark Margo under the tier 4s.
Spear back.
It's the first buyback. Dark Margo's gone.
All right, they're hitting tier 4s and a refresher purchase from Mars.
They're going to have to buy back.
Parker is still holding his.
He's holding. I probably wants to buy back with alongside the supports. There we
in.
go. The buybacks are
Double
there.
lasso.
You can get the setup. The fear. It's going to be coming in as well. Catches onto the two of them.
Parker's in.
He's trying to do his best to finish off Dust. They get the grab as well. The pulverizer's there. They've controlled Dust. They're taking him
And
down.
they got
Dust is gone. Same to be said for Zhang Yu. PYW not going to be able to TP out. And that should be game.
That should be it.
Whew. You know, Beast Coast just spicing it up.
Just spicing it up a
the
little
end,
bit,
you know, they'll give a Rapier away, but they were like, well, you're going to have to use your buybacks. You're going to run down mid. We're going to buy back. And then we're going to kill you. And we're going to get the game.
Yeah, under the tier 4s. A nice little jump there, though, but I believe Mago, yeah, the Ag's lasso ends up catching 2 heroes. Parker's able to just get connections and clean up, too. He didn't have to actually use the secondary lasso.
Still has it here to close things up. If
Yeah.
you know, if we'll see what the best efforts are here of Emo and QIQX in their attempts to hold. They do have to buy back on PYW, so they'll have the 3 of them, but no Dust, no Zhang Yu for over a minute.
No, Beastcoast just going to full commit into them here, too. They could just blink in it. And then now they do have the double lasso, too, so he could just blink in and lasso any targets he wants here.
They can close it up, go for throne.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Parker. Start to hit onto the tier 4s. We'll see what IG can do with their final 3 members here. They can do anything to slow them down. They've got fortification.
Parker buys a heart for this push here. Screw Battle Fury, not important anymore. Just has to keep sustained, end the game.
First tier 4 gone. Still 30, 40 seconds until the full team's up for IG. This feels like it's going to be a little too long. Jump to the side. Hex is there. Throws Parker for now, but the backup comes in. Sacred charges across, gets the grab onto Emo as this. And there's a dead Lesh now, 2 minutes. No buyback on them. QIQX also to fall. Lasso's there. They're just cleaning them up, padding up the KDA to close this one. As it's going to be these frustrating for a few seconds where they're like, we're nearly up, you know, 10 seconds to Zhang Yu, 20 seconds to Dust, but it's not going to be soon enough. The Ancient's exposed. Beast Coast looking to close it. Zhang Yu, he'll get to live for the final moments. We'll see what he can do. He's going to try his best to do something. Jumps forward, but almost certainly will be to his inevitable death. Did manage to pick up a stinger, but the Ancient's gone. The game is over. Beast Coast will take this game 1.
Solid game plan, just patience.
Yeah,
That's
nice.
really all it felt like from them. Just not really like overextending, not really going for anything crazy, waiting to catch back up, getting their BKB timings. For IG, I mean, overall a pretty clean game from them, I would say. But they need to just have more like just more like Lusto to just end the game, put more pressure, apply more. Because yeah, this PA, I mean, it's gonna be able to do this kind of thing if he goes for this build.
Absolutely.
They've done this before. That's why it's like, that's why I just was talking about it so much. Is Emo? He's literally been this PA before in this situation.
Yeah, I don't think Beast Coast were worried at any point sort of beyond 15 minutes when the game started to slow down. Even at that point where they lose the Rapier at the end, they probably were still keeping their cool and being like, it's fine, we're going to be able to have the superior base defense, buybacks, lassos, and the game was going to be theirs. I think, you know, Beast Coast looking very much in control of the majority of that game.
Yeah, I still want to give credit to IG for the first like 15 or so minutes because I had Beast Coast like way dominating this kind of this whole series here, and they played really good for those 15. But yeah, just a little bit cleaner, and perhaps they could have taken this one if they just put more pressure onto Beast Coast. But fun game, good Rapiers.
Yeah, we did. I mean, I'm all for seeing some more PA. I mean, this was the first PA we've seen in this major. And definitely look good. You know, if you're able to identify the sort of games where you know the enemy team's going to kind of farm it up and you're able to hit creeps as well, PA definitely still has its place, especially when it's in the hands of someone like Parker. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Quite the game 1. Beast Coast, they'll be able to get the first victory here in this series.
Looking forward to seeing that second game between IG and Beastcoast after that first one. It was very back and forth, very entertaining way of back and forth. My panel, obviously, I mean, they predicted that Beastcoast would win this. You know, there never was a doubt in their minds. Of course, they knew exactly what would happen. I'm joined by BSJ, Rezo, and Winter. Rezo, this game it was very not black and white. It was all over the place.
It was a lot of doubt actually during the game because IG had it for the vast majority of the early game, and I thought they had a pretty good tempo lineup to be able to close this game out. But at some point they kind of let the Beastcoast farm and not do like as many pressure moves as they could have and should have done in this game. But all the props to Jim Park. He made PA look good because of that stale, game, and he bought that rapier as well to be able to, play for the win, not, play not to lose. This is like the most important thing here in this game, and I admire that.
I don't appreciate what's being said right now because I was the comforting father figure behind the panel saying, guys, it's good. It's all according to plan. Jim Park's plan is clear. He had the Ags double rapier queued up at like minute 18. He knew exactly what was going to happen in this game. Don't you worry. Yeah. Right, Winter? Did I comfort you during that game?
He knew he was going to be able to get to that late game stage.
Exactly.
I guess RIG I just felt like I was surprised that they did as well as they did in the early game, especially for the Lash lane. Maybe I'm wrong about the matchup, but I felt like the Bat Rider should have been able to pressure him a lot more in the laning phase, but because the Lash, he got a good early start, they played around him, they got the first couple of towers, but after that, like what Rezo mentioned, they just kind of slowed down. They were happy in terms of like strategically farming the map, which was kind of bad for the overall game because PA eventually just got to the point where she just carried the game alone. Like they should have at least taken Roche at around maybe 15-20 minutes. I felt like they should also gotten a Medallion Solar so they would have allowed them to get the Roche early. Like in a lot of the games where I've seen teams don't get the Solar, whenever they go Roche, I feel like the enemy gets a lot of time to farm because it takes a long time to get Roche and you have to travel there.
I 100% agree. I was questioning the Pavis from the Veno like all game. I'm like, what physical damage is his team dying to at like the 15-minute mark? PA's non-existent in the game. If you look at the other four heroes, it's Primal, Bat, Willow, and Undying. That's like 80% magical damage. So these like small items, when we're talking about these timing pushes that they're supposed to punish this PA who's not online yet, he's got the Ags double rapier queued up. It's going to take him 10 minutes to get there, and you just gave him 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, at 20 minutes, I feel like it's supposed to be like the whole map belongs to IG. They would have at least taken Roche, and the PA should be way more behind instead of just, I think, around, they were only leading by around 4k in net worth goal.
I mean, two key factors in this game as well is like they let Aegis for the Terrorblade both times, and Winter mentioned as well their coach wasn't happy about that pickup on their side. And the second part is they never really made any smoke plays towards like the PA, farming their engine safely, and that's also like a big part why PA wasn't was as big as the Terrorblade basically the whole game.
So do we then feel that IG just had the wrong idea about the game? Because it seems like, from the way they played and from the way that you are talking about it, that they were playing for the late game, even though we're saying, well, they had this window that they just slowly saw closing.
Yeah, I think they overestimated how strong maybe the Lash was supposed to be in the mid game or something else, and they felt like they could have just played late game, which I felt like that was probably the case. That's why they were so chill, they were farming.
Yeah.
But overall, I felt like both teams didn't really have the right idea on how strong their drafts were, and it just benefited Beastcoast because they had the PA in the ultra late game scenario.
I disagree. I saw yesterday Jim Park as SF. He spent the entire 25-minute plus onward just right-clicking people to death. He was the raid boss, 100% of the team fight damage. Beastcoast knew exactly what was going to happen in this game. I actually think it could be perhaps IG overestimated their late game. I think they underestimated Jim Park.
Well, with that in mind, it seems like maybe because so Beastcoast won and it's great and they played it well and Jim Park went for the right item choice in the right situation because somehow he miraculously knew that IG was not going to fight them for like 20 minutes when they actually could. Don't tell me he predicted
he
that
didn't.
part.
I don't think he knew they were going to make it that easy on him. I think like they really did make it easier than it had to be. These little like I think their vision of the game on IG was like we're gonna hit these items like pipe and then group up. But the issue was these items are too large. Like they waited.
It's obviously, I just want people to know that the names are obviously
Yeah.
not
No.
correct.
The Downs has now been signed by Beastcoast, and Bleed has now been signed by IG.
No, this is not a thing. But we know who was who truly. So that's all that matters. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, this game. I feel like after a game like this, I mean, we indeed heard the coach say, Winter, that they wasn't really happy with the Leshrek not getting the ages there at the 25-minute mark.
That's pretty funny.
That means that there's so much to talk about, I feel like, for the coach about that game. But as a coach, do you focus on what the team did wrong about the read of the game this time, or do you focus on what they're going to do next?
Well, normally I don't even talk about the game. Like if we have a bad game like this, I just tell them to just think about the next game. This is what we're going to do. The draft opening is going to change. I'm going to go first pick, and I'm just reminding them what they should be doing in the first pick. Remember our scrims. I don't
The
even.
rest will come later.
Yeah, I don't even
on
talk about the
time.
first game.
No.
When do you talk about the first game?
After the series.
After the series. Okay.
Yeah, by the end of the day, you get, your recap, and then you talk about it with the teammates, but it's important to leave it all behind you because it might affect your next game as well.
I get very mad if the players are watching the replays in between when I say don't talk about the game.
Yeah.
That
And they always do.
you got to rule with the iron fist sometimes. Like if you explicitly said don't worry about that game, and they're actually watching the game, like that's blatantly.
And the
ignoring
common
your orders.
excuse will be, I just want to check where he placed the ops.
Oh, yeah. As he's like pulling up the net worth and CS at 8 minutes.
I would do the same, and I would also want to know where they place their observers. But we're going to find out what kind of conversations IG has had in the time that they have right now, and how that, of course, is going to translate in a game number 2, which is coming your way after a short break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar, dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
There's still a lot to play for here. There's still a lot of action to be witnessed here at the Bali Major. And of course, there's a lot of news that I have to bring you. And stick around, I'll give you all the updates and more in a nutshell. I'm here with Diraisho, carry player extraordinaire from Game and Gladiators, who's gone, what, 4 tournaments now, winning everything. You guys have been winning a lot, right?
Yes.
Has it changed how you think about the game and how you think about your own career?
I don't know if anything changed about the game. Yeah, probably because we are winning and we are playing good. About the career, I'm not sure. Like, I'm just playing Dota. I'm not thinking about this, like, about my career, what's gonna be next or this type of stuff. I feel like we all wanna win the tournament, even if we already qualified for TI, it doesn't matter. We just wanna do our best.
I've got Toph on the left, I've got Ace on the right. Firstly, boys, I know he's already done it. Ace, when's your modeling career starting, huh?
I'm pretty busy with Dota right now. No time.
I spoke to Diraisho earlier today, and he was mentioning that Ace has been trying to gas you all up to say, yo guys, we can actually just win everything, right? Are you feeling in that mood that you can actually just rinse the entire year gold for gold for gold for gold for gold for gold for gold?
Did Diraisho say that we can do it?
Diraisho said that Ace said y'all can do it, yeah.
Once you start winning, it's like, oh no, it's actually not that hard. So if you can kind of just keep on going, like who's gonna stop you? It's up to the other teams to step it up. It's not like we're gonna fuck up all of a sudden. It's like they need to beat us, right? So like, it's super possible.
Got some random talents chilling behind me, off the clock. They're not even doing their job. They're using the excuse of rain to be lazy. What the hell is happening? Avery.
Content out of us being kicked off panel?
Yes.
This is like the lowest tier content I've ever seen in my life. My God, they pay you for this?
Yeah.
Can I have your job, dude? Snare. Okay, so we're here with Snare, who has not been doing anything useful today, apparently. Give me your top 3. That's what you asked me.
LGD, Liquid, and Quest.
Ooh, I like that top 3. Now, give me your top 3 talent.
Top 3 talents? Now that's an interesting question.
I'll exclude myself from there, of course.
Thank you, bro.
And yourself.
Epidamus actually has been, I think, the most impressive person. I'm being stared at by a very buff man right now who might break my neck, so I have to say, Brian, can I make a tie for 3rd place?
I'll allow it. As this is my content, I will allow it.
I would say between Fogged and Aurora.
What do you have to say for yourself?
I'm surprised. It's my first time here meeting everyone. I didn't think I'll make it to the list. Why though?
Why?
I've already heard what other people think about the game, how they view it, and I haven't heard it directly from her in this capacity, so it's been very fun and refreshing in that time.
I respect that answer. I wish you'd said that about me, but I guess I did not demand enough respect from you.
Hey,
Thanks for coming to the content.
You
Sean,
did say you're off the list. You did say you're off the list.
Yeah, but you didn't say that about me back in the day when you met me for the first time.
But I only just met you, and you didn't ask me this the first time we met.
You're just too lovable. I don't know what to say. I already forgive you. I already forgive you. Anyway, here's the mic. Thank you for letting me steal your content piece. Maybe I made it a little bit better. Shout out to Gaming Gladiators. You can still go for yourselves. I will not change that opinion. I hope you bomb out of this tournament.
Welcome back one and all here to the Bali Major as we have just concluded the 3rd day of our group stages, witnessing all of these teams going up against each other. And as of yet, we still haven't confirmed exactly who enters the main event in the upper bracket, in the lower bracket, or who even enters the main event at all from being eliminated here in the group stages. If you're a fan of Southeast Asian Dota, they need your energy right now because all 3 of those squads find themselves in the elimination zone. So it's precarious times for this region, kind of hoping that they try to bounce back. The Chinese region doing a lot better today. Azure Ray still in trouble of elimination, but the other squads getting themselves into the main event seems very, very likely. Beastcoast, EG, South American fans, unfortunately, it seems like only one of those teams will be heading into the main event. However, if you are a fan of just stellar Dota, you'll be glad to know that there are several representatives such as Quest Esports and Liquid, and especially Gaming Gladiators, who will bring you S-tier Dota down the stretch. Because nobody is confirmed for anything, every single game matters, so you do not want to miss a single second of the action here at the Bali Major. So stay tuned, Dota 2 action coming more, and me to bring you that news in a nutshell. So if y'all can see behind me, one of the greatest right now, Tofu, he's busy taking some pictures with some fans. You just took a picture with Tofu right now. How do you know him? What's your feeling about him as a player?
Well, actually, he's everyone's favorite.
Why do they like him so much? Is it because he's so hot?
Probably for them.
Are you sure about that?
He's hot and he's a good player.
That is true. He's really hot. Like, if you see him in person, you have no idea how hot he is.
He's a really nice player. He's humble, friendly. Everyone loves him.
That is true. He's a great guy. Be like that. Be humble, be nice.
Be like Tofu.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Snare, and for the in the nutshell. Also, when he was talking about the teams, I want all the Evil Geniuses fans and Shopify Rebellion fans to be aware that, well, obviously, depending on how things go, today is maybe their last day of playing, so you better tune in today because they are actually the two teams that have the day off tomorrow for group stages, bar any potential tiebreakers, of course. We're here continuing with the series that we started the day with Beastcoast and Invictus Gaming, and I'm joined by Winter, Resolution, and BSJ. Winter, going into game number 2, we have a draft ready, so we can bring that up as well. What is the main change that you want to see in the opening? Is there anything else that you want to them to open with? Instead of what did they open with, Batrider Undying?
For Beast Coast, they open with Batrider Undying. Yeah. IG opened with Enchantress Terrorblade the last time out. True. But they're getting the same pick order, so IG is on first pick again. They open with Spirit Breaker, Ember, so a total different change up this time.
Reza, what do you think of this draft in a nutshell?
Right now, I'm surprised that Timber went all the way to the second phase. Actually, this hero is like very highly contested right now, and not really understanding the idea between the Spirit Breaker Ember. You know, I think it's just like comfort zone for the IG, I believe. And let me see. The Batrider seems like to be a support here, right? And they decided to switch it up a little bit for the Beastcoast.
It's definitely really hard to keep up with drafts when you haven't followed the pick order.
Yes.
Right?
I'm
so
trying
when
to
Spirit Breaker first, and they responded with Disruptor Bat, so maybe the idea was that both of these supports can kind of protect themselves from the Spirit Breaker. You have Flame Break, you have Glimpse. They could also catch him when he's getting away. I don't necessarily like Lasso against Spirit Breaker. Pretty easy for him to pop the Bulldoze before you use it. Ember, like you said, probably a comfort zone pick. They even get to ban like the Monkey King counter to it, protecting it a little bit, but they just elect to go for the Timber Saw out of the opener of the second round for Beast Coast, and then they responded to Timber Saw with the Faceless Void Brewmaster. So
yeah, I'm not really sure what's the Brewmaster for yet, because it's not particularly good against any of these heroes in my opinion. Like this Raptor is very good because he has like this huge static, you know, silence for him. Doom is being picked up like right after, which is amazing in his Brewmaster.
Yeah.
And the Timber Saw as well is like one of the best as well.
Game.
I mean, I wonder if it's a support then, because it's rather strange that you want to do call Brewmaster this game. Everything on the Beast Coast side just counters you.
I think all these cores really hate playing into Doom. Obviously, you can only Doom one though.
Yeah, the other thing that IG lineup has right now as well is like they have 4 melee heroes, which is not, you know, something that you want to particularly have in your draft.
Yeah, they have a bunch of Zoomers though. You know, like they're jumping around all over the place. And the thing is,
they need some damage into the Chrono right now, like some Snapfire hero.
No. The Wind Panda is ranged.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
And there's a lot of damage in Chrono, right?
Yeah, the Wind Panda, when you use the Invis and then attack out of it, is 150 bonus.
Oh my god, that is correct.
And that
especially against Timber, so
yep,
that damage really helps you out.
Other than Snapfire, are there any other supports that would do a lot of damage in the Chrono?
Skywrath Mage, but it's banned.
Is banned.
Mirana is banned.
Oracle, Mirana.
Phoenix might be the one.
Oh, I'd be down for some Phoenix gameplay. They don't have an egg hitter just yet.
I'd be down for it too. Yeah.
On the side of Beastcoast, what do they need? Because you said maybe they'll
They
put that
need
as a
the
support.
Gym Park.
They need a gym
Yeah,
park.
Gym Park
Gym
hero.
Park hero?
No. Fuck no. Juggernaut is horrible game for Juggernaut.
No.
You don't kill Ember. He gets away. Spirit Breaker and Faceless Void has through BKB bashes. It's a horrible Juggernaut game.
They need a guy that hits buildings that doesn't necessarily afraid of getting bursted, I feel like.
Alchemist?
Oh, Alchemist!
He's not afraid.
I'm super down for Alk. I don't necessarily love Radiance heroes against Brew because they can just like toss you up in the air and ignore you, but I'd be down for that. It fit the description I gave, so that makes me feel good.
Just want to see more of the Shadow Fiend, It's just way too good.
You're just too big of a Gym Park Shadow
No, I
Fiend
mean,
fan.
yeah, I'm a little fangirl right here. Yeah,
I can see the blush. Is that makeup or is that... No, that's real. He's blushing right now.
That's real.
The old there's Venomancer. It's a
There's
ranged hero.
damage in Chrono.
Where's the
I'm not a
You can
big fan.
right click him in Chrono.
No damage.
They'll
Not
die
a big
10
fan.
seconds after the Chrono.
Yeah, we're...
I mean, honestly, I don't really see the very big
Oh.
logic
Oh,
behind
there it
Let's
is.
go, Gym Park.
Anyway.
Yeah, I don't see the very big logic behind the IG's draft, to be honest. I don't understand that personally. But Beastcoast lineup looks pretty sick, and I'd love to see them, close this game pretty fast, I'd say. Because they have, like, aggressive heroes. They have, like, a very scaling lineup as well. They have a lot of pressure that's going to come from the Timbersaw as well in this game. There's no damage, actually, for the Timbersaw at all to stop him in any way.
I mean, they're gonna have to buy a vessel, I guess, on the Brew.
Yeah, I'm predicting it's going to be, like, a quick or not so quick 2-0 for the Beastcoast.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the lanes as well, the lanes look like it's gonna be like a pretty terrible lane. It's a Brew against a Shadow Fiend lane. Ember against Timbermate, that's also a very bad lane for the Ember. And Faces Void against, I guess maybe the safe lane is kind of okay for them. Like, you can still farm on the Void, but laning phase-wise, Beastcoast is going to have a very, very easy time in the early game.
Okay, guys, last game we also said Beastcoast was having the favorable draft, and that game turned out to be pretty even, and there was definitely a good shot for IG to still win that game, even if they didn't in the end. So, in this game, what needs to go well for IG to have a shot here, rather than, all the things that they haven't done in this draft? What have they done? What have they got going for them?
I mean, sure, if Beastcoast loses power on their PC.
That's true. That's one way. No,
Okay,
I got it for you. I
Alright,
actually
alright.
think if Doom is taken out of the picture, that long fights favor IG. So if they manage to get like a decent timing on Dust with the Mask of Madness Maelstrom, Sacred gets taken out of the first two fights, and suddenly we're looking at like 3 BKB or 2 BKBs on IG and maybe like a pipe on the Brewmaster. These long fights, the time dilation owns these heroes, absolutely destroys
Try
them.
harder, Brian.
So I'm trying real hard right now. I don't appreciate this, but yeah, I actually think if they manage to burst the Doom, maybe their chances are decent, but that's tough.
Yeah.
Rezo, would you like to say anything in IG's favor?
I mean, Faceless Void needs to become like gigantic in this game, and he needs to be ahead of the entire, Beastcoast team to be able to carry this game. And also, taking the Doom out of the picture is going to be helpful too.
Just be ahead.
Just kill the enemy heroes.
No, specifically the guy on the 4th slot.
Specifically Doom.
The guy with the horns.
Isn't that
The
necessarily
guy with
the
horns.
the 7th slot?
If you're reading in Hebrew or in English.
What? No, the 7th slot. It's like the 7th slot from the left.
But I'm saying Hebrew is right to left.
Yeah, that would be the 4th.
Yeah, that's what I said, the 4th.
Oh. Okay, so we are thinking Beastcoast is gonna make this this a quick one. Of course, in the previous game, they did not really have a great laning stage, but from the sounds of it, they got all that figured out. Let's find out what kind of game this will be. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen. Beastcoast versus IG Game 2. What do you make of it? We heard for the panel, definitely struggling to see some of the stuff that maybe IG's going for with their lineup. But
Just
would
looks
you
rough.
Probably agree?
I've seen this, honestly, so many times, especially just in China. IG, I've seen them do it, like, so many times, actually, to try to play versus it. They've actually gone in SF multiple times. They've done the SF treatment to people. This is a really, really impossible lane, in particular for Emo. So let's see how he's going to be able to do. And yeah, they're flexing Stiff around to Schofield. He's going to be playing Batrider this game. I absolutely love Beastcoast draft. I have a lot of concerns across for the IG.
What is the... I mean, from IG's perspective, what do you think they are going for? Like, what do you feel that they may feel is the strong part of what they've turned up to Game 2 with?
That's a good question on.
Is there some sort of, is there something like hero that a player's on that they're like, this guy's going to carry us?
I mean, they're playing signature heroes across the board.
Okay.
Zhang Yu it's his most played hero. The Brewmaster, the Void, it's one of Dust's most played, and Emo, it's like Storm and Ember Spirit are his 2 most played. So it's comfort, I would say, but looking what they're playing up against, it's concerning. It's a Parker SF. We've seen what this guy's been able to do before on it. He's in a good lane, well, ideally good lane to be able to pressure Emo as well too.
Yeah, what was the lane he played in the other day? He was against
Sumail's Timber.
The Timber, right? Yeah, another melee hero.
Sumail did okay.
Yeah, Sumail didn't die in the matchup. So that's going to be sort of the test. If you're playing a melee hero mid against the SF, especially when it's in Parker's hands,
this is way
do
harder.
your best to not die.
This is way harder, in my opinion, than when you're playing a Timber Song. Maybe I'm completely wrong about that, but when I've seen, I don't think you can do too much as an Ember Spirit.
No, I would agree, because at least on the Timber, you can rely on a couple of, get a couple of points to chain right. You can pull yourself away.
Almost gets set up on top, but PYW actually might be the one to go down, and it is.
That'll do it, the Thunder Strike.
Nice blood grenade
It's going to be
Stinger.
first blood for Stinger.
Good connection from Dark Mago. Double Whirling Death on these two. It's a great lane for Timber, honestly. I love that they did this kind of switch up. They did it the other day as well too, but this one actually probably looks even better because it's a Brewmaster versus, it's a Timber versus a Brew and a Spirit Breaker. Sure, Brew now universal, but still either way, Whirling Death is quite painful versus strengths and versus those universal heroes.
Oh, well, yeah, we're seeing the CS already right in the mid. It's going there, going the old SF way.
Yeah. I have so many concerns for poor Emo here. He's a player who definitely gets quite affected by stuff like this too, from what I've seen. Like it can have spiraling effects, and
but this whole wave again is going to get taken away from him.
Yeah, he's going to lose everything.
Position.
I mean, Parker's definitely telling his team, "I'm going to destroy this like completely." Oh, he actually gets the he got the money creep. Okay, he feels a little bit better, but. Yeah, looking at the way that the lanes can go, it just applying pressure for IG in kind of across the board in all three lanes is very difficult. At the least, Dust should be able to farm pretty okay until like levels start to kick out for the Batrider, perhaps. So that's the one positive I can see for the side of IG. But yeah, the other lanes are just pretty much impossible to actually apply any kind of pressure here. Bottom, maybe they can get kills on a Batrider, but that's just about it for IG.
And what's sort of the big combos for IG when they start to group up in the mid game and look for the fights? Like, do you sort of see something that's going to guarantee them kills with the Chrono?
No, that's why I really don't like it. The panel talked about it a bunch. It's just Void with 0 actual follow-up. They were memeing, saying the Brewmaster wind pandatate inside of it all, and so, yeah. You know what the dream? You know what? We'll say if Venno has a godly game and he gets to just get like a 4-man Noxious Plague inside of a Chrono, right? That's one ability I guess that some people maybe forget about sometimes the way it works now, but yeah, either way. Not the ideal kind of setup here for a Void. yes, he's versus Batrider, but it's a support, so. Yeah, Parker 2011 to 8-0.
He keeps getting very close to where he's actually just able to go for the kill. And they know that, PYW having to come in with the charge just to make sure the Parker's not able to set up. Does mean the bottom lane, Dust actually able to get the kill. They'll lose QIQX in return. It's just going to be the trade.
I'm shocked they actually get the Doom in that lane. I guess he just got the Ring of Health or something. Yeah, interesting. And they will be able to, with that charge from PYW, they at the very least secure the Water Rune here for Emo. So,
on top lane, they might have him with the Glimpse. Oh, he's got the stick charges, Zhang Yu, and he will have TP backup coming in, so now it becomes a bit awkward for Stinger and Dark Margo.
Charge. He puts a ward down for the Vision.
And they will manage to get Stinger. So IG, they keep one another safe, and they'll punish Beastcoast for getting very aggressive there on that top lane.
And they do send the SF back to base. Parker is like, all right, I want to have mana so that I can bully the Ember Spirit here. So he actually chooses to go back, even though he's healthy on HP. He wants to just apply pressure here onto Emo.
All right.
Maybe even wants to go for a kill. It looks like he was asking for a TP from the Disruptor to potentially go for something here.
Yeah,
but
if they get this +1 and he gets a Glimpse back, it's a dead Ember.
It's only level 2. It's only level 1 Glimpse, though, so it's not going to happen. Oh, well. They tried for it. It's about applying pressure, though, right? Parker, like I said, he had full high HP.
They still might be able to get it.
Oh, he actually shows himself again.
He's going to wrap around behind the tower here, Stinger. They get the Glimpse back. Emo's going to need help. We'll get it in the form of POW with the charge. One more raise. Off
the mark. Now Blood Grenade to slow down onto Parker. There's some bashes. There's the RNG.
It's going to be fine.
He'll get it on the creep. Okay.
Emo's still doing his best to play as cool
13
in this matchup. Sure, not getting farm.
A third hero, though. Venno. Attempting for the Gale. Does have 2 points in it, but can't quite connect there. 30 seconds until Power Runes. 3v3 in the mid lane. Around a level 5 SF.
This might set up for a kill. Yeah, QX gets glimpsed straight back underneath SF as Parker gets the the chance to help take him down. Stinger wants to get the last touch on it.
Oh, and this is desperation.
Well,
they're just like, Emo is having absolutely no game. Only lane that's going well is the Void Spirit. Parker is having an absolute fluent. They need to try to push away and not let him get this power rune here. And Emo might just die. He's got to be careful how he steps up for it here. Does dodge the one. Okay.
Okay, I mean, he's got the Flame Guard up, but he's
Nice flame break.
going to get knocked back by the Flame Break, and that'll stop him from being able to stay on top of this SF. So Parker's able to get back to safety, and that top power rune has been kept safe for him. He's going to be able to grab the DD in the bowl.
An ideal start here for the side of Beastcoast. Doom can just chill bottom. I believe Vanguard is done, so he can just stand toe-to-toe versus Dust. Dust is farming, though, right? That is the one thing you can take away for IG that is going quite well here, at the least. But yeah, no way to bully Mago up top. He's playing versus the Brew. He has an absolutely free time. Wisdom runes, what are we going to get? We have 20 seconds till those come. Probably just going to see it go for a 1-for-1 trade.
A lot of carrying is going to be needed to be done by Dust.
And issue is, he is playing versus that Doom, of course, too. So
one Doom and he dies.
One Doom and he dies. And not only just Doom, just Disruptor too. So quite a few things that he has to watch out for catch, in particular for this Void. Even if he is going to have some good farm in the first 7 minutes. Yeah, 3K lead already in these first 7 minutes. Set up for success for sure.
Top lane's going to start to get a bit risky.
He might be able to get the kill. Mago's hit 6.
He's going to hit it. He's got it.
He's got it.
6 is there just before Zhang Yu gets himself. He's trying to get it. He was 1 creep away from having 6. But even if he did, may have likely died during the cast animation.
Emo?
He's gone.
Oh my god, he actually loses. Does he going to get any of the creeps? Parker gets all of them.
Wait, what was that? With double stack?
Double stack. He gets them all. I think he maybe just did not get the small creep or something like that, but he took every single one of the creeps. A ward placed earlier. I mean, actually, he placed that ward, so Parker actually walked up, put the ward down, got the vision, and stole the creeps. I think you have to just keep those 2 supports from IG in the mid lane anyway, though. Even if Emo, it's not you can set up for ganks or anything like that. You just can't. You want to try to slow down Parker somehow.
Yeah, and Emo just can't really go anywhere else to farm.
No.
Not even his own jungle, as we saw there.
QIQX.
Remember the charge.
Arcane Rune.
Emo's going to be able to grab it. Get it in the ball. They have the Chronos for everything. Being thrown down on Parker in the mid lane. He's
gonna. Okay, that was close.
I was going to say if he got that off before he dies, maybe there was a chance. But they do kill him. It's going to cost a lot. It's going to cost a lot, and it's going to cost the big life of Dust there. Dust will die.
Stinger.
So if he can get more hit with Arcane Rune, I mean, Emo and Zhang, you've got to be a bit careful of Dark Mago and Schofield. Emo,
he's in trouble.
Out of Remnants. He's okay, that was the last one. He still had one laid down. I have another one in a second. Looks like he'll. I mean, thinking about going back in. He still has this Arcane Rune going. I see Sacred's going to try and run Emo down. Schofield, he'll get dealt with by Zhang Yu in the split.
Mago has the Chakram already prepared on top of the Remnant while you see Sacred just chasing him. Oh. The Chakram gets pulled in. But Emo's just going to burn out.
I mean, Dark Mago, can he go for... No, there's no trees to connect to up here. He'll be fine.
I mean, a Chrono to at least get the kill, but almost actually doesn't. I mean, he almost hits the fear and can like maybe even survive and kills
They're just doing whatever they can around this mid lane.
It's full desperate mode.
To try and fix the game.
Yeah. The Brew split. Yeah, it's like Brew split to kill a support as well, too. It's like, yeah, it's good basically because of how behind they are, but it's, the game state still feels quite sad for them as these supports. I mean, Schofield now level 6. Yeah, we see it again. 0.1 second.
I think PYW killed him with a bash. I think if that last hit actually killed him with a bash, if he didn't get the bash roll on that, he wouldn't have done enough damage to kill him before the Requiem went off and wouldn't have been able to stop it. So, yeah, good bash coming in there from PYW.
Good bash.
Yeah, they needed that because that could have gone a whole lot worse.
Up top, Schofield. Trying to set up for Dust. PYW in the area. Not 6 yet on PYW. There's a lasso available with Schofield. Can he actually reset away long enough? Another bash.
PYW is doing it.
The bashes. Singer. Not quite 6 yet on the Disruptor, but very close. He's now hit it. They could make a move up here. Parker finds himself a shield rune. Now he'll live Now he'll live the gank setup, even if he gets Chronosphered.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we saw how close it was last time. And he did do
bottom. Zhang Yu steps up pretty far.
Still split on cooldown for 30 seconds.
Good Gale. Cinderbrew slowing Mago down.
Gonna cut through the trees, trying to open up an angle for the Timber Chain.
Looks like he's still gonna probably chase.
I think he's gonna want to. There's only a few places that this brew can run to. There's no way to get out of this. It's a little too difficult, really, for IG to deal with Beast Coast heroes at this state of the game.
Yep. They are completely reliant on cooldowns to get kills on pretty much any of these cores at this point. Might start to run out of damage very soon because it's not like they're able to build into something like the Mask of Madness, into Maelstrom. Dust is in full recovery modes too. Even though his lane was good, he feels like he needs to just go for the literal 1v9 kind of build. So queuing up the Midas, I don't blame him.
It's going to be tough, though.
But it's still going to be
It's
impossible.
like,
It still feels so damn difficult.
Like maybe in a game where you're already suffering this much in the early stages, you kind of want to go all in on actually being able to get kills in the chrono, and then maybe you can make an argument for the more standard Mask of Madness build-up.
I mean, you know what, actually, that's a good point because also there's no damage in Chronosphere. So now if he's going Midas, he needs, where's the damage really going to be coming from? He's not doing it, his team's not doing it, so.
And we saw what happened last time when IG had a lead and they wanted to play this kind of sit back and farm game. Beast Coast, they had them beat pretty hard at it.
They sure did.
So definitely a risky strat here to come out from IG.
Boy, and I like what Sacred's doing here. You're seeing them having no damage. He doesn't need to go Midas on this Doom. He's going mech.
Look at the mid here. They get the setup. Static Storm and the Requiem over onto PYW. He'll get taken. Ooh. Yeah, there they got him. He ticks down to the Scorched Turf. I mean, at the least, Emo didn't get caught in the full combo, so he'll survive.
They're killing the split.
And they're pushing in. Split comes to an end.
Mago, bit off the mark there.
Some mana to play with.
Mago.
Pretty beefy. They'll get the control onto Zhang Yu. They'll kill the Brute post-split. And, Emo!
Emo?
I think he was trying to TP out in the river. The lasso was there. He's still got a couple of remnants to play
Glimpse
with.
in two.
He's
got one more. He's going to have to dodge the Glimpse.
See if he can. Is there anything to slide? Oh, there
he
is.
Does.
Nicely done. I don't know if it's going to keep him alive, though. He's got the last remnant thrown out.
Mago's going to play on the Remnant while they chase him.
They're trying to split him. Emo's trying to do his best to get away from this one.
They'll get him.
Yeah.
Mid lane, though, Parker's also going to turn and kill both supports.
Emo's gone, and indeed, PYW's got to hide. They didn't have enough damage to kill the SF.
Oh, maybe now, the charge.
They're in. They've got him.
All right, at the least they get one.
It's probably going to cost them some lives. They've got Glimpse up in a second if they want to go for Zhang Yu. They'll drag him back.
They'll try for it.
Sacred's here. Scorched stuff back up in a few seconds.
Probably can't go for
it. They won't chase. All right, Parker's dead.
Parker's dead.
IG are achieving some of these important kills. Just the problem is they're also losing more kills themselves. Emo's still going down.
Emo.
Escape the chase.
He is below the Bat Rider. That is not a core Bat Rider, Owen. This is a Schofield Bat Rider. He is bottom 4 net worth on this Ember Spirit.
Tough. Definitely the signs of the difficulties that we felt would be there with this draft. They are showing.
Oh, and look at Top Dust. He shows himself for a second. Stinger's already here.
Immediate Static Storm. Fantastic catch there from Stinger. Leaves no opportunity for Dust to escape. And at a point where Midas is going to be back up in 5 seconds. So that painful 20 seconds where you're dead and your Midas is up.
I mean, they had to have known that this game was going to just be painful from the way it was set up, from lanes to everything.
Caught them by surprise? Were they just not prepared for the SF to come through? I mean, what point of the draft do you think was like the moment for IG?
Maybe they thought that this was going to be a safe lane SF, and it's just a Timber mid, and they could deal with it a little bit better. Because, yeah, Timber beats the Ember Spirit and all, but Ember actually gets something out of the lane rather than getting absolutely nothing. I don't know. I'm really unsure, Owen. I've seen this a lot in China, though, where we got this happen. They first 2 Ember Spirit, and then they get Shadow Fiend, and then they can never play the game. So maybe it's something that just the teams didn't expect to happen. I'm not sure. It's just, it's difficult to really say.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to, 14 minutes in, Parker nearly having double the net worth of Emo's Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it's a beatdown. And I love that Sacred has, I was mentioning before, he's gone Greaves. Like, they have such limited damage on the side of IG. If he just does Greave Pipe Blink, where's the damage going to come? There is already pretty much none on IG, and as the game progresses, like, where is it going to come from if they're getting pressured from Beastcoast?
Yeah, if they don't catch him in the chrono, he's just going to heal the team up.
Yep.
The damage that they do have will not be enough from IG.
And even if they catch him in the chrono, he'll live. 100%. There's no chance to kill this Doom in the chrono, even if they commit literally everything at this point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Try and take some of the towers. I mean, QX and Dust able to take top.
Emo, they're stalking him already. They have a ward on him. Schofield's literally already sees him. He's going to set up on him. Emo.
He's out in time. Quick reactions there.
They're quick around the map, Beastcoast. They're applying so much pressure onto all 3 cores. Stinger and Schofield always on the prowl.
Next time round as well, the Blink Dagger is going to be up for Schofield, so he will get those catches.
Oh my God, you're saying he's pretty much the same farm as the Ember. He's massive.
15 minutes.
Absolutely massive. They see the Brewmaster. They just pop the drums. They want him. Lasso on a Static Storm or Doom if they do find him.
Ooh. Kind of juke them a little bit.
Okay, and he sees them now with the ward. And now the charge comes in.
They're thinking about fighting themselves. They go for Schofield. They've held back with the Static Storm QIQX, so the Venom will fall.
Don't get
Splits out. Should be able to get Schofield. No, the stick charges. Schofield's still surviving.
Greaves.
They're
heal him.
chasing him down. He's still living.
The
Surely
Greaves.
He's gonna. No, he's getting hit.
The Greaves.
Saving him.
The passive of the
The
Greaves.
Guardian Aura. That little bit, 14.5 health for Generation 8 armor when he's as low as he was. It keeps him alive. They couldn't even kill Schofield.
Not even with the split, and they're going to lose 3.
PYW also gets found top. They just can't escape Beastcoast.
No.
They can't get away from them, IG.
That was with Vision. They had the high ground ward too. They're trying to like dance around the fight, but yeah. I mean, Schofield, as you said, just too big. Too big at this point. The Greaves Aura, Occult Bracelet, Magic Resist, etc. You know, keeping him alive. Just ridiculous stuff. And yeah, I definitely want to highlight Sacred. Sometimes I feel like we do see like, yeah, it's like, you know, we're owning so hard. I just want to Midas too. Nah, I like that he took the back foot.
Awesome, yeah, really good stuff there. I mean, yeah, Beastcoast in their best form this major.
Agreed.
They're looking really good. This team, they can absolutely go far if they keep this up. There's just consistent level of performance. They know how to perform a comeback, and they know how to pull out a stomp.
Yeah, and look at the HP. I mean, single digits, really. And you see the Greaves Aura, it's kicked in already, so.
They go down to 39.
3 or something, who knows.
Yeah, single digits easily.
And Sacred, he actually just finds the pick. They'll end up finding it. The Ember Spirit, Lasso plus Doom, an easy kill. Another one.
Ooh, TP.
He gets out. But they get QIQX.
Maelstrom done on Dust. Still, he's got so much work to do here as this Void, and yeah, even some 5-man crowd. The numbers don't check out.
No, they don't
He's
have
not got the numbers.
They just don't have the numbers
get
on
the
anybody.
kills.
They just don't have the spells to throw in it. They don't have much. I mean, Beastcoast just tipping Parker all day.
They're cruising.
Look at the HP numbers on the 3 cores in particular, right? 1800 Parker, Margot is 2500, Doom about 2000 with the Greaves Vanguard. And you look at the damage overall, like on IG, it's slow. It's not like it comes like a boom or anything. It's slow. It builds up over time.
I mean, who does the highest DPS on IG?
Probably
right
Emo with the Maelstrom.
Yeah.
See if they can try here. I mean, 5 heroes attempting for a
Going on
Timber.
this Timber. They get him down to half HP. Timber changes off the mark. They may kill him. They've got him.
They got him.
Chrono's there at the side, but Parker's able to push them back with the Requiem, and now Dust is falling rather low. We'll manage to get the time walk off. They've got one. Maybe now that they have the numbers advantage, they can try for more. Looking to go for Stinger. This is there. Just going to get the glimpse off Stinger. Tick out. The Spirit Vessel's bringing him low, but he won't
3
fall.
HP.
He's going to live, and they can turn and take down Zhang Yu. But definitely the best trade IG's had yet this game.
Yep.
Still not great, and it's still not changing the overall state and flow of the game, but something. They do manage to kill the Timbers.
Yeah, that was the Vessel, right?
Yeah.
I think if without the
Yeah,
Vessel, he actually just survives probably, and they don't even get a kill out of committing pretty much everything onto him there. So a good kill, but yeah, still same thing. Beastcoast, perfectly in a fine position. Doom back up in about 20. Set up in mid, but Parker, he has no cares to be able to go over there. I mean, Parker getting close to having his Satanic already finished up at this point in the game.
New hit. They're going to have another attempt at a fight, but the Doom is just going to get laid down straight away onto PYW.
Wow,
PYW's out of the fight. Parker
Emo?
standing his ground. Emo tries to get in on the front lines, but they cannot touch the SF right now. Parker,
we've seen this before,
surrounded by the rest of his teammates. As Zhang Yu is caught in the kinetic field. Couple more hits. The evasion's
a lot
there.
of misses.
Stinger, can he get in range for anything? The jump in, but won't quite clip him with the chakram. Still, 2 more kills for Beastcoast. Nothing to be found for IG.
Was he was Cinder Brood, I think, right? But like, how many misses? That was like 4 misses, and it's only level 1, so it's actually only like what's
the percentage?
Like a 15%, even if he's Brood. That was actually kind of lucky on the RNG there for him to survive. But either way, Beastcoast, I mean, he survives, but the damage is done. They can throw a Doom on a Spirit Breaker. that says a lot inside of these fights.
They don't need it to kill anyone. I mean, they throw the Doom on the Spirit Breaker and they kill the Ember.
Yeah.
You know, they don't need, yeah.
Schofield has lasso, but either way, I mean, he
Sure.
almost died even without it.
Yeah.
Just the sheer right clicks that were coming out from the Shadow Fiend. And yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen this a couple of times now from Parker. People are gonna have to find an answer to this man's Shadow Fiend.
They've got to be prepared for it to be picked up later in the draft. They will always do the switch around if they feel it's going to be beneficial. And well, we haven't had the pleasure of watching all of their games, but the two that we've seen them pick it up, at least they've done it and it's worked.
Yeah, let me see actually.
Have they done it any other times or just those two? This SF.
Just those two.
Yeah. Definitely going to be seeing it continue to be a very, very appealing option for Beastcoast in their drafts.
I mean, I think like anytime you'll see, I mean, maybe not anytime, but a lot of the times you see these Timbers, these Embers first phased. I think Beastcoast is going to do this in a lot of situations.
Teams got to start banning it, or they themselves be, you know, prepared to, if they do pick this sort of hero early, ready to have some sort of lane switch up that allows them to actually play the game.
Yeah, I really like the way that Beastcoast is kind of just the aggression and the way that they are like understanding certain matchups and stuff. Because I'm seeing a lot more Clockwork come out, which I'm happy about. This hero has like an 80% win right now, and it's another one that just works well with like an SF, works well versus some of these popular heroes nowadays. So, yeah, Beastcoast, they're making quite a bit of a statement with this SF, and Parker's queuing up a Rapier.
I mean, why not? Why not with the Satanic and the Manta?
They can't kill him.
Won't die.
No.
And Rapier, that's it's just going to clean up the game even quicker. You know, Parker, he wants to go grab his lunch.
I mean, they can just go
top
top
with this one.
They can just go high ground. There's no glyph. They actually used it, so. UIW. They'll charge through, but they're just going to watch. They don't care. Arax, to be quick.
It's just going to be so hard to push them back. They barely tickle Beastcoast here, IG. As bottom racks. It's not. They've got a glyph, but that's all they've got.
Yeah. And no way to take fights either. They're both. I mean, they're building like double Lincolns on the cores and stuff, but it's more than just Lincolns that are the problem. He does cut the wave, but they're going to be able to push through that anyway because the presence aura.
Yeah, it's no difficulty at all.
Yeah, building Lincolns, but nowhere near realms of like BKBs 2 on top because there's so much control damage. I mean, there's so many things when you're this far behind. There's not much that you can really build. As Schofield on the prowl, emo. Get the chains. Will be able to distance himself. The blink. Yes, done.
Easy rune as well if we'll catch vision of it, so Parker can grab that for the next fight.
Can they try for this, man? I do not think so. The glimpse. UIW now perhaps in trouble. Just kidding.
Down the mid they go.
Down the mid they go.
And no reason to stop it. They can go tier 2, tier 3 barracks, and they get a good fight. And the Wings is going to be potentially game as well.
Yep, DD. And yeah, he's not going to rapier. The butterfly is just wiser choice.
Disappointing. I guess there's a chrono in the game, so you got to be a bit careful.
This isn't a game where he like. No, just not. I mean, whatever. I still maybe. Nah, whatever.
Because if he gets caught low and he gets chrono, then you get chrono.
Split mid. DDSF is here though.
Stinger.
Okay, good throw up.
Schofield, flame break on a PYW. The Spirit Breaker, and indeed they Zhang Yu's got a split from this. Cannot afford to have the final splits being taken down by the right clicks of the SF. They'll be able to throw up in the air. Sacred
finds a solo kill.
He does indeed. That's the dead plays this one.
And hello, Brewmaster, trying to get away. We have a lasso, even if you try.
That's going to be another one. Another one here for Beastcoast.
Parker is body blocking Schofield.
Teasing around with Zhang Yu.
Parker Meeman.
And they've got him 27-9 at 24 minutes in, 18k lead.
Flawless, especially from Parker. Continues to just be so impressive. And even, oh my goodness, I mean, Schofield and Orchid even to boot. Now he has ways to break these Lincolns that he saw them building, and he can go for lassos. They can doom them afterwards anyway. Great itemization, yeah. I mean, Beastcoast really liking it. Yule's even on Stinger. I mean, even if they're so far ahead, I like that they're still building really nice items for the game that they're playing in. They're playing versus like Spirit Breaker. Yule's is great.
Finds Sacred on his own.
Okay.
So this is something.
Give it an emo. Oh no! the Venom.
Damage of the Venom Ward. Alright, QIQX, he's got a fair bit of gold.
Yeah, he can't control that. It's not his fault. And Nemo, yeah, he's queuing up the BKB instead of that Lincoln's. I mean, he's just going to get static stormed and stuff like that, so he definitely needs it instead of Lincoln's. Void has his.
See if they can find more RG.
mean, they're pinging the Roche. Could they just blind attempt it and just like try to sneak it? I mean, it's not easy for
They
their
don't
lineup.
do it too
They
well.
sure don't. Maybe they're expecting that Beastcoast was doing it because Parker could pretty much solo it.
Sting up. Got eyes on PYW. So
Got
a
the
lot of
Yules.
control, yeah, with the Yules, potential glimpses, kinetic field, static storm if he wants to. And doesn't look like they want to full commit onto PYW. They respect the fact that Dust is around. Holding back on throwing everything down onto Spirit Breaker. They don't quite know what's behind him.
He's on top of him though. Oh,
He's gonna miss the stun.
He missed. Okay, whoops. He missed the Infernal Blade and the stun. It happens.
QYQX makes the smart call to TP out, and we'll make it away before Dark Margo bursts him.
They'll survive. Full butterfly now finished up for Parker. Go to Rush. Easy call here for Beastcoast.
Elevating as well. Doing very, very nicely on that. I mean, closest right now on the side of IG. They're just sitting at level 15.
They might just have to smoke to try. Can't just give up like
They
the
got
entire
some
map.
sort of Chronosphere into Aegis Steel.
And
Gives
then run
them
away.
a little bit of life in this game.
You can't kill all 3 cores is the issue. They're all way too tanky together.
See if you can time the Chrono.
They can kill maybe one, but they'll have to just settle for that. Emo, he's
They
doing
get the lasso and the Doom down onto Emo. The Chrono's there from Dust. We'll hold back a couple of them, but Emo should still tick out. The Chrono allows them to take Schofield down. He cannot take down Parker though. Has to keep his distance from him.
Deny from PYW on Emo.
Alright, Dark Margo starting to chase down Dust and push back QYQX and PYW with the help of Stinger. So they get the chase, they get the glimpse on a PYW. Dust is going to jump across. We'll be able to bring down Stinger. Getting 2 kills out of this fight, IG.
They're just trying to kite Parker.
I mean, the split is... Oh my goodness, he's able to blink out at the last moment of that Zhang Yu. He nearly dies through his split, but we'll get away from Parker. It's an attempt there from IG. It gets them a couple of kills, but nothing more. They don't stop the Roshan from going into the hands of Beastcoast. As Beastcoast, they can resume business.
I mean, you can see that Dust identifies very quickly. He doesn't even attempt to hit Parker initially. He's just like, there's no chance I'm going to kill this SF. So he just settles for a Bat Rider and gets out. He hits him, I think, once afterwards, and he's like, what am I doing? Jumps away. Good deny, though. At least Emo gets denied. So I think PYW does get that one onto the last hit there before the Doom takes him out. That's everything expended, really, from IG.
Yeah.
And that was, I mean, the Brew... So one thing about Brew can make the fights look like they're going a lot better, and a lot of times because he literally just held Parker up the whole fight. He held him up, pulled him out, held him up, pulled him out, so Parker actually wasn't getting too many right clicks off in that fight.
Parker is able to grab the Wisdom Rune. That's going to put him very close to level 20, that big spike in damage output. So Dark Margo's Courier is going to get sniped. So no Blink Dagger for him for now.
Okay. Glimpse. Stinger gonna mess with this Brewmaster. He can keep him here. They're gonna go for the kill though to set up onto Stinger, but this Brew might just die here himself instead.
I mean, backup's coming in. Sacred will TP back for this.
Yeah, they're just
and PYW, he's not going to have any interest in continuing that charge. There's no saving that Brew at all. Zhang Yu out for 40. Does have buyback. Beastcoast, they've taken all the tier 2s. They're ready to start getting this mid and top lane brought up to the high ground.
Now the Brew split will absolutely die in seconds. Parker, he's got the talent like you were saying. And he almost has the small crit too, so a couple hits on those Brews and they're just gone too. You just keeping applying the pressure is the thing that we've seen Beastcoast do. This isn't a game where we this isn't a game where we see them like back up for their own Tormentor. They took the enemy Tormentor and they're like, we don't give a crap about going to our side of the base.
I mean, they know how far ahead they are. Yep. They don't have to sort of take these safe measures. They can just close it.
Great display. Great draft, great prep, great lanes. PYW tries to stall things out, but this is likely Megas.
Got the backdoor protection kicking back in, and they'll smoke up.
Okay.
See what they're going to do? They've got to get through an Aegis, they've got to get through a Satanic, they've got to get through the evasion of this SF.
I mean, they're trying to buy anything small they can. Mjolnir's finished for Dust, and he buys a casual Blitz Knuckles. Like, anything for some extra attack speed. You can feel, yeah, this is the last hurrah here for IG. Find Dust. Or sorry, they'll find Schofield, so a freebie. Don't have to expend anything.
Okay. There's a way to start the fight. Parker, they'll start with the Red Grim. He's going to be able to turn. Zhang Yu's caught in the fear. Zhang Yu's going to get taken out.
Dust.
The Chrono, but he gets glimpsed out of it.
Oh, no.
They didn't have anything to throw into the Chrono. They didn't even have the Void to throw into the Chrono because he got thrown out of it.
Oh, his Lincoln's was up in 1 second. He got glimpsed away. Schofield buys back. He looks for him. Dust. He's even able to get away.
Yeah, they're just chasing him for fun here, it feels.
There's an
Beast
Orchid
Coast.
and a Lasso at the ready. And Parker's just going to push while they chase Dust anyway.
These two can kind of mess around with the Void, and the rest of the team can just look to close the game.
Gets the time dilation onto Schofield, so he's being annoying, but only that, as he will inevitably, very likely go down here. Parker, he's just killing the Brewlings.
Oh! They're gone. No chance of a TP with the ways they have to move the Linkers to take him out. Back on the push. IG using their final efforts here to put a stop to this, but Zhang Yu's gone. No buyback, of course, on him or Dust. Emo.
One and the second hit. It's not
Ooh,
gonna happen.
he's gonna
The waves, though, they're gonna come in though, and that is gonna be the Megas.
Yeah, other two cores are dead. No buybacks on them. And backdoor protection indeed has now gone. 4 sets of racks taken away. Tips coming out. I mean, this game, it was kind of over sooner than it started, right?
It really was. I mean, from draft, it felt pretty damn impossible. I mean, unless they made some kind of crazy stuff happen with the rotations from mid, but it's not even just like mid was the problem, right? Void was farming, but that was it. Brewmaster was really struggling. Ember had literally no chance to come back in this one as Beastcoast, yeah. Putting out statements.
Yeah,
really liking the way they're
guys
playing.
are good.
They are very good at
really
Parker.
Oh, Parker, he's in the fountain.
He's got Satanic when he's up.
Can they do it a second time?
Oh, he gets out
he's
safely.
out. Yeah, he's able to jump out.
Oh,
And,
almost 2 shots, Venom.
Yeah, could look to close the game, but also could look to just pick up some more kills.
He doesn't even want to pad the stats. Okay, maybe now he does.
He is. He's like, all right, I'll take a kill. I'll take PYW's life. Maybe you can get Dust as well. Look towards the Void. Oh, he's having the time war cost. So Dust.
Parker wants him.
He's died. Oh, he's tanking the fountain.
Oh, he does want to stack. He does want to
cheeky.
stack it.
He's being cheeky here, Parker. He just want the evasion. He doesn't get the kill onto Zhang Yu.
But he just is standing
They'll
there.
tap out.
He's the real fountain.
Yeah. Requiem's pop. He's life stealing away. The game. It's over. Just a great series again from Beastcoast.
Yeah.
We saw them kind of start off in this group. They were kind of going, 1-1 against everyone, taking games with people, and now they're taking these 2-0s. This series in particular, right, game 1, very much exemplary performance in the play, and in this game 2, it was just from the draft, right, they really tripped IG up. IG, they just didn't have a plan.
No, they didn't have a plan, and that's, I mean, they're the, what are they, the China defeaters, it seems like here, right? They 2-0'd Aster, now they 2-0'd IG as well, too, so a really good showing here in Beast. Yeah. I mean, there's so many things you can say. Of course, Parker is going to be the one who absorbs a lot of that praise, but I do want to give credit to the entire team. I think everybody's kind of playing incredibly well. Yep. They're sacking, they're like 5 position a lot of times, but he's still coming back, itemizing great. And yeah, I love when I see a team that's, you can see that their identity is coming together with how they're playing, with how they're itemizing, and just draft everything to finish. It's everything across the board.
Yeah, and I guess for sort of IG, what do you think are going to be the big takeaways from this series for them?
I mean, I think you just erase the second game. You're like, what the hell did we do? Like, we kind of shot ourselves in the foot completely. The first game, they do have windows to probably win, so I think the first one they can go back to and be
see
like,
what could we have done
better?
To get the win there?
Yeah. This one's pointless to look at, in my opinion. So.
No, not for Beastcoast. They'll enjoy the highlights from this one. They'll be like, hey, we look pretty good in this game. As they completely stomped them in this game too. Nothing close about it. Beastcoast, they take both of the wins here today against IG.
Fantastic showing by Beastcoast. A 2-0 for them means that they can relax by the poolside for the rest of the day. They only have 1 series today, so they smashed it out of the park, and we'll be seeing them again tomorrow. IG, they have a lot to work on before their next series today. Later on, they'll face Shopify Rebellion, but we're here going to try to break the game down that we just witnessed. I'm joined by Arezzo, Winter, and Brian. Brian, this game, we kind of saw the writings on the wall during the draft. We gave them some glimmers of hope, or rather, well, you guys really tried. But they couldn't seem to make any moves.
Yeah, it seemed like this SF is the nail in the coffin. We saw it yesterday. Like, I thought the draft was already rough, and I didn't even consider him going mid. So the fact that he also went mid against the melee spirit hero Ember, that's traditionally a horrible matchup for Ember, so the game looked even worse than it already was, because you have Void, who doesn't pressure Doom. You have Timbersaw against a Strength hero in the off lane, or I guess Universal hero in the off lane. And then you have SF against Ember. It's just a disaster from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. This game was a complete stomp, and you know, I'm just happy that I get to see one more SF from the gym.
Because you're not seeing anymore.
Yeah, I'm not gonna see for a while, but I'm still excited for the playoffs and more of that. I mean, it was you know 3-1 lanes into very good moves, very good rotations. I love the way that they were protecting Gym Park and during the mid, you know, the rotations from the IG. Every time everybody, like, you know, anybody like went to on the Gym Park, there was like 4 TPs right there, or like 3 TPs, and 1 hero was already in the place to, you know, defend him. And I don't see that a lot, you know, a lot more often from the other teams, because it's a very unique play, and not a lot of teams, you know, put that much effort to protect their mid hero.
That's what happens when you replace Hector on the team. You get the, you know, get down, Mr. President, as everyone's like trying to save you from all the bullets flying from all sides.
I mean, do you guys think after everything we've seen, you can actually open a draft with 8 pick SF?
On this team, yes.
Yeah.
For Beastcoast?
They've done that, right? They've opened SF clock.
They did it 6-7. They didn't even do it on 8.
Yeah, exactly. So they've done it, but I think that's why we saw the clock banned, because I guess IG thought both games that if they ban out the clock, they don't have to worry about the SF at all.
Yeah, they did that in particular, I felt like, against the Timber opening. And right now they have the Timber themselves, so I guess they feel like the hero is also fine against the other carries.
Yeah.
I don't know if we talked about it, but, you know, replacing Gym Park, you know, Hector with the Gym Park, like, you thought that Star was leaving the team, you know, because everybody thought that the K1 was a Star. And there comes another guy, and he's like, he looks even better than the Hector. Like, how many stars are there in this region, you know?
It's a different type of, like, way that he's, like, shining, though.
Yeah, it's totally different heroes that he's shining on.
He plays a lot more with the team, I feel. Is that fair to say?
It is.
They're not protecting a guy farming. They're protecting a guy that's playing like a high damage mid-game hero that's going to turn and kill everybody rather than go hit some creeps.
Yeah, his playstyle as a carry is more about, like, not just about him getting rich and solo carrying the game. It's more about like how he can help his team get rich at the same time. I really like carries that have this kind of mindset. He comes to the fights most of the time. He defends his towers. He's not really afraid of giving up his life so that his team, like tanking a chrono so his team wins the fight. I really like carries like this.
Yeah, like the Jackie SF. No, but of course the names are one thing wrong on the plays, but the rest is all correct.
Yeah, I mean the way they also play, like even they're from behind. Like most of the teams, they always try to create space with 4 heroes to make, you know, their carry hero farm. But this team, they would just like bait the enemy team into them and like have Gym Park join them and, you know, fight them back together as a team, as a group. And it also gives him more extra farm with those extra kills, you know. And it's a totally different approach, and I love to see that from this team.
Yeah, it's looking very good. Beastcoast is now second in the group. Tomorrow they'll actually face Team Liquid. So that will be very exciting. They're 9-5 right now. IG, they are, I mean, you can see here, of course, they're still 4th from the bottom, 4-7, 4-8 after that game, actually. Would make statistically more sense? Yes, it would. So 4-8, which is still not great. I will say, though, previous major, the Berlin Major, IG and Beastcoast were also in the same group, as a lot of teams often find themselves in the same group. They tied that series when they played in the groups, and they both didn't make it through. So it is very clear to see which team here has definitely stepped it up since the last major, and changing a player really made a big difference for Beastcoast, because they're not just, you know, making it out of the groups, Brian. They are topping the group almost.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've won the last 4 games, right? So at this point, what I'm seeing is them really separate. They're basically guaranteed through.
Yeah.
And now we're getting a really tight-knit group for the 6th place slot.
We
The
are.
5th and 6th is like almost shored up. Like the top 5, very obvious.
Mhm.
And then the bottom 4, I think everyone's got a shot there, right? Like best is 4-8, worst is 3-9, 4-10. So
Yeah, there's still hope for SEA.
Yeah, would you believe it? Right now there is also still hope for Evil Geniuses, who's 1-11. A lot is depending on a game that's going on right now, not just with EG, but also with PSG.LGD, who is 6th at the moment. Because we are moving into Group B right now. Group B is a little bit more clear-cut in terms of numbers at the bottom, at least. But it's going to be very interesting, and it's interesting to see that, I mean, yes, we know which teams are most likely moving on and not moving on. But there's still a lot possible with the games that are still to be played. Our next series, Quest versus BetBoom. That's the top 2 of the group, Rezo.
Juicy series. I'm actually sad that I'm not gonna be able to watch this one.
You're not?
Yeah, I'm not on the panel. Yeah, I'm
Well,
for the
you're
next
gonna
series.
still watch it.
He only
I'm
watches the
still
games
watch.
he's paid to watch.
No. I will still watch, but I'm not gonna get to explain and talk about this series with you guys.
We can maybe set up an in-ear. I'll relay your
Yeah.
messages.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll sound really smart for one panel.
Yeah, but this 1-11 that you're talking about not being eliminated, it makes me so sad because last tournament, Berlin Major, I played standing for the best.
Still salty.
I'm still salty because we had 7 wins and we still were eliminated from the group. 7 wins.
I mean, I
how
must
much
say,
more I can do there?
That was,
you could do 8.
Yeah,
I mean, I
that
could
was
do
one
8.
of the most even group stages I think has ever happened at any major whatsoever. So it's credit. You were one of those. You've been a part of that.
I've been a part of that.
Making history in one way.
Making history and going down with the ship.
Well,
Yeah.
considering we won't be able to hear your thoughts on the Quest vs. BetBoom series during the series itself, what are your thoughts on it?
I think it's gonna be 1-1. I think it's gonna be a very close one, and it's gonna be like a lot of back and forth. And because these two teams, they're very solid on laning. They're very good at pressuring the map and feeling the macro game as well. I'm just, I'm waiting for 1-1.
Yeah, I'm waiting for some exciting games. Of course, you'll hear the thoughts of Winter and Brian during the game itself, or rather when we talk about that series, which we'll do, but not before a break. So we'll be back with more Dota 2 here at the Bali Major.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
And that means we have a blockbuster coming your way. It's Quest versus BetBoom. Now, both these teams doing very well, the top of their group, and we're here to talk about them. I'm joined by Winter, BSJ, and we have replaced Resolution with Aurora. Hey, Aurora, how are you doing?
Good. I'm happy to replace Resolution.
Well, upgrade. Easy upgrade. All good. So these two teams, they're both doing very well, but there's one glaring difference here, Aurora. Both teams need points. Loads of deep sea points needed for them to make TI.
I think it's gonna be quite close, these two teams. But I would say BetBoom players kind of have more experience because, you know, like Nightfall has been playing the game pretty long. And I just think it's down to who is pressing the buttons better. Honestly, these two teams, because I've seen Quest games, it's not like they have this very rigid play style going on, you know, but they're just good at whatever they play.
Yeah.
And even in their draft, you can see they don't care, like, I need to pick a stable hero in the first phase, you know? They don't do that. They just pick whatever they feel very comfortable with. And I think BetBoom's the same. It's just really the gap is just experience gap.
And you think BetBoom wins that experience gap?
I would like to think so.
All right, Brian, you agree?
Absolutely not. As I do believe BetBoom has experience of flopping on lands. So this is the series where I think Quest is going to, you know, show them who has their number. Because Quest, I don't know, they're just on something. I don't know what it is, but I want a piece of it because these guys are riding a high for sure.
I mean, they are very good at the laning phase. On the other hand, sometimes I feel like BetBoom's drafts can be a bit like iffy. Sometimes they just are in their own world, they just draft, and it works because they win the lane so hard, so it makes it feel like, oh, the draft was fine. But in reality, if it's a 50-50 game, it might not be as good.
That's true. Now, for Quest, I know that's a long way away. They have 232 DPC points. Not really a lot. They started the year in Division 2, so they lack some points. There is a way for them to make it to TI based on points, but they have to basically win. I mean, not basically. They have to win this event and then also hope that the rest of the points get soaked up by teams that are already at the top anyway. So there's a little bit of a caveat there. BetBoom, they're 12th, which is okay, but a little bit, of course, in the danger zone. They have 760 points. They would like to get some more points out of this. Both are, of course, on the way. 2 more points. I think BetBoom is a little bit more comfortable there as well. And Brian is correct. They have not done too well in both Lima and Berlin, but they have been very vocal about that. They said, you know what? In Lima, they came 15th, 16th, which is terrible. Well, it's still good. You're still top 16 in the world. Don't worry. But they said they struggled with illness. They had high temperatures going into the matches, so that impacted them. And it's a shame that Rezo's not here. But their main reason for them for being 13th, 14th at Berlin, they're like, yeah, we were playing with a stand-in. We were playing with Rezo. Can't. No, they didn't.
Maybe they needed Aurora instead.
Yeah, they did.
Here.
They would have been maybe better off now. They still, I mean, we heard Rezo. They still did okay, but not okay enough. We have the draft ready for us as well. Aurora, we got BetBoom opening up with the techies. And anything unusual that you see? Because, of course, we do have the Pugna ban to avoid the Pugna storm coming out? Anything that you keep your eye on?
Yeah, I was gonna
here?
say, where's the Enchantress?
And where's the timber saw?
These are all fantastic questions, as there's no way Amar turns down the timber saw.
I mean, I'm just surprised that BetBoom respected the Snapfire to ban it first phase. I mean, I guess it's a way quests go along with their games because they just like to pick noob's hero first, you know, and Snapfire is a hero that you can flex anywhere. And there you go, the timber saw.
We saw that coming.
Nah. Unheard of.
I mean, so do you pick the Medusa right away here?
I think the Shadow Demon was meant to be like a preemptive.
But how much do you care though? How much do you care?
We'll see. In about 10-15 seconds, perhaps.
The Medusa can be quite tricky here because there is a Shadow Demon, right? And you kind of feel very difficult in team fighting because this guy is just so annoying. He's gonna disrupt you, get your illusions, and then he's gonna purge you. You can't move. I mean, technically, Medusa can't move anyway, but it's not that ideal of a situation to be in as a Medusa.
Then what would you go for right now? I mean,
Honestly, I don't mind Monkey King, and then
you need to use this 8th pick.
yeah, I really don't mind the Monkey King. Oh well, it's just
This is
pure
this
thing.
is BetBoom. The Pure has two heroes he plays. One of those is Doombringer. Pretty good against Timbersaw, like in the later stages of the game. Allows you to like effectively ignore him for 18 seconds or take all the time you need to bring him down. Also a good way to deal with Amar is just not let him press his buttons. I was watching Amar. I just want to highlight Amar real quick. This guy, he's an innovator. The way he plays the game of Dota 2. He was playing offlane Razor in a pub, and somebody adaptive striked him on Morph when he had Lincolns so that they could morph into him. When the adaptive strike was in the air, he dropped his Lincolns on the ground, ate the adaptive strike, picked it back up, and blocked the morph. So I'll just say that this guy, he does some really cool things. And watching him play heroes like Timbersaw, these are his bread and butter. He only has like three or four bread and butter heroes.
I mean, it sounds like some morphing player that cast ulti and put the Aghanim's in the backpack after that.
Oh, that was Nightfall. I see where you went with that. Yeah, I mean, these guys, they know their stuff. Either way, I think the Doom is pretty comfort zone pick for BetBoom. They know how to enable it. It's a strong lane with techies. There's very few heroes in the meta right now that can punish it. And most of those don't really go with Shadow Demon either, so none of those are like illusion heroes.
I mean, I guess no matter how good you are at pressing your buttons, as a Doom now, so you can't press your buttons.
That's true.
Very true.
That's how I get people, is they think they have to do me. I would have missed the buttons anyway. Chiefs, what are you writing down there?
I'm just writing in the draft like what I always do.
Okay.
It's all good. I normally, I mean, this phase normally either tells us what the teams are trying to do in the second half of the draft, but it feels to me that they're, at least in the case of BetBoom, they're just, you know, batting out the heroes that they couldn't bat out in the first phase to begin with, like the Enchantress.
Yeah, I mean, the drafts are pretty well-rounded. It doesn't really show too much. You know.
Yeah.
Heroes are just very, very solid. They have a support that's really good in the lane. Maybe not so much Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon he's okay in the lane. Not as strong as a Tekis would be.
I feel like Quest is now thinking about Medusa, whether they need to think about TB at all. Because SD and Timbersaw, they are really great against TB. But when you have a Medusa, you just feel very uncomfortable playing into a TB, you know. He presses reflection and like suddenly you're not as strong as you think you are. But there is a SD, there is a Timber, so I feel like they don't really need to consider that much. And if Medusa is what they feel comfortable with, they should just pick it.
Yeah, they can end the draft with Medusa, and BetBoom is also definitely thinking about that, you know, like do they snatch the Medusa right away and just deal with the Shadow Demon, or do they just let Quest have it and come up with a plan for it? Like I just feel like the games are really hard when you're playing against Medusa, Morphling. Those are the two carries that I feel like they always have an advantage in the game, and you're always on a timer that you have to try to counter it, you have to deal with it, and Quest definitely just feels like BetBoom could also pick it, so they're picking it right away. The draft meta right now is like very different from before. like you would always consider saving the course pick to later. But nowadays, people are just trying to pick it because there's a few heroes that are so good that you just have to pick it early, and you're not worried about having counters in the game.
Well, it makes them good in the case of the carry heroes, Medusa and Morph, is that they're the only carries really right now that win their lane. So being able to pick them early is because of the reliability they have in the lane, that even if you are countered by a few heroes, you'll have enough items to itemize. That's what I love about Dota, is pretty much every bad matchup can be solved with items. So as long as you can get those items, that's all that matters. Jug, one of my favorite heroes against Dusa, because you can attack her while invulnerable during the Omni Slash. The Shadow Demon throws a little bit of a wrench in that equation, but if you combine the fact that you have like Doom jumping the back lines and Jug jumping the front lines, that might be a little bit more difficult on paper than it is on paper for Quest to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, I like that BetBoom. They are just putting a lot of emphasis on the laning phase itself. You know, like Juggernaut is a very strong laner if you pair it with a very aggressive support. We've seen usually Lich paired with Juggernaut, so it gives you a lot of kill potential in the lane itself. And we've seen a lot of games, you know, like if you just have a really good start, you get the Lotus, you get the Wisdom Runes, the game just feels really unplayable for the enemy team, you know. You can have a better draft for the mid-late game, but if you don't have an early game, it really doesn't matter at all.
Do you think Quest is going to struggle in the lanes? Because I still like their lanes right now.
Right now, it still seems like it's fine, you know. I'm just talking more about like why they are prioritizing the lanes right now.
In comes a Pango.
Yeah, a good hero against the Dusa. You're a diffuser hero. You can also be the solution towards the Shadow Demon, which Brian brought up. If you're a Juggernaut, you don't really want to deal with the Shadow Demon, so the Pangolier can do that for you.
And that's one of GPK's classics as well, so that'll come out strong. And I'm kind of entertained with the possibility of most likely position 5 being overall last pick by BetBoom. I say possibly because there's still the flex potential. We have seen them. We've seen them flex the Doom once, but that was when Enchantress was still in the pool and they put an Enchantress on the offlane.
It actually happens quite a lot on first pick phase right now. If you look at Gladiator's draft too, when they are first pick, they more or less last picks the support hero. I think the drafting has just changed so much in the last couple of months and patches that because there's a very specific hero that you really want to get right away, and you can define the whole team's playstyle around it. So you just have to, and more or less it's going to be the core hero. And the supports are just, if you're not Techies or Undying, you're not getting picked early, you know.
Aurora, what hero would you like to see against the Pangolier, or is the Primal Beast one that you're happy with?
I was gonna say they should get a stun, because there's no way you just allow this Pango to play his game right. Right now you have the Shadow Demon team or some of the they don't really stop the Pango from doing his thing, but Primal Beast is a decent stunner, I would say, and it's really good against Juggernaut because even if you spin, he can still press his ulti on you. I think it's a good hero. However, I think it's gonna take a while before you can kind of just surprise jump this
Let
hero.
me ask you guys, wouldn't you guys prefer a Puck there to deal with the Pangolier?
I'd prefer a more mobile guy, personally. Yeah, like a Puck. Something that BetBoom would have trouble locking down, because Primal Beast, like he offers the stun that Quest needs, but he's also kind of like throwing himself into heroes that are a little bit tough to throw yourself into. I feel like the Techie's Mines on the ground, like the Doom counter initiation. They have enough buttons, I think, on BetBoom that they're not afraid of pressing a few of them on the guy that goes first and saving a few of them for the others. I've been raving about Primal Beast for like 2 months, so I think this hero was slept on for a really long time. I really like this hero, but I also think even though he pierces BKB with his ultimate, that 90% of his damage still is mitigated by the BKB, and that means that, like, I think it feels bad to buy a BKB, but it doesn't necessarily feel bad to be like Jugger Lifestealer with a built-in one against the Primal.
And what I was thinking is really, I prefer someone who can go in and kill them promptly without having the Medusa to be the one to connect, you know. I was thinking of something like Tiny. I know there's a Doom there, but like if you have a Tiny, this Juggernaut, this Pango, they feel a lot more threatened to be farming safely, so to say, because Primal Beast, he still needs certain timing to get to his dagger, and you kind of don't really want it because you're a mid hero. You want to buy items that help you scale first before you buy the dagger. I don't think he has the luxury to do that. I think he's gonna buy the Phase
Boost,
Blade Mail. Yeah.
Phase Blade Mail, perhaps even Drums later. I think the CM's amazing pick I liked it in the second round because it goes well with Jug as opposed to Lich, just because the Lich armor can get purged by Shadow Demon. But what I like so much about the CM is I just said that the Primal's going to go on you, and it's kind of on BetBoom to like kite them back a little bit. And CM's like one of the best supports in the entire game to do this.
Freezing Field is in Bali's game. You just need to wait out the initial jump. There's not many other small stuns that can stop you. Once the Primal comes in, the Stone Gaze goes off, you go in and you can actually win the fight on your own. And Bane's a rather interesting hero here. I guess the lock. That's what they are looking at
too. Yeah. I actually really like BetBoom's draft. I know I was hyping up Quest going into this, but I think that BetBoom's like whole approach to the map as well as team fights is just way simpler to me. I think they have Fiend's Gripped and Primal Beast ulti to grab these BKB targets, but connecting and like killing these guys with the heroes they have on Quest feels a bit awkward to me.
I think for Quest, their support picks are a little bit difficult to play out in the early phase. But I would say I really like their tri-core. Like, they help each other a lot. And I just think on BetBoom's side, they might have a lot of moments where they probably can't farm that much because their heroes are really, really soft, I would say. If they get a jump on them, and I feel like they're just gonna die, But I would say it's easier to execute overall for BetBoom's draft.
Well, you guys are forgetting that it is an ATF Timbersaw, I think. So it's gonna be interesting to watch this game play out with the top two teams of Group B being brought to you by OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, this matchup should be quite the game of Dota 2. These two teams, they've been looking better than ever on the rise through this group stage. Excuse me, the hiccup. Too excited.
Too excited, I know. It's all right.
BetBoom versus Quest Esports. Fog, what we're going to get to see today, right, as you were talking to me during the draft, is basically Quest saying, we're going to pick the Medusa. Looked like BetBoom was sort of allowing them to do this.
Yeah.
This is their answer. Is this going to be the answer that's going to be able to beat the Tier 2000 Medusa?
It's a good question. They have a lot of very comfortable heroes. It's Pure on his Doom, his best, Save on one of his best. I'm really curious to see what we're going to have to go down here, because also Quest, they've gone down a route of having multiple different BKB piercing disables to address Pango, address Jug Spin and stuff like that, so Fiend's Grip, etc. So this should be a fun one, and I'm wondering if, what we're going to see really in particular, because I don't know if they talked about it on the panel, couldn't hear it toward the end there, but the Blade Dance talent, the one that everyone talks about versus the Jug. Most lifesteals don't really, don't work, of course, versus Mana Shield, because you're not actually taking damage. Blade Dance is not actually one because it happens pre-mitigation, so I'm looking forward to a ton of things. I hope this one goes long. I hope it's like kind of close and chaotic, because I want to see a lot of these interactions kind of go off, and yeah, this should be one of the best games, in theory, of our group stages, and let's hope.
I mean, we've seen both of these teams win a lot. How do you reckon their playstyle is going to match up against each other? Like, what is it that's been making both of these
of their drafts? I think that's the thing that I've seen, but it's just understanding. They really just know when to hit. They know when to be patient. These guys are they're so good at waiting for their timings, and have to, of course, when you're talking about Quest, yes, TA 2000, incredible carry who's been dominating the scene for some time. Have to give Amar some credit right now. Amar is decimating this tournament with off-lane Slark and stuff like that. So yeah, this is an absolute treat to see, as both sides have so many things to talk about, from flashy heroes, flashy combinations, as well as just signature heroes across the board.
Yeah, I mean, Amar and his Timbersaw, one of the best right now. You can't be too unhappy with that one.
Yup. I'm curious to see how this is all going to go down. I like a lot of things that I'm seeing about just aggression and the way the teams are setting up. On the side of Quest, it's a bit more defensive with like an SD Bane overall, but I'm wondering to see what that's going to actually do in this game to be able to protect this Medusa, control these heroes versus these BKBs and stuff. As I feel like BetBoom, they want to play incredibly aggressive this game in comparison.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo is going to get brought down pretty low by these illusions.
It's... God, no, he almost gets killed. Also, is that a... Okay, I didn't see it through the blood grenade. I thought it was the TA 2000, but he does have one on the Medusa. That's cool. But yeah, very aggressive lineup, I would say, from BetBoom. I think the CM pick is them saying, we want to be constantly running at you guys, not really giving you the space, and we want to have kill threat constantly in this bottom lane to attempt to shut down this Timbersaw. So yeah, looking forward to it. And let's see what we get in these lanes.
What lane do you think has got the biggest kill threat?
Both side lanes have a lot of kill threat from the safe lane in particular on the side of BetBoom, but then in the off lane, actually BetBoom, pretty much both of them, right? They have set up themselves up for a lot of aggression. mid lane. Looking forward to see how this matchup is going to go too. Noob.
Bit of a pause.
Okay.
What's going on here?
Some team speak stuff.
All right.
Okay. So it looks
good,
like Kaori, he's going to have the pull available for himself up top right off the bat. They are getting a lot of harassment. That's the one thing. It's like this techies, and I think I mention it every time that BetBoom has Pure on his Doom. They are masters of this. It's like very like when Tundra was just dominating everything with 33. They know how to play aggressive with the Scorchers so well. So right off the bat, actually, they've got TA 2000 down to like 100 man already.
I mean, because this sort of lane duo, it can really start to snowball, right?
I think both, like honestly, they have really good kill setups on both these side lanes. The mid lane, I feel like that's the one that can kind of go both ways in a way. I think Noob can actually take advantage more than GPK can to punish him. But on the two side lanes, I feel like BetBoom have the advantage to play aggressive. That being said, though, Quest, they do have ways to protect each other, especially bottom, right? Shadow Demon with the Timbersaw, they have ways to stop any type of kill threat. But top, we could see a lot of kills. I'm just unsure if Bane is a hero in particular. That's the one that I'm looking at.
What do you think it was about this game that made them want to go for the Bane? Is it just the fact that there's a Jug and a Pango? You want to have that Fiend's Grip?
Probably the majority of it. Yeah, I would think so. I'm trying to look and think of what else it could be. I mean, Enfeeble can be a little bit annoying, of course, too, for some of these heroes, but not really in particular. So I think it's 90% just the Fiend's Grip.
And we'll see how much sort of safety Corey can give TA 2000 in this lane.
He doesn't feel like he can. He doesn't feel like he can protect too much. Honestly, Techies is too good. This hero is like the absolute best laner of harassment because you have a built-in Dragonlance for some reason and best base damage and everything. So. TA 2000 is actually going to be the one who pulls the lane.
Yeah, it just has to play sort of a safer place. Doesn't want to be in a position to be jumped upon by BetBoom. Bottom lane so far, CS pretty even.
Jug should free farm. There's not really many ways that I could see Quest applying pressure honestly in the two side lanes at all. I feel like BetBoom have the advantage of that one. That being said though, Amar should be able to farm because he has the SD behind him. I'm worried about this top lane, really. I'm worried for the Medusa's start.
He's playing it safe as they can, tier 2000. I don't think he's going to want to step beyond his tier 1 anytime soon. He's playing around the pools. It's going to mean, Pure.
Bottom. Omar.
They can go for this here. Toronto Tokyo should be able to get away. And Omar with the disruption. It'll keep him safe. Nightfall's not going to be able to continue to push for the kill.
He probably could have. He actually had a blood grenade, so he probably could have committed for it, but he decides not to. He's like, nah, I'm expending too many resources.
Yeah, it could have been risky if Tamar starts coming back across.
It's just not worth it.
In the chains.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk there for Nightfall. Just he's free farming, so he just wanted to go for a quick little kill setup if he can. And I like that. Blood grenade, of course, has become. We're seeing it more and more, but I think this item, even on carries, even on cores, etc., everyone should be buying it off cooldown, almost inside the laning phase. It always gets you kills. It's like an extra spell.
See, tier 2000. I mean, how easy is it going to be sort of after the laning stage for BetBoom to hunt down this Medusa? You know, for Quest, who's going to be able to make space for this Medusa to get the farm required?
I mean, they have the two other lanes going pretty well, right? The Timber, we know how aggressive Amar can be, so him and Noob, they can definitely make some space. That being said, I mean, they absolutely do have ways to hunt with Pure and Save playing these two because that's how they play. They play super aggressive, especially Save in particular on his techies. Taking away Healing Lotus is very important early game too. You're taking those away from a Medusa, it's massive. So they will claim the first one. Nightfall. Take some poisons.
The poison.
Gotta remember that spin does not get rid of it.
Yeah,
so.
if they're able to sort of keep him low in these situations, especially once Amar's got the levels, they might be able to dive in themselves.
He's always got Healing Ward though, so.
Sure, I guess Toronto Tokyo will always be prepared to hold them back with a Frostbite if they do start to dive.
Yeah, he's chilling on Nightfall. I mean, getting slowed down slightly on some last hits, but nowhere near the same thing as TA 2000 so far here. And no lanes being moved. Everyone's just sticking in their lanes right now. So, looking at mid, they're both going to just be able to claim their water runes. And so far, just a slight edge for Noob.
Do you think that's expected with these heroes?
Yeah, to be expected in this matchup. Yeah, when you have Uproar as well too, when you get the point in it, you have like that big base damage advantage every time you pop it too. So. It's only slight though. GPK should be able to keep himself like pretty close. 0-0.
And what do you think sort of caused the change of Nightfall's approach with Ironbuild? Because he initially did have the Manta queued up first, but just opted to start to go for the Battle Fury, the farm build.
Probably just feeling that he's. I mean, actually, I'm not too sure. I like the Battle Fury of this game quite a lot. That if he just goes for that one, I thought maybe he does Tread's Defusal into Battle Fury, depending on the game.
Might get a
state,
kill here.
Omar.
Omar is in trouble. A few more hits, and that'll do it. First blood.
They might strike back though. Frostbite will hold Omar back. They do get it.
Nightfall's going to be kept low, but he's going to be happy. First blood for him, and he'll be able to continue to farm.
30 HP. Omar tries for it. He's trying. He's trying.
Got to be careful.
All right, Nightfall. Playing with danger here. Meanwhile, top, they do end up getting that kill as we're staring at bottom. Nightfall getting the kill. They're slowing down this Medusa as well, too, and getting a kill. Great start here for BetBoom.
I mean, this is what you said, right? The two side lanes.
Two side lanes are
always
scary.
going to have this potential.
Yeah. It's just a lot of kill threat. It's a lot of kill threat and a lot of defensive side in the comparison here for Quest, from the two supports in particular. Like, I think BetBoom, it's like you can't really ask for more aggressive supports on BetBoom, right? CM and techies in laning phase, it's all about just like dishing out damage, going for constant kills off of your cooldowns. Very nice start here. It's 6 minutes soon to be hit, so Power Rune at Nightfall just keeps...
No, he's really teasing with him. He's like, you know, he's done the maths. He knows that a Timber Chain alone is never going to kill him.
And now he's got Healing Ward. He'll pick up some... He'll pick up a salve even from the courier, just top himself up. Power Rune, noob. He'll be the one to get it. This should be an easy kill on the save. Catches a mid-jump.
Alright, they get themselves a kill on the board.
That was hot. Doesn't have to use the haste rune either, so he could actually set up for another kill here once he has the trample with any +1.
Yeah, even just being able to TP up to the side.
Yeah.
Side lane and go for the gank with the trample could cause issues.
Yeah, it could actually set up onto something like Pure to get that extra little bit of space there for a TA2000. So, yeah, eyes on Noob in the next moments.
I mean, despite dying top, you know, TA2000, he's
still pretty okay, actually. Yeah.
He's not falling too far behind us, yes.
No. And Kaori is already actually sneaking already into position to steal the Wisdom Rune. Now this is clever because he's got the Nightmare, so I mean, save. Yeah, he's gonna have to He's gonna have to predict and blast off to stun the Bane. Perhaps they're both.
I mean, they're
both expecting this. Pure's calling it. I mean, Pure's making the move over with save, so they're both trying to.
I mean, you're right. Save. He might just jump.
Oh. He knows.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, two heroes here. That's gonna be a bit too much for Corey to deal with. Pure's able to pick up the Wisdom Rune, and Corey. Let's see if he can run away.
He can walk
this.
away.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's all right.
Yeah, he's too speedy. Pure, of course, tanking up the gauntlets in the ring, doesn't have any movement speed himself, so won't get the Wisdom Rune, but won't die.
Yep, and Omar, a very efficient play for him. He goes and gets the Wisdom Rune, but not before he gets stacks at the ready. I believe he has a triple hard camp stack. So, Noob, I've seen a lot of people drag waves to hard camp when you're playing Primal Beast, and I mean, he'll drag it to a different one, but this is one of the best ways that you can efficiency as a Primal, because you just clear it so quickly. So even though those two kills, of course, did see them go the way of BetBoom, mid having a pretty significant advantage now after that first blood. And Amar, he's having the same net worth as a Doom.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only level 1 Devourer, but either way.
I mean, we always see this on Amar. He always manages to find the gold and get the lead. And even, yeah, in the situation where he was in a lane where he lost his support, it doesn't matter. He's still soaking up the action. He's going to hit level 6.
Yep. And he'll just sit here. I mean, this is the Amar special, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really many heroes you can bring down to push him out of this lane.
No.
Right?
There is a Omni Slash available, though. So, does have to be a little bit careful how far he does step up here. If there's a rotation with the CM and the Jug, they do have kill threat if he doesn't have SD. And here's the rotation. Nope. Not with the haste rune anymore.
Save. He's going to try and jump across to help out.
Doom.
Pure, he goes for the TP out, won't make it.
Nice
The damage too much.
That's a wasted Doom.
It is.
That's
so
a big deal.
A very effective move from Noob. They get the kill, and Doom gets tanked up.
GPK trying to take advantage of that move here a bit. DD hitting onto the tower as much as possible. But Noob is here. He's going to charge. He has ult available. Okay.
See if they can grab it.
He's in trouble.
Buckle away, but indeed the ult's back up, and he's gone.
Oh, Noob.
Oh, I mean,
it's the difference maker.
What a rotate. Yeah, goes top. Helps to kill off the offlane and then back to mid. He kills the mid.
GPK, I mean, he stayed up forward too far, it felt like. Just continuing to hit this tower here. He even saw the Primal Beast moving, so he was confident he'd be able to survive.
Bottom lane.
Amar?
He's got him.
Oh my
Nightfall,
goodness.
He tried to make the Omni Slash play, but there was creeps about. It weren't going to happen, and Amar kills him.
And he's alone. He didn't have a +1. Oh, Quest. 3K lead.
These are
huge
kills.
moves.
9 minutes in, 3K lead against a BetBoom that's looked ferocious so far in this tournament.
With very comfortable heroes. They're going to go aggressive up top again, but TA2000 has a Healing Lotus and 12 wand charges. He's just fine. And even another rotation noob.
Oh, look at him go.
He's
just
killing
everywhere
it.
on this dinosaur.
I mean, this is the perfect game, really, for him in these first 10 minutes. TA2000 is now ahead. 500 ahead of his Jug counterpart. Nightfall, yeah, a bit of a mess up there. Trying to go for this kill onto Amar.
They're going to try and get TA2000.
Okay. Should be able to. Oh.
The nice attempt with the Jukes. But it's not enough. I mean, Noob's turned up, but he has got his ult. If they get some more backup, maybe he can fight. But he's going to stand his ground with the ult.
He's got buddies, but he's getting low.
Yeah, he's going to go down surely. GPK's in with a swashbuckle, double kill for Toronto Tokyo. This is what BetBoom needed. They bring the numbers and they take the fight.
GPK, oh, swashbuckle, can't quite connect.
The connection with the sticky. And any sort of cute play Omar can make here is going to try to get in the gates, but damage is done. So BetBoom, after losing a few of those early kills, they just group up. They realize that they've got to do something. They can't allow Quest to keep doing this.
No, love the moves. I mean, GPK. You have to continue being active even if you do see this Primal Beast having this good game. He doesn't get all 3 kills. Actually, Tokyo gets 2 of them.
Got 2, yeah,
if
double
GPK
kill.
gets all 3, he almost has Diffusal. So that would have been massive, really, for them to have even more kill threat onto this Dusa. Either way, though, a nice hit, 5-5. Noob. Still playing around the top side. He has stacks to farm on, and he's, I mean, more than halfway to BKB. It's a very big Primal Beast still. So a good hit there from BetBoom, of course, but Quest farming very nicely across the map.
TA2000 is going to be able to play this safe side of the map now.
Just keep Amar in that dangerous territory.
I mean, and when it comes down to the farm game, is there a team that you prefer? Like, will this Medusa rule against all, or do BetBoom have a good enough answers with their scaling?
Man, I don't know. I'm actually uncertain. Because the Jug can get to that ridiculous point. That's why I was hoping we get like this really even, because I want to see what happens. What's going to happen when there's like the 20 talents on this Jug, diffusals and stuff like that on this Pango with an Aghanim's. I'm uncertain. Because Dusa has reigned supreme in a lot of different situations, but BetBoom have definitely shown that they have answers.
Nightfall, in terms of his progress, he's closing in on the Battle Fury. And when he has that done, should be able to stay on par with the farm of the Medusa.
Up top, not looking to continue going for save here. Don't want to get turned on.
Bottom. I mean, now that Amar's had the start that he has had, even if they come in with an Omni Slash and
they're going to
+1, it's just not an easy kill.
They're going to doom him. Get him out of that lane. Nightfall wants him away. I wouldn't blame him.
I think he's going to be ready for this, though.
Let's see.
Amar.
He get away. He has Lotus.
He has it complete.
That is early.
No, he's going to be back
Nah,
up
he's
to tier
gone.
1. He knows that
and he might even just get the kill.
Toronto Tokyo does indeed nearly die. He's going to go back in. So that was an attempted gank there to take down the Timber.
They might get another, too.
I think they might. Omar's got the setup with the disruption. Fiendscript to follow up. That's a gank gone wrong.
Gank gone very wrong, Amar.
Double kill from, I mean, he'll be laughing about that one.
No tip? Well, I was expecting a tip,
yeah,
Amar.
Reserved from him there. That was definitely a tip moment. 3 heroes come for the gank. You end up killing 2 of them.
He is massive.
Oh, he is.
Yeah,
now he's at the top, and if this continues, he's going to be staying up there.
Such a good purchase this game, too. The Lotus Orb is incredible. Look at what he's playing against, right? He's playing versus Jug and Doom. Right? He's going to be able to either reflect some type of incredible spells. He's going to be able to dispel frostbites. There's a lot of different things that he can actually do with this itemization.
I mean, it does feel like, Quest with this lead, they may be a lineup that's around a Medusa, but when you're 4K up at 13 minutes, and the timings that they're hitting on their core and their mid, their offlane, they can really start to push the issue quite early this
Noob
game.
has a BKB. They have full items completed so early.
And Toronto Tokyo's just completely destroyed.
Uh-oh. Pure also. A bit tankier.
They're moving up.
But they've got 4.
Let's see if they can take down Pure. It's going to be able to get back to the tier 2. And with Nightfall and save here, they won't dive any further.
No.
So he's okay. They'll settle for the tier 1 push here, Quest. But 5K lead, they're building such an advantage.
They're applying just so much pressure, really just mostly at the back of Noob. The amazing game that he's had with his rotations near level 12, BKB, he's feeling immortal. And they have Amar just playing his own game down bottom, doing pretty much anything he wants. Yeah, the dream, really.
And starting to see, Pure's farm, it's fallen off. Which is
It really has
rare
fallen
to see
off.
when he's on his Doom.
And it's rare. I usually don't see him go for the Meteor Hammer build, so that's an interesting one also to see. As Kaori's just denying creeps while he's chasing. Okay, that's just pretty but he got the... even taunts him. He got the money creep too with the deny. So.
I mean, Nightfall's trying to get some farm down in this lane, but it's not a fun place to be.
No, look at Amar. He's just high-fiving him. He's like, go for me, please. I just Lotus. Fantastic stuff here. Quest. This entire tournament, 9-1 so far.
You're doing this so far up against BetBoom. It's quite the performance.
And a BetBoom who has their Doom and stuff like that too, so. Nightfall. Noob is on top of him. They have a great ward here.
Boy.
He's got the grab.
Have they got the burst?
They do.
They certainly do. Very nicely done. Of course, Shift queues up the onslaught after the pulverize, keeps him locked down for that extra bit of bonus, so there's not a chance to play his way out with any sort of ability. Nightfall.
They're decimating this map too versus a Doom. Cure's gonna have Midas, but
he's gonna need a lot of time to hit a lot of creeps to catch up.
Okay, he got the Midas off. Look at Noob, he's everywhere.
You can't
Another
run.
one.
But everywhere you look, he's about. I mean, GPK will manage to get the Rolling Thunder off.
He'll be able to get away, okay. And Noob did pop the BKB.
But they've got to be so prepared to run.
It's always just them running. BetBoom. I mean, they can't deal with this pressure from Quest.
I don't think has Save got anywhere to escape from this.
He might just have to, try to just go for a random TP. He actually connects the mine on Kaori. Might just be able to hide in TP.
Yeah, looks like Omar. Will he find him? No,
not quite.
Not in time. So he will manage to escape. Ether Lens is done for Omar, so we'll have that further setup and ability to save that we've already been seeing him use very well.
The supports are farmed. I mean, the SD in particular because of the stacks. When you save, he's still keeping up with the farm, at least on that side of the BetBoom for the supports. But yeah, we're seeing really the difference. Those cores, that's everything. Amar having a free time. Medusa completely set up for success after only the one death has stacks to be able to go back to and farm. And BetBoom, they need to, it feels like they need to try to make some moves because it's BKB. It's on cooldown for Noob, so they're trying to take advantage of that at the least. But Quest is just one step ahead. Every single time they back up, reset, they join each other.
And this is going to be one of the more farm Tims we've seen.
It's probably the most
17 minutes
farmed.
in, 10.5k net worth.
How does he always do this, Amar? Special. Kaya, Sanj, Lotus, it's 17 minutes in.
Yeah, this is some crazy timings.
The boy is big.
Not only can they not kill him, he will kill them.
And we're seeing itemization from TA2000. It's the Medusa build that we got to see pretty much all the games in Berlin, especially too, was just Manta, Butterfly. You're going to have just this great way to deal with any type of right click, and your ball up. You go for Roche, and you can probably just look to maybe even end very early on with this type of advantage if you do get that type of itemization. I mean, a 7,000 gold lead is insane.
Yeah, this is wild.
Versus BetBoom.
And the way they're doing it in terms of how much they're getting from the map, because they're only 3 kills ahead.
Yeah, and the way that they're doing it with the kind of defensive supports in a way, right? With the Bane and the SD, these two not really looked at so much as just making aggressive kind of plays, but they're playing it so beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, BetBoom sort of, they got the 2 kills to start it off in the lane, but since then, it's very much all been Quest Esports.
Sleep, they get the ward on the high ground. Kiori got the catch on the save.
And they've got the numbers.
Easy kill.
No escape for the techies.
Noob has practiced this quite a lot. Very good with that instant onslaught. And cool that he takes the, I actually like this, the Eye of Vizier. Yeah, reduces your mana, but now you've got this cast range that's absurd for your pulverize.
All right, yeah, that's
a lot
big,
better.
That's a big brain stuff from Noob.
Yeah, I like that. And it's always, I'm like watching the supports like Omar, he's like always paired up with Noob. It's Noob who's the one that leads the charge to get all these aggressive moves. It's been him all game doing that. 8 of the 10 kills have been because of him.
Toronto, Tokyo.
Goes down.
It's just easy kills and easy money for TA2000.
This is looking rough, Owen.
I don't think this is what we expected.
No.
I mean, sure, Quest to get a lead, to have an absolute chance of being BetBoom with how good they've been playing, but to be beating them this hard, 19
in the first
minutes
20 minutes.
This is wild.
Oh, yeah.
As the Fiend's Grip.
Another grab.
Follow up onto GPK. They're
Stone
trying to get
Gaze.
position with the Stone Gaze. GPK trying to roll up. Will get the Thunder off.
Ooh. The demonic purge damage, it's enough.
It's enough. They still kill him. I mean, they have. Pure was able to get Amar, of course, during this time. Over in the river, they get him with the Doom.
But they get GP.
Well,
I mean, the purge damage at the end.
More money for TA2000. You're getting this Medusa involved. It's going to be a super quick timing on the butterfly.
I feel like that was. I mean, I'd have to look at it again, but I think it's like as the Rolling Thunder ends, the demonic purge and the poison pops. So it's like it's not reduced or anything like that. It's that big damage, and it's actually enough. Oh man, Quest. They lose Amar, but whatever. Honestly, like they're having such a great time.
They'll write that down as Space Created.
Oh yeah.
It's like, all right, you can do me. My Medusa is killing your mid.
They can force Roche. Honestly, on Quest, I don't see the easiest way for BetBoom to try to challenge it at this point here with this Medusa being this big. Maybe, I mean, maybe he doesn't even have to, honestly. He might could just be able to sit back and farm because he probably knows how farmed he really is. It's an Arcane Rune down bottom. Another nice one here for Noob. And immediately, support is paired up with him.
See what they can go for next. Yeah, Noob can go wherever. Yeah, BKB back in 20 seconds.
BetBoom, they're not the ones on the aggression at all this game. Having to just play recovery after how these lanes had gone down.
Yeah, and we know that they can play the recovery game.
They can.
They've done it before, but it's definitely a situation they're not that used to being in, right? Because most of the time, BetBoom, they're just cruising ahead from the lanes, from the get-go.
No, absolutely.
And that's not the case this game.
No. 15 hit on Jug. And, okay, so he is eventually going to go for Diffusal. So he does have, I think it's a S&Y finished up now. So versus those piercing disables, this is when you still do see S&Y kind of purchased up. He's versus, you know, Primal Beast and Bane and stuff like that. So does want at least some status resistance to deal with it. Then he's going to go back for Diffusal. So having that option to go for Dusa. But Dusa has a Butterfly. So when's he going to get an MKB is the question.
I don't know. The item timings do not feel favorable.
They don't
for the
feel
Jug,
good.
with this sort of net worth difference. It's not easy at all for Nightfall this game for him to carry.
I mean, they're going to have to build like everything possible to buff him up. Drums, Solar Crests, etc. to try to make this Jug stand toe-to-toe with this Dusa. She's just out farming as well, too. That's the other problem here with the Dusa who's gotten away with this. Level 17, you can pop Manta, send your illusions. Yeah, you have a Battle Fury on Jug, but you can't match a Manta with this Dusa just split pushing, getting all that farm on top of everything.
Yeah. And what do you think sort of held back GPK as much as it has this game? Because it feels like he's not really been able to do much as the Pango so far in this 20 minutes.
I think that death mid was very costly. The one that he died to Noob and he's going for like getting some mid tower damage. He saw the Primal rotating with his ward, so I think that one really set the tempo for Quest.
He must have just underestimated the potential of Noob in that situation.
I mean, that's exactly what it had to have been.
Yeah, I think GPK thought there was no way that he could die there.
Yeah, I think that really stagnated his growth a lot. And then the other thing that stagnated everything was Nightfall bottom, right? He dies to Amar solo after trying to commit for a kill. And okay, yeah, they will eventually just go for this rush. I kind of thought that they would, but I didn't know if they needed to. Yeah. TA2000 just bought a damage item. He had the Scotty queued, and then he's like, screw it. I mean, they can just keep playing fast.
They really are. You know, that is the big thing here for Quest. 22 minutes in, just how much they're pushing the issue around their Medusa.
Yeah.
They're very flexible with sort of the very different ways they can play the games out when they play with TA2000 Medusa. And we're seeing definitely sort of the faster route they can take around this hero sometimes.
And he's got the SD always behind him too, right? So it's 4 points in disruption with a Medusa on top of everything too. So see if they can actually ever get the situations to burst her down on BetBoom. They're farming. The net worth lead hasn't actually grown too much, so I feel like BetBoom, you know, they're probably feeling a little bit more comfortable with the game, but like you said, the timings of items, they know that this Medusa has this butterfly, so Nightfall's probably telling the team, he's like, guys, I need a lot of space. I need a lot of time. I need my 20 talent. I need Diffusal. I need MKB. So yeah, I mean, look at the positioning of the techies. Save is cutting tier 2 creep waves, so that kind of, you know, says a big tail.
They're not having any of that though, Quest. They've come back to kill him.
They want him. And they'll find him. And look at this. Like, Amar is farming. TA2000's pushing a tower with the SD behind him, and they're hunting on the other two. They're playing everywhere.
Both Amar and TA2000 hitting 15k net worth 23 minutes in. Like, they're just... Yeah, TA2000 is insanely farmed, and then it is insane that Amar on his Timber is keeping up with the farm of his insanely farmed Medusa carry.
And look at Amar. He sees Pure. Pure has BKB. Noob's already here. Pulverize is up in 3 seconds. Pure, he doesn't know it's on cooldown. Can't TP.
Yep, they're going to be able to close in on top of him. Get him with the grab. Pure's gone. They are just... They're just playing with them right now, Quest.
And it's, yeah, I mean, if Pure knows that Pulverize is on cooldown, he can just BKB TP there. But he doesn't know that it was on cooldown for those couple seconds, so Quest, just godly rotations. I mean, Noob is playing his heart out. This
Yeah,
is probably the best Primal Beast performance I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I feel it's just quite rare to sort of see such an offset between
Nightfall.
GPK and the enemy mid.
He's tripped.
Have the follow-up.
He has the Omni Slash and
Dodge
Illusion.
the onslaught, but it's going to cause his death. I mean, just sort of the desperation really being showed there, using the ult just to try and survive and dodge an onslaught from a Primal Beast.
It doesn't
Save's dead.
It doesn't look like we're going to be able to get to that later stage of the game that we were hoping for. I mean, Quest is just putting on quite a display here.
Yeah.
A statement, in fact, versus BetBoom.
My goodness.
I mean, that's the two supports setting up for a kill onto the Jug. The Jug has the Omni to try to survive and still dies. Constant aggression. Nope. We'll get doomed.
All right, that's
They'll find him.
That'll kill him. I mean, he was definitely a bit cheeky. There was off on his own down there on the bottom. He didn't have anyone backing him up.
Very cheeky.
Yeah, that was a bit of a risky move. But he'll write that down as space. You know, the rest of the team getting the mid lane and top lane pushed in. Tier 2000, we've got the full Silver Edge coming out.
You can have one or two of those in a game. Dyrachyo has shown us that. You know, you can have some of these kind of wild deaths at times. Quest, especially if you're playing this damn good. You know, 7, 2, and 4. It's literally like one of the best Primal Beast performances I've ever seen. So
Tier 2's gone into mid. Tier 2's going to be going down soon top. They've got
Save.
the free wins coming in. Save's gone again.
And Amari's just bodying. He's in the base.
BetBoom, they just can't pull anything together. Kind of playing from this far behind. It's just a super hard game. Super hard game. Playing 11k down with the heroes that BetBoom have. Making any sort of recovery from this point, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, where do you go from here too? And like when you're in your thought process of the draft and stuff like that, they picked like aggression to try to deal with Amar. They killed him only once. You know, he dominated that lane. Another setup.
They're found pure. I mean, it's just so much damage between the control of Noob and just the output that Amar can deliver at this point. But they kill anyone. Coming out across the map for BetBoom, it's impossible. They're trying to push these lanes, split up a little bit, try and get whatever sort of semblance of farm that they can. But every sort of chance at going for something like that on their own, it's getting shot down completely by Quest.
Absolutely love watching this team. We've gotten to see them grow so much throughout the year. Back when they aren't what we're doing now here. Save.
They've got the dust on him. He's trying to hide in the trees. And a little bit of a sidestep from Omar. Dodges the swashbuckle as well, the disruption. GPK will go in with the Rolling Thunder. Make sure that they can at least kill off Omar.
Can he live though? Kaori's here. Oh, he had the Fiend's grip.
I was going to say, yeah, did manage to jump across him there without Kaori getting the chance to grip him. Toronto Tokyo also able to TP out in the trees. They'll cut their losses there, BetBoom.
TA2000 is just doing whatever he wants, though.
Yeah.
20k net worth now at this point.
Wants to go for the BKB next. We'll see if he goes for it. I mean, he may feel confident enough to be like, you know what, I don't need the BKB. We'll see how safe he wants to go.
It's too good.
You think?
Versus Pango.
Just get BKB in the game.
It's just too damn good. I wouldn't blame him if he buys it no matter what in this game. It's amazing. Nightfall, we're seeing MKB. He needs time. So I mean that's probably going to be the call for BetBoom is they're going to try to not die as much as possible in these next couple of situations, I guess. This next 5 minutes or so until he can farm this MKB, hit 20, and then they maybe can try to go for a fight. But they're just so far behind. These timings are just, like you said, they're not hitting at all. It doesn't feel great at all with how big this Medusa is, how much they're able to get on all 3 cores of the map for Quest.
Tormentor. And Ancient Cap pretty much give TA2000 the money for his next item pickup.
And the real big, I mean, of course, not the real thing, but another scare thing is, too, is even if they isolate Medusa, even if they get her and they full Omni, etc., what if the Bane's there? What if the SD's there? There's going to be save potential. They've got the disruption. They've got the sleep. They've got ways to disengage for this Dusa. So yeah, the realms of these fights for BetBoom. I mean, it's going to have to wait for that timing, but is that timing even going to do anything?
They don't have vision on it.
Ooh, who's that?
Who was
that?
that?
Noob?
I heard that.
That was Noob. He gets hit. Amar was instant. My man. Hey, like, how can you be that fast, Amar? Like, his hotkeys or something on his mouse? Like, tip each player, he has a different button for each one or something?
Maybe he's joking with it. He's like, bro,
Use it.
Press BKB.
Press BKB.
He was egging him on. He was like, go on, do it. Just press BKB.
That was, I mean, what was that? Like, less than a second reaction time. That's crazy. This man, he knows how to tip. Even his allies. BKB finished for TA2000. Looks like they want to commence a push with this. They don't want BetBoom to just try to farm for a quote-unquote timing or anything like that. Omar with his Aether Lens, Eye of Vizier. He's super far back into these fights. Same thing for Creori, who has his lens. Start poking with some illusions. I say poke, but they actually hit pretty hard.
They do. These are illusions that are going to need to be dealt with, but the heroes, the tools to deal with them aren't really there. So this damage, this tier 3 is coming in.
Yep.
What would you put forward to stop this? The glyph.
I mean, they're doing it the smart way too. You see he's TA2000, you turn off the split shot, you get disrupted, so your illusions do that main focus damage for the Shadow Demon, then you turn it back on. So every little thing is maximized, everything is extremely nerdy that I've seen from Quest, which I love. Because even Amar, he's disassembling Lotus Orb to use Arcane Boots constantly, so every little thing, when you're this, when you're at this pro level, it does matter.
I mean, they're just not having a whole lot of fun dealing with these illusions.
No, they're just whittling it down.
This tier 3 will go down to the next push when it comes. Nightfall. Pure just trying their best to find what farm they can.
Was I lying about the split shot thing? Whatever.
What do you mean?
Don't take my word for it.
I'll take your word for it. What were you saying? What, turn it?
Yeah, I thought if you turned it off, it looked like they were splitting. Whatever, who cares?
I mean, they shouldn't, right? If you turn off
They're
split
supposed
shot,
to not, but I think I saw them splitting. I was like, wait, what? I don't know, whatever.
The last time he didn't turn it off when he was being... some of the times he wasn't turning it
Oh,
off.
okay.
So.
I was like, am I like,
Sure,
did the
yeah,
mechanic change? I was like, did something change? Because I'm 99% sure that's how it used to work. Whatever. And yeah, yep, like you said, BetBoom. Okay, timing is, I mean, quote unquote, right? Timing. Even though they're so, you know, of course I'm back, but this is the timing that they ideally want in some points. It's 800 for the MKB. He's hit 20 talents on Jug. Is it actually going to do anything, though?
I mean, this is why people pick the hero.
Well,
level 20 power spike that, you know, he's going to hit. It's just the sort of spike that's been hit by Quest is much bigger.
Yeah.
You know, with TA2000, 3,200 gold on top of the Butterfly Silver Edge, you can start going for that Swift Blink next. And they can start looking for the high ground push. They smoke up.
Noob. Level 20. High damage from this trample. He's got a DD as well in the bank. He's got a greater healing Lotus too, so very tanky.
Let's watch him. See where Noob wants to go. BetBoom backing off. The tower's gone. The racks are exposed.
Yeah, it's a value Lotus game. Both these Lotus Orbs are going to prevent them from really just doing so much. How do you ever get onto this Dusa? Even if you do, there's going to be a Lotus or a Disruption or a Sleep at this point. BetBoom just getting trapped kind of in their base here, having to deal with these pesky illusions. And they can't actually deal with the illusions. They're just having to disarm them.
20 seconds until the Roshan's back up.
And they're set up for it.
I mean, they're going to head out. They know they have to take a fight now. They've picked up the MKB on Nightfall. They know Roche is going to be potentially up. This is BetBoom's little bit of a chance to strike back.
It's their only hope. And it does not look easy by any means. Look at TA2000's positioning. He buys a blink, and he gets all the way into the back lines.
They're so ready for this quest.
Just put Amar, put Noob in the front lines. Noob also has a shield rune on top of Greater Healing Lotus. This is an unbelievably tanky Primal Beast.
And they've kind of spotted each other now, so it gets even more awkward for BetBoom.
Amar, he challenges them.
Yep, he wants to kind of get the information, see who's there ready to jump, and put a stop to this move that BetBoom's trying to make. Off to the side, they get the setup here on to save. This chopper GPK is going to try and come in and help out Pure. Look for the Doom, will lay it down onto Tia2000, but Tia2000 already got the BKB off the grips there.
Nightfall.
Controlling Nightfall.
He's gone.
Onslaught across from Noob. Nightfall's out. He does not have buyback. The rest of his team safe. Toronto Tokyo, they will buy back. GPK, he's not able to get out with the TP as Amar picks up the triple kill. They tried to make the play there, BetBoom, but Quest, they were more than ready for it.
Perfectly set up. I mean, look at Amar. The boss just runs in, challenges him. He's like, please cast spells on me. I literally don't care. Save thinks that they're roaching, so he tries to go for like a suicide, gets slept controlled, and they get the full control. Nightfall gets absolutely nothing done in that fight. He got a healing ward off, I think. And he took a Watcher, and he got a healing ward off. That was literally the impact from the Jug there. Quest continue to show their dominance. I mean, they're really looking like the best team at this tournament, and I cannot believe I'm saying that with Gaming Gladiators in this one.
Yeah, they're just playing so solid right now.
Yeah.
I mean, who did they drop games to, Quest?
I think it was just Gaming.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Actually, they did only drop the one, and I think BetBoom, they dropped a game to Azure Ray and PSG.LGD.
I can check for you in a second, but yeah, something along those lines.
They dropped a game too.
They only dropped two, so
yeah.
I think those are the
LGD?
ones. Yep, LGD and
Azure.
Azure Ray. Wow,
yeah.
good call. Wow, look at you.
So yeah, Quest looking to continue to keep up this bit of a win streak.
And doing it with
Building
a
up.
hero that we don't get to see almost ever. It's a Bane,
Yeah.
and this is the first Bane game. So
There you go.
Woo!
And it's been doing fantastic.
He has
He's
it.
only died once, and we've absolutely seen through the sleeps and the nightmares that extra bit of control and time that he's been able to buy for his team to get kills and to bail them out of some of the earlier tricky situations. Bottom lane, the push is coming in. Range Ranks is gone.
Heads.
Nope. He's in.
A free kill.
He gets him with a jump.
See ya.
Now stick around. The next creep wave's going to be coming in soon, so backdoor protection will
Kaori
go.
tries to Ogre Steel Totem to get a grab forward onto GPK there. Can't quite though. Nice attempt.
One Rack's gone. They could just
They
swing around for the mid.
just keep going.
So we're going to grab the creep wave. I mean, again, you know, Pure and Nightfall, they're desperately trying to do the recovery tactic of just trying to get that next item, that next bit of something that
Is it
maybe
gonna do
will
anything?
change the high ground defense.
There's load. Yeah,
Full swing.
they're trying. They're trying at the least.
2000.
Now, massive refresher. Finished up on the Doom. Just Doom the supports or something. I don't know. No, you got to get rid of Noob. Noob is probably like the main target, it feels like, for at least one of the Dooms.
Yeah, if he's able to sort of just crash back and forth through the fight, it's just too much for BetBoom to deal with.
Yeah. 8 to an 8. It's literally like, yeah, just flawless, really, from him. TA2000 just continuing the siege. It's a little bit low on the mana. They're going to feed him a Lotus.
I mean, someone's got to do something.
Manta dodge.
And it makes the initiation a bit more awkward for BetBoom. They'll still get rid of most of his mana, but of course he's going to be back for round 2. The grips there, the pulverize as well. They're locking down GPK. GPK's gone. They killed him off the once, TA2000, but he's back for round 2. Buyback comes down from GPK, but there's no buyback available from Save.
They got to chase. They got to try to.
And they're trying to at least kill Noob as he's ticking down low to the Doom, but he's able to hide in the trees, gets healed up. Noob will survive. Pure turns and throws the Doom down onto TA2000. Ogre Seal turns up the high ground, but Amar catches him with a chakram. He's out for good.
They can't
no
isolate
buyback
this.
on him.
And Dusa, they get the Hex on Nightfall.
And they can push down the mid for more. Toronto, Tokyo, he's gone. GG is called. Quest with a very impressive game 1 against BetBoom here.
Amazing.
This did not look close at all.
No.
In a series that I think most people were expecting to see at least some back and forth. We didn't get it in this game 1. This was a very, very well-controlled beatdown by Quest.
Oh, and what do you take out of this game especially? Yes, Dusa, insane hero, of
Maybe
course,
just
TA2000 be
yeah.
amazing. But Amar, an absolute menace, a very big problem on this
Yeah,
Timber
that
Saw.
Timber.
11-1-3. He bullied the Jug out of lane, forced him to make these mistakes, and then Noob on his Primal, 9-11. It seemed like the absolute perfect pick. This was a dominant display. Look at them.
Yeah,
I mean, look at that. They're kind of like, you can see they're kind of feeling how confident they are. This is kind of a beatdown.
I don't know what you do coming into that game 2 on this game 1 if you're BetBoom, because this sort of loss will definitely shake BetBoom up a bit. They've been on quite a good place with the performances they've been turning up with back-to-back at this major group stage. This loss is quite a painful one because it didn't look like they had a chance at all. And they had some of the heroes that they really do love to play.
Yeah, and we're going to, like, BetBoom across the board, we're just going to have to see, I mean, perhaps maybe some better stuff in the draft, we could say, right? But all across the board, just better play. I mean, GPK, you can't make these type of mistakes.
Yeah, go caught out
versus a player like Noob. Like, that death, it spiraled out of control. The death on the Jug by him spiraled out of control. These things, they really caused such a big impact for Quest to just decimate this game.
Well, yeah, Quest, what a game 1. See if they can keep it up going into game 2, but so far so good as Quest take game 1 nice and easily against BetBoom.
A well-controlled beatdown. That is what OD Pixel calls it right there. And he's not wrong. I'm joined by Winter, Aurora, and BSJ. And Winter, I know
Yes.
that you didn't have a chance to say anything before the game began after the draft, but both of these two here, they really thought BetBoom had a good shot.
I also kind of felt like they would have had a shot, but unfortunately I was wrong. I think the CM Jug experiment did not really work out for them. The lane actually was pretty difficult for the Jug against the Timber Saw. The Timber had a free lane. And after that, I felt like the way they played the game, like what Owen said, it's very calculated. They got an advantage from the lane. They didn't really push things too much. They played according to the percentage. They controlled the map. They just outfarmed them, took really, really smart fights, and I think the Primal Beast is an excellent hero right now. I feel like this hero should be prioritized a lot more.
I feel like the Pango lost a bit too much in the lane. to begin with, because I don't think Pango versus Priovis is that difficult. Like as compared to Pango versus Ember, I feel Pango kind of have the upper hand because you can clear your creeps without, you know, like sabotaging your positions as what most heroes do. But I feel the Priovis can do this because the Timbersaw totally trashed the lane. Like if the Timbersaw was having a somewhat not that I would say he won too much. Like I really have nothing to say about his lane. Like that, he shouldn't be winning that much. You know, it's a jug, it's a CM. Like they should be able to do something to the Timbersaw, but I feel they lost a chance and the Timbersaw got a solo kill. It's the Omni Slash used, therefore the Juggernaut is kind of useless for like I think 2 minutes. Can't do anything. And the Medusa lane is just Medusa. You know, like she's gonna farm. She doesn't care. So you have a Doom off lane. Your Pango lost the lane and didn't really rotate because the Pyro Beast is faster, and then you just lost all tempo from there.
Yeah, as Husky's in his 4th game in a row right now, as I would say this looks like Quest is not even on the main story yet. This just looked like a side quest for them. They just stopped right by and said, oh, BetBoom, we'll scrape them off the ground real quick, as or scrape them off the bottom of my shoe, excuse me. That was just a complete stomping. I had not actually gotten the chance to witness Quest yet. I didn't get to watch them very much during DPC either. And these guys, that was just like on all cylinders, rotations, smooth, clean. I don't even know what BetBoom was supposed to do there after like the first 5 minutes. I don't think Quest gave them any room to breathe, and Winter was praising Quest for like we were comparing them to IG last series, who had an early lead and then allowed Beastcoast like enough space to come back. And that's like really crucial, that when you have Doom with a Midas, you have Jug with a Battle Fury, even though you have Medusa, like they gave them nothing.
How much of this, on hindsight, do you think it's because of the draft? Because, I mean, I hate to bring it up again. Well, I don't hate to bring it up again, but come on. An ATF Timbersaw.
I will say, giving him
Come
this
on!
match is a little disrespectful. I underestimated him. Even though I've seen ATF Timbersaw many times, seemed like BetBoom had the same idea, though. They're like, he can't be that hard to beat.
I mean, I think BetBoom was also kind of trying to play a draft that they don't usually play. I would say, sure, the Doom, the Techies, the Jug somewhat, but I haven't been...
That's like more than half their lineup.
Yeah, but the thing is, the mid hero is not supposed to be Pango. Like, he usually does the greedy hero, right? And then they have this try hero, oh, if you die, we will farm, don't worry about it, you know? They don't usually do this kind of thing where we have a stable lineup, oh, so and so will win their lane, and then I'm gonna rotate, and then my carry can farm, you know? But it's not how BetBoom usually does their thing.
Well, they get another shot. Maybe this was just their, attempt of, at some point, maybe in the finals, they have to meet Quest anyway, so better try out to see what they can do against Timbersaw this time around than just ban it out for the rest now that they've experienced it firsthand. We're going to find out, though, Game 2 of this 2-game series between Quest and BetBoom coming your way after a break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BeastNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
And the first game was a little one-sided, and on paper it wasn't supposed to be one-sided. I really hope that BetBoom can at least provide a little bit more of a challenge for Quest in game number 2. Maybe, I don't know, Winter, what do you think? Should they let the Timbersaw through for practice purposes?
They should try to pick the Timbersaw
Themselves?
Yeah, I think it'll be good to see that. What do they do, you know? If you have no answers, why not just try to learn from your opponents and just try to see if you can replicate what they're doing. I feel like a lot of the games right now, there's a lot of mind games in the drafts. A lot of teams have very, very different ideas on what heroes they should give away to their opponents. We've seen a lot of morphing picks in the first couple of days and response with an anti-mage. And right now it's all about like either you get the Timber or you want to trade the Timber for Enchantress or Undying. And what do you feel like it's more worth it for you? And I feel like being on the first pick phase, you get to determine that.
So what would you... Well, that all depends on who's first pick and who's second pick. Sure.
Yeah, that's why I feel like it's important to actually snatch first pick. I personally feel like first pick is much more flexible right now. I get to decide how the draft goes, and I don't really feel like the 24th pick gives me as much advantage as the first pick at the moment.
Or would you agree with that? What kind of approach would you take here if you're BetBoom?
Honestly, I'm biased, so I just want GBK to be on his comfort zone, like as in comfortable hero in his comfort zone.
But Pango is supposed to be a comfortable zone for him.
Not that much, because if you're winning, you kind of have to use your winnings to get more wins in other lanes. But I don't feel like GBK is that kind of player. It's more like he's more like the player where the team gravitates towards him. So like a Lash, TA, those kind of heroes. I mean, he's a good player, but sometimes they just have very different perception of how the game should be played, you know. And I think if you are against a team with Ama and you don't really want to deal with the Timbersaw, or you want to take the Timbersaw, you need your mid player to be on his A game.
Looks like they made their choice. They have removed Timbersaw in the first ban phase together with the Techies. Pugna and Enchantress are removed by Quest. That did mean that Morph had the chance to be picked up. It was Undying first, though, coming out from Quest, followed up by the BetBoom 1-2 for the Morphling Shadow Demon. And then the fourth pick in this phase went to the Anti-Mage for Quest. And we're in the second ban phase, Brian.
Yeah, I already like BetBoom's draft a lot more than last game. I know I said I liked their draft more after the first game, but what I'm seeing this game is they have the Shadow Demon. And we were talking about the Shadow Demon Timbersaw opening of like, what carries would you have wanted to pick instead of Jug? Thinking like all the passive carries, the ones like Ursa, Slark, Monkey King, all these suck against Shadow Demon. And then you think of like maybe a Luna type ranged guy that he can just make illusions of you.
Yeah.
And so I just think of picking carry specifically against Shadow Demon as really difficult right now. And it always has been. This hero is always one of the most anti-carry supports in the entire game. And since last game they picked Timbersaw, you're considering like the lane matchup on the side of Quest, like what would BetBoom pick as a lane matchup against it. This time around you're thinking, what's the carry matchup against Morph that you want? And they go for the anti-mage, something we've seen a decent amount of, but that hero also tends to suffer against Shadow Demon with the disruption and the mana burn.
Yeah, normally you get at least 2 hits out with the illusions on the anti-mage himself. He burned most of his mana, right?
Yeah, I'd love to see like a single follow-up stunt that's ground targeted for BetBoom. Anything where you disrupt this anti-mage, like a Mars or even a Centaur perhaps, where that exact thing you just said is going to happen, where he's going to get his mana burn coming out of it.
That does mean you have to put the Shadow Demon on the lane where the anti-mage is laning, which obviously we don't know yet.
Yeah, not necessarily. Like, for the game, you don't have to, but for the lane's a little bit weird because how often is he actually going to be able to disrupt the anti-mage when there's an Undying in the lane? True.
I think it comes down to what offlane they're gonna pick. If the offlane is kind of self-sustainable, then you can, you know, like swap out the supports, whichever you feel that's gonna make this anti-mage game harder. But I think right now they still have the Doom, right? Do you think they will take the Doom?
I mean, if you want to pressure AM in the lane, I feel like it's like because they picked Rubik, so I was thinking about like some Centaur Underlord kind of hero. The heroes that don't really care about him mana burning you, and you're able to just use your right click to just deny and win the CS battle. Obviously, you're against the Undying, so the first couple of waves might be difficult for you, but once you get past that, the lane should be good for you.
Knowing BetBoom, I'm leaning towards Legion. I don't necessarily think it's the best pick, but I do lean towards that for them, as Pure is relatively limited. Axe is, like, in theory, good against Anti-Mage, but I think it would struggle immensely versus Undying in lane as well as in game, because you blink and he throws the Tombstone down and saves. That's why I also don't lean towards Legion. This, like, there's a whole meme about the Tombstone grab ally, but that shit's broken against single target disables. You gotta be careful about all-inning anybody. So they go for the Skywrath Mage on Quest. They were definitely lacking damage, so I like this a lot. Puck is a core, and the mid-game tends to struggle with damage. Undying doesn't necessarily supply damage. Anti-Mage is only doing damage to creeps, so definitely like the Skywrath Mage pick.
I really want to see a Tiny on BetBoom. Sad.
That's a Void Spirit, I believe. I mean, we have really not seen a lot of Void Spirit ever since the most recent patch. I don't want to say it's the first one, but it's definitely one of the first here at the Bali Major. Winter, what makes this a Void Spirit game?
I think it's kind of like a replacement hero for the TA. Like when you are playing against AM, you want like some physical mid hero that can pressure. I think Void Spirit could maybe replace the TA's role in doing that. Obviously, TA will be amazing against AM. But the Void is also like very good at catching off backline heroes like Skywrath. You can always burst them very easily. I think that would be his role, to chase and run down the anti-mage across the map.
You also have the follow-up stun to disruption from the Ether Remnant. So maybe they're thinking they need a guy that can roam the map with Shadow Demon and find kills. So not too bad of a synergy there. I'm like, from that perspective, I don't know what mid would do that better. Like maybe Tiny. But once again, I also hate Tiny into Undying. Like any hero that's like hard commitment strength hero, I just hate it. So maybe that's why they lean towards like having a hero that can go in once and then jump back out.
Okay, we have BetBoom banning out Naga Siren. They are not sure yet where that anti-mage is going, keeping their options
That'd be
open.
spicy. Does Amar play anti-mage?
Yes, he does. I believe he has played anti-mage offlane in the past. I seem to remember him doing so before this patch, even like last year. So was the option. That being said, do we want that? Because, normally you pick an anti-mage offlane when there's something like a Medusa maybe popping out, but I don't know how good it is.
I think it's a bit risky because you never know where the Shadow Demon goes, right? And if you are playing an offlane anti-mage, you kind of want to be the aggressor, but this Shadow Demon can just disengage and you kind of trap yourself there because now you're going to get mana depleted and the Morphling can just keep hitting you. It's not that good of an idea.
With the draft of Quest in line, do you need a setup for the Skywrath for the Mystic Flare, or are we happy the way that it is? And
something like a Mars would be nice.
Yeah.
I think definitely you want to play with a actual reliable setup. I mean, the coil can be a setup sometimes, but it's not as reliable as a hard stun like a Mars Spear.
So you say you want a Mars?
I would like a DK. I would like a DK for Quest. That would be nice. That's like a Skyrim.
Yeah, but that doesn't work that well with the name.
That's true. There's no roll off the tongue. Name nomenclature twister.
Well,
thing.
Medusa still gets banned by BetBoom, so they ban out 2 cores. Just covering their bases. They're probably happy with the offlaners that are banned out so far. Of course, Quest had to ban out offlaners as well. And Quest has the BetBoom has the overall last pick, so they can basically decide which offlaner works against either anti-mage or against Broodmother. You saw this one coming, Aurora. I see you nodding along.
The supports can't do anything to this Brood, and Morphling is kind of just happy if he can just farm, but now this Brood is very pressuring because you kind of want to stop this Brood from getting to level 6 early, because otherwise your supports are just going to get trashed and they always have to react to this Brood, and Morphling has no map to farm. This is the most important thing. When the Brood takes over the top jungle, this Morphling will feel really bad. Like, he doesn't want to stay mid, he doesn't want to hit Ancients that early, and it's just very punishing for him.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. This is like totally exposing the weakness of the Shadow Demon Rubik combination. If they were to actually pick SD plus Spirit Breaker, then it would actually deal with this problem. In the past, they've been prioritizing Spirit Breaker a lot with the Morphling. And this game, they chose to pick Rubik for some other reason. And right now, they're going to have to find a way to deal with this Brood. There's a lot of problems that are going to occur in this game for them. The last pick has to cover a lot of potholes. They need like a frontline hero. Then they also need like a hero that can deal with the Brood. I mean, the Void Spirit seems like he's going to have to work overtime too. He needs to deal with, he's the catch against the Brood. He needs to catch the anti-mage. And I could foresee the game going into like a very, very heavy lane domination style for Quest. And then they just split up on the map and farm. And you have no ways of stopping them from farming. And eventually your Morph will just get out-farmed and not carry against the AM plus Brood combo. It's important to pick 2 cores that can be very, very hard scaling against Morph, so that the Morph, when he casts his ulti on someone, the other guy can still do damage in the fights.
You're painting a more grim picture than what we saw previous game, as we still get the pure Doom coming out.
I will say that we watched BetBoom again Dream League pick a last pick hero for Pure that I didn't think was all that great. It was a Legion game in that one specifically. And we thought he picked it simply because he doesn't play too many heroes, because Pure just recently moved from carry to offlane. And I think that's the same story here. I think Winter and Aurora talked about all the reasons why they thought this Brood was really scary for BetBoom. And this Doom is just we don't have anything else that Pure... Let's just pick Doom. I don't think it solves any of the problems that they already had. So I am going to swallow my pride from game 1 and say that I believe Quest will absolutely repeat, maybe even worse.
Crush it. Worse.
I mean, it's very obvious that Quest is gonna take this game for me. I just think
Clip
BetBoom.
that.
But all the heroes, they literally, okay, fine. The players are gonna be on the in the comfort zone, but then they don't work together very well. It's SD, Rubik, and then you need the Void Spirit to commit, right? Then the Morphling is just, like being Morphling. And then on top of that, you have a Doom. So technically, you have 2 Morphlings. It's not gonna work against a Brute draft.
Could it be 2 out drafts in a row for BetBoom, as in for Quest? Whoever, like, Quest coming out on top of the draft 2 games in a row, we're gonna find out. And Fog.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Game 2 of Quest Esports versus BetBoom. Fogged, let's see if they can do it, BetBoom. Can BetBoom give us a bit of a better showing than they did in Game 1? It did seem, especially towards the end of that draft, I don't think I've ever seen or ever felt sort of as uncertain of a Doom pick that we got there from BetBoom, waiting down to the last second. Compared to, normally we see them just slap this hero out. They're more than happy to just go with it. There was some hesitation here because I don't know if they knew what to pick in that situation.
I'm going to be real here. I think they wanted the Brood. I think Amar, he wanted the Brood, and I think they wanted the Brood themselves too. I think that, I don't know if they've ever, I'm pretty sure they've played it before and those type of things, but looking at like the supports on both sides, neither heroes really like to play versus Brood. It's an excellent Brood game. I think Amar is going to cause a lot of problems here. Looking at other things though, they are looking for some type of solutions, it did seem, BetBoom, like going for this Void Spirit to counter the puck. But I just looked at the way the Quest set up their bans this game, and it looked very kind of clever. They set up the puck, they ban Ember, they ban TA, they ban Viper, hard matchups and stuff like that. They promote this AM, which they were kind of flexing in a way, could have been off lane or in the safe lane. They promote it to just being a safe lane because it looks like a great anti-mage game. So let's see if BetBoom's going to be able to have a better time this time versus Quest.
I mean, are there some things about this lineup that you do prefer compared to what BetBoom did in Game 1 with their draft?
I mean, there's a Morphling in the game. Yeah. That was pretty broken. So I would say that's probably the biggest thing. Nightfall's playing a Morph instead of a Jug. Because I'm still a question mark on the Jug. I know I talk about like the Blade Dance talent and people liking like a lot of different things about it, but compare a Morph to a Jug. I think I'd rather have Morph 99.9%.
I mean, especially last game. I mean, Nightfall didn't get to do anything right.
No.
The Jug did nothing.
So let's see what he's going to be able to do. But we have to see how these lanes are going to end up going down too, because they do have the Shadow Demon paired up top, it looks like here. So it is going to be Anti-Mage versus a Rubik and a Doom. He's got the backup of an Undying, so feels good. Could be pretty okay for TA2000 if they just keep bringing down some regen for him. If this is versus the SD, it can be a little annoying sometimes. So you're seeing TA2000's holding skill point for now.
Okay.
Until he sees.
See what he gets,
Yeah, Kiri's just going to play the body. All right, we've seen this a lot, these Undyings. And let's see if Pure has a better game, because last one he didn't really get to play too much of this Doom either. The game just quickly spiraled out of control after like the laning phase, first 10-12 minutes.
Which is pretty crazy, because Pure on his Doom, it's normally pretty consistent.
Absolutely.
It's rare to sort of see him get shut down as much as he did in Game 1.
Pure, I mean, that's his tangos. That definitely hurts. Kiri just walks in and smacks it, doesn't even get them delivered first.
Save's got 6 tangos at least, so
okay.
we'll be able to help Pure out in these moments where he's not got his own delivered, so it's not too rough. Yep. Nice little bit of gold for Quest.
Double decays. BetBoom definitely don't want to be eating double decays. I mean, it's almost never the case, because then he's actually able to trade right clicks very easy with you and secure denies. He's just giving, he's full body there. TA2000 looks like he should be able to farm mid. Noob dropping a bit low there.
I mean, what do you sort of make of the matchup? How does this sort of go between the Void Spirit and Puck?
Void Spirit's always been a good pick for his Puck, so now that it's universal. Yes, it's gotten nerfed, but overall does have its merit to be able to catch this Puck with Aether Remnant a lot. But Noob, I mean, he had to pick his poison of which ones he wants to play against. This was kind of the one, right? Banning the Ember, banning the Viper, banning the TA. He's going to play versus one of these counters, or quote-unquote heroes that can be good versus Puck, but Puck can play around it.
Yeah, bottom lane Tombstone's dropped down, and Pure's forced to TP back to base, so bit of time for TA2000 to continue to just easily hit the creeps down it.
Yep. And that feels like that's not going to be the case ever. That happens up top, right? How are they going to bully a Brood out? Feels like Amar should just be able to stand up here pretty safe versus this Morph and Shadow Demon with the back of a Skyrath. So yeah, Doom. We'll see what Pure does. As we said, it's people have picked Anti-Mage many a times in the lane and in the overall game state to be a counter versus the Doom. That's why, like you mentioned, they waited till the absolute very last second to pick this hero.
They really did. Yeah, you could clearly tell they were thinking very long and hard about if they did actually want to pick this Doom.
I was looking, and I'm trying to think of the... Ooh, Courier, GPK, can't get it. I was trying to think of solutions that can also give you things that can maybe perhaps help with the Brood eventually, because looking at the game state, when Brood hits 6, he's going to be a menace. I don't know who goes up there and who's going to be able to deal with these spiders in particular. That's why I think they were like, what is left? Because Legion was banned, Tide was banned, so they were down to very limited options.
Yeah, and well, even in this sort of pre-level 6 portion of the game for Amar, you don't feel that this setup of
he's fine.
The more fling of the Shadow Demon could do anything to slow him down.
No way to pressure him, really. Unless he makes a big mistake and like goes under tower, gets disrupted and stuff like that, he should be pretty fine. Because he just always, you know, fling starts going on you, you just throw the bola on him. Pause.
Pause. See if everything's all okay.
Yeah, I'm big. I mean, huge fans really of Quest with the way that they've developed throughout the year. It's an absolute treat seeing them go from like Div 2 to now top of groups at a major. That's within 1 year, right? Because they started Div 2 and
Div 2 at the start.
Div 2 at the start of the season, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, what other team has done that in recent times? Actually, Entity is one that, I mean, they weren't Div 2 though, but they were one also that kind of came from the woodworks and became really, really powerful and stuff like that. But yeah, I feel like Quest, this is the first time in a long time I've seen a team really show such growth.
Yeah, and it seems like Amar is fitting in perfectly.
Perfect fit.
It's been going very, very well. I mean, for BetBoom this game, you know, GPK should be able to come out mid with you know, decent sort of time. You know, as a Void Spirit, is there a lot of potential for him to kind of get up here and gank the Brood, or is that just not going to be easy?
Not really. The only thing that I would say for the Void Spirit is that there's, the Undying doesn't have catch, but there's a Skywrath. The only thing is he's versus the Puck, because Void Spirit versus Anti-Mage, I mean, Aim's pretty good versus Void Spirit. Even though, he's not Int anymore, it still is a good matchup overall for AM versus Void Spirit. Pure again getting bullied.
Completely chased out of the lane here.
Yeah, TA2000 is just having the absolute most free time ever. He's going to get 8 denies at the moment too.
And it doesn't get any easier for the Doom down, does it?
No. In fact, it gets harder. It feels like down here versus this Anti-Mage.
Yeah. It's got the full wand, it's got the Ring of Health, already 10 charges built up. Very little that can kind of scare TA2000 out of this lane.
Yeah. Yeah, I love their setup. And I mean, even mid lane, it was in the past when it was not nerfed, you know, GPK Void Spirit did have an advantage over the Puck. Noob's holding his own. Actually, 20. There's a couple more denies on GPK, but Noob is doing excellent in this matchup. And looking at the Puck game overall, besides the Void Spirit, it's a pretty good Puck game. Yeah, there's a lift and there's Doom, but these sometimes can be a bit difficult to really bring down Noob.
Sure. And then if you haven't used the little resources you have to control the Puck, this Anti-Mage and Brewmother are just going to run rampant across the team fight.
Yep. I'm seeing Omar holding skill point also in this entire laning phase. He could catch. I mean, this is something you can do kind of sneaky as a Skywrath, right? You probably expect him to have the Arcane Bolt, but just has 2 points in concussive. Could just get a silence and get a catch. Even onto something like the Morph. Kind of cool. I don't think I've seen people do that either. Tokyo getting a buildup of stacks here. Another poison. He might just be able to get the kill here. One more. Omar dodges it.
He's dodging it.
One more poison.
Oh,
he's dodging.
Oh, he's trying.
He's trying. He gets him.
He's got him. First blood for Toronto Tokyo.
Nice little pump fakes there. Good jukes, but good pump fakes.
Bottom the pressure stunning out of her a little bit. You know, they're keeping Corey to 2011. Looks like it's a bit of a bait.
There's TP coming.
He will die, but he got the tombstone down. Omar's in with a TP. I mean,
TA.
Oh, he does end up dying.
Good dive.
Omar gets the ultimate clean. I mean, you can see that, you know, Quest, they were trying for that bait there straight up. You know,
yeah, but that's worth it for BetBoom. I mean, that was absolutely worth it with how the lane is. Like Doom having such a struggle time, he actually is able to persist forward and get that. That was really nice. They were running out of resources bottom. Kaori was very low mana. They kept like just spamming the decay. They actually persisted forward for it there. Nope. Doesn't want to commit here for Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, further support backup coming in for BetBoom as safe. TP's in.
Okay. Considering if he wants to go for a jump here.
Yeah, bit of a boost there for Pure. Involved in that action before he goes down.
Coil.
Drop the coil here onto the two of them.
Don't have anything. That's just kind of to hold them at bay. They don't have anything to set up for the kill. So nicely done here from BetBoom. Mid lane going well. Nightfall actually not really getting pressured, of course, here, but the Brood is getting good levels here. So 6 soon going to be coming out, of course, here for Amar.
Dire's courage
Yeah, but I mean, very nice though for Pure. I mean, very much so needed that type of kill to get himself back into this lane here. But TA2000 has Vanguard, so he's just gonna literally right-click Pure out of the lane.
Yeah,
Nightfall! They got him.
Just got to be careful at that bit of a trip up, a bit of a burst. I mean, this Spider, Amar, with how much he was able to pick up last game on the Timber when he got a good start, you've only got to fear what he's going to be able to do when he gets this sort of start once again. And this
this
time
type
on
of
a
game,
Brood,
in such a good Brood game. I mean, last one, yeah, was a great Timber game, of course, too, but that's also just an Amar playing a Timber. And they make, I guess that was BetBoom, like, they could have maybe helped, but they actually decided to just take the double Wisdom Rune. I think maybe Tokyo could have been up there to perhaps assist, but yeah, they just go for double Wisdom Rune. It ends up hurting, though, because Nightfall, he was TPing, so now has to walk back to the base, or walk back to the lane, apologies.
Might not even want to return to the lane, might just turn to
No,
hit creeps.
I think he has
got
to
the
jungle.
lifesteal at least, so
yeah.
We'll have to play away from the lane. Does not want to get anywhere near this Skyra from Brood right now, especially with Amar hitting the 6.
I don't know who wants. That's my biggest concern when I saw this Brood pick is now what? Yeah, lanes are okay, lanes are whatever, you know. Pure absolutely struggling and stuff like that, but they're doing kind of okay on BetBoom. Now who goes top? Who deals with Amar?
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to.
I don't think anybody
wants to even think about going.
Nope. Pure
Amar and his Brood.
trying to set up for him down here. Do they have the extra slow? They don't. They tried with Blood Grenade and stuff like that, but now Pure actually stepped back up, but they don't have any mana for it, so.
We'll lose Amar as Toronto Tokyo was able to take him down. Which is in the river, around that power rune situation. New, of course, ending up still being able to grab it himself, gets the regen.
TA2000, yeah, getting fully back. I actually like that he's gone. I really like this kind of like Vanguard thing. I actually think it's pretty necessary nowadays because AM is just so squishy, so fragile. He can't stay in lanes at all if you don't have this, it feels like. Pure though, he has his own Vanguard, so he's just kind of sitting there. Noop is going to make a move down, but there's a ward scouting it. So yeah, he stops his TP. And now TA2000 might be in trouble himself.
They're in with the Astral Step. Remnant off the mark. He's got Blink up in a second.
He's actually going to live.
He is. They can't dive any further. They're out of mana, they're out of spells, so able to get away from that gank from GPK.
Where's the Amar? I thought Amar was going to tip him, honestly. Amar's usually ready.
He's behaving himself.
He's behaving
We're
himself.
not seeing a lot of tips being thrown around by Amar.
He only tipped his teammates. That's it so far. Because that's, I mean, GPK missing that Remnant, that hurts. That should be a guaranteed kill there for him.
If that hits, it's a kill.
Yep.
100% level 3 Remnant.
And Noob, yeah, he canceled his TP. Noob deciding now he's going to be playing around mid, taking some stacks and stuff like that while cutting wave. And look at Amar. This was the concern.
Just taking over this. There's a spider problem already. 9 minutes in.
Big spider problem.
There is.
Nobody likes the spiders. Nightfall waveforms in. Silence.
So with the Ancient Seal, if they got the burst, it's close. They got the Dream Coil. They've trapped him.
He's gonna live.
He's gonna be able to push them back with the adaptive
Maybe.
strike. I mean, Amar's ready to get back in on this. Oh, jump forward for GPK. Holds back Amar.
It's close.
I mean, they're doing their best here to try and turn them. It will be enough to save Nightfall for now. Amar will die. Takes a lot, but everybody turns up pretty much on BetBoom to make sure Nightfall's able to get away to safety. I mean, was maybe seeing if we get a snipe on this.
He's gonna try. He's quick.
He's not getting it. Nightfall will
They're
be
chasing.
fine.
Oh, he fakes him out though. GPK, can he catch? Astral Step in 2. They're not gonna bother.
I mean, they had to do this, BetBoom.
They did.
Pretty much come up here with the full 4 of them just to not let Noob and Amar get away with this. And they do, and they finally are able to kill off Amar.
But you have to look how much resources you have to bring, right? It's gonna be like this every time. In order to deal with the spider, you gotta bring like 4 exterminators. It does feel like at this point. That's cute little plays. Nightfall. I mean, this was like some really kind of gangster kind of play. He like shifted down for a quick second, then shifted back up and sticked and stuff like that. So it's really nice play that he's actually able to survive that dive there. Even getting his shift off twice under that ward vision when they tried to jump him. But straight back to top. I mean, Amar. Yeah, he dies, but he's like, okay, now what? I mean, I'm still going to just do the same thing. You guys have to bring so many resources to deal with me every time.
Yeah, about 500 gold away from the Echo Saber.
Yep.
So level 8 on the Brood.
Bottom Pure.
They're going to look to go for him again. So BetBoom making these very calculated moves in their numbers to try and kill Amar and try and shut down this spider.
He is worth a lot of money, so, I mean, the kills, they definitely feel good. They have Orb as well from safe to get the catch. Can they grab him?
They should have a good attempt at taking him down.
Amar?
Yeah, set up with the ult.
And they actually get the steal onto the spawn spiderlings. So actually a pretty big deal. It's a pretty amazing spell that you can get onto Rubik. Not as good as it used to be because it's not as high burst damage, but it is annoying to deal with his own army.
Definitely causing, you know, some issues for Amar now. It's taking a lot of resources, but this is how BetBoom have decided they'll use them. They're focusing Amar, just trying to stop him from having this sort of crazy game. And even with those 2 deaths, he does still sit at the top of net worth. And BetBoom trying to do whatever they can to make sure he doesn't continue to get out of control.
Hey, it's good moves, at least, right? Yeah, bullying him out. He's worth so much, so committing a lot of resources, maybe not the worst case scenario, because where else, I guess they're probably thinking, like, where else are they really going to go? Pushing the anti-mage out of lane at this point is impossible, so best thing they can do is give the space to Nightfall to be able to get back up top toward there.
Yeah, Nightfall's making the most of it. Still a bit of time to go before he can close the gap completely, but he's in very safe spots on the map.
Yeah, Amar's got the 4 Midases queued up of frustration after he does die, but he's still fine, obviously. He's not going to do that. Echo's done. Still very large.
See if they want to do it again here, BetBoom. Who their next target's going to be. Echo Saber shortly done on GPK. This time Amar's got the backup of Omar with him. Level 6 has been hit, so Mystic Flare will be ready to go.
Amar thought that they had the ward on the north side, but they actually have it on the south side, so that Sentry Ward just out of range to be able to clip it. And the army, the Spider Army, saves Spider Armory, in fact, on the bottom tower.
Nice, help him with the push.
It is. I mean, any small thing. They don't have a great pushing lineup on the side of BetBoom to get early towers, so this is important. At least some pressure you can apply onto this anti-mage lane, which they have really not been able to do much of anything to him.
Pure teasing around with the Doom.
I mean, they're getting these spiders. They're doing it. Get the tower. Make some more.
Amar's got his eyes on top. He's maybe considering if he can get around towards Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, he's stalking. He just needs a silence. He needs the Skywrath to get that range for the Ancient Steel, and then he can just full commit with the spiders, but can't quite. They have the ward. I mean, Toronto, Tokyo sees him.
Looking for this, yeah. So not going to stand anywhere near to the high ground.
Quest is making the move toward bottom. Looking to catch this. Yeah, ideally want to try to get the Doom, but...
It's not easy to take down, Pure.
No, and they have War Vision, so might have to just settle for the Rubik. Save.
So does Noob want to throw out the ultimate or jump in with the Waning Rift? And he came here for a kill. He'll make sure he gets a kill.
Pure steps up, but he's got buddies coming over.
He does. Toronto, Tokyo, and GPK are here ready to fight back.
TA is going to get disrupted.
And Nightfall also available to join the fight. He's swinging across. He's going to look to try and jump over towards TA2000. TA2000 blinks back to just kind of leave this engagement.
Noob.
He's not going to get the chance to escape as he pops to the poison of Toronto, Tokyo. BetBoom responding to Quest, making sure that these sort of moves are not allowed.
Almost able to get the setup onto TA2000 there. So Noob, he silences the Doom to prevent that Doom from coming out so that TA2000 can survive. Now a Doom comes out. It's onto Kaori. Can he hide? I don't believe so. But meanwhile, during all this, they will be able to get the mid tower on BetBoom, but top tower, Amar was able to claim the tier 2.
No, there 2 of them are TPing back for this kill. Nightfall's like, I want this. And he'll get it. So a nice bit of bonus for Nightfall to pick up as he TPs in to pick that kill.
Not bad, not bad. Needed moves.
Much closer game than game 1.
Much closer. I'm still just looking at Amar. Amar and an anti-mage in a pretty good game for an anti-mage versus a morph.
Yeah, that's definitely the situation, right? BetBoom might have the lead in kills, but are they going to have the answers?
Yeah, if you're slowing down this morphing from getting that eventual Aghanims timing for an anti-mage to maybe get something like his Manta, Battle Fury plus Lincoln's, that's going to be kind of the ideal thing for them to be able to have that advantageous core-to-core matchup. But still 4-8, things kind of neck and neck here. BetBoom making some very nice moves to try to shut down this Broodmother and get their space for their Morphling here.
Quick clear of the spiders by GPK, but they won't find the main one. Amar stays hidden.
Pure steps up a little far here. Noob is down bottom. This time Kaori is set up behind him. This time they should have the Doom.
Yeah. Unlikely to see any sort of TPs attempted by BetBoom. They'll accept the fact that Pure's gone.
Popped. And that is, I believe, pretty much that Battle Fury done here for TA2000. Up top in the meantime, Amar.
He's going to be able to turn and fight with the help of Omar. They take out Save, and GPK, he has to run.
He could be in trouble too. Amar, high-fiving.
No Astral Step here for 20 seconds. He's going to opt for the TP out, and that'll do it. Nothing but a stop to that. Also disruption from Toronto, Tokyo on the back by Amar. He's ready to dive the tier 1 and go for more. He's swinging over towards the mid lane, runs down Toronto, Tokyo. He's got him.
Sure
Another
does.
kill for the Spider. Nightfall at least will come by with the haste rune and be able to find Omar in return. But yeah, Mar continuing to just be so far ahead of everyone in the game, despite those 2 ganks they made to kill him earlier.
And he
they just didn't slow him down at all.
And he gets a kill bounty. So he actually gets what? It was like a dominating streak, I would think, from Tokyo. So it's quite a bit of money that he gets. And I love his itemization if he does go for this. The Hex, you're playing into a Morphling and a Void Spirit.
Yeah, it's going to be so fast
Godly.
as well.
Yeah. This disable, this extra little bit of control that's going to be there for the Morph and the Void Spirit, it's going to be problematic.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yes, TA2000. Yeah, he's quite farmed on this anti-mage, really. Like, a lot of times when we see these AMs, their lanes end up being a bit rough. You know, they have maybe the Treads Battle Fury at this time at like 15 or so. He's got Treads, Battle Fury, Vanguard, and he's got the Blade of Alacrity pretty much done.
That's crazy.
Super good timings on all 3 quarters.
It kind of feels like a TA2000, he's the backup carry. You know, for
It
all
kind of
intents
does
and
feel
purposes, you know, Amar, he's the active carry. You know, he's the one running across the map, causing the chaos. TA2000, his job right now is just to hit the creeps and be ready to go when the team needs him later on. Because right now, Amar, Noob, and the 2 supports, they can look to get the job done. And, you know, tanking the ganks, tanking the sort of early rotations from BetBoom, 2 deaths on Amar. It all just sort of seems par for the course for how Quest want to play this game out.
Absolutely agree.
Which is definitely proven to be a tricky situation for BetBoom to be in. Like, they have to make these moves, but they still don't feel great.
No, they're going to have to just, commit quite a bit here just to push out the Undying. They will settle for that kill, but 4 heroes having to show themselves for that. Quest can just go and split up here. Noob is actually on the prowl. He's actually hunting to try to catch Nightfall if he shifts himself too far down, because they have this deep ward here. Might even find himself a nice little tricky courier. But
I mean, it would be nice for him if something was picked up on the courier and he could snipe it, but nothing's on the courier right now.
He wants the kill because he has this ward here, Nightfall. He shifts strength as he jumps into the wave. Like, he's playing so careful here on this Morphling.
Yeah, he'll settle for the courier.
And they don't look at this. The setup here, BetBoom, they're actually flanking onto the puck. This is a cool move.
Yeah, this would be a lovely kill.
Can they see him? Can they get the setup?
Noob, how quick is his reaction going to be with the blink if he sees them? He's already away.
He's already got the
orb. He's able to blink up. And it gets to the point now where it's like you don't want to spend any more time chasing this puck. Yeah, they've had 3 extra heroes come down here to join Nightfall in this area, just keep Nightfall safe, and they don't get away with anything to benefit from it. They don't catch Noob.
I like to try, though. I like that they go for this type of setup, because it's almost, yeah. If they had vision, maybe. If they had, like, neither of them? Yeah, neither of them did have a ward, I don't believe, to place inside the lane to catch him. Because if they had a ward, then they'd probably get him, but he's able to get himself out of there. I love the build. I mean, nothing too fancy, of course. Noob, pretty standard. There's Witchblade into Blink Dagger. So good this game versus the Morph to get on top of backline, too.
Noob's still hanging around here.
He is. Nightfall has the Manta. Top, GPK, they're looking to try to set up for him.
Mark just
the
goes
Hex
in
is already there.
He's got the backup of Omar. They're looking to see if they've got enough damage. The Ancient Seal and the Mystic Flare. GPK in so much. Double Link's gone.
A Doom?
The Doom will get laid down onto Amar, so they'll lose the Brood in return. So if they can get anything more here, BetBoom.
They're getting Nightfall in the meantime.
Towards Korean, indeed they catch him. TA2000 able to take Nightfall down, back up top. They look towards the Tombstone.
Kaori is too tanky for them to deal with.
They'll set up onto him with the disruption. I mean, these
Quest
3
is
heroes,
coming.
Can they kill him?
BetBoom, be careful.
They're being careful. They're backing away from this Undying. They're too scared to try and commit to continue killing Koorians. Now they've got to run. Noob and TA2000 are swept across the map. They take down Toronto Tokyo. They take down Save. 4 dead.
How much damage did this Undying tank? He's got 32 stacks.
They couldn't kill him. And we saw that they realized that towards the end of the fight, but it was too late. They couldn't get away.
Far too late. I mean, they have to commit quite a bit of resources to kill the Brood, but as you said, he was just a distraction. TA2000, now he's online. Manta's done.
Yeah.
He gets a kill on Nightfall. Noob, his patience paid off. He stayed bottom for about 2 minutes to try to set up for the skill on this Morphling.
That's crazy stuff. They're really just getting into the heads of BetBoom. And
really are.
And this series, they're just playing a step ahead.
Look at GPK. I mean, Amar with the Hex.
Moves. I mean, he doesn't expect them to swing back down bottom this quickly.
He didn't even use the Hex. He still got it.
Got the back of Toronto Tokyo. They have to lift up as well to try and stop him off from getting the Hex off. But the jump forward to the high grounds there. TA2000 finishes off GPK with the Mana Void. There's the Hex now to Toronto Tokyo. Jump forward, coil for Noob onto the 2 of them. Toronto Tokyo's gone. And Stolen Phase Shift will only do so much here for Save, as he's also to fall. Double kill for TA2000 now in a mega kill streak.
Takes the Wisdom Rune, jumps up to Tormentor. This game, I mean, Quest is just dominating them across the map everywhere. The fights, the spell usage, just set up, they're always at the ready here for every single one of these fights. I mean, Amar, honestly, I think this Brood pick was just too damn good. I really think BetBoom wanted it. He gets it. Itemization is on point. Yeah, 2, 3, and 5. Yes, he's died a couple times, but he has absorbed so much pressure, so many spells to allow TA2000 to just be this monster. 6 and 1, near 15k net worth in 20 minutes for an anti-mage.
And it's just that the question comes down to, you know, what can Nightfall do to carry from this sort of position? We saw last game playing from behind on the Jug. It was very difficult for him to have any sort of impact as the lead from Quest Esports got greater and greater. Here in this game too, I mean, what is the potential of the morph when you are playing from behind against this lineup?
It's slow the pace of the game down, get your Aghanims and stuff like that so you can start taking away the stats from this anti-mage. The thing is, as you said, it's not just an anti-mage. That Broodmother is also massive, so
check it
it's
out
tough.
On the replay here, the way they just relentlessly go from kill to kill to kill. You just can't run from this team, not with how farm they are. You know, tier 2000 and Amar more than ready to dive tier 2s. And yeah, as soon as you lose one on BetBoom, you're probably going to lose many, many more if they're in the nearby area.
And at the end of the day, also here too, for the Morph, yeah, you maybe want to try to slow the pace of the game down. Good luck versus Quest, as we've seen. They are bloodthirsty. Literally constantly, both games, I feel like we've just seen them play super active. Noob in particular, he's everywhere. His Primal, absolutely fantastic this game now on the puck. Yeah, push commencing tier 2.
They're not going to want to show up for this. They've just got to let their tier 2s go. It's going to fall into the sort of same sort of approach as last game, I'd imagine, where we're just going to see BetBoom kind of concede these objectives and just try and desperately get farm on Nightfall, get farm on Pure to maybe bring something together for that turnaround high ground defense.
Yeah. It's just hard because of how far behind the Morph is behind the Anti-Mage. 4k behind. This AM will just eat the Morph alive until the Aghanim is even, and even when that comes out, it's like, yeah, they still will have the answers for this Morphling. Is tier 3 is dropping. There's no glyph.
It's the barracks they go.
Toronto Tokyo's just dead.
They jump over to the side. It's here 2000. He's so ready to play aggressive. BKB's going to be popped by Pure. He's looking to see if he can get in on this.
It's a Doom?
Got the Doom down onto Noob.
Okay.
So Noob falls. Can they get anything more? GPK's out of mana. Look at the low ground, Mystic Flare, and the potential mana void, but the Remnant comes in. Will hold tier 2000 back, and the Glimmer Cape thrown in the way of GPK will allow him to live. GPK gets out. They kill Noob,
Nicely done.
and they will push back Quest Esports in this situation.
All right, Noob feeling himself maybe a little bit too much there. Dives into the base to kill the Shadow Demon. Does get punished for it. First mistake that he's made this game. And that is the Aghanim is now done for Nightfall.
All right.
So step 1 of many.
Tis mine.
What's the item choice here for TA2000 going to be? He's just going for his own itemization. I was wondering if he does do the Lincolns, as we've seen so much versus the Morphling. Right now, just, yeah, focusing more on just straight aggression. Things slowed down a little.
And they are able to push them back, stop the bottom racks from going down, keep the base alive.
A good Doom connection there, Pure. That was, I believe, that's his BKB as well, too. One of the reveals.
Radiant are scanning.
Doom on cooldown for about 35 seconds. Age is still in the hands of TA2000 for 2 minutes. They might look to catch Pure up here. And he's in.
TA2000 is going to start things. TP's coming into play. Remnant from GPK holds the map. The coil's
They
there.
catch
Pure
him.
pops the BKB. So on full retreat. Can't opt for the TP out there, of course, with his Basher in play from TA2000. There's no further sort of backup swinging over to help him. So it looks like Pure, he's just going to be left for dead hit.
Way too far up. He's near a tier 1 tower at this point in the game. Maybe he didn't know that. I don't know if he knew that TA2000 did have the Bastion completed just yet, though, because it was, I don't think he saw it delivered from the courier when it died inside the base, so maybe just expecting that he can BKB TP out there, but yeah, it does get caught there. And now full Abyssal on TA2000. He has solo kill potential if he sees Nightfall.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last time when it came to the high ground push, he was also very ready to just jump in beyond the racks to look for kills. Now he very much has those core items that enable him to do that and get away with it. So it's not going to get easier for BetBoom when it comes to these high ground defenses. This Anti-Mage and Puck, they're just going to be straight in their faces. They're the Broodmother too as well.
BKB on Amar, so now he can actually just, he can commit forward into these.
Yeah. They can all just go in.
They can just go, he's going to, I mean, for Amar, he can just go and eat the supports in particular, right? BKB jump them while the rest of them deal with this Void Spirit and this Morphling.
Yeah, it's not a fun game to be a support on BetBoom.
Never a fun game to be a support almost always when you're playing versus Broodmother, honestly. And Kaori, okay, a cool pickup. And he's got in Glimmer, he's got his saves and stuff like that. He has his shard. Now he's got a blink. So he's got kind of crazy potential plays where he can blink Tombstone save buddies that commit too far. He's a guy's cooldown, you know. He saw how far Noob dove before, so he's like, gotta find a solution to my over-aggressive cores. TA2000, 40 seconds and the Aegis just jumps to the high ground.
See how they can slow this down.
I mean, the AM illusions are doing pretty decent versus TA2000 at the least.
His mana gone. At least for this first life, of course. Yeah, the Aegis soon to expire. Top him up.
Rax dropping to the spiders. They're hesitant though. They're going to be a little careful because the timeout of the Aegis.
Yeah, maybe they feel that they want to get tier 2000 as Lincolns before they really try and push for it. You know, respecting the fact.
Okay, he's just going to go for it.
Can try for the setups with Doom.
Okay, and I mean it's such a value Lincoln's game versus the Morph and the Doom. So, okay, yeah, I saw him. He had the butterfly queued up, and I was like, that's interesting. Yeah, I like this Lincoln's. I think him and the puck can build it this game, and it feels pretty good. But we'll see what Noob does go for, because Octarine is also just amazing on puck. So, Nightfall. How's his levels doing? Also, yeah, level 17. Still a bit away from that BKB. Kind of needs it in these fights.
Yeah, sort of just between the silences and the hex. Omar, Noob, and Amar have pretty good catch for him.
He needs to just pretty much like BKB, take the anti-mage stats, and just kill as many heroes in those 9 seconds as possible, and he does have it finished. But yeah, still a ways away. Wasn't there just a Wisdom Rune picked up a second ago? I guess, yeah, that one on the far left was there for a long time. So Noob, he gets back-to-back Wisdom Runes, near level 20 on this puck. So some strong talents as well. Level 20, he's going to have the probably the Winning Rift talent, which is usually one you take, versus Morphling. It's a strong one that comes in, especially if you have Octarine. Cooldown becomes incredibly low. AM also hitting 20, so easier ways to blink into backlines. And Nightfall still not quite hitting 18 or 20. 2 big timings for him.
Now, BetBoom, they're heading out of the base, but don't really seem to be heading in any sort of direction that could lead to a fight right now.
They've got to stick together, though.
They've got smoke coming in on save. Okay, so
Okay.
they're going to try and bait here with Nightfall. Only have him showing under vision and have the other 4 behind him. We'll see if this bait works.
This could be risky, though. I mean, Nightfall, no BKB. If the AM gets on top of him, if Shadow Demon Disruption's not there, Nightfall could just explode.
Let's see if the bait works. They're anticipating that Quest would move towards them, but Quest don't seem to be falling for this trap.
This could be a risky move here from BetBoom. Let's see if it works out. I feel like they're feeling a bit hesitant about it also. I'm sure Nightfall's telling them, guys, like, I just want to finish my BKB. So yeah, he's just starts hitting creeps.
Quest making sure that they do not play into the hands of BetBoom at all. Continue to get their next items done. Just a couple hundred gold, and tier 2000 will have his Lincolns.
Lincoln's pretty much done. Amar, he has Harpoon, so another tool to just incinerate the poor supports. And Noob he's toying around with like multiple different ideas of which items he wants lately. I saw him queue up the Octarine, he queued up a Lincoln's for a second, now he's got the Hex queued up. And yeah, he does hit 20 and does have that talent now. They're feeling strong with these timings.
They're ready to go for a smoke.
Nightfall, he is going to at least have BKB for the fight. Let's see if he gets the Morph onto the Anti-Mage. Is it going to get Lincoln's block, etc.?
He might be able to set up here onto Pure. There's the Hex to open things up. Tier to try and keep Pure safe. Still though, drag him back in. He'll turn. He'll pump fake with the ultimate. Won't drop the Doom. Does bait out the BKB from Amar.
BKB from Amar. Shadow Demon Purge used.
Trying to play this as carefully as possible, BetBoom.
And Quest as well too. I mean, playing cautiously, even though they have these great item timings here for TA 2000. They're not over pushing it here, but they are setting up now. This could be clever. They might catch BetBoom off guard down here. BetBoom's got 3 heroes kind of set up in the area, but Pure might show himself. They're completely set up here. TA 2000 getting himself as far away as possible. Both teams at the ready though. Full refresher, Pure commits.
All right. See if we can find those Dooms.
Could be huge. But Lincoln's, of course, at play. We'll have to see if he's able to get connections onto either this puck or onto this anti-mage. He needs to get it, it feels like, onto at least one of these two. Quest being very patient here.
They know that they're going to be coming for them.
Noob.
See if they can have a correct read on what angle it is. Yeah, it's been pinged out by Noob. He knows that they're over. He's going to be able to dispel the smoke. Just jumps in, jumps out.
Smart. I like that.
He knew what they were doing.
And look at top. I mean, there's been like some spiders and stuff pushing. There is a pretty big wave up top with the catapult.
How long can BetBoom kind of hold this position down here?
They get a sentry down. They're getting rid of the vision. So Quest just preparing themselves to have a vision advantage here. They're even drawing the line to perhaps wrap around onto BetBoom.
This is getting tougher and tougher with each moment for BetBoom in terms of how they make the call to take this fight.
Just without, you're not gonna have the vision advantage at all. Quest will have it tenfold with a tombstone here. Not an easy angle of approach for BetBoom. Both teams just waiting and waiting. Amar continuing to spawn some spiderlings. Top tower's taking what, half damage just about? Bit more than half. But it's how they have to play. Roche, 15 seconds.
BetBoom, they need to do something, but Quest are just so ready for them.
Patience. Both teams, I mean, they're both doing like the exact same thing. One pops Manta, sends an illusion down the wave. Mars pops Spiderlings and sends it down the wave to try to keep some momentum at least going down.
Roshan's up. Quest, they'll smoke up themselves.
He's got a lot of information with spiders.
Noob's in. He's going to try and start things with a two-man Dream Coil.
X.
They can force out here. They get the focus down onto Pure. Pure's going to get slide to the side.
They found Nightfall.
Trying to find the Doom target. Disruption set up onto Noob. Pure pops the BKB. He's trying to get the Doom onto the puck, but Noob, he jumps away from him. He'll escape on the backlines. TIA2000 gets in with the illusions, takes out Toronto Tokyo, buys back immediately. Pure, he'll put the refresher for a second round of BKB, but he's having to run. He's opting for the TP out.
He won't make it.
He's not going to make it. Amar's got the damage. They take him out. Save will be able to escape. But Quest, they get the 2 kills. A buyback has to come out from BetBoom in the form of Toronto Tokyo. Roshan's available. Quest, they'll head over to the pit and they'll look to take them.
So smart the way they take the fight. I mean, Amar sends Spiderlings, they get the information, they see 2 heroes, they get the 2-man coil. Amar drops to what, 10% HP? Gets grabbed allied into the tombstone, pops hunger, heals up off the wave, and then it's just, the fight's just complicated for BetBoom. They're all split up all over the place, but Quest, they have like 3 very, very strong heroes that can independently stand for themselves in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the struggles of Pure as well, you know, trying to find this Doom target. I think we ended up having to put the refresher just for the second BKB without actually getting the first Doom off.
That's what I believe, so, yeah.
There wasn't a chance to find anyone. Noob was just dancing around him perfectly. And yeah, BetBoom, they just could not fight back in any shape or form.
This simultaneous jump was just too good. Like, they got too much info. The coil gets 2, and then I believe anti-mage TI2000 actually jumps Nightfall in the back. Nightfall, actually, if he didn't get BKB off there, he might just insta-die. So, yeah, Nightfall able to at least survive in the least with that amazing jump that Quest set themselves up with.
Yeah, look at this now. He's just tanking up, getting the full Kaya Sanj and the overwhelming blink on Noob is the way he's ended up going.
Okay, cool. Switched it up a lot. TI2000 jumps in confidently.
He's feeling pretty unkillable, and with the Aegis, for sure, they can't take him down twice. Go in and out as he wishes.
Being efficient, though. Tries to stack the Ancient. He'll get that. BetBoom trapped inside the base. All 3 lanes pushing out. They have vision of Noob for a quick second here. The ward just expired. Can they get the catch?
Get the stun.
They will.
Get the Doom. They've caught him.
That was, I mean, that ward literally just expired. It was there just before the go. And then the blind stomp. Yeah, Noob's pinging it, but the ward's not there anymore.
TI2000, he's ready to dive the base, jumps in, quick kill, takes out safe.
And they're just going to actually buy back. He knows that that was the only Doom. I mean, actually, refresher's back up in 10 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're really going to push the effort here as bottom. Amar gets in, takes out Toronto Tokyo. He does not have buyback.
I mean, they've got the Aegis on TI2000, so he wants to get as much as possible out of this here.
All right. I mean, this is a pretty high-level call to use the buyback on the puck like this. Just keep the push going, Amar.
He's in the Doom.
He's in the Doom. They brought him low, but they couldn't quite kill him. Jumping forward under the tier 4s. They're taking out the support. The coil's there. BKBs are out for BetBoom, but GPK's running low on mana, has enough to Astral Tech back to base. Pure pots the BKB, tries to escape, but Amar and TI2000 do not let him get back to the safety of the fountain, as Pure is dead for a minute. No buyback, and it's over. I mean,
Wow.
what a call as well there from Noob to just buy back and just come and join the fight and close it up.
And they tip Amar right away. I honestly, I want to say, I think they wanted this Bruto, and I really do. I really want to be able to hear from the two teams at some point if they did, but this was amazing from Quest, not just because of the draft, but the way that they played and applied this pressure.
Yeah.
Patience setting around the team fights, patience from this puck from Noob to get these big catches on Nightfall, slowing him down, setting up TA2000 to just become that unbelievable carry, 10-1 and 2 on Anti-Mage.
Yeah, just crazy stuff. I mean, we've seen it in so many of the games that they've played, but you could really just feel in this series that it was almost as if BetBoom were scared, or they kind of knew the inevitable. It just looked like there was no hope for BetBoom in the majority of both of these games.
I mean, that you said it yourself, right, toward the end, right? There was like 1 second left. They were like, what do we want to pick for this last pick? They picked the Doom.
Yeah.
I mean, the lane, overall Quest, they kind of dominate that one. The AM has a great time. Yeah, what is there really else to say here? Quest, they look incredible from draft, for gameplay. I mean, these Tombstone Saints, people are going to be like, oh, it's Frog Tombstone, but even without those, Quest, what a display.
Yeah, wow. Well, yeah, looking forward to seeing more from Quest. And yeah, BetBoom, up until now, they've also looked fantastic. But as it goes today, when Quest and BetBoom go head-to-head, Quest quite the step ahead. A pretty simple 2-0 here for Quest today as they bring out all the flashy plays, all the flashy calls in the book, and look fantastic. 2-0 here for Quest Esports.
A 2-0 for Quest here means that they are guaranteed upper bracket. Where in the upper bracket, we don't exactly know, but upper bracket guaranteed for sure. BetBoom needs, I think, like 1 or 2 more wins in order to secure that. They are looking to be on the right track, but this series did not help them. Here to break it all down, I'm joined by Winter, Aurora, and BSJ. Aurora, this game, we said it from the draft, it continuously felt like BetBoom was basically having their noose choked around them, and there was no escaping.
Like, I know I said I'm gonna be happy if GPK gets the hero that he's comfortable with.
Yes.
But I'm not one who settles. I feel like he did such a good job in mitigating the damage the Brute is doing. I think we just needed the pipe on the Doom, because it's all magic damage from Quest side, right, early on. Yeah, sure, the anti-mage is free farming. So what? You have your Morphling and SD later on to, like, morph into him and, make his stats go lower, make his damage go lower. But, like, why is the Doom trying to be the Morphling in this game, I feel the Doom should just buy the pipe, smoke with the SD, and go and take back the top jungle. That way, the Morphling can farm, the aim can farm, but you are creating a 50-50 situation, And that way you actually have a game. So I'm actually very, very sad for GPK right here. He really did such a good job, but he was so lost. No one was on his side.
Yeah, tough game for him, Brian.
Yeah, I watched BetBoom all of Dream League, and at the very start of the tournament, I thought they were going to struggle against the better teams because of their draft limitations, especially on Pure, and they kind of proved me wrong there. They ended up making it all the way to the finals, almost taking the whole thing. But this, to me, is like the first time that I've finally seen them just get shit on because of that. Like, I feel like they had no options against heroes that they have already seen. Like, they saw the anti-mage first round.
Yeah.
They saw the lane matchup for the Doom. They see the Brood. Like, they don't respond to these heroes in a way of, like, if a team is as good as what they're doing as you are, and they're counter-picking properly, and you're just picking whatever you want to pick like they're doing, eventually you're going to hit a wall. And I feel like Quest just showed BetBoom exactly what that wall will look like when they eventually get knocked out of this tournament.
I mean, apart from the slight imprecision in the drafts, like certain moments like the Rubik, maybe could have been like a Spirit Breaker, maybe they could have picked another offlaner. But I would like to say that this game, I feel like it came down to like itemization, like Stephanie mentioned, like the pipe. Even if you don't go pipe, I feel like you just go Midas and then maybe you can just go Blink plus BKB, you don't go for like the Octarine. I think it was like way too greedy. Because they needed the Doom to be participating in fights, or at the very least, you should be able to get some solo pickoffs with your dagger, at least on the anti-mage or the puck, to get the team into a better position on the game. There was like one crucial play at top where the Brood was taking the tier 2 and they almost killed the Morphling, and GPK was there to save the day. But if the Morphling died there, I felt the game was like instantly over. If the Morph have gone down there, I just felt like the game came down to very, very close margins, and itemization definitely changed a lot in the game. Especially, I feel the Brood's side of Vice definitely won them the game.
Yeah, with the series Quest, I mean, they're going to be very happy. Top in the group with 11-1. They still, of course, have more series to play today. Their later series is against 9 Pandas, who is stuck in the middle of the pack at the moment. For BetBoom, they're now 8-4, which is still a really good score, don't get me wrong. Later today, they'll go up against Bleed, who also needs, very much needs the extra points. We'll see how that goes. But I think Quest hereby has really, Brian, made their mark. They just secured, like, they solidified, like, okay, top of the group. They, of course, earlier on tied with Gaming Gladiators, so they've already faced them as well, but undisputed #1 for you here?
Yeah, I mean, that was my first series getting to watch them. I'm sure for anybody at home that just saw them for the first time as well, they're like, who the hell are these guys? Like, maybe they know some of the names, but Quest Esports, that's a team that came out of Division 2 earlier this season. That's part of why I love Dota, to be honest, this year. Like, Gaiman didn't even have a very successful year last year, and now they're just winning all the majors. Quest started this year in Div 2, and now they're 11-1 in the group stage, dumping on some of the best players in the world. So, yeah, they look sick.
They look great. Of course, it's going to be interesting to see once Group A is going up against Group B. A quick question, Aurora, because of course at the start of the tournament we're like, okay, Group A or Group B, who's stronger? And I remember you saying Group B is the stronger group. Now that we've seen so many games of both groups, are you still on board with that one?
I'm on board with it, but I think Liquid is doing much better now. It's just that there are many moments where Liquid is kind of, you can feel they are burnt out, and especially in Dream League, like they kind of just are not in their top form, but they're trying, you know. And I'm very happy that they bounce back, especially for the more important tournaments for TI. So overall, I'm just really happy with that, and I still think Group B is a strong group.
I'm sure that it's looking like it at the moment, but hey, we don't know for sure until, of course, we get to that main stage and we see them go up against each other. We are going to get another taste of Group A, though, because for now, we're going to close the door on Group B. They'll be playing again later today, and Group A will take the stage. It will be Shopify Rebellion and IG that will go head-to-head here on this stream. Of course, keep in mind, we run 4 streams at the same time. I challenge you to watch them all at the same time. It will be very difficult, but you're right here on the right place. So, Shopify Rebellion, IG, coming at you after the break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
oven nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sugar Oven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sugar Oven, seru Rondi Oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bali Major as we're preparing for the second half of the day. We've got a series of teams that aren't doing so great ahead of ourselves. We've got Shopify Rebellion versus Invictus Gaming coming up. And to help me through it, I've got a brand new panel. I've got Fear, I've got KBBQ, and I've got Resolution to help walk me through this next series because, well, I prefaced it. Neither of these teams are doing too great. It's two teams that just got 2-0'd, actually. Shopify just got 2-0'd by Spirit, and IG just got 2-0'd by Beastcoast. And they are struggling to make it out of this group stage. But why, Fear?
Why are they struggling?
Why are they struggling?
They're struggling for a lot of reasons, but I think Jack has a better reason why IG might be struggling.
Why is IG struggling?
Oh, the throw to the throw. Okay, I got you. Well, so I talked to some people from IG today. Apparently, all of them are kind of sick right now, so that doesn't help.
Okay.
But I think their team is still a bit, I don't want to say patchy, but they're still improving in a lot of respects. Their offlaner, Shang Yu, who played for LGD before, has a pretty limited hero pool. It's like pretty hard to make a lot of games work. And then they also have this sort of weird flex between the 1 and 2 position. And I mean, I'll get into that more later with the draft, but they describe the flex as not being like the old sort of niche flexes where you have that great versatility. It's more of like an out of necessity type thing for them. Yeah. So if you're in that position, it's not easy to get consistent performances out of games.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the series today, IG against the Beastcoast, and I mean, first game was like pretty close. They had a really decent early game, but it seems like they couldn't later translate into the mid game because they just kind of like stopped the foot from the gas and they just like not apply pressure for like 10 minutes straight, and that's how like Beastcoast got their farm back. And the second game was like complete stomp where like just watching purely from the draft, they had like no chance. And their heroes also in the drafting, to me, they didn't really make sense, like why they were picked, in that sequence.
So then an optimal flex in your mind is whenever it's like, oh, this hero is better in this lane, whereas the necessity flex is like, my guy doesn't know how to play this hero. You have to play this hero? Is that how it is?
It's something like that. So for instance, this game, we see the Medusa first phase by IG, so this is going to be played by Dust. Regardless of where the lane is, Dust tends to be more of this. He plays these sort of beefy heroes. He's more of a farmer. Like he's more of a carry player than a mid in a lot of situations. But he's not good at sort of leading the tempo of the team. Okay. And Emo is much better at that. So that's how it's going to be this game. And I also want to point out the last time these two teams met in a Southeast Asian major, that was the question mark game. Back in Singapore.
Singapore Major, that is true.
Of course, very different teams at this point, but perhaps the mental damage remains. Fear.
Yeah, good memory, Jay.
Yeah, it is. I have a very simple reason why Rebellion's not doing well, though.
Tell me.
They suck.
Abed's not getting Storm enough. He's got 5 games on Storm, 60% win rate.
But no one's banning it against
3 games on Ember, 33% win rate. Then he has a game of Snap, Primal, Zeus, Dragonite, Tinker, and Timber, all losses. Oof. He's only winning on Storm Spirit right now.
Yeah, that's what I saw from their draft too. As soon as he gets Storm, there's a W. There's no Storm their game. There's a.
It's in the pool. It's first. They first phase it too, right?
So then I don't understand. Are people banning it against him? Because we all know Bulba's more than willing to pick Storm Spirit if it's on the table.
Yeah, it seems like
they're already qualified for TI, right? Yes. Maybe this is the tournament where Bulba's trying to grow as a coach/drafter here, and not just pick the Storm Spirit every game.
I'm with you.
That's a good point, for sure. But yeah, it seems like they're just not touching that hero and deciding to go for the, Brood Mother instead. Maybe they think that Storm Spirit is not as powerful without the Pugna, or like, and if they don't play Cuddle as well, like then there's no the partner that enables him.
It's a pretty good Storm game though, isn't it? There's not a lot of lockdown for the Storm.
Yeah.
I'm harping on it a little bit, but it really just comes down to, I think, old Rebellion, if they're playing, let's say they're playing TI Grand Finals here, they'd pick Storm right now.
Of course.
How badly do they want this win is the question.
They need it quite badly because, so they won't be eliminated if they're not in the stage where I have to 2-0 every single game, but they're pretty close to not being able to make it to playoffs because they have the exact same score as IG and Execration in terms of wins. But Shopify actually has 2 more losses than these teams. And so it's currently looking like a tiebreaker situation between Blacklist, Shopify, IG, and Execration, but you need to get at least 5 wins to make that a reality.
Yeah, one of the big questions of this team coming into the year, and these teams are kind of going in opposite directions right now. IG has performed stronger and stronger since the beginning of the season. I think they didn't make Lima. They made it to Berlin, and they've been steadily doing better in the CNDPs as well. Shopify kind of going the opposite direction. I think they started off like they got top 4 at Lima, and then they've basically struggled since then. And obviously the big addition this year has been Saberlight. And from the player team perspective, we had Saberlight on Quincy Crew for a little bit. Saberlight's weakness is he's not a great laner, and that's something that this team has traditionally been very good at. However, he is the type of player where he's a very good spellcaster in team fights, even if he's been sacked or he's a little bit behind. I'm sure Artur was super annoyed playing against him for years, where he'd be on some Darkseer, Pango, get destroyed in lane, and still just win the team fight and then tip Artur afterwards. I'm sure he really disliked that. And then from a team construction perspective, they also needed someone who probably took less resources, not this type of Nightfall, Ice type of offlaner, but this guy who can get sacked a little bit. But I think they've had some issues with this, because if he's not a good laner, it's hard for them to apply this sort of pressure out of lanes with their drafts that they're so used to, and that they've been so successful with over the years. And then also, now if you're playing like a Brood or something, and let's say it's him instead of Abed, then it's a sort of different type of hero than what he traditionally excels at.
Yeah, I mean, Rebellion, maybe it's a debate playing in an NA region, but they stomp their lanes every game in that region. But when you come against some of these better teams in international competition, it can be a lot more difficult. And RTZ Naga, this is going to be the first time he's bringing out this tournament. It is a classic of his. I wonder if he thinks this is good versus Medusa, because I always thought Medusa was quite good versus Naga.
Yeah, I think so.
Especially this patch. So, I mean, it's good versus Mars. I get that. Interesting pick here, but it is a Siggy, so we'll have to see how it works. Maybe they're going back for, and they banned Storm themselves, actually.
Yeah, that's
They're
very weird.
experimenting.
But I do love the first 3 heroes in Shopify Rebellion. They make a lot of sense. That the Enchantress is applying a lot of pressure, and with the Brood Mother. I don't know if it's flex for them or not. Probably not. It's just like Saberlight offlane. But the hero is just very solid overall. It can go like both builds with the auras and this physical damage. And the Shadow Demon is a very good answer for the Duza overall in the game, I would say.
Yeah, definitely is. And last time we saw this in the last series for Spirit, they picked Dragonite to try and counter the Queen of Pain. I do not want to see that again.
No, it's banned. Dragonite.
Oh, perfect. That's good. That's good for Rebellion, I think, because I don't think Dragonite's a hero that looked particularly good when Rebellion was playing it. So now, what is Abed going to play that's in the pool? No Dragonite, no Puck, no Storm.
That's actually
Void
a
Spirit?
very good question.
Maybe a Void Spirit could be something he might want to play.
I only can think of a Void Spirit actually for the last pick for them. I don't see any other, like all the spirits are banned.
Wind Ranger.
Oh, the Wind Ranger.
I was going to say the Medusas. There's going to be a lot of split shotting this game. There's going to be animals and illusions all over the place from Shopify, just littering the map. You have freaking Shadow Demon, you have Naga, you have the two animal heroes coming out already. So it's going to be very chaotic.
And such a cancerous lineup, isn't it? Like they have Brood Mother, Spiderlings. They have like a bunch of illusions from Shadow Demon, from Naga. There's like creeps from Enchantress, also like running around.
The one thing I see in this lineup is I've watched a lot of RTZ Naga over the time when he was on the old EG squad, and in the past they always had like crit on some Rana or fly on some Disruptor. They had some team fight to use his ultimate, and they were really good on it. But this game, they have no combination to work with the sleep whatsoever, so they can set up the sleep perfectly for this Naga to get on top of him, but nothing's going to stop this Medusa from just stone gazing or getting their BKBs off. So little interesting draft from Rebellion here. I think I like IG's quite a lot more.
Maybe part of the motivation for the Naga pick is they wanted to dispel in lane against the Batrider, because PYW is playing the Batrider in support, so if you're trying to get out of Napalm, trying to get out of Flamebreak. Other than that, I am a little bit curious why they picked the Naga.
I think they have like sort of a lineup that Tundra usually has, where it's really hard to play the map, and you have this big team fight on IG, but there's no way that you can like start a team fight on them, because there's like so much vision potential and like advantage in these fights. So it's gonna be like very easier to Shopify to find the perfect fight for them that they want.
I think that's a great point. IG has a very sort of classic lineup execution-wise, but if the idea is you have all these summons on the map that can push waves out, give you vision, and even take away camps from the Medusa, then maybe you can strangle them on the map before they get to either those timings or being able to take those fights that they want.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's looking like do or die time for both these teams in the group stage. Let's see which one comes out on top in game number 1 with Cap and SVG.
Thank you. That's right. This is a very important match for both of these teams because they are both on the brink of elimination. Avery, I know
My
that's,
favorite.
I know that's your favorite.
Just
like to see
anybody
teams
getting
lose.
eliminated, I enjoy it.
You like the drama.
I'm a connoisseur of seeing teams go to the airport. What can I say? I've been there a lot myself, so I'm familiar with the process. And
Yeah, you've been there.
It's an enjoyable one, you know?
You know the path.
Yeah, listen, there's nothing wrong with going to the airport early, right? The airport's a great place. You get some good food, you chill with the boys.
It gets too much flack, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe you get an upgrade. You never know. There's a lot of good stuff that can happen at the airport. I don't know if you want to be going to the airport
Find
out
your
of
new
Bali,
team at the
though.
airport, but
I've seen it before.
Yeah.
Might find a new job. Might find a new career path. True love, anything is possible in the terminal. But you'd rather be in the Bali.
Probably. And Shopify, maybe to some people's surprise, maybe others not so much, this team has been struggling. Like, my goodness. I didn't have high expectations for IG, personally, coming into this event. I thought the other Chinese teams were pretty clearly a step above, and I think they're proving that. But Shopify, they're supposed to be kind of like, you know, at least top 8, you know, or at least make it through groups. This is them potentially going out of groups.
Yeah,
it could
this
be one
would-
of the first teams eliminated, right
Could
next
be
to
a
EG.
Very underwhelming result for them, and especially a bad time to have it when it's pretty much your last event before TI. That's outside of Riyadh and maybe some other land in there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just not going to leave a good mark, a good feeling here if you don't at least get out of group stages. And really, relative to their expectations as well, which you know have to be high for this roster. Yeah, we'll see what IG can do here. I have high hopes for Emo to carry this squad. I think that is kind of IG's game plan a lot of times. It's like, all right, Emo, let's see what you can do. I feel like some games he just doesn't get the help. Some games, Emo doesn't help himself, and he's a very volatile player. But I like watching him. Always enjoy his all chats, as I'm sure everybody else does.
Yeah, he's already had won this tournament against the Eastern European teams. We'll see if once again against Arteezy and the rest of Shopify Rebellion, even if they are a different org, same squad as that infamous grand finals that they played.
This is a very interesting draft by Shopify. I think IG's is pretty standard for, especially for the Chinese meta. These Chinese regionals tend to just evolve into like lane shoving supports with a bunch of team fight, which is what I feel like IG has, right? They have Mars, Quab, Medusa, 3 heroes all with AoE, 2 with AoE control, and AoE pure damage on top of it with BKB Pierce. It's like, there's not a lot of faults you can find in it unless you just get run over on lanes, but they have Techies and Bat, 2 of the top 4 strongest laning supports of the meta to bounce that out. So I really don't have any issue with IG's draft, and in fact, Dust will find the Brood with a level 2 Snake and the Bomberman connection.
Yeah, they almost traded out supports there. In fact, even the Shadow Demon almost dying, but good start for the safe lane of IG.
The Shopify one, though, is very different in comparison in that, like, you have 2 single target supports who are okay on lane, but nothing insane. I think Enchantress can snowball lanes this meta, but not super early. I feel like it's usually the 3 to 5 where you're looking for this hero to have impact. And it's like a Naga Brood draft, which Naga Brood it's very toxic. That is absolutely for sure. And if you start pushing the lanes and splitting IG up, they're never going to get that 5v5 they're looking for. And then I can see this draft just run away with the game, because like, what do these IG heroes do if they're not in the big clashes? They're just suffering on the map versus Naga Brood, and then Wind Ranger will eventually pick you off. So I think the really key piece here for Shopify is that last pick Wind Ranger. They wanted a hero that can set up kills, abuse the fact that IG are going to have to split, and then the second you find a big core pickoff, the map collapses, you're getting objectives, you're taking away farm, and you're cruising to that Naga Siren beat victory.
That sounds great.
It does sound pretty good.
But
myself.
I feel like if the lanes don't go that way, then you're going to end up with Abed trying to make moves into a team that is able to fight back, and he's got no supports to really back him up. I feel like Shadow Demon and Enchantress are lane-winning supports and are not playmaking heroes with Wind Ranger specifically.
There is some truth there in that I do feel the weakness of Shopify's lineup is maybe the inner hero synergy. Right?
Yeah.
Like, is there anything to set up off the sleep? No, as Fear mentioned. Is there anything really comboing off the Wind Ranger pickoff? Not really. Is there any hero that's going to help Brood invade areas and take aggressive fights? I mean, Enchantress can do it, but Shadow Demon is pretty bad at it.
Anything that combos off of Disruption? Not really.
Power Shot.
Yeah, like
actually, that used to be a really cool combo back in the day when you had the old the old amp from Shadow Demon, but Disseminate is not as good. They're looking for Dust. Got some stacks on him.
Beautiful blast off in this bottom lane. They're fighting on both side lanes right now. Very close to dying on both, but it looks like White, nope, not going to be able to get the Shadow Demon as the stick charges are too much, and the Bat Rider similarly does survive.
I mean, they're pulling ahead in CS on these lanes, and Saberlight got Lotus down here on the Brood despite the first blood. So 2 Lotuses going Shopify's way plus high CS. Pretty favorable for them outside of that extra gold on the Medusa here. And Fly has already invaded enemy triangle. This is a decent position to be in with the level 3 Enchantress, so difficult to rotate on mid when it's Queen of Pain, but he can definitely backstab top and keep the pressure up. On John Yu, he's gonna get netted. Is there damage here though?
Trying to keep in front of him with the Hellbear, getting in front. Nice spear into the tower, but Arteezy's just gonna keep going at him, especially with the illusions to help tank the tower. This is not a problem. Changyu, man, he really actually is going to live on just that sliver of health. Not able to finish him off, apparently.
This is just some weird skirmish. I think only the Ursa's going to die.
That was really weird. I thought for sure he was going to get one more splash, but
I just don't think Shopify have much kill threat on these lanes.
Yeah.
Again, the little inner combinations just aren't there. You're going to have to play for the mid game. I don't know if they care too much, honestly, as long as their cores are finding farm. And Kurt is going to TP mid for the bottle refill. Why not? May as well try and help the Queen of Pain anti-harass here. Keep op it up, especially for a 6-minute rune contest. Very quiet early game. As everybody's finding something. They're going to try for the gank top again with another Hellbear. Aha, my brother. I've come to avenge thee.
And once again, it looks like a situation where they may get damage on him, but may not be able to kill him. Let's see. Disruption actually surrounded by illusions is going to be tough. God's Rebuke, push him away. Oh, what a blast off, though. Comes in to be able to bail out the Mars once again, going to 50 health, but still surviving. And they actually get a turnaround kill, too. Very nice. I wonder
if Jing Yu's happy about this, though. Like,
oh, yeah, he's being kicked out of lane constantly.
He's just getting permanently ganked. I mean, these extra braces and gauntlets definitely paid off as he survives. I guess you'd rather live than die, but it's not the aggressive impact you want from this Mars in the laning phase. Naga matchup is pretty difficult. That's a big question, though. Is Naga going to scale in this game? Like, do Shopify just win this game later off of raw scale? I don't know. Because Medusa is actually the #1 Naga answer, stats-wise.
Okay.
Which they picked Naga into the Dusa. I'm sure Shopify understand this matchup. You can always hit timings off the Fusel Blades and playing the map and all that. But in a one-on-one vacuum, it is pretty Medusa favored.
Medusa continues to make the Mars lane incredibly toxic. The Techie's going to come in once again, try and bail him out. The spear goes out, but doesn't latch the tower, and they also still manage to get the kill, thanks to Fly, who almost delivers a second kill to the team off the Techies, but not quite.
Man, IG committing 3 heroes here for this Mars lane. Your Mars is still dying. I mean, at least you get this Wisdom Rune away from Fly. If Fly had taken your Wisdom Rune on top of all this, you're really sad in this game, but this Mars is finding absolutely nothing and probably crying on the comms. I mean, where's the team?
Yeah.
Or where's the pressure? Like, how am I getting tri-lane? Nothing else is happening on the map.
Yeah, when they don't even have, like, a good kill combo, how am I the one dying when I have Mars Techies, which is one of, like, the most dangerous kill combos in the game?
Crit's gonna poke on Dust down here. Almost gets hit by that Ogre Bruiser. Oh, watch out, my man.
Disruption into Saberlight, gonna surround Dust. Dust TP's away. That's all he really can do here. He's gonna have to give up the tower to an early Broodmother.
And we're gonna fight for the 8-minute power rune. This is a rune Abed really wants, but no luck for him. It's bottom.
Blast off does land on the Enchantress. Emo's gonna come in, help clean up the kill. 1-for-1 trade-off. Not gonna be able to stop Abed though. He's gonna win run on out of here. Actually, man, PYW really chasing far for this. I'm not sure if he's expecting Emo to go for it. Haste Rune. Oh, he got it just in time. Now with that Haste Rune, he's probably going to have to pop it to get out of here. Shackle Shot does land.
Hellbear.
Emo. Oh, too much damage.
Why are there so many Hellbears in this game?
I don't know, but he just keeps on finding more and more. Fly.
Where did they come from? I don't even know where that one came from, honestly.
He's the Bear Whisperer.
Wait, didn't Fly have a Centaur on the top rune fight?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Did he?
Am I seeing things?
I don't know. I've only seen Hellbears personally.
Well, So many centaurs up there. I swear to God, I'm not imagining things.
I believe you.
I don't know where this hellbear came. They're just spawning, man. It's like an Ags labyrinth game or something. We're on the hellbear map.
He didn't get it from the his hard camp because PYW is going to farm it up.
Well, that is another centaur. I mean, Fly had some decent impact early. Like the 3 through 5 were pretty good for him. Found that big Mars kill, skirmished twice in the river. Takes that haste away from Emo off to death, and man, IG are not finding a lot in the last 4 minutes, and it's not getting much better. As
Shackle shot off the range creep.
Beautiful right there.
And the centaur stun too. Okay, got a little something to work off the disruption. Very nice.
Damn, Shopify, they want to win this series. Tell you that much. They are turning up the heat.
Yeah, this is Shopify. Honestly, it's looked better in the first 10 minutes than I've seen them all tournament.
They're just cruising through this game. 2 independent side laners who are hard for IG to pressure. Bring in the tri-lane mid with their killer. This is exactly what their lineup wants to do. And IG, they need to find a punish soon because they are losing way too much on the map. Nothing is going their way.
PYW really needed that level 6 sooner. Still going to be able to catch the Enchantress, but
It's a consolation prize.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, look what is happening bottom. While our Tor farms out their whole jungle, it's just way too much farm going to the Noggin and the Brood here. I mean, he's pressuring a tier 2. That's like a third of a tier 2 down here. Almost 900 damage.
Yeah.
This is decent value. And you're going to have a really sick mid-game timing off of whatever Saberlight decides to go. That will be a question. Does he want to go auras? Does he want to go the right click? I feel like either could be good in this game, depending on how much you need him to buff up the damage in the fights. An interesting game for the Brood. I mean, it's a very good Lotus Orb game, but I don't think you really want to go Lotus early here. Very good Hex game as well, so if you end up going like Pipe into Hex or something, I can see that being really good.
Yeah, and just make it so that IG's burst of Queen of Pain, Mars, can't get kills.
Because this Queen is so far behind.
Yeah.
Like, she's going to struggle with the kills, and if you have an early Pipe Hex, I don't know what Emo's doing in this game. He's got a blade, he's got a Blades of Attack. That's his big item here at 11 minutes. I mean, you know, it's like you killed something. But it was just Shopify. Trialing mid and IG not responding well to the Enchantress roam.
I like this. Look at Saberlight using his spiders to tank up for the Siege Wagon.
There's another wave coming in.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to be there.
Tower's just gone.
Yeah, they can't kill the spiders fast enough. The Siege Wagon will do its damage.
Well, they can get the deny.
Yeah, they can get a deny out of it because you know that tower is going to die. Broodmother's going to come back with another round of spiders when you're not looking. So.
Well, at least Dust is having a good game here for IG.
Yeah, he is. All in on the Dusa.
Not a hero. It's not too bad of a hero to all in on. If I'm going to pick one hero this match to all in on, it's probably Morphling or Medusa.
Yeah.
And Dusa might honestly be better in the all in than the Morphling because at least she can carry you through the team fights. Some extra control. They're going to find Fly again.
Another Hellbear. Stop him.
Dude, these Hellbears are... They're mad. They're real mad.
IG is just forced to clump to move around. I thought the way they were sitting on top of each other mid, I thought they were going to go for a mid-tower push. Right? Like, because it's so inefficient, it's like, okay, you got to be doing something with this, but...
Push is just so slow. They have, like, no building damage. It is kind of the only thing their lineup can do, though, is 5-man. Then you can also abuse the fact that Naga and Brood don't really want to go to the fights right now. This is where you wish you had a push hero. So at least you can trade off some objective net worth on the map, but there's just nothing happening right now, and Shopify are getting away with everything. As this Queen of Pain is not really recovering. You got an Arcane Rune, but have we seen a single Sonic Wave this game? Oh, about to drop a question mark on Emo. What's going on? Are you playing Dota or what?
Emo? Question mark? Sonic Wave?
What do you think he would respond if Shopify dropped a question mark on Emo right now?
Ooh.
What do you think Emo would say? Would he double question mark?
Could be. Exclamation point, maybe? They wish each other good luck at the start of the game? Is that what I saw?
Check for
Good luck, have fun.
There were a couple of good luck, have funs. Not from Arteezy. Oh, Arteezy did say good luck, have fun. So maybe bygones are bygones, you know? Nobody holds grudges in Dota.
Well, you can't afford to hold grudges when you both suck.
That's also true.
That might have been a little harsh.
I mean, they are having a rough group stage, I think that is fair to say. Early smoke up from IG. I mean, there's no initiation power between this bat and Mars. There's no blinks or anything. They're just looking to find somebody lingering in the wrong area, maybe secure some tier 1 damage, catch Abed in an arena, but he's already got Atos up. He's tanky. I don't even know if he dies in an arena. And that Arcane Rune will go wasted for Emo as he picks up an Invis Rune, not likely to do much better for him. And Arteezy is stealing Dust's Ancients over here.
Yeah, right in front of him.
That feels bad. That feels real bad. This is just nothing happening for IG, man. I don't know. You got to kick like the Naga out, or you got to kick the Brood out, or you just got to take these tier 1s while Shopify are just farming the entirety of the map.
I think they need to finish Blink Dagger on Mars. Like, then you'll have a much more definitive initiation, and hopefully that can get you the ball rolling. Because right now I feel like they're kind of looking around for stuff, and it's just not working.
I mean, the next 10 minutes are not going to be nice for you in terms of the map pressure. Mantha's already done for the Naga. This Brood already finished Pipe. Saberlight is going the Auras build here. This Pipe just debilitates your 5-on-5.
Yeah.
Really helps the Shopify support duo as well. Just stick in there and not care about the AoE, and you're kind of losing that advantage as time goes by. That is the issue here. Nice deep obs from Crit. This will help Saberlight play up and even more aggressive.
Pipe Heaven's Halberd. That is, you know, that Pipe is going to completely screw the Queen of Pain and Mars when it comes to damaging these fights. And then if he gets the Heaven's Halberd, there goes the Deuce's damage. So, yeah.
Almost any utility item he buys this game is going to feel good. Because your only real concern in this game in Shopify is, do you have enough pickoff damage with the Wind Ranger? And if you do, then all you need is items that help you 5v5.
Right.
There's really nothing else. The map pressure is going to be created off itself.
And the only like real right-click scaling is Dusa, so the Heaven's Halberd is going to be particularly effective.
Okay, well, there's a Sonic Wave. I guess he got my message.
Yeah, and he got a Power Rune out of it, so worth. They can even maybe hit the tower a little bit. We'll see.
I don't know if Sonic Waving an Enchantress there feels great, but I guess it's something. It is a level 9 hero. Decent amount of XP and gold.
Yeah, I mean, when you're level 10 on Emo, you probably don't say no to that kill. Now he's going to try and get crit, but blinking forward like that may just cost him his life as Abed comes in very quickly with cleanup. Now Techie's probably going to be dying as well, surrounded by so many spiders, and the taser is run out. Meanwhile, the Naga Siren actually, Arteezy getting involved here early, trying to collect an extra kill for them, but PYW is able to get away through the trees.
This map is going to get real nasty real fast here. Because if you can't take these 5-on-5s when Shopify are clumping, I don't know what you're doing in the between. It's just going to be watching Dust farm and praying that Medusa is truly a god-tier hero.
Man, it just feels so bad for IG.
This is the Brood Mother problem.
Yeah.
You don't have a hero that can really stand or threaten her in the team fights. It just runs you over because she's going to out-farm almost any other offlaner in the game.
Great body blocking from Saberlight. That was very nice.
Little cherry on top.
Oh, and you got a Grove Bow for the Wind Ranger, so that kill power amps up even more now.
But you got a Grove Bow for the Medusa.
I feel like that's not the same. Not at all.
It's still pretty good. I mean,
you've got a Grove Bow for the Enchantress. I would say both of those might be better than the Dusa for now.
The Enchantress one does feel pretty damn good.
Yeah.
As
he's putting it to work right now on PYW. Runs backwards, and the Spiders will do the finishing blow. IG just holding the hands with their Dusa because it's the one strong hero they have. The one hero that Shopify Rebellion cannot run over right now.
Yeah, but the only way Dust can be usable is if you land an arena. And I don't think we've seen an arena this game.
Well, Zhang Yu is going to make sure that happens for you. Does he have his Blink Dagger at least?
Yes.
Okay.
He does.
Maybe it's time for a smoke?
I would think so. I mean, Shopify already going into Roche. Like, there is no way you can give this Roche up to this lineup with a 5v5 dedicated squad. I mean,
yeah, what's the point of all that team fight if you don't actually use it to play for Roshan?
Because these team fight spells are not getting stronger necessarily here.
Is it possible that IG is just really confident about turtling around the Dusa?
No, I think they just really messed this game up. I don't think it's a Dusa confidence. I don't think they're like, yo, guys, This is all according to plan, don't worry.
This game's going great.
I don't think they feel that way. I think the lanes just got really owned by Shopify supports in the first 10 minutes. They just felt like they had free reign, especially with what Fly got away with here.
Did IG get 2 runes at the start of the game? Okay, that means that's the only runes they've got. So we watch Emo go down to the gank from Abed and Crit.
Yeah, this game is just out of control. And there are no short-term answers here for IG. It is really only going to be going that late game with the Dusa. Butterfly timing, I guess maybe you can take a fight, but again, Shopify never have to take a fight into IG's timings here. They can just dodge the map, and they're guaranteed to outfarm IG.
And also, the Wind Ranger can still, like, if you can kind of deal with everybody else, Wind Ranger will bring the Dusa down eventually with the Maelstrom procs.
It is a pretty good matchup. Especially the way Shopify's lineup can kite the Dusa out.
Yeah.
Like, Stone Gaze is not guaranteed to proc here unless you can land a big arena in combination with it.
And even then, you might just get songed, right?
Okay, he just finds real Naga with the lasso.
Okay, that's pretty nice. With the arena, immediately followed up. No save for the Naga Siren. The blast off is here as well, and they get the kill. Perfect opportunity for IG, and they're going to try and get more out of it. Stone Gaze doesn't latch onto Fly. It looks like it ended just before she got turned to stone.
All right, they had a really good observer down there in their own jungle. That is what set that up. That is why PYW knew exactly what to go for. I thought that was a little random, but that's just a good ward and a good defensive catch by IG. Finally finding an opening in this game, and probably on the best hero you can find it on, because that was the butterfly timing for Naga. Now Arteezy's sitting in Fountain with it for at least 30 seconds here. And also an interesting second item here on the Naga. I would not have thought of this as a second item butterfly game.
Does it have to do with the Dusa matchup? I don't really know.
I mean, it is good in the Dusa matchup for sure. Like the one-on-one physical battle, it helps you, but most of IG's lineup and damage is spell damage.
Yeah.
And the heart just makes your illusions way more obnoxious on the map for IG, I think. Arteezy is sleep killing Emo bottom,
while they're also killing PYW at the same time. So, not great. IG found a pick off, and then immediately it turns against them. 9,000 net worth lead for Shopify. They're going to be able to take the Tormentor and start taking some tier 2s with the Aegis.
That's a nice part of the butterfly over the heart too, though. Like the solo kill potential for Artor goes up a lot faster.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The damage is just crazier. I mean, he shredded Emo there. It wasn't even close. So if he wants to create some more extra stuff on his own without going something like the Orchid, which maybe isn't as useful, versus like do so with Dispels and the fact that IG are rushing BKBs, I kind of like that aspect of it.
Found him. Off of the, what do you call the little eye things again?
The Watcher.
Watcher. Off the Watcher. But still had a TP up. Nobody else was there to stun him.
Once more, IG put in a position where these side lanes are getting cleaned up and they have to make some grouped move. They don't necessarily have the smokes to do it. I think they only have one left. And they have not been able to find the small openings with this Mars Blink. That is for sure, as they are struggling to get to the BKBs here, and the lead continues to build. Halberd done for Saberlight. On top of that, Gleipnir for Abed. Zeros are becoming tanky.
PYW's dead. Goodness, that's a lot of damage.
Another Hellbear.
Another Hellbear. Just don't stop. And now he's got the Troll to start creating some skeletons, push down these towers a little bit quicker. I mean, that rally is super powerful with Broodmother specifically.
Yeah, I was just looking at it. This is disgusting. You get the bonus damage on every Broodling, every skeleton.
Yeah, that's going to rack up pretty damn quickly here.
And Saberlight is going that Hex next, so I feel like Hex Pipe are the two biggest items for in this game. I like that he identified it and has ended up going for this, because I think that just shuts down IG's team fight so damn hard. I mean, you're going to be able to fight during the BKBs, but that is it.
This is one of those BKB timings that, you know, faster than average, and that's such a bad thing, right? Because it means he feels like he has to go BKB just to get some semblance of team fight, otherwise they've lost.
This is not a Queen of Pain inventory you pick Queen of Pain for.
No.
This is a Queen of Pain inventory that gets you reported. But he has no choice here. That'll be Butterfly finished for Dust.
Hey, he got it.
You got to make something happen off this. There has to be a connection for IG. They'll find the Brood. That's a good target.
They need a fast kill, and they're going to try and get it. No, the disruption's going to come in. The arena's going to be able to catch the Shadow Demon, but Saberlight's going to try and skitter on out of here, thanks to the save from Crit. But Zhang Yu is on the other side of it, able to hit him with the God's Rebuke, slow him down. No stuns, absolutely. And Saberlight actually now turning back around with the lifesteal, now with the sleep as well. The Batrider, he walks back into it to try and save his own life for a little bit longer. Abed starts going to work on Dust, and the damage is coming thick and fast. The Butterfly cannot protect you enough because the rest of your allies are dead. And it only takes time. Time defeats everyone, Avery.
I mean, this game might just be over. I feel like IG are going to call it soon because this is just getting hopeless. You don't have nearly enough damage, and they arena'd the Shadow Demon over the Brood. I mean, I get taking out the backline support there. It's valuable, but he already had Disruption save the Brood. If you can't just all in the Brood there, I don't think that's a fight you can win.
No. Yeah, I would agree with that.
And I mean,
and even then, I think it's not that you would win it, it's that you could get the Broodmother kill and get out.
Sure, at least you're getting something. I mean, getting a Shadow Demon in this game changes nothing. And I feel like PYW trying to run back into the song because of how bad this team play is going is the tale of this game.
Yeah.
Please put me back to sleep. I don't want to wake up into this nightmare.
Wake me up when game 2 starts.
Hart finished for Artur at 25 minutes. He is yoked. There is absolutely no Naga answer.
It's 2 minutes slower than the average because he went up Butterfly first. That's so funny.
Yeah, who's lassoing who here? That is the better question.
I mean, they just can't do anything about this. Stun comes through. Arteezy with that heart.
Is he healing? I can't tell.
Yeah, they are actually not doing damage to him. He is almost out healing the damage they're putting out, and eventually the rest of Shopify will be able to get through that arena and end the game. Game 1 is a absolute stomp with Shopify Rebellion. I mean, fans of this squad may be rejoicing. They get a little bit of wind in their sails after a pretty rough group stage. They kind of need to be able to just win out to stay alive. And they're showing that that is possible with this Game 1 victory.
This is like a vintage Shopify game, right? You have Arteezy, Naga, there's a Brood in the offlane. It seems like no matter what their offlaner is, he's going to end up playing Brood. And then you just have Abed on a killer with some lane-winning action from the supports early on. That's just Shopify's MO, and it works for him here. I still can't help but feel like IG looked really weak in this game. I mean, they've had a rough series. Jack was saying they're sick. I'm sure that the circumstances for his team are not top tier. But damn, you got to put up more of a fight than that. That was just like, I can't even point to like one good thing that happened for IG in this game, other than that's it.
Yeah, I actually can't remember a single like
I don't know,
good thing that happened.
Emo,
that wasn't
Sonic,
like a trade
Waved in Enchantress.
That's it.
Very nice.
Yeah, they killed Enchantress. That's what IG did correctly this game. Maybe our panel has some more suggestions on what IG did well in this Game 1.
Well, they can start out with killing Enchantress. I'm sure that'll help. But after that, I would like to actually take personal responsibility for the current state of the panel because, as you can see, we are currently down one member, and that's on me. I gave Resolution permission to go eat lunch because I thought there's no way that this game would be over in 22 minutes. That would seem preposterous. And yet here we are.
He's here in spirit.
Yes, I feel the body of Roman wondering what the hell happened. How did that game end so quickly?
Well, as a Flex 1-2 player, perhaps he's comforting his comrade Emo right now on the state of that game. So it was
words
rough.
can't fix that situation.
So Emo is one of the core members of this team. He's been in IG for years. He's usually the guy that makes the calls and like sets the tempo, especially if he's strong. He was very not strong this game, let's put it that way. Rough lane, got roamed on and just killed multiple times and just didn't have a game. And everything just fell apart. Like we talked about before the game, Shopify would probably have the strat of just taking over the map and just constricting the map so there's nothing for IG to play. And that happened very quickly. Like this boa constrictor tightened the doors on IG really fast. So it was rough.
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about Fly and the impact he had on this game as Enchantress is actually insane. We just saw the Mars time and time again getting shoved out of the laning stage to the point where he just didn't have a game. Then what did he do after that? He just went to the mid lane, which was even at one point. This Queen of Pain and this Wind Ranger, their CS was similar, but Fly comes around, Crit comes around, Emo dies 2 times, and it felt like after that, it was the end of Emo's game. He couldn't find anything happening. The Mars couldn't find anything either. So Rebellion, they just like took this 1-3 lanes essentially and just took the W. And I also want to point out as well as that this Broodmother pick, it's pretty good versus Medusa in a lot of ways, because Medusa likes to not only just farm her lane, but farm those camps right underneath the tier 1 tower there, all the way backwards. Brood can go there and kick you out from there, so you slow down your farm essentially as well. So Rebellion, everything went right for them in this one.
What a wild scoreboard to see Fly and Abed ending the game at the same number of kills in a won game, not a lost game.
Fly had more net worth than Emo.
Yeah, usually that's a bad sign, right? In this case. Yeah. Emo dropped pretty low at some point. And like you said, you're Medusa, and like, you know, you're trying to farm backwards, and suddenly the Brood might be behind you already. So you're just, you know, what's going on here? So yeah, pretty rough. I think the Chinese teams have said this again, and IG especially. Laning has been a consistent weakness of theirs in comparison with other teams. And if you play against a Shopify and you can't lane, or lanes just blow up, this is their forte. This is their, you know, comfort style. So you're not going to get a game to play very soon after that.
I thought that maybe the Queen of Pain would be able to fix the issue that you guys were mentioning, where there was just like so much garbage on the map that Shopify were throwing, just illusions, spiders, enchantress creeps, and stuff like that. But I feel like I've only really seen Quinn be reliable on Queen of Pain. The other Queen of Pains, I'm starting to wonder what the motivation is for picking the hero. Side lane rotations.
I'm on the same wavelength a little bit here, because like the hero generally doesn't do a lot of things you want your mid to do. Like, it can rotate, but it doesn't have that stun, and it does rely a lot on having the Sonic Wave available, so that is one thing. But outside of that, it feels very volatile. If you don't win your lane with it, look what happened to Emo this game, right? This is what it feels like when you lose a lane with Queen of Pain. But I think they just might be so confident that they shouldn't lose their lane because they are Queen of Pain, that they won't get in this situation. But unfortunately, sometimes you got to account for supports, and it wasn't the 1-to-1 matchup. I don't think the Wind Rangers shut down whatsoever. It was the supports. They came and they really ruined Emo's life here.
I think that's why they kind of got forced into that situation, because with the way that they had to draft, like, they needed something on 23 that, you know, with the last pick coming still for Abed. So it was like, if I pick something else that's more easily countered, more committal, then I might have even less of a game, just get blown up even harder. So let's take this relatively safe pick. There are no spirits left there, right, at that point.
It's hard to wonder what less of a game than that would look like. But maybe we'll find out in game number 2, because Shopify Rebellion need to find a 2-0, or both these teams need to find a 2-0 if they want to stay in this group stage. So let's see which of those teams will succeed in game number 2.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sugar Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sugar Oven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of IG versus Shopify Rebellion, where I've got a great surprise for you guys. Roman's back. Reza, welcome back. Welcome back to the panel.
All right, let me tell you, IG let me down. You know, I did not expect this fast of a game from them, and I was hoping they would hold on a little bit longer, you know, so I can have my lunch in peace.
So you didn't even
and come back. No, I didn't eat. I ordered my food. I was waiting, and then like, yo, Ron, you should come back. And I come back, and you already finished in your, you know.
I mean, he saw the early game of this and was like, ugh.
It was like 4-4.
I'd rather have lunch than watch this. I'm out of here.
No. But
I
it was
threw up my lunch after watching that first game because it was disgusting.
Oh my god. It was 4-4 for like 15 minutes. The game was going smoothly, you know, like maybe in the favor of Shopify, yes, sure, but they have Medusa, they can hold on the high ground. I did not expect, you know, whatever happened in that game.
Homie finished his butterfly and then they instantly lost right after. So not the best showing from IG, which is a bit of a shame, Jack. I feel like for the longest time, I've had extremely high expectations from IG, not only these players, but as a brand, but they've been letting me down recently.
Well,
a lot of things have been letting me down recently.
All I can say is there may not be too much time left for you to have any sort of expectations at all for IG. It's a rough time for this club, as it has been for a lot of Chinese clubs and organizations. IG in particular, unique set of circumstances, obviously one of the early TI winners in Dota. They were founded by a rich billionaire son who initially obviously invested a lot into this, but That kind of structure has changed in recent years. IG as an organization has won both a TI and League of Legends Worlds.
Okay.
And so from their perspective, from his perspective, it's kind of like we've done what I set out to do. Like I've been successful.
Oh, the mission is complete.
Right. And so in recent years, also Dota for this organization, as for virtually every other, basically operates at a loss. So it's pretty tough to continue justifying these sorts of costs. So if you don't notice IG in the Chinese transfer market for players and stuff, they're not really buying these sort of high-level transfers. They're kind of counting on the players coming up from their IG Vitality and other like second-tier teams, of which 4 members of this current team are a part of. And so IG is going through some struggles, and a variety of other reasons. I guess we can talk about whether there's a draft going up. So. You've seen there may not be too many more opportunities to enjoy watching IG play.
So then one last question before we get to the draft. Then does that mean that the academy teams will still live on, like VGR and IGV and stuff like that, or academy teams are also not viable?
I think if they decide to leave Dota, they'll probably leave Dota entirely. But the academy teams, so it functions a lot like soccer, football, however you guys want to call it, where the academy teams have up-and-coming farm system players that then either maybe get sold or promoted to higher division teams. And so you can still run one of those teams fairly cheaply, I guess, and then be able to get players that on the transfer market that make it back for you. But at the same time, if you just look at how incentives are aligned, it's even that is like not easy to convince good players to be able to do. I mean, we've seen what has happened to the Chinese scene this year. So it's a tough stretch for the region, and also IG. A lot of teams are hoping that they make it through and qualify for TI out of this tournament, because if they don't, that's going to be one very crowded Chinese qualifier.
Regionals are going to be cutthroat as we look forward towards Seattle. But meanwhile, as we look towards game number 2 of this draft, we can take a look at the first pick, Pugna, Storm, IO. Storm stolen away from Shopify Rebellion. How callous of them. And then 8th pick, Ember Spirit.
No, I think it's a good idea to steal the Storm from the Shopify Rebellion, because if they get it, it's gonna be a W on their side. So I like the way that they prepared the Storm pick with Naya. It's another enabler that I actually forgot on top of Keeper of the Light and Pugna with a Storm partner to be a Storm partner, and I think it's a very good option for them to start the draft with. But Jack, why do you think that's happening? Is it like because of the current system of the DPC, or because of some Chinese relegation about like youngsters cannot play?
That's the type of stuff that I think for Dota wouldn't be felt for like an entire generation of players, because it affects mostly like really much younger competitors, and so for them, and then for people who are like really good or play a lot, there are ways around that. So it's not impossible to just be able to play, but that stuff wouldn't be seen for years. It would be like the next generation of players.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the main reason. There just aren't that many young up and coming players. There's a lot of mobile games and other things have exploded a lot more in popularity, and Dota hasn't had as much either support or, frankly, results. And of course, there haven't been tournaments in China for multiple years for COVID. So all of that stuff affects the scene, affects an ecosystem, and a lot of sponsors and investors aren't really trying to get into Dota for various reasons. So it's been tough.
I actually remember how Team Spirit, like winning TI-10 was like such a big impact for our region as well. Like that, a lot of people like started being motivated. I mean, it was the reason why Navi like has such a big impact on our scene too. Like they started the first win of the TI, and like it went like boom. Like everybody, like I had a dream too, like by being that team, and I'm sure a lot of people have that dream too, just because like all other the other team from your region already have done it. That means like you can do it too. So for Chinese, not having that win on the TI recently, like for many years, it's kind of affecting them.
Yeah, it's inspirational. And speaking of dead regions, I mean, we have Fear over here. How many people?
Dead region?
Well, no, but how many people in North America grew up wanting to play for EG or watching Fear play and like wanting to win? Like that's
yeah, quite a lot. And the scene is pretty similar in North America. I feel a lot of teams like they're aspiring to play, but like our Division 2, most people I talk to them, they're just playing for fun at the moment. But we'll see. Hopefully the Rebellion, they are our pride for North America and Quinn, I guess. But it's hard to look at Quinn and be like, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy that just goes to Europe and abandons my homeland. But then again, maybe you do.
Wait, why does he differ from Snay? Why would Snay be more inspirational than Quinn?
I mean, because Snae's a 5-player, Quinn's a mid-player. When you're young, you don't want to play POS 5.
True.
You want all the glory. You want to start in the mid lane. You want to play carry, maybe off lane. Support's for when you get old.
But they both abandoned their homeland, so that part is...
That is true.
There is some consistency.
I guess I also wanted to stay true.
But ego-wise, I want all the glory. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion, they give their offlaner a Beastmaster as we get into the second phase, and the bans, they take out the Terrorblade, the Undying. Whoa, Undying second phase banned. I just noticed that. Wild. And Monkey King. Meanwhile, IG ban out the Lycan, the Tidehunter, and the Naga Siren.
I'm trying to fathom why did IG just take Brood when they saw Ember Pugna? It's just a block pick, I suppose.
I think the whole draft looks like they're just blocking picks from Shopify.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure if this is the strategy you want to go, down with.
It doesn't seem like a winning strategy here, because like for me, you pick another support there that can work against the Pugna and the Ember, maybe some Silencer or something. Yeah, and there's still a Morph in the game.
And the
What is going on in this draft? What is the second phase?
Yeah, this has to be one of the latest Morph picks in this tournament, if not the latest. I really think they were just thinking, like, let's take it away from them, or let's try to do the same thing to them. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it's late in the day, you've lost a couple games, people are sick, you kind of just, let's try something.
Not even the last series of the day.
I'm halfway through the day. Just calling it quits right about now.
Yeah.
Sorry, boss, I'm going home.
Yeah,
it's definitely unique from IG here, because we haven't seen an IO I haven't seen IO in forever. Well, not this patch, at least. Yeah. It's not really the strongest of the heroes that people are going for supports. And then got to take the Brood early so you can get that super good late pick Lich here, which I will say against Beastmaster, this matchup has surprised me quite a bit. The Sinister Gaze does like 250 damage per second to creep units now. So you actually instantly kill the boars pretty much. So that's a very cool mechanic that a lot of people aren't aware of.
I wasn't aware of it.
Yeah,
you are now.
Thank you.
Logs. You're like finding all my favorite heroes. Lich, I'm skipping to the next one.
Pretty
Not
much.
reading this.
Do you
Pretty
get
much.
mana if you're gaze the boar or no?
Does the boar? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, because is it stealing mana or just getting mana?
It's just killing the boar. It does damage.
But I want a refund.
Yeah, how can you steal mana for something that doesn't have mana?
Is it not enough? You're doing like it lasts like
I want your mana too.
So it
It's
does
lit. Of course it's
250
not
damage
enough.
a second, and it lasts twice as long on creeps.
Oh, okay.
So it quite literally will just kill a boar.
Fair.
And you want mana on top of that too.
I do. I'm a greedy boy.
Very greedy.
Remember that time where Leech could just eat his creep and just deny it and get the mana from it?
So hopefully that still works. Thematically consistent, right?
Yeah.
Can't steal mana for something that doesn't have mana.
Yeah. I mean, I like the Shopify Rebellion draft a lot. They're just going with their favorite heroes. They're pretty confident with them for sure. And I mean, I'm surprised too that Morphing went to such a long second phase pick, and Undying also was not touched for the majority of this draft. So, but still, like their draft looks very cool to me.
Yeah, I'd expect to see like some kind of Snap or Mirana or something to conclude the draft for Shopify. What do you think? What do you think IG could be thinking here for out of carry?
A lot of them are banned, that's for sure.
I mean, at this point, there's like a PL, but it's not. I mean, no, there's no PL. PL against Beastmaster is horrible. PL against Ember is also very bad. So
There's only one choice in my eyes.
The Juggernaut?
Warta. There's some Warta plus IO. Let's go.
Warta.
I'd be into it.
That would be interesting. That would be the C solution to
Yeah.
it.
Don't do the C solution.
I mean, they won versus Morph with it.
They did, but that was like the only game that they've won so
Exactly,
far.
so it works.
It works.
Shopify, meanwhile, they need to figure out their other support, which Disruptor and Mirana get taken out of the pool.
Something like Dark Willow or something for Crate, right?
It
Yeah,
could be good.
Been playing
Skywrath. That's
Skywrath.
Okay.
something
Getting
similar
better.
that has control for the storm.
Yeah.
Follows up on the Beastmaster / Chains. This one just brings a lot more damage. So
Does look like a hard pick for IG to find a hero that's good against Morph
it just
and Beast
Warta,
guy
YOLO.
lane.
There's still a Drow, right?
There's still Drow, there's still Jug, there's still Faceless Void, there's Morta.
I historically have not enjoyed playing Jug into Morphling.
Yeah, it's pretty lame
Yeah.
lineup. I mean, matchup for him.
Drow I think that could work as well. Ursa. I mean, I like this hero versus Morph. It makes a lot of sense. However, the biggest problem Ursas have had, and why we don't see it very much, is its laning has been pretty weak.
Yep.
So finding a way, ever since they made it so Battle Fury no longer requires a Ring of Health, you don't have that easy solution of getting quick region so you can sustain the laning stage. And Ursa's level 1 to 2 is really bad, so you can just like trade with them. The Sky's just going to spam them with axes nonstop, and maybe they have to move this IO to the Ursa's lane to deal with this region, but I don't even know if that's enough.
Yeah, that sounds rough. I feel like Emo basically has to pop out for IG to have a chance this game, and I don't see that happening based on the heroes, and I think it's...
And the way they played previous games.
Yeah, I think it's going to be another rough one, like Shopify.
I mean, Shopify has the worst score here.
Technically, yes, they have 2 more losses than
They do.
IG.
I mean, 1 now.
Oh, no, yeah. What, so then that means Shopify is the better score?
No, they have to 2-0 IG to have the same score.
Yeah, it's true, actually.
Yeah, so there's...
I have to tell.
These teams are even on paper.
Yeah, I do think the Shopify Rebellion draft, and you know the gameplay that they showed us already is way more robust, way stronger than the IGs. So I'm with them too.
You're on them, but are you confident enough to go eat during this game or no? Because the question is it 25 minutes or less?
Yeah, that's the good question. No, I think this draft's more stable and for IG, so it's gonna be a little bit longer.
So it sounds like he's ready to go eat. So let's send him.
Let's
Let's send him.
Let's send him, man. If he wants to eat, let's make it happen. Let's get ready for game number 2 with Cap and SVG.
Power him up. That's just straightforward lore right there, right?
Yep.
It is kind of an old Chinese throwback, this IO Ursa strategy. Like, this is something we saw at TI 10 and not at TI 11.
Yeah.
But I think it was still good at TI 11, so I still don't understand why we didn't see it there. And then it just disappeared off the map because IO got nerfed into oblivion. So it definitely hurts the strat. It's not as strong as it used to be, but it was one of the most confident strats for that Chinese region as a whole during that tournament. So it's kind of interesting to see them still give it a throwback here and play this IO, a hero that has not had good results and not looked good, but in theory is still very good in the meta if you get to like, you know, a mech, soul ring, locket, whatever you want to go on this hero.
Yeah, of the mana batteries, definitely the least preferred of like the 4, right? You've got Pugna, obviously the number 1. That got picked up first by Shopify. Then you've got Coddle, I think, was second in popularity. Crystal Maiden has even been picked up a little bit more than IO. Very few IO picks in this tournament. And in general, just across the meta in a little bit.
And for a reason. The lane is definitely the weakest of everything. This hero just does nothing on lane in the first 3 levels. Like, absolutely nothing. Just sits there and hopes you don't die. It's really bad at using blood grenades. It doesn't have any all-in threat.
Yeah.
The stick is okay early, but that's about all you're getting out of the hero. Headdress isn't bought too much anymore. The mech rush can be difficult. This hero doesn't abuse ancient stacks or stacking too well either because it wants to stay on the lane for the full duration, and it's very slow without the tether once it moves off the lane. There's a lot of little things that IO just does not do well. Doesn't contest the wisdom runes well, because then it's in a situation where it's on its own on the map and doesn't have a stun. So it's just like a click battle all the time. There's a lot this hero does not have going for it and why we don't see it. However, I still think if you get into the mid game in a good position, then IO still does IO things and it turns your cores into raid bosses, which is what IG is looking for here. Just make the Storm and the Ursa untouchable with ice armor on top of, or I should say frost shield on top of all the IO buffs, and then you're just a god. And then you take that god and you jam it into Shopify and hope they do not have an answer to a god.
I feel like this IO is going to be... I mean, IO wants to play with everybody, right?
Yeah.
Play with Broodmother, play with Ursa, play with Storm, to refill the mana.
Yeah. Is there a follow-up on that?
I mean, I just feel like you're being... You only got 1 tether. Feel like you're getting pulled apart a little bit.
Well, I mean, when you go in with Emo and he dies, then you can tether the Ursa and have a good fight still. So I feel like it's going to work out, you know?
Okay.
I mean, one of them should have a good game.
I feel like it's different from like Pugna and Cuddle, who can like kind of spread the love around. I feel like Io's a little bit more monogamous in nature, you know?
It's a fair assessment. I think another reason why the meta tends to be unfavorable towards him, as a lot of the net worth gets spread across multiple cores now instead of one. It's not really a 4 protect 1 meta anymore where you tether this guy and he just becomes a beast. That definitely hurts you a little. Still, IG are going to look to pick up that IO tempo with the Ursa, maybe go for the early Roshans, and Shopify looking to have another strong early game in the silence, at least with Skyrath Pugna here. Very fast supports, 325 and 330 without the boots. Should just be able to spam right clicks here, at least in this Ursa lane, really win the region battle. I would expect to win the region trades up here with Skyrath Beast versus Lich Ursa, because Ursa is providing absolutely zero on this lane, except a meat sack.
A meat sack.
To absorb the hits. So if you're Shopify, you expect to win that lane. Maybe mid's a wash from slightly Storm favored and actually trades.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get crit. They really wanted that flower. And they are going to trade out the supports here. The Axe is building up a lot of damage. Shang Yu, he'll be okay. He did a bit of work to him. PYW is going to heal him back up a bit, though.
These silence are going better for IG than I thought they would on the early levels. I mean, the Morphling Pugna's a fairly defensive lane early. You're just trying to out CS, and you are not going to force this Brood off the lane with Web Regen plus an IO when they're both getting stick charges and a Lotus. I mean, this is a heavy, heavy regen sustain lane for IG. You should be free farming down here for the foreseeable future if you're Shang Yu, and that's a decent sign for IG because the lanes were an issue last game. It's not going to be a snowbally this time around.
Yeah.
And if you can get the IO through the first 3 to 4 levels, then you're really happy. This is an interesting lane matchup. And getting the first blood for Dust is pretty nice up here too, because he was struggling region-wise. Now he gets to buy in Raindrop, extra salve, and start to deal with this harass a little bit better.
Abed putting some pressure on Emo here.
Oh, little Skelly boy roam too. Trying to secure the water runes, and they're going to TVP. Well,
it's going to be close, but he does have the pullback on Emo. He'll be able to get the water rune off of that one. As long as he stays alive, it's all good. It's actually going to be Abed who may end up falling as the slide. Dodges a couple of hits, but it's not quite good enough. The hits from PYW and Emo rain in, and I think Emo, yeah, especially with that miss, it's going to be perfectly fine. So good trade-off for IG. Their laning phase continues to be rather fortuitous.
Yeah, and they get the double salve here on mid, so super efficient regen usage from Why do I keep saying PWI, dude? Why is that stuck in my brain?
I don't know.
PYW. And he will get a level 3 off that as well. Really, really good to make sure that Emo has a game here, because he is their big playmaker. And like, the Abed was just kind of taking it to him in the lane.
That was, that's a lot of damage. Skyrath Mage, Beastmaster, double magic amp, I guess.
It's true. There's a lot of amp in this game. Decrep plus Skyrath amp. You're throwing axes in. Another trade up top. Trying to get Saberlight, and I think Dust will. Or will he? He will.
Yeah, I mean, he's heading to a dead end either way. Now, the best Dust can do is kill some bears on his way out, but Crit's going to do a lot of damage to him. In fact, yeah, he's dead. Dust knows it, too. He just tries to get what he can out of the situation, but these boars are just too damn deadly. With a potent 4 position behind them, yeah.
That's nice for Crit, getting all that solar XP. Still, Saberlight, he does go down, but he is having a monster of a game in terms of the net worth up here. He's top of the board somehow, which I don't know where all that gold came from. The CS isn't crazy for him, but he's having a good time. And he'll have a fast Arcane Boots helm up here. Arcane Boots nice for Skyrath Mage. He's going to have the regen up. I mean, Dust is making the most out of this lane. So that is pretty good for IG. If you're looking for one hero to have the best time, though, it is definitely Emo. And they are giving him the priority here. 3 heroes to mid.
Yeah,
multiple
they quickly
games for this Storm.
Kill the Pugna, RTZ in a little one-on-one battle. It's not feeling too good about it either as the Broodmother starts taking over the lane a bit.
Wonder how much IG is gonna continue to commit to Emo. I mean, do you just do this for the entire game? Maybe you do.
I guess so, but this time around, Shopify Rebellion, you know, they're like, you can only do this tri-lane shtick for so long. Crit finally rotates out of that top lane and gives a helping hand, and that'll push Abed to a place where now he's level 6 ahead of the Storm Spirit.
That's a very close level 6 for the Storm.
Yeah, he was right on the edge, right?
Yeah, he was literally, let's see how much. 10 XP away. 670 out of 680.
The tri-lane plays against him, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, this Storm, he wasn't doing so hot on the XP, and it wasn't like they were getting chain kills off this. Now he'll hit 6. Still big kill to get, puts Abed back on top, and all 3 cores for Shopify having a very good start here. Roar already up for Saberlight as well. So now Dust he's a little spooked up here. Like, you're getting this wave pushed in with Catapult, silences. You don't know who's rotating up here. This is a nice pressure point for Shopify. I expect them to commit on this Catapult because the outspam for IG does not exist. It is Frost Shield and that is all.
Yeah,
they're really going to let him
even
drag
have
this
the,
off?
The high levels of Frost Shield.
I am surprised that Shopify did not just dive here because they know Emo has no TP. He TP'd back mid. That just feels like a missed opportunity. I don't think IG can really respond. I mean, you can TP the IO, but he also used his big wand on mid too.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a fight Dust can take. I really don't. I think that was an opportunity to push it in. Keep your catapult up.
Fighting Abed. Might be able to get the kill off the Sinister Gaze. They will.
Damn.
Big pickup, and they get another power rune off of it. So refill for Emo's bottle.
Okay. As the support's rotation to mid for IG has worked out in the end. As Emo having a pretty decent game here, which is a good sign for IG because this Storm definitely needs to do some heavy lifting, at least to get them into this mid game until the 2 other cores can catch up on the farm and start delivering the objectives. And they're going to continue this 3-man IO hit squad into the triangle. There's some stacks here. How greedy do you get? How much mana are you going to use?
Yeah, I mean, with the IO, they do have a bit of sustain if they want to fight for that, but Abed, he wants to punish them for this one. Saberlight's going to be here too. Look at him. Oh no, the silence with the illusion rune. Oh, that is so helpful because Saberlight was gunning to get that Primal Roar on the Storm Spirit. He was all in on that. But
yeah, he wants to protect these stacks and get 2 more up. That is why Saberlight's making that rotation. It says, nobody takes my Ancients. But that is a very fortuitous illusion rune. Pretty good use there for Emo.
Yeah, perfect use.
You just have to think about this silence the whole game. Level 2 already for crit. I mean, they picked the Skywrath Mage basically just to shut down the Storm in the early fights. And it's going to be obnoxious. And yep, camp stack differential pretty decent here for Shopify as that triangle is waiting for Saberlight to clear through it. It's going to be very farm this game. And it looks like Helm of the Overlord is his choice of item.
Dipping back to punish Fly, who... Not sure if he wanted to get some aggressive vision down or if he just wanted to see if there was any stacks or anything. Either way, he falls to Emo. We'll take a quick trip back to base, so we might see a Storm Spirit rotation in one of these side lanes. We'll see.
Could TP out here. I mean, where do you TP though? Like, there's nobody top. Bottom's already kind of getting shoved out. I feel like you might just have to go back mid here, and you're going to miss the 10-minute rune. He's going to TP for it. Not in time.
Yeah, a little bit too late for that one. Regen going to be brought up by Abed.
And Shopify, they're collapsing on mid. They really want to chains into some chain disable here. Will not find it. This is 10-minute catapult, which will result in bottom tower going down as the Morphling cannot stand there. Do you like this Morphling pick? Because it was a 4th pick Morphling.
Is there ever a Morphling pick that's bad? I feel like if it's
interesting, we usually don't see the hero go super late in the draft. They'll clean up mid tower, by the way. Just Ember things, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like the later it is, then the better it's got to be, right? If I like a Morphling pick on 2nd pick, then a Morphling pick on 4th pick, if I say I hate it, it means I think the pro players are dumbasses and they did a really shitty draft with Morphling.
It's probably true.
Which I don't believe that.
It is just crazy that they got it 4th.
It is crazy, man. I mean, they're laughing about it on the panel, that's for sure.
I think the Brood does have a good matchup versus Hero, but I don't know if that's going to be enough for IG here. As all these Shopify cores are just getting what they want. They're just farming. I don't think there's too much pressure on them to make anything happen. I mean, they're just finding casual pickoffs with the Skywrath. There's not too much objective pressure coming in until Pipe is done for the Brood. Maybe an early Roshan for Dust if they can ramp it up super fast, but outside of that, it's just going to be a farm game, and I think Shopify are happy with their scale here.
Yeah, certainly. Which means all the more reason for Emo to have a successful early game and kick up the pace, find kills like these potentially. Seal's going to go out, slight chains onto the 2 of them, but with them so close together, The regen being offered by the IO. No way to be able to turn around and threaten Emo.
Saberlight's joining this too. This is turning into a full-on team fight.
He is, but Dust is also going to be joining in on this. They're going to use the Prime Reward to kill the Lich, but now you are running out of resources, and that Chain Frost is still bouncing around. Saberlight going to be slowed down enough that Dust does get to him and finishes him off barely before the TP completes. Now Dust and Emo, though, are on the run as Abed still had plenty of resources to work with. Yeah, the Hadouken with the seal, the chains on 2 as well, so they're going to be able to kill the Ursa, but Emo had enough mana to jump away from the Abed Ember Spirits. Triple kill for Saberlight off of the board, by the way.
And those summons did work in that engagement in the open area. IG, they just don't have clear for it. This Beastmaster is going to be an old school problem. Normally it's about the axes and ags like some auras. These are just boars and a creep that IG do not have the clear. They have a Chain Frost that goes in and gets soaked up by them, and that's it. That is their AoE this game.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, golf clap, I guess, but QI not happy with that, and I don't know if it's going to get better. I don't know if there's a way to itemize to even deal with the beast summons this game. You kind of just have to get to a point where your right clickers are strong enough it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Or I guess sustain through the IO. Like, this is still the part of the game where PYW is not offering a lot on the IO. He doesn't have a mech, doesn't have more than just Soul Ring Wand here. You just get run down. If you can't take those long sustained fights, eventually the Beastmaster and the Ember Slights are going to win out.
Yeah, that's true.
And what also...
I mean, you would think that you would win those sustained fights because the IO, but I guess, you know, he did die relatively early into it.
They're going to make a go on Artur. This is
a hard kill.
Yeah, you do not have Morphling answers this game. That's the downside of this IO Lich support duo.
Do you think you can go Orchid on? Like, is that an... Emo's not going for it, but was that an option? Because that's an old school Storm Spirit versus Morphling option, right?
I don't think Orchid does anything in Morph. I think he will always have a Manta before you have Orchid.
Okay, that makes sense.
Or, like, your opportunity to kill him on the map, the way Morphling farms is just so limited. Maybe if you have, like, a Vision Hero or something, but Dust is... Dust.
Yeah. Ash to Ash. Dust to Dust. Abed, be forced to remnant away. Was going to try and go for the support kill, go for the Wisdom Rune, but...
Those are 2 supports, by the way. Killing IG's hard carry.
Yeah.
Did not even need a core from that, because Saberlight is just continuing to farm Ancients and get Swole. Again, not much map pressure. I go back to both these games for IG of just... They're not creating any part of the map where Shopify are afraid to go. Their cores aren't really being forced off waves. They got a couple pickoffs, but nothing that's building momentum here. You just got to get something going. I mean, maybe this game is a bit better for them in terms of they just get really fat and get some Roshans. It's looking a bit more solid. But Dust is going to need help with this Ancients right now. As he is struggling to get through him. This Battle Fury is pretty damn slow for the Ursa.
Yeah, and it's not like he has tons of Ancients he's going to be able to farm, especially with the way that Shopify have held a good amount of ground.
This game is just going to come down to Emo and Zhang Yu in terms of getting in there with this Brood Pipe, skirmishing it up. It is completed, so here's one of your windows to try and take a fight. If you're going to line this with the IO mech, which is 100 away, I think you have some pretty good sustain going into that.
Yeah, not bad.
Skelly Boy Cam.
The Skelly Boy Cam. Look at him go. He's so cool.
Add it to the list of... you know, little production item number 6,000 I did not ask for versus the one I did that has still not been... Okay, I'll let it go. I'll let it go for now.
I don't think you're ever going to let that go.
I'm never going to let it go.
Look at the consumable gold spent.
Oh, there it is. Right on cue. Look at that. It's all Lich, baby. Because it's always all Lich.
He spreads his spiders around to get some vision. They'll take the mid tower for free. I have to imagine they know why it's free.
This is not a Roche you want to be giving up with an IO or Selena.
Well, you're giving it up.
Yeah. That feels bad. This is your pipe mech timing. And you're losing the one objective you wanted in this game.
Yeah. There's a lineup that doesn't get Roshan.
This Helm of Overlord. I'm surprised it's Helm of Overlord because of how far he is. They're just done way too fast at 16 minutes here. I mean, your Helm of the Overlord is done before your Ursa Battle Fury. That's crazy.
Yeah, he is 2,500 net worth ahead of the Ursa. Battle Fury now done.
so much tempo that can come out from Shopify. Like, we could see some early high ground pushes this game because, okay, you have Frost Shield, but it's not that high level because your Lich hasn't been involved in any fights.
Sure.
And you have the Pugna Max and Nether Blast to help you go through it anyway. I don't think IG's high ground defense is anything at all.
Yeah, it's just Storm Spirit, really.
So we'll see. We'll see what Shopify decide to do. If they get a good fight near IG's base or like these tier 2s, they're going to be pushing them down very fast. And it's something IG are going to have to think about. Whereas their lineup really wants to spread Shopify out and play the map. They are having troubles getting the lanes in right now. As Arcane Rune for Emo is going to have to do some heavy lifting here.
The Aegis Holder charging through Arteezy, just going straight for the supports right away. They got the Primal Roar and the Silence, but the relocate can help him. Okay, never mind. PYW doesn't actually get that off. Crit is being saved by the heals. The constant suck finally does it. Will help finish him off, and Emo can go back in for Fly. Trying to finish him off now, but the life drain just keeps on going. They cannot stop the suck unless they could blow him up right away. Saberlight still playing this one out, but finally he falls. Emo, thanks to an Arcane Rune and the heals from PYW, is still kicking, but not for long. Gets caught by the chains, and it'll be run down by Arteezy and Abed, who gets a ultra kill. Rampage for Arteezy.
God damn.
Shopify Rebellion, are they back? If they just kept themselves alive in the group stage, it's looking good.
You know, he was 0-0-0 before that fight. And it just gets 5. You know, why not? A little casual Morphling Rampage.
I mean, it had to be one of the easiest rampages of his life.
I was about to say, that
he just walked in with an Aegis and right-clicked.
He literally just sat there. I don't think he moved more than 200 units for like 80% of that fight.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm going to right-click you down to 0. No, I'm going to right-click you down to 0. I'm going to steal a web, high-impact web movement.
yeah.
I don't know. What a weird rampage, dude. But Arthur, very happy to clean that one up. I mean, I was impressed by the sustain and the mana coming out from Emo. Arcane Rune plus all this heal from PYW. I almost thought maybe that relocate getting canceled ended up being good for them, but...
Yeah, who canceled it? I didn't see.
It was a Strength Adaptive Strike.
Oh, okay.
So Arteezy definitely putting in the work here.
Yeah, he did.
Going to propel him up, and I guess this Morphling pick was pretty damn good. It's looking great here. 5-0-0 off a single team fight. Claims another tower, still has Aegis to boot, and Ags is coming in shortly. Steal whoever you want.
Gonna work towards an Aghanim Scepter next off of all that fresh Rampage gold he just got. And IG, I mean, I haven't seen this Morphling Ags versus Ursa, but I have to imagine, just like every other carry, it hates having its stats stolen.
Yeah, Ursa is an Agi carry, so
yeah,
it's not a strength, even though he masquerades kind of as a strength hero. This Ursa loses attack speed, which isn't the worst for the hero, I guess.
Yeah, because he already has an attack speed steroid, but...
Yes, but the stats and the damage going... I mean, it just sucks. It just sucks. And then you can get overpower on Morphling, which is pretty damn nice. We'll see what Arthur decides to use it for. Maybe he just wants some more webs again. I mean, Insatiable Hunger on Morph is also nothing to scoff at. It's like a pretty damn nice spell.
Oh yeah, especially if he gets the shard as well.
Yes. I'm surprised we don't see this more. Like, we've seen Brood being answered to Morphling, and I think it is in terms of the tempo and the lane, and like you can just snowball the game with the Brood's auras, and you don't... If you're Ags ulting a Brood, then you're not Ags ulting the 1 and the 2.
You're right.
So generally the Brood team's happy. But in this game, like, I don't even think Arteezy's that sad if he Ags ults the Brood.
Yeah, considering how
underfarmed
some of the other heroes are.
Double damage Emo in the back.
Yeah, this is looking real good. They're going to get right on top of the Skywrath Mage first. Pull him up in a second. Now move for more. They jump up to the high ground. No, they back away. Don't want to be baited into a bad fight. The Broodmother will give them the information that they need. Trying to get up to that high ground. Primal Roar. Now too many heroes have backed away. Zhang Yu is entirely alone, and nobody else from IG wanted to go with him up there.
This Beast is just too scary. They don't want to go into the Golem. They're not sure who to jump. They have 0 follow-up off the Storm Pull if the Lich can't get in there, and he's getting zoned by the Morphling.
I feel like that was a situation where I was fine with them going in, and I was fine with them backing off. But one or the other, you got to do it together.
Yes. And now you're going to lose your Tormentor. As Shopify just claimed full map control here. This game is getting scary. Like, this 25 to 30 minute second Aegis for Shopify is going to be really hard to defend if you can't contest that objective. So that is what IG are building for now, trying to get the Ancient Creep. And give it the old Sinister Gaze counter I've talked about many times.
I don't think he actually got it. I think they
No, he did not.
He got the Helm of the Overlord off.
A little Ancient Frostbitten Golem.
Is that the one, the cooldown reduction?
Yep, Time Warp Aura, level 2 Time Warp, by the way.
Wow, so it's an extra 1%.
That's pretty nice. This Wild Axis is 7.1 instead of 7.2.
See if it makes the difference. The Aghanim Scepter is done for Arteezy. Way ahead of what you would expect.
He's cruising. He's really high level too, level 17. I guess that's what a Rampage will do for you here. He is well ahead of all the IG cores. And they're going to open up the base. So if they get another Roshan here, I guess they can even just poke it right now. Like, bring IG back. Again, their outspam is incredibly bad. There's not much danger in doing this. You get a glyph. That's pretty valuable. Didn't cost them too much. They can just go straight into mid. Kick the Brood out. Emo's finding some farm, working towards BKB, but I feel like a lot of this comeback potential for IG is based around the Ursa's itemization, not necessarily anybody else's.
Yeah.
And Shopify are just making the Ursa's impact more difficult as the defensive items and the EHP start to stack up. We have an Octarine on Abed.
Yep, I was going to say the big difference, trying to get a BKB on one mid laner, the other one is completing an Octarine.
Like, this is a greedy item, right? Because
yes,
it's not that good defensively outside of just the raw HP, but it doesn't feel like IG are going to be able to burst him here, especially with Pugna behind him, with Lotus, with Glimmer and Decrep. You have another Glimmer on crit, and then you have this Roar that can bail out one of the cores going on him in the first place.
Trying to make a move to catch Abed, I think. I don't know how they do that.
I don't think you can kill him, though. Like,
yeah, I don't think so either.
You have a Vortex into a level 1 Sinister Gaze. That is your lockdown. And I feel like Abed knows it, and he does not care.
Yeah, he's going to play super far forward and get kills wherever he can. If you're outside the base, he's going to hunt you down.
And this is where you cannot be 9 if you're IG. Because now your base is right in front of Shopify with no glyph.
Yeah, no Frost Shield.
I guess they got the wave cut.
Oh, they did.
Okay, nice little play. There's a top wave coming in, though, so it only saved him a couple seconds here. And that is a... Is it long enough to get BKB on Dust? It's going to be close. I don't think he's going to have it for this, though. So they'll get some a little tower chip, and actually, Shopify just want to TV back and set up.
Yeah, it's time to do Roshan. They have the vision from the Hawk on it, so... Know it's up, and you really don't want to give the space for Dust to, like, sneak it or something like that. In fact, they might even be able to kill Dust. Dust and BYW instantly blinked away. Oh, and he still got him with a slight change. Well played by Abed, stopping that TP. BYW tries to go for the desperate relocate out, but of course the Primal Roar is there instantly, and they will both die. And now Shopify. Well, I mean, do you go back for the Roshan, or you just poke at high ground again?
I feel like I just go down mid and hit the high ground. I think it's a lot faster than they feel it is. Like, I think they don't want to do it because normally it's not that valuable of a move, but I actually feel like this tower just dies.
Yeah, I feel like it's more valuable than it used to be. Now that Roshan, it's also on the corners of the map, whereas opposed to, you know, old Roshan pit was actually near the mid, so it was easy to connect to.
Probably true.
Emo making some bold moves, because you kind of need to make a bold move or two, and bold itemization, apparently. He's going to be caught here by the sounds, but I think he'll survive through this. Nobody else is quite close enough. Abed's closing the distance, but a long zip, TP out. Oh, that slight was barely off the mark, but he gets it.
This is still space for the Roshan, which has spawned, and Shopify instantly in it with their 2 big right clickers here. That's a valuable force off the map here, and IG just not prepared to contest these Roshans with the Ursa IO. It is not the same speed it used to be, and the BKB is still not done for Dust. Even then, you still need the lockdown components here. This lineup is just way too fast for IG to deal with. The itemization, pretty damn solid here from Shopify, and they'll get an Aegis on the Morphling, so now that high ground siege is wide open.
What do you think of Bloodstone for Emo?
I was looking about that, and I have no idea. Honestly, it doesn't sound great.
I think I hate it.
Like, what's it doing in this game?
I don't know, but I know maybe I'm a little obsessed with Aghanim Scepter, but I feel like you need a game-changing moment, and I'm not sure if Bloodstone gives that to you, you know? I don't know what item gives that to you. I feel like maybe Ags is potential.
I mean, the weird thing is I feel like even if Emo gets max value out of this and gets like a crap ton of mana, I don't even know if the extra mana helps him.
Yeah.
I feel like these fights are not about him having more mana. The fights are about, can you actually kill a Shopify hero with lockdown? That has been the problem. Like, you need Bash on Ursa or a Hex on somebody. Something. Abed just has way too much free reign. Okay, here's your pull into what?
Yeah, not much. Into a whole lot of damage. The Bloodstone does help defend against that one. He heals up a little bit. Another stun, though, coming in. And now a root to follow it up. They're chaining it nicely, but the relocate was just in time.
That was perfect timing. Can they do anything with it, though?
Yeah, I mean, they're TPing out so they can stay alive, but they cannot turn around this team fight, sadly. And they're going to lose both their supports for it.
And Abed took this extra chains duration, so these are 4-second chains. Just been debilitating in the fight. Because there's no Dispel on IG side. Like we saw there, Emo, he sits there, okay, Bloodstone is technically healing you a little, but you're still just sitting there. Nothing's happening. Shopify didn't even have to use too much. They used a roar. That was it. That's what you got out of them. You're back onto the high ground. Something out of here. That's a big mud goal. God damn.
Oh, yeah. I see that now. Why is he so big?
Helm of the Overlord.
Helm of the Overlord increases the unit size?
Yeah, doesn't it?
I didn't know that.
For non-ancient creeps.
Oh, okay.
Ancients stay the same, but if it's a non-ancient, it makes them larger. So then you can tell it's that Overlorded neutral and not a normal Dominator neutral.
Of course. That is very important to identify.
I mean, look at this boy. He's big. He's a big boy.
And IG apparently cannot handle all the heat that this Golem's bringing. They're just dropping buildings one by one.
This is through back door.
Yeah, Morphling will do that to you. He'll make your buildings and your heroes disappear real quick,
right,
like he does that Broodmother. Instant buyback. I mean, they're trying to assault the back line while the Broodmother's drawing attention away, but they can't actually kill enough. Abed is going to be staying alive for a little bit longer. Cheese goes off, and he's got the Decrepify to be able to help him out. He's just not taking the damage from Dust that they hoped for. Crit, maybe Crit will die. Oh, Glimmercape, got him in the end. Threw out the Mystic Flare, cost him his life, but did help eliminate the Storm Spirits. These Decrepifies are causing serious issue for Dust, who just cannot stick on one hero at a time and bring them down. GG is going to be called. IG will lose this series. Shopify Rebellion keep themselves in serious contention now to be able to get out of the groups because Execration, slight spoiler, but I know they're up to 9 losses. So if Shopify can keep themselves at just 10 losses here, which they've done, then they have a real chance for either tiebreakers or maybe even straight up getting out of group stage.
I mean, they don't look too happy either way. I don't think they're feeling themselves in this event too well. And that series felt like a rollover, right?
Yes.
I was like, I don't want to call it a freebie series, but IG are definitely not in form to be contesting at this point, and it feels like the wind has been taken out of their sails. There's just not much going on for them in either of these games. At least Shopify gained some momentum. Their supports looked a lot better in this series than a lot of the other ones I've seen from them.
Yeah.
Like the combinations game 1 to really win the lanes. In this game, combining to kill the Ursa solo, creating some space, especially in the team fights with the early Glimmer itemization here, really taking advantage of the fact that IG do not have any stuns. They do not have the lockdown. Saves are just primo value here. It's a high execution draft for IG, and I don't think they're at a point in this tournament where they can execute this complex of a lineup where, like, you got to have a lot going for you, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Shopify are like, okay, we're going to get Helm of the Overlord on Beastmaster, take Roshan, and push your base. And what are you going to do?
Also, you gave them 4th pick Morphling.
You did give them a 4th pick Morphling, yeah, and he went 10-0. So Arteezy shows up
surprise,
with
surprise.
712 GPM on his signature Morphling, and looks pretty good.
How long was the game, by the way? Because I think the panel said it won't be a 25-minute stomp.
It was technically under 30 minutes.
It was a 29-minute stomp in the end. So,
haha.
They were right about something.
You were wrong again.
Or they were wrong about something. Either way, Shopify Rebellion do manage to get the 2-0 over IG.
lunch?
I did not eat anything.
What? We gave you 29 minutes, Roman.
Yeah, I knew it could end faster. We had experience, all right. So I was a bit cautious about.
He didn't trust you this time. You
didn't.
fooled him the first game, so.
I duped him. I said, Roman, go ahead, have yourself a leisurely meal. This time you didn't. You were wise to my shenanigans.
Yes.
And now you can tell me all about game number 2. What happened? Why did IG once again lose?
I spoke with William, the coach of Liquid, about this game, and he said that Shopify Rebellion is gonna like win 100% because he saw that the supports on the Shopify Rebellion have like way better time connecting with their cores this game than the IG had. So in just to see that, it made sure for him that it's gonna be an easy game for the Shopify Rebellion. And I kind of agree that their draft overall had a like really good picture. Whether therefore RG is gonna it would be a way harder time for like Lich to connect. Yeah, they had like Storm Spirit IO combination, but other than that, like there's no really synergy between other heroes for them.
That was kind of what helped Shopify out in game 1 also, was Enchantress being able to rotate and connect with the cores so well. And throughout this entire thing, it was pretty much just IO trying to connect with who knows what. I don't know if Ursa's the proper pairing these days.
Well, not in this game. Storm should be it, but IO as a hero right now is just a little bit weaker than a lot of the other alternatives like the Pugna. I think Pugna is the only battery right now that is highly contested for these type of heroes, but they tried to make it work regardless. But surprise, surprise, the early pick Brood that we didn't know why they picked it there, it didn't work out for them. It wasn't the same type of Brood game. You didn't get to see your matchup, and of course, the Ursa, unfortunately, not being able to find any space on the map. And I think I've pretty much figured out why Morph and Medusa are the only carry heroes being picked right now, and it has to do with this region thing. Like, Morph and Medusa, they don't really care about getting harassed. Morph will just get low, get salved up. Medusa, she just doesn't take damage in the lane. She just loses mana. So you just need to replenish that and maybe get a Lotus. But this Ursa, man, he tried the lane into the Skywrath plus Axe spam. He wasn't having it. He couldn't withstand the damage, and that just gave Saberlight a completely free game. And it was really just up to Emo to make things happen on the map, and he just wasn't enough.
There's also a region nerf, right? The Health of Region, that you can't really buy it there on the lane, and there's no really way to stabilize the lane without having, to bring a lot of region from home. And it's also like I spoke with the Sam, the Bulba, and he said it's like it's Rampage for Arteezy, one a long end time. The first one after a long break of Rampages for our tour.
It's okay. The Reddit clips are being loaded up as we speak, I'm sure. Meanwhile, though,
Minium Copium.
Yeah, things continue to go downhill for IG, which I don't think this is elimination for them yet, Jack, but it's getting to that point where we may have to start saying goodbye to some of the Chinese teams.
Yeah, they had a pretty good day yesterday. I think they took a game off both Tundra and Liquid. But, again, talking to them earlier today, the team appears to be sick. They're not in good form today, and it's pretty rough. They have to rally and regain their footing tomorrow to stay in this tournament. I think this game, you kind of see what they're going for, I guess. Again, if they have the Brood having similar impact to last game, you can take over parts of the map, take Roche quickly with Ursa, and be able to apply a lot of pressure. The IO did go mid a number of times, and there were a couple kills, so that, I guess, there was some connection, there was some usefulness there, but when your other lanes are sort of getting spammed down or getting beaten, then you lose the map quickly. All that momentum just disappears. And then in the draft, they gave up this Morph really late. They gave up Morph Skywrath as the last 2 picks, which usually you see teams have to first phase if they're not banned. And obviously the Skywrath is so good for partnering with Spirits. He moves quickly, secures the runes. Spirits hate playing against him, so ended up being a pretty rough game. So IG have to regroup tomorrow, try to fight their way back in the tournament.
Yeah, I don't think this whole strategy of trying to deny picks piece by piece from the enemy team is a recipe
super early in the draft, yeah.
And the concept of leaving Morphling in that late was also just baffling to me. I have to imagine that Super is kicking himself for being like, oh my god, we left Morphling lying there. Meanwhile, though, we can take a look at the standings as we approach the 3/4 mark of the day, because we have one more series remaining, and not too much has changed since, I guess, yesterday. Liquid, Beastcoast, Tundra, and Aster are still looking good in Group A. Meanwhile, middle of the pack is Spirit and IG, which... Wait. How did IG get a 5th win? I thought they were 4-8, and Shopify was 4-10 coming into this.
That is true.
Everyone makes mistakes sometimes.
Yeah. Everyone makes mistakes. Well, Shopify, I believe, are currently higher than IG. Execration and Blacklist are still bottom of the group, unfortunately. Meanwhile, for Group B, Quest continues their domination. As if you missed it, the series that happened earlier on the stream was Quest 2-0ing BetBoom team, which is why BetBoom are currently 8-4. Gaiman continuing to, unsurprisingly, be dominant on LAN as usual, and LGD as the current last contender for upper bracket, but nothing too shocking quite yet, other than the fact that
Quest is upper bracket already.
Dude, they're confirmed.
It's pretty shocking to me. I mean, I haven't expected them to have such an amazing results. Honestly, like they're playing so stable, they're playing so manly, and like they're taking over games by games. And also Amar pool like has been surprising me as well, like with the Broodmasters and stuff. Like they're looking solid. They're looking solid.
This team came together really fast. I think they're one of the few teams battling out in like the tiebreakers to actually make it to this major.
Yeah.
And at the beginning of the DPC, they weren't really looking so good, and they meshed really fast. They found that magic combination, and now they've only lost one game here at the major. Who could have possibly guessed that?
It's wild. Yeah. And it unfortunately comes at the cost of Evil Geniuses being eliminated, confirmed eliminated out of Group B, as well as they have only been able to pick up one win, which is unfortunate for South America, but same kind of situation. Matthew's been sick. IG's been sick.
Yeah, I mean, you're also seeing this. I mean, if you're from a strong region, which obviously Western Europe is, and you have everything to play for in this tournament, you still have a chance, right, to make TI directly if you do really well. So, it's time to step up here.
Because in contrast, we are actually getting ready for our next series, which is going to be PSG.LGD versus Azure Ray, which I believe if Azure Ray even wins this whole thing, Jack, they still can't go to TI directly.
Yeah. I guess we'll get to that when we get to that.
Sure.
But yeah, it's kind of a weird situation, I guess. Like, you make the major, if you win, it doesn't matter. So have fun, I guess.
Suck less in the beginning of the year. What am I supposed to tell you, man? Dota's a year-long game. I can't just let you roll up here with just 1 week of good performance. Meanwhile, though, we will get into that match of PSG.LGD versus Azure Ray as our final series after the break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade Wi-Fi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Waiga.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Waiga.
Get in the game. Make it count.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Of the mainstream, we got PSG.LGD going up against Azure Ray, a classic Chinese DPC matchup. Or is it? Because the name Azure Ray is not very familiar. The players, well, most of them you should be very familiar with. But why is that the case? Jack, as we also introduce our new panelist, Aurora. Welcome, Aurora. Welcome back, rather. But Jack, Azure Ray, who are these people? Where did they come from?
Okay, well, I assume you're talking about the organization and not the players just yet. So I think it's the same owner as Extreme Gaming. If you look at their logos, they're very similar. In fact, you probably can't tell them apart if you just put them next to each other.
Yeah.
So basically another attempt to put together a team from a wealthy owner that can compete for TI and maybe win a championship. And then the players they brought back, of course, need no introduction to many fans of Chinese Dota. It is Chalice, FY, and Somnus are the main ones, and they have also Lo and Tianming as their other two players. But these three, they have a lot of history. Obviously, runner-ups at TI with the heartbreaking loss a couple years ago. And they're also very fun to watch. For a lot of Chinese fans, it's been hard for them to connect with some of the newer teams in the scene, some of the newer, to be fans of the newer players. Other teams haven't done particularly well. So for these guys to come back, it's, kind of like carrying the torch, if you will. Or at least that's what they expect and hope. But of course, coming into this tournament, they do not have enough DPC points to make the results of this tournament actually matter for TI purposes. So when I saw Lanham yesterday, I was just like, hey, how are you guys doing? What do you think you're coming into this tournament? He's like, we're on vacation, bro. We're on vacation. And obviously, he wasn't entirely serious. But yeah, these old veterans and these new players are going to try to at least learn something and improve, get up to speed from this tournament. That's what Somnus has been talking about in his streams as well.
Yeah. I think it was the first day we kind of looked at the DPC points and what you get. Every team, if they got first, could potentially, except for Azure Ray. They're the only team, no matter what happens, they just won't have the points. And I guess that's just what happens when you peak a little bit too late.
Sucks to suck.
It does suck to suck.
Yeah, because they were, YBB for Tour 1 and Tour 2? And they also didn't. So what was the call that they had to make to be all like, yo, Somnus, you ready for one last ride? And he's like, all right, I'll do it.
Well, they purchased a slot, and Somnus was in talks with, I think, Aster and some other teams as well. And I think ultimately this group that he's comfortable playing with, and then feeling not too much pressure. I mean, he kept talking about like, hey, it's like we come back, we're going to be a newish team. People aren't going to expect that much out of us. And then other dominoes sort of fell. Like Vici Gaming basically collapsed and their org stopped doing Dota, and so FY became free. So it was a familiar group of people that they could play together with, and here they are.
Aurora, you're especially excited to see Somnus back. Out of all of these players, this is the one that you're the biggest fan of?
Yeah, and I feel kind of bad for my local Malaysians because they'll be like, come on the other team, it's nothing to say. Sure. And I'm like, what? No one can compare to Somnus, the Mei Huang, the maybe god. But I would say I think maybe it's kind of, sorry, I should say Somnus. Somnus is kind of like out of the loop, I would say. Like, he's not at his peak anymore. But I'm just really glad that he came back, and maybe he's here to teach the new LGD a lesson.
That's true.
He already taught Quinn a lesson earlier. There was an 18-minute game. So on stream before the major, he was talking about how, like, oh, this Quinn guy, things are going pretty well for him. I'd like to go, kind of give him a run for his money again. And then they beat game in 18 minutes, and Somnus, it's hard not to call him maybe. Sorry, just stop with these name changes.
Yeah,
so Somnus, obviously, he delivered on his promise, at least for that first game. Second one didn't quite go the same way, but he's back. He's back. And these guys, they talk a lot. They stream a lot, so it's like very entertaining for fans. You can hear their comms in game and stuff like that. Somnus also kept talking about how the region needed to improve its laning, how they really needed to catch up, how Chinese teams used to be at least pretty good or good enough at laning. The Western teams have kind of gotten ahead in that department. So that's something that they've consistently need to work on. You've seen that repeatedly, I think, throughout this tournament and when the Chinese teams have played against the others. Maybe LGD a bit less so, but I think we might have covered that LGD series against Gaiman where their lanes just collapsed and they lost very quickly. So that's been an adjustment to sort of catch up as a tournament goes on for these teams.
And how's LGD been stacking up for you, Fear? Are they getting ready for TI form? Because we saw them in Dream League, we're seeing them now. Where are you rating them?
I'm a little disappointed so far this tournament. I thought they're going to come out as powerhouses because they did really well at Dream League, and even in Dream League they disappointed a bit. I think a lot of people expected them to maybe make it to that grand finals, but they just fell a little bit short here. But today they went from like 5-5 to 7-5, so things are going a bit better for them. I have a lot. They still have to prove a lot. I think Nothing to Say plays really well, and New, and the offlaner, the new guy, plays a very small amount of heroes, but he's really good at them. But maybe that's where they need to pick up the pace the most, like making sure he gets the heroes he wants. They've been playing perhaps too many heroes. I was just looking at the heroes that they have played, and there's just so many different heroes all across the board for them.
Which oftentimes indicates that the team does not have like a core strategy that they're building around, especially in this patch where a lot of people are just building things around Timbersaw, Broodmother, or Morphling Medusa, and the rest of it you fill in the pieces afterwards. But
sometimes, but this is LGD. This is LGD, right? So this is Zhao 8. This is Y. This is the team that, with this leadership, has been willing to pick anything they think suits the situation. This is a very counter-picky team. So I think they have been sort of still looking around a little bit to find their patch answers to stuff that's good here, but they are willing to try a lot of different things. That's always been in their DNA, if you will, as long as they can make the lanes work. Zhao 8 is very good at drafting in a way where the game feels really hard to play for the other team. And so I think against the Chinese teams, and this is partly why LGD has had so much success in region, the Chinese teams are less likely to be able to exploit them early on in lanes. And so LGD is usually able to draft like a more well-rounded lineup that gets them the gameplay that they want.
Tell me you're an LGD fan without telling me you're an LGD fan. Tell me Snare possessed you without telling me.
Yes, Snare has been pushing the LGD propaganda, which, I mean, everyone who's been watching China for the past 4 or 5 years, or actually forever. LGD is the longest standing org in Chinese Dota easily, and hopefully they will continue carrying the torch as we get into our first game of our final series. Medusa and Morphling band out. Azure Ray take out the Primal Beast first phase, and the Undying. They first pick the Pugna, Skywrath, Ember, response by LGD, and 8th pick Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Nothing to Say has been a terror on that Primal Beast, so let's respect ban there for that one. And this is an interesting game because it's very much so pre-planned by both teams what they're going to do. You first pick the Pugna. LGD knows that's coming. Storm is going to come right after the Pugna. No surprise there. They pick 2 heroes that are good versus Storm. The Skywrath and the Ember. We saw that in the last series here, if you caught that game, where Rebellion picked that against the Storm that Emo picked. And Emo didn't have the greatest time playing against that, but they decided they'd try it their own way here too. They're going to play against the counters here, but LGD, they were prepared for this. So we'll see if their counter pick was going to be successful or not. It's definitely strong for sure.
Yeah, I think one of the adjustments they said they took from Berlin and throughout the CNDPC was playing more around the mid. Obviously, there was a period of time where the side lanes and the portals seemed more important. But then if you're going to pick one of these spirits, like enabling that spirit with heroes that help roam, help secure runes, help this hero snowball is usually a pretty good idea, and that's the concept LGD is going for here. And they know that Skywrath is not going to make it out of the first phase against these picks. Again, the silence is so good against the spirits and in combination with them. So pretty strong first phase already out of LGD.
And it kind of shows too through what their offlaners been playing. Neo by far has the smallest hero pool of anyone on LGD, only playing 5 heroes, but all of them are pretty self-sustainable. He likes playing the Broodmother, the Lycan, Doom, Timber, and Beastmaster, so these heroes can be left by themselves if you do want to help out that mid lane a bit more.
They banned the Brute. I was thinking, yeah, like, Brute seems too good against this Pugna, you know, and you kind of want Pugna to just stay behind and be safe to be this power bank for Storm Spirit, but like, if they have a Brute, then it's not going to happen. So I'm glad they banned out the Brute, because otherwise the Storm will also be very pressured to mitigate the damage the Brute will be doing, you know.
Yeah, we saw in the last game, the Brood also just makes their way to mid so quickly, and you lose your mid tier 1 way too early in the game.
I need to know, like, what each region... She just said, like, the power bank, right?
Yes,
like,
I know. So I've heard, like, gas station.
Gas station, China one. USA.
Power Bank seems to be SCA. I like
Yes.
that one. What's the USA one?
I mean, steroids, one of them.
Oh yeah, steroid. We do use steroid.
Okay.
Not me.
Revelations on the panel. Jesus. No wonder. That explains everything here. I get see why.
I'm natty. I promise.
Yeah. Our fear is absolutely not natty. So
I'm 100% natty.
Gotcha.
Lifelong.
Power bank for C. That's what it is. Power bank.
And yeah, you kind of bring a power bank everywhere you go, right? That's how their strategy works, right? You bring a partner everywhere. Not necessarily the partner has to be in front, but he'll be there to recharge you.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like because Pugna, like when he has the ward down, it's like multiple charging ports, right? Because you can life. See that makes sense.
He's got that USB-C.
Yeah. So the gas station for Chinese is also because the words for getting gas, like Jiayo, is also the same. They're same as their cheer, like let's go.
Yeah.
So if you're, there's
I didn't realize that.
But are gas stations portable though?
No. Well, unless it's a mid-air refueling jet, which
I have seen those.
Which we said the Underlord was the first game. Yeah, that's the Underlord. But that's not this gas station.
I like the gas station one because like Storm, he does his thing and he comes back to Pugna and he just refuels real quick and then he's back at it. But either way, Elder Titan has been picked up, which is a little bit of a surprising pick for me. It works really well with the Ember in a lot of ways. Particularly not great against the Storm Spirit, but I guess if you do have Skywrath already, you do have the Ember, you're not too worried about. But I'm just curious on, to me, it just doesn't scream like it's an Elder Titan game just by seeing Pugna and Storm here. So
I think they're preparing for the TB, just in case.
Absolutely. It has to be like some 500 IQ thing where they're afraid of one certain hero and their support needs to take care of it. So even if they don't pick it, they're not sad with having their lineup, but that makes it very difficult for Azure Ray to get that. I mean, Medusa's banned. That was one I think about. Terrorblade as well could be a good pick. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think there's a sort of, again, there's a lot of like big picture drafting that you'll see more Chinese teams against each other. It's kind of just shores up their lineup, just add some team fight out of the other support. That makes it like easier for them to scale going into the game. And by the way, I've thought way too much about this, but I think the power bank still makes sense because it's Storm Spirit, right? So it's electricity. So
it's great.
Yeah.
Unless you're a hybrid car.
Oh.
Yes, I think the American one. So we use steroid for like buffs, but I think like Mana Battery is the one that comes to my mind that rolls off the tongue most naturally for me.
What is this, magic? Like,
yeah, I mean, like that's not a real life transferable thing.
You just swap it out. Swap out the battery. Well, actually,
Mana?
I guess it's like a.
You don't use mana in real life.
Mana's not a thing in real life. Maybe it is for you, but
it's not. What's powering my phone then? They do offer the Elder Titan, which I was also surprised because Techies is still in the pool, and Azure Ray takes the opportunity to pick up the Techies and the Doom.
I think if they take the Techies instead of the Elder Titan instead, they will be very, very vulnerable to TB and a lot of micros. So having this Elder Titan maybe is just to say, if you take micro or TB, we will be able to play our lanes, like it's not that easy for you to just, play a good lane and then group up and then tower down, which like LGD's heroes are not really good against their lineup, except for Elder Titan.
Yeah, that's true. Although the push is really just coming from the Pugna on Azure Ray so far, but we'll see what carry they opt for as their last pick. Meanwhile, LGD need to figure out, I guess, either their offlaner or their carry in this one. And it's going to be their offlaner with the Beastmaster.
Definitely one of the heroes that Niu does play, so more than anything, they want to make sure he's on his comfort heroes, and my brain was wandering a little bit about this Techies pick against the Elder Titan, but a lot of ways it can make sense if you do go Reactive Taser. I don't know how early you'll get it. Maybe level 3 if you're crazy, maybe level 2, but you could trade against the ET, because the biggest problem you have with ET is if he gets a big spirit, we like to call him, he gains the briefcase after that and starts smacking you with it, and if he can chase you down or specifically hit off your offlaner from the lane, it can be difficult. But if Techies can get a reactive taser and just have that burst damage to trade, it potentially could work. But this isn't definitely not a hard counter to the Elder Titan at all here. And that's the hero that I kind of have like my eyes on the most. Yeah. Can they make this ET work? Because it's not a very traditional hero to be picked in this meta right now.
I feel like the last hero that can tie this draft really well is the TA, but I don't know if Azure will be missing that because it's really big on this ET and Beastmaster. Like, there's no way you just give the TA away, right? at this point. If you think about it, like what are the carry heroes that our heroes have problem killing or like stopping their farm? I feel it's just TA, you know.
We'll have to see on that one. Like, Lou has played. I mean, there's no Deuce. He's played Alchemist. That could be a hero as well. The TA if that doesn't get banned, but it's gonna be LG if the first. No, it's actually you're right. Azure Ray will have to pick their carry first here, unless they're doing something crazy like the carry Doom.
Yeah, there's still pretty much all the illusion heroes are left in the pool, right? So I feel like there's. I feel like there's a lot of options here for both teams.
There's still FV. It's pretty annoying if Azure Ray takes the FV and like, you know, LGD's heroes kind of want to spam their spells but they couldn't because of the time dilation. And their heroes are actually also very vulnerable to the FV.
That's true. There's no save. There's like Ember. These heroes don't really want to be in it. And that's a hero that was more popular, I would say, in Dream League and coming into this tournament. But we haven't seen as much.
Oh, bad at carry. This is a hero that got murdered in the D patch, and nobody knows why.
Oh, the base attack speed, right?
Like, everything was nerfed about this hero, and it's like, why? No one was even picking this hero.
It was a rising carry for a little bit, but then, yeah, it got a really interesting choice here. Again, like, I feel like there's an illusion option here. I feel like we haven't seen Wraith King this turn, but there's stuff that kind of survives the Doom or one round of initiation, if you will. What do you guys think is a good choice here? What about any of the illusion heroes?
I'm discouraged because I feel like Abaddon could go Radiance and make life kind of hard for illusion heroes.
I'd want to be a ranged hero, most likely, just to keep poking at the Batten. You don't want to commit to trying to kill him because he does have his ultimate here. And the Batten pick is pretty good in this particular game because you do have the ability to just press R if you get roared, but you do have silence, so you can actually stop that play if you time it correctly. And then against ET, the classic has always been just pick a strength carry because you don't want to have that aura ripping through you here. And then they're going to go for carry. This is one of my specialties, one of my favorites to watch, but this is the only team that does it.
Yeah, but they do it well.
They do it well, for sure. But will it be good enough this game? It's hard to say. It's not the best Clinks game ever.
Are you at least more justified in the ET pick, or are you still on the fence about it?
I think the ET, they made a draft where ET can work.
Okay.
And I think that's good enough, because like you're mainly going to get the magic damage through the Skywrath and the Ember. The Beast gives you the tempo. Then you got a Clinks who's playing really fast as well, and ET wants to get into these fights. So LG's draft, no surprise, Xiao 8, it's well-rounded. It has like everything you need. But this is a spicy pick for the Batten carry. It looks like it could be a really good game for it.
I think it will come down to how far ahead this Doom is, because I think if they don't win on this Doom's lane, it's gonna be no map for Azure at all, because their supports totally cannot bypass like whatever heroes is on the other side. It's Ember, it's Beastmaster, and it's Clinks. It's really difficult for them to move around, and they can only stay behind their course. And on top of that, you kind of just don't want to, you know, like group S5 with your heroes. It's what, Abaddon, Doom, and Storm. You want to split the map, but I don't think it's that easy to do against Beastmaster, Ember, and Clinks.
To borrow a magic term, this draft feels a little dirtly from Azure Ray. It just feels kind of dirtly. It's kind of like slow. You're not really doing anything. It takes a while to like come online. I feel like LGD has a good chance of just seizing the early momentum here, just from the rotations and support on mid and being able to just attack the lanes. I think LGD should build an early lead in this game and be able to win it.
Otherwise, things will get very dirtily.
Exactly.
Thank you. I'm going to incorporate that one into my lexicon. Meanwhile, let's get ready for this Chinese showdown at game number 1 with Cap and SVG.
Well, it's going to be an interesting matchup. Azure Ray certainly need to not lose anymore. That is very important, Avery.
I 100% agree. If they want to stay in this tournament, at least, they need to not lose anymore. And that means starting here against their regional compadres in LGD.
Yep.
A tough opponent to go up against when you're trying to figure stuff out, I feel. That is one thing to consider. Like, Azure Ray are definitely trying to figure something out, but LGD usually are a team that's very adaptable, very flexible. They'll draft according to what you're doing, not necessarily what Xiao thinks is just the best in the meta overall. So sometimes when you are a bit lost, you get punished even more going up against those teams who, like, you know, they just they punish what you're trying to figure out even more. But LG are not blowing out this group stage either. They've definitely had their losses. They really struggled against Gaming early on, where they looked really weak, and have recovered a bit since then. So I think LGD definitely favored in this matchup, but it is an interregional matchup, and I mean, interregional matchups, anything can happen, as I always say. There are no favorites when it comes to who will lose harder.
I like watching PSG.LGD just because you never know where when they're gonna run some weird carries. You know, when they're gonna do Shiro Broodmother, when they're gonna do Shiro Clinks. Do you like this Clinks? We haven't not seen very much of this hero since it was, you know, run as support for like a week, and then very quickly fell off. I mean, it was all the rage in pubs. Then people try to bring it to pro play. And now I feel like the only time you see Clinks is here with Shiro. I can't really... I mean, we saw, like, occasionally support Clinks. I mean, some of the games that we haven't casted, I know I've seen them around, but...
I like Clinks as a hero. I don't think teams have really figured out where he deserves to be in the meta or, like, what role his hero even is. But in general, I feel like his damage is sometimes impressive. He has some good carry matchups. I've liked the support Clinks a bit more when it was being run in pubs as a 4 than the carry Clinks, but LG have definitely found some success with this. His laning is for sure strong, and he's one of these super ranged carries that becomes really tanky, which are kind of rare, because usually these ranged carries that are strong laners don't scale that hard in terms of EHP. And this is just first blood on Chalice.
Yeah.
God damn. As I was talking up his laning, he shows it there. His Tar Bomb, not something to be messed around with. It just catches you off guard. You get chased down. The low cooldown, you get 2 or 3 of them off. It's a lot of chase, a lot of stickiness, so to say. And Child's going to get instantly punished here. So decent start for LG already. Pretty much on all 3 lanes, they're getting some good trades in.
It's really important to actually get that kill too, because one thing about Clinks is he does give you a lot of stick charges, right? When he's constantly throwing out that tar bomb. So
yeah,
good that they actually managed to complete the kill. Attempted hard camp pull. Tianming doing what he can to interrupt it. Do you think the Clink's the appropriate solution to this carry Abaddon?
It should be a good matchup for the Clinks. I don't see Abaddon doing much to him unless Abaddon is like 4 or 5 slotted with like Blink, Manta, Harpoon or something. But then Abaddon's pretty much going to get on any hero and mess him up. So 90% of this game, it should be pretty favored for Shiro.
Yeah.
I think anything that can stay ranged by Scotty, has some survivability, can't get bursted, the Abaddon tends to suffer against because the fight gets drawn out and his initial go with like the Manta silence isn't that good. I think Clink should check most of those boxes, especially with some ET Beast behind him, buffing him up and creating some displacement with stomps and roars. You should be really more than happy here. I think the Storm presents a bigger threat this game. Like,
yeah,
I'm looking at what Somnus can do. With the Pugna behind him, he has techies to combine for some extra damage. You're going to have Doom and Abaddon, who are both heroes that can provide you with, you know, some shields plus maybe some auras. There's a lot Somnus can play through and potentially just initiate greedily for his team. Like, just go in knowing, okay, normally this is not a good initiation, but in this game, I do not care. Bait out the roars, bait out the silences, get them turned, and then you're setting up a really good team fight. I want Somnus to play very aggressive this game and just put the team on his back, so to say.
And while you talked about like there being a lot of displacement to be able to keep Clinks, you know, at distance from the event and the Doom, there isn't a full-on save, right? So if Storm and techies can, you know, get the jump onto Clinks, they actually don't have a way to be able to stop those heroes from being able to potentially 100-0.
Oh, it's a pretty decent Storm game in that sense. Like, the chains, the silence are annoying, but in theory, if he gets maybe one defensive item and he has the shield close to him in the fight, I can see Somnus going pretty ham.
Yeah.
And these supports are pretty susceptible to the Storm jump if he can threaten them, which he should be able to. Like, they're squishy. ET does nothing to the spirits in general. It's one of the hero's biggest downsides. But Wise look pretty solid on this hero as well. And
going for early rotation from Planet, and it's going to be a close call, but Somnus gets the kill first. A big win.
Somnus, God. Just turns it around. That's no XP for NTS there. That feels bad. I mean, Planet's happy.
Oh, he's more than happy, I'm sure. Getting solo experience on a kill like that, but I guess that's what happens when you let the lane push in. Yu is going to be perfectly fine sitting underneath his tower getting CS, so they can afford for the Skywrath Mage to rotate like that.
Yeah, it's just good read of the lane equilibrium. This is kind of the downside of Abaddon as well. He's not going to punish offlaners solo that well. He just sits there and gets his farm. So nice little read from LGD. Get a little bit on the board, but Somnus is just, I mean, he's just too good. What can you do? You can't gank this guy. He ganks you. The lane I'm really impressed by is the safe lane for LGD. I think it is owning so damn hard. Way more than I thought it would. Like, why has... He's just been punching people down
is he going to kill Shiro? Okay,
This
it looks
is
like the
close.
bombs, maybe the techies is kind of running enough interference, but at the same time, FY is going to take a lot of damage for
dead.
positioning like this. Yeah, he's dead. He's going to get the blast off, but they will collect that kill. Shiro picks it up.
lane.
Meanwhile, nothing to say is being chased away by Tianming, so this is also going to feel really bad if he dies here. Nope, he's fine.
Alright,
He had bottle
he had
charges,
big
he had
one,
wand
too,
charges. He's good.
That wasn't as close as we made it out to be, but
no.
Still, it's some pressure going into NTS, and he's a full level behind the Storm now. So this is a big pressure point for Azure Ray. If they can bring some more ganks to NTS, maybe kill him when Somnus hits 6, then you're going to start to build up this Storm Spirit momentum, which is what you're looking for in this game. But a level 2 Spirit already doing some work for Y. I like my Elder Titan. This is a nice lane combination. So both the side lanes, I say, are going decently for LGD, as New has also just gotten a lot of solo XP. All these supports being around mid means Abaddon and Beast are just in a one-on-one. And I feel like this is pretty nice for Beast. He generally does well in this matchup. Like, outside of the Roar Shield interaction, I've always felt that Beast was one of these heroes with the boars. It's very annoying for Abaddon. You just get move slowed and attack slowed, and then you shield it, and you're just move attack slowed again.
Yeah, it's persistent slow, right?
It's really annoying. It's one of these matchups that I think Abaddon players always think they'll do better in, and then they play the game, and it's like, oh, this kind of sucks. Like, I don't want to play this matchup anymore. It's good for your team, bad for you. Abaddon is also not that good at dealing with the summons pushes. He doesn't actually offer you that much, other than he goes and stands there. And it's like, come at me, bro. But sometimes they do just come at you, and you die. Either way, going to be a lot more early trading here, but LGD are pulling ahead a little bit in these lanes. Somnus will hit his 6 here and pick up a DD. So he has ult advantage and double damage on NTS here, but there's no rotation in sight.
Yeah, a little bit surprised FY as it made his way over. Looks like the Pugnut going to go down here to Crepify, buys him a little bit more time, but that damage is going to come eventually. It's just a question of how much they can get back. Can Lu manage to get the kill onto the Beastmaster? Probably not, with Y coming in hot.
Yeah,
it's not looking so hot. If anything, they can maybe fight this one. We saw this playing for it, though, with Skylar's Mage kill, and now jumping in, going for the Beastmaster. They get that kill. Oh, the Chains comes in, finishes off the Abaddon before he can get out. And Y, he'll fall as well.
That DD clearing through him, man. That is a huge rotation for Somnus. 4-1 now. The only thing that could have gone better there for Azure Ray is if Abaddon got 6 off that kill. Yeah. He was pretty damn close, and then he would have been able to pop ult, and you're really happy with that exchange, but 80 XP off. What can you do? Still pumping up the Storm. It's exactly what they want out of this early game. That part is going very well. FY going to get chased down here. Is he actually dead to this? He has Wand.
Yeah, he'll wand up, and with Somnus sitting there, he'll be fine.
Also an important fight to take to slow down this Beast momentum, because New was getting a lot out of this lane. He was just cruising to level 6 and a Helm. Oh, another pick for Somnus, though, 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, this combination of Abaddon being able to back you up if you ever get turned around on silence like it just happened with the Aphotic Shield, and him being able to have a Pugna constantly gas him up, this kind of breakaway lead between the two mid laners could turn into a lot more. Somnus playing it to the edges there, nothing to say. Pushes him back to successfully get the power rune, which was an Arcane rune.
An important rune to get denied as well, as Arcane to Somnus would have just opened up another side lane skirmish that has been working well for Azure Ray here. Shiro still free farming and has not been touched. That is the one pressure point that has not been able to come online. It's just all been centered around the Abaddon and the Beastmaster going toe-to-toe with the Boars. And LGD continuing to fight up here, trying to force the Lord of Avernus off the lane, but it's just proven tough. Yeah. Azure Ray are also bringing all the resources up here, and we just have another 3-on-4. They're going to roar the Abaddon, force the ult.
Yeah, easily gets that one off with the ultimate, but they hit him with the stomp afterwards, so he is not fully healthy. Shiro is going to put the damage out to finish him off. Man, PSG.LGD just kind of running over Azure Ray in that fight. Just bringing way more resources to it. Somnus was cutting mid, and the Doom still needed to be able to make a bit of a comeback.
Oh, this play is all set up by the fact that Somnus TP'd mid. I don't know if LGD go for that, if the Storm can TP and respond, but when they know he can't, that's a guaranteed numbers fight. The Doom is way too useless to go to that exchange. That's just a good read of the map, and they'll pick up FY as well. At the back of that, double obs plays deep on that top lane. In fact, three obs. LG just really committing to shut down this Abaddon early game, and it's showing in the net worth. They really did mess Lou up.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hero that doesn't want to back out to jungle, right? He wants to lane for as long as humanly possible.
He has no choice. He has to stay up here. This is one of the ways you can punish that hero, and this is where that Beast Abaddon matchup does not feel good. Again, they're coming back. No ult for 5.
Can't afford to them to let them take your tower, Lou. He does have the borrow time up. He'll be okay for now, but I don't think Tianming is going to be okay as he's surrounded by far too many heroes. And maybe more importantly, the tower is going to be under assault. Somnus desperately needs this kill for all of this trade-off, and nothing to say. Gets away, gives him the tip before he TPs out.
Two old friends, one out battling the other here. And Somnus still having a much better game than NTS, but does feel like NTS has salvaged a lot of this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, just in general, I think... early Doom going to be used to get an Elder Titan kill. Chalice apparently not afraid to just throw it out to get a little bit more farm, is I guess the idea.
Well, he didn't get anything, so...
Yeah, unfortunately, YU Smile just gets denied.
I guess he sent a message. Sometimes that's worth it alone.
I feel like YU Smile received that message and was happy to receive it, you know?
Nice little care package, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, kinda. It was like, oh, your Doom is on cooldown.
I mean, was he dooming anybody in this game anyway? I don't think Chalice has any inclination to leave bottom lane for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can't afford to just give up your Abaddon lane, right?
Well, I mean, they're still fighting for it. Really does feel like this Abaddon has been pushed down to the 3 position almost with the priority.
Yeah, it actually does.
Like, I don't know where he's supposed to go. LGD have just really kicked anybody out of this lane that showed. Now Shiro's up here to convert on the tower. It's just so many heroes. I feel bad for Lou. Like, this is not what the hero is designed to do.
And if he's not strong enough to stand in front of these towers, the towers are going to start falling like dominoes. It's Clinks and Beastmaster. Both those heroes are very good at putting out the physical damage.
This is the downside of the Azure Ray draft. If they fall behind off the lanes, if the Beast gains momentum, there's really not a lot to interact with his creeps here. Outside of like the Doom 15 talent on an Ancient, or if Chalice wants to go to a fight, but it will be first item Crimson. So maybe that is their plan. Like, just rush the Crimson on the Doom and bring him to all the tower defenses. I don't know if that's actually enough. There's a lot of Magic Pierce on LGD side as well in this early game. And you are giving up this Midas buildup for the Doom that will help you in the late game scenario. So all these items are kind of a trade-off for Chalice. Like, if you go an early ore item on the Doom and you're not helping your Abaddon in these situations, which he's just gone again through ult.
I mean, they played that beautifully. Why he keeps on hitting him with the stomp after borrow time is going to be forced to be used.
Yeah, it's really nice.
They're hitting a tier 2.
Okay, the flank,
13 minutes
flank's coming through. Somnus with shield.
Oh, blast off on 2. That's a good start to it with Somnus reaching into the back. Going for the clink straight up. Shiro trying to burst him down. Gets a little bit of heal, but not good enough. He falls, and now with a little bit more mana, thanks to the Pugna. Keep going. Capture New as well. Going further. Planet. No stun available, sadly. The Doom. Chalice is ready to throw it out. He's ready to use it on anybody, man.
I mean, he's going to take whatever opportunity he can get. Just try and slow the momentum down of LGD right now and push this towards the late game.
Massive turnaround. What, did you TP to the outpost for that?
Yeah, they TP'd behind and just ran it down the lane. I don't think LGD were expecting it. And that was before the Crimson Guard for Chalice. So that makes those types of fights a lot easier here. And the fact he gets involved before that and it's successful is very nice for his build-up. Creating space for the Abaddon on top of everything else. Very nice fight for Azure Ray. They get pretty much everything they wanted out of here.
And that was one of the things we talked about, right? If the Storm can get on top of the Clinks, then you don't have a save mechanism from PSG.LGD.
He just gets run down. It's pretty much Shiro relying on himself in this game.
Not going to be run down all to try and create an opening for Somnus to get the power rune, but It ends up going bottom. They're battling it out right now,
no
trying to get the
remnants.
kill on Nothing to Say. And yeah, he's all out of remnants.
Where'd they all go?
I don't know, but I mean, I guess with that last fight, you didn't have that much time to get him back up, so.
Another 3-man stomp. These have been on point from Y, but they haven't turned the fights around.
Yeah.
Deso finished for Shiro. This is the aggressive Clinks build where you wanna be killing heroes with this, building up the charges. So he wants to get more involved sooner than later. Not a farm fest game for LGD. They really want to keep pushing the tempo, forcing the fights, and I guess.
And take Roshan too.
Azure Ray, they're gonna meet him head on as 4-man smoke top. Space for the Abaddon to catch up. What can you get done? Crimson Guard Doom with a Witchblade Storm ready to fight. As we see the Midas delivered on the other side of the map. So it truly is a catch-up Midas for Lou. He says, team, I wish you the best.
Jumping the Beastmaster. Stomp's going to come in.
That's
oh,
a
it's
good
big. 3-man Stomp with a 2-man Earth Splitter over the top. Nothing to Say. Tries to combo off of it. Only maybe to be able to kill FY. They're rough on damage, especially with the Doom. Put out on the Ember Spirit. They couldn't actually get a kill. YU Smile sets it all
Just
up,
all
but
dead.
none of the pins fall.
The Doom on the Ember just dissuades all the follow-up damage. And I mean, Y is hitting all his spells, man. You can't ask for anything more here. There's just no follow-up. No roar comes out. There's no real impact from the Beastmaster. You get a Mystic Flare, which cannot finish off the Pugna, and Clinks could not kill through the Decrep either. The Skelly Boy causing him big problems here, and it shows. Ward down, he's on the side, ends up saving with little heal with the Suck, and yeah, that Mystic Flare is not enough due to the Pugna heal. Yeah. That's just a damn good team fight from Azure Ray, and continuing to power up their Storm Spirit here. Somnus 7-1. He's the player with the most kills all time, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And he's adding to the total.
Just keeps on adding to it. Coming back. 11-11, 2,000 net worth lead for Azure Ray. Despite the fact that PSG.LGD have had a better performance at this tournament, I really did expect this series to be even. Just because, I don't know, it's just one of those interregional matchups, right?
You just can't underrate how much that affects it. And Somnus, Haste Rune, looking for more.
And I feel like Somnus is going to bring his A game to this one.
Oh, yeah, he is. This boy's mad.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to get eliminated from Major, from you guys. Ain't no way in hell. Respect me. I demand it. And he's going to demand some mana here. So he gets sucked up, refilled, Kaya online, and back in for the damage.
Yeah, nothing to say. No real threat there of dying, but he's going to be kicked out. Yeah.
It really does add up. It just keeps forcing you off areas of the map, takes some of your attention away. And Shiro, man, he's still looking for his first Deso charge in this game. We'll find Chalice in the jungle. He needs follow-up. He needs help. Who's going to help this Clinks, man? Nobody.
Anything about that? Yeah, nobody's rotating over.
This just feels bad. These are the types of kills that Clinks wants to be able to combine with somebody for. LGD just not helping Shiro out. That's Pipe and Crimson done for Chalice here. That is a lot to fight through for LGD's lineup.
Yeah, I feel like the Crimson was fine because you had the Desolator on Clinks, so you still had heavy physical damage. But now, if the Mystic Flare starts getting canceled out,
I just don't know where your damage is coming from anymore.
Yeah,
like you're gonna have to go through Life Drain from the Pugna, this Pugna Ward, which is hitting you off every spell you cast, Pipe and Crimson, and then Abaddon shields, right? It's a lot. It's a lot of HP to cut through here for LGD. They have amps in the ET in the sky, but what is actually getting thrown on those amps? As Chalice sucks in Planet, might regret that
Brown
one.
the Roar, Mystic Flare. And with that much, I mean, that is a good sign, good pick, and a bad sign, I feel like. Mew, he's going to be slowed down, so it looks like they are going to be trading off heroes here. But the fact that it took that much to kill the Doom, just imagine if all, Azure Ray is there with that Doom, and it's not just a solo pick-off.
That was very slow. And that was also a kill where he got the ores off as late as possible.
Nice pick up on FY, though. Shiro gets that one. Now he's going to focus on Tianming, who cannot keep himself alive. No Decrepify, Somnus. Going to have to use the rest of his mana to zip on out of here. So PSG.LGD, they find an opening with the Doom down, with none of those big auras up. They get a good, successful fight out of it.
I don't think that is a point in this game where LG should have found as much as they did.
Yeah.
I think that's Azure Ray just not being ready to back their Doom up on the map, getting caught off guard by Hawk Vision or whatever it was, and now you get some Deso charges into Shiro's pocket, 6 out of nowhere. It adds up, and it adds up fast, and on Clinks it matters a lot because this hero wants to just ramp his damage as quickly as possible. LGD striking back here a bit, reclaim some of that gold lead, and are probably just going to look towards the Roshan because I don't think Azure Ray are contesting this Rosh. This seems very difficult, unless Somnus just wants to blind jump it, which he could. He's thinking about it. He might actually be going for it.
Yeah, they got a successful scan on him as he's heading up through the river.
I guess Luke can just go through the gate because he's in a Batten. Like,
yeah,
he does not care.
That's true. If he could draw that attention early.
Okay,
Nothing to say, not there. Lou, he's going to get the vision. He's going to get the idea. They jump inside the pit. Not quite the right time, but Shiro's already dead. Mystic Flare out onto Somnus, but there goes the heals. There goes the shield, and he's back in business. Double kill for him. Godlike. Somnus looks to make it beyond godlike with a triple kill onto New, and he will have it.
Why not? Just give it all to the man as... Why were LGD so low? Okay, Roche is going to say, you're not going to kill me here. Okay, never mind, they will kill him there. Shiro, did he not have like a death pact on or something?
I don't know. Did he get bashed in this? Like as the jump comes in,
he just got clapped.
Wow.
Man.
The clap, the aphotic shield explosion.
God damn, he died so fast. Maybe death pact wore out or something, but still, that was just way too fast to look like anything for LGD in terms of a team fight. And LGD just not expecting Azure Ray to contest it. But hey, Somnus says, not on my watch.
Long zip over to the Elder Titan. YU Smile is going to die next. Pretty easy.
He is just out of control. Absolutely out of control. They do not have the lockdown for this Storm right now with the Pugna and the shields behind him, and it shows. And Somnus just putting on a clinic.
Yeah, he out here doing it solo.
It is truly the Somnus show. As now they're starting to push down towers, and this is where that Abaddon feels pretty damn good. Not as easy to contest anymore for LG. They did not get as much momentum off this Klink's Desolator as they wanted. He's going to finish up BKB here. Helm of the Overlord finish for Mew, but feels like his auras are just behind Chalice's at this point.
Yeah.
Got some catching up to do. Going to look for the pick off bottom, but cannot connect.
Good use of the Hurricane to get him out of there that much quicker. BKB for Shiro. So now you have your own protection against the Storm Spirit jump. Something that has been much needed as this game has progressed.
Just need as much versus Storm as you can get. That's what it feels like. I mean, I don't even know if Lou has been in this game, but he is slowly climbing that net worth chart after a slow start.
Yeah, that Hand of Midas is getting him back.
It really is. I mean, he's level 13. He has Harpoon completed. Manta next on the menu. That's going to pose another issue here for LGD, as it is a very strong Abaddon game. Just need to get there. I also like this idea of Shivas for Somnus. I think this is an unconventional third item for the Storm here, but it seems pretty damn good for what LGD have. Some more AoE to help a little bit with the summons, and just like the attack speed slow going in versus the Klinks, the Beastmaster, the units. It's pretty damn good. It's also theoretically good versus Elder Titan, if you ever end up in a situation where your armor disappears, but pretty minor value.
Well, he's closing in on that Harpoon Manta. Ooh. You may be able to deal with the jump from the Storm Spirit, but eventually that Abaddon is going to be able to get on top of Shiro. And that's going to be trouble.
That's the big question. What do LGD do if the Storm and the Abaddon just get on top of the Klinks?
Yeah. Like at some point late game, I would say Abaddon even gets Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and then I don't really know. It doesn't seem like there's much helping prevent that. You can throw out a Stomp, you can try and roar somebody, but their shields, there's borrowed time that you can pop.
Borrowed time could just instant pop.
I don't know. LGD need to kind of be able to start the fight in a way where when that jump happens, they're ready for it with some instant turnaround, like a Hex or even a Halberd or something like that, but a lot of those items just seem very far away. I don't even know who can build Hex in this lineup.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Hex earlier for Klinks, because, you know, that's kind of an old school pickup, but I don't think there's any way that Shiro wants to pick up any item that doesn't give him more damage.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford it this game.
Yeah.
I mean, Nullifier's damage here, but it helps him deal with the Decrep. Maybe you can get the solo pick off on the Pugna. That will be a big deal if that happens. Then maybe you start the fight on your terms. But right now, everything going Azure Ray's way, and even a double damage for Somnus after topping off with a regen rune. And these power runes have done him a lot of favors and a lot of work this game. And he's going to find you here, and this is just a freebie. Even got the TP on top.
Maybe the boars too. FY. Shows up maybe a tad bit late.
I mean, those boars are valuable, man.
Yeah, they are. A lot of experience. So PSG.LGD kind of scrambling here. Lou's going to run into Planet. Oh, hey, that's a nice little freebie.
Yeah, why not?
He was on his way to, I think, get farm. Found something a little extra.
Actual neutral creep. Meanwhile, Somnus in their base.
Okay, this is getting a little egregious here. They are
these
bleeding out
supports,
heroes.
These supports are just food.
Yeah.
There's nothing to protect them. This game did not build nearly enough momentum for LGD, and now they are in big trouble as they can't really take the 5-on-5, and the Somnus Storm has run them out of the map. He's already like a third of the way to the BKB after just finishing the Shivas. These kills are valuable. Cannot be giving up supports like this in the meta. You have 7 deaths on Y and 4 on Planet. That's like half of Azure Ray's kills in this game.
Yeah.
Lincoln's done for NTS, so you have a little protection. But Shiro hasn't gotten anything in this time period. It's like getting Desperation Smoke Time, and it will be Desperation Smoke Time as they have 3 to pop on Y. 5-man smoke down a lane. This is, in theory, the easiest smoke to read right now for Azure Ray. I do not expect them to get caught off guard.
Yeah, they really shouldn't. You could see them kind of sitting on a high ground with a scan, anticipating that PSG.LGD is running into them right now.
And why not give them a shield rune to finish this off, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Gem as well, so
Gem, yeah.
They're just covering all the bases here. That Glimmer for Planet, not going to save you anymore. And Azure Ray just going to take it to LGD. Huge jump.
Zip all the way across with the Shivas. Then he found Shiro too. The Primal Roar is going to go out, but Chalice is able to get there in time with his Blink Dagger.
That obs from earlier on the Beastmaster pickoff.
Yeah.
Scouts him out, sets up the next play.
Vision, really not respecting
really nice.
The vision that, you know, could have been there.
I mean, they don't have anywhere else to go, to be fair, too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is all Azure Ray on the map right now, and this is where Abaddon also shines. Sieging your base. Very difficult hero to deal with when he starts building up the aura, and you can't pop his ult casually. The Somnus show continues. 15-1 here for the Storm Spirit of Legends.
Yeah, the one time he died was when he got ganked and turned around and got the kill first.
Yeah, he traded.
Nothing to say.
So we don't even count that.
Yeah.
I'll give him 14-0.
Yep. Can't touch this, man. Your buildings are dropping. PSG.LGD, what are they going to do? Glimmer Cape gives a little bit of space there for Planet to get away from the jump, but thanks to the Pugna, they can just kind of keep going whenever they want.
Yeah, I can't even get this ult out. And we see the jump from Somnus there. He is pretty much only thinking about Ancient Seal. If Ancient Seal gets thrown out here from Planet on anybody that is not Somnus, he's just going in. He has absolute free-for-all. I don't think he's worried about getting roared or stomped. It's pretty hard to connect. Even the chains here is not guaranteed from NTS, and he may not even die if it happens. It's pretty damn tanky.
Yeah, he is. And they did that push with Roshan coming up, which goes to show how far ahead they think they are. That they didn't just like sit around and wait for Roshan to spawn, which I would say 90% of teams would have done.
They are indeed pretty far ahead, and that is enough space that Lou has gotten his Blink Dagger. So that is, I mean, now your backline jump is just fully online here.
Yeah, if he gets Basher next, then you're going to blink onto a Clinks and then bash him to death.
5,000 kill goal. It's been a stellar performance here.
Really doesn't get much better.
I mean, the Abaddon Blink is also nice for Somnus to go in, too. Like, you go in and you get that Basher up, then suddenly you're threatening these cores from LGD, but if the Storm goes in and you can ever just shield him off a Silencer Roar, then your team fight is just fully online.
That's true.
I don't know if LGD have answers for that. This is a good offensive and defensive blink.
And failing all that, Somnus can just pop BKB.
That is true. He is mega rich.
If he gets Primal Roared, they could have all 5 heroes hitting him, and I still don't think he would die.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
If he's BKB'd.
There's absolutely no way, and even without it, they need this nullifier on Shiro, because otherwise Decrep comes out, and then, I mean, what are you doing? Nothing. Azure Ray waiting for next Roche.
It is going to be on the Radiant side here with PSG.LGD already set up around it, but it may not be good. Slight chains into him here, trying to get away. Lou almost getting the silence off on him while Somnus goes for the back line. Immediately trying to target the 2 supports. Why Smiles the first to fall here. Nothing to say, trying to get away with the Remnant. Almost got hit by the Doom. Close call, but he does manage to jump away to his Remnant just in time. Now the chains. Lou keeps on going, and he's running out of Remnants.
No cares to give the boar.
The boar doesn't last for long.
Like
Nothing
this.
to say. Hiding away in the trees. 4 more seconds till Remnant's back up. Lou, okay, high ground clinks. That's a little bit rough, so you're going to have to back away from this.
Yeah, remember, this is a Roshan fight, Lou. This is not I'm going to run into their fountain fight. Remember who's carrying this game, too. It is Somnus, so you want to play around him. BKB is down. I mean, LGD, if you're going to have a chance to contest, it's kind of now. No Abaddon ult, no BKB on the Storm. These are really important cooldowns to try and abuse here if you want to threaten this Roshan steal. Especially with Y coming back up. You got a 5-on-5 with 2 big ults missing. 2 big cooldowns missing from Azure Ray. Can you make anything of it if you're LGD? It's probably going to take a really good scout with the Spirit into the Stomp here from Y to set it up.
They're coming in through the other side. Mines have already been placed, though. That's going to give the trigger warning here. Silence goes out. Force Staff immediately. Chalice and Aphonic Shield. Everybody using spells to bail out Somnus. Primal Roar out onto the Doom, trying to burst him with a Mystic Flare, and Aphonic Shield goes off once again. No Doom goes off from Chalice. He's going to wait for his second life as he buys back. Earth Splitter comes through. Lou's going to be pushed away from Shiro, trying to land on top. Gets him after the BKB. The Blast Off secures that kill. And now with the Doom back in business, Azure's Ray, they know they've got this Roshan fight. It's all there. It's just a question of how many heroes can they run down. Lou managed to finish up Nothing to Say thanks to that silence. And I think why? Yeah, he'll be spotted by Chalice and Somnus. They'll get a 4th kill out of that.
Yeah, I mean, LGD know this game is over. If you can't contest that Roshan, there is no hope of contesting Somnus with an Aegis here, with an Abaddon who also has 2 lives. Man, that game just ramped up really fast off of a lot of little early game things that were very nice for the Storm Spirit, right? You had these like little cheeky kills. The rune, the DD rune where Somnus went top and got a triple kill out of that was huge to just explode his net worth. And he just built the momentum from there. Very nice game from Somnus, but pretty solid game from Azure Ray as a whole. I like the itemization from Chalice, not getting too greedy when they know the Beastmaster is going to try and tempo them out. And if you get over that hurdle, then you should be confident in your Storm and Abaddon carrying this game, which they were. And I do like the Midas from Lou as well. Like, he was very poor, but not because he played the game bad. It was just LGD committed basically a trialing to shut him down, even brought Shiro up there to take his tower. Abaddon is not good in those types of defensive situations where numbers are brought against him.
Yeah.
So you got to recover there from somewhere. I think the Midas makes sense. He eventually catches up in this game, and then he's still a big threat. He's solo killing NTS at the end of this game in that last fight. Through the Lincolns, he doesn't care. Pretty nice game overall. I think LG, looking back on this draft, like, you got to play it a lot more cleaner in that early game. The lanes were okay, which has been an issue for LGD, but there has to be some momentum built either through the Ember or through the Beastmaster. It has to be one of those two, and they kind of didn't get either going. It was just slow and clunky.
Well, little things come together for Azure Ray to become big things, and nothing was much bigger than Somnus' Storm Spirit. Back to the panel.
Slow and clunky, or as I believe we've had a new term coined for it, dirtily. Was that a very dirtily game for you, Jack?
Yeah, sometimes you dirtle, and then, to use another magic term, you get there, and that's what happened.
Wait,
they
what? Get there is a magic term? That's just English.
Yeah, okay, I guess both ways. But you know, when your draft finally, or not your draft, your hand, everything just finally takes shape, and you just take over the game. That's what it felt like. They just had to get to that point this game, which they did, and I was gonna go with, well, have some faith in the 3 maggots. here on
Yes.
Azure Ray.
So you've been explaining this to us, but I'm not sure if the public at large is familiar with this reference. So what are the 3 maggots?
They're pretty good friends. Chalice, FY, and Somnus. They're often on stream together. They play. They give each other shit. Like it's pretty fun. And so they played mahjong once. I think they're watching a game, and they, for stream purposes, for entertainment purposes, they made some pretty unwise plays, I guess. And then they basically started sort of calling themselves maggots after that. I think it's some mahjong related term.
Okay.
There's actually 4 of them, but one of them isn't on the team. And so I was gonna say, wait, what happens when like maggots grow up or get fed? Do they
crystallize?
Yeah, they sprout wings and become even scarier.
I'm not sure.
Bugs,
actually.
right?
I don't.
They become flies.
They do.
Yeah.
Flies,
They become
I believe.
flies. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Well, so they grew
Flight.
up and took flight this game.
Yeah, you were trying to think of the best connotation for they became flies.
Yeah,
But they won, so therefore, yes, they gained the ability of flight.
That's right. I mean, techies and storm and flight's pretty scary.
True.
Right? So they're there.
And of course, a Somnus Storm. Was this the performance that you were hoping for, Aurora, out of this game number 1?
Yes, but also I feel kind of bad for nothing to say. I mean, when you think about Spirits matchup, right, you can accept like 6-4 if the players are obviously like huge gap, then maybe 7-3, but nothing to say. Okay, maybe I'm not good enough to rate him, but I feel like he's a damn good player. And for Somnus to be able to totally overwhelm him in the lane is kind of something that I haven't seen in a while, like from any other mid players. And like I know I said they need the Doom to be winning the lane really hard to take off, right? But instead it was the Storm Spirit who just achieved that alone, and then like Jack said, they took flight.
Admirable performance out of them. And that last pick of Batten carry, I was skeptical, Fear, but it seems that it was much faster than I was expecting, especially with a Midas first build. It went Midas, and we were all like, what do you go next on this guy?
I mean, he got there eventually, I think.
To use a magic term, he got there.
To use a magic term, he got
I'm glad you're catching on here.
No, I mean, in this particular game, it was mainly the Somnus show. The side lanes, they did not go well at all for Azure Ray here. And you kind of see a little bit of the problems with the carry clinks and why a lot of teams aren't going to be running this too much is if you have a couple bad deaths, this hero doesn't farm. So it's just not something where you can die on. And Somnus had his number in this game, and he bought the Midas because they overcommitted on LGD to kill him. So that gave time for the Storm to not only have a better game, but the Doom to catch up. And he just farmed on the Batten, got his farm up available, but it was just a Somnus show. That's pretty much all this game was.
This is a very unstoppable force, a movable object type of game. I think the Abaddon pick makes sense now in that context. They wanted something that has a lot of survivability, adds some save as well, and just felt like their lineup was like, I said it was dirtly because it was like pretty slow and defensive early on with the exception of like Storm. But then you saw, with their itemization when they had to dump all of their spells, including Earth Splitter, just to kill Doom. That was like a pretty bad sign. And then LGD was pretty all in on the aggression, not just with the first 2 picks, but like we talked about the Elder Titan coming out early as well. So you don't have a defensive support. You're going to be outputting a lot of damage, but you kind of need to snowball the game. And they weren't able to do that. And maybe Somnus is... been talking about this. Somnus is back. It's been taking some time. He knew it was going to be a while before he got to that level. He's like the lowest MMR on the team coming into this tournament, so they're giving him some shit for that. But 17-1, LGD regrets. Or I don't know.
Can I have one request?
Please.
Can we ban Dirtily?
Only if they continue to play that way, because otherwise, do you have a better term for it? To use a magic term?
To use a magic term?
Yeah.
For the way which team played?
A slow to start team.
Slow.
Oh. I didn't think about that one. That's pretty
They're
good.
reinventing the English language over here on this panel. Just brilliant.
And as much as I would like to get on the Azure Ray train is back and Somnus is back, let's just not forget that they are doing quite poorly so far in this group stage. But if they're able to get a 2-0 versus LGD, that would be a good showing, especially because YBB against LGD in Tour 3, they were only able to get 1 win in a best of 3. But this is just a best of 2. Maybe they'll be able to close it out. We'll find out after we come back for the break for game number 2.
Use Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back. I lied to you. You thought that you had 5 minutes, and then you thought that you had 2 minutes, and then you thought you had 10 minutes. But I got to give you the draft now, because I got to know these first phases as we get ready for our second game of PSG.LGD versus Azure Ray, where I'm left wondering, what's going to get banned? What's going to go through? Storm Spirit? Ember?
No.
No.
Which one?
I don't know either.
No, I don't think you can give away Pugna Storm again. Like, you had a response. It seemed like it was good.
Sky Ember?
It didn't work. I mean, you could give it away. Maybe you change things later down the road, like maybe the ET. Maybe
ET.
I don't think the ET did anything. And then
it did not.
The Clinks as well. It's good in the right game, but it's so high risk, high reward, and there wasn't much reward that game for the Clinks.
Well, good news. It seems like mids have not been selected at all in this first phase. As we get into draft number 2, Dusa has been picked, along with the Techies' first pick, 6'7" Shadow Demon Tidehunter.
And they still went along with the Medusa.
Yeah, there's a lot of heroes still left in this pool. There's the Timbersaw, there's both spirits, so a lot of different directions. Yeah. I agree with Fear. I think also things went a little sideways near the end of that draft. The Clinks felt like they needed to pick something that fit their tempo, and it just, I don't know, it just ended up kind of falling off after a little bit.
It worked in a way, but that's just how that hero works. It'll work until it stops working, and then you kind of lose. And that's because the hero, especially on this patch, right, you don't have any farming tools on this hero. They've taken away every single ability to farm quickly, so you're all in on getting those kills. And I do like the approach here by Azure Ray to play against the Medusa here. We've seen more and more Tidehunters getting picked up through the tournament, especially against the Morphling and the Medusa here, just because you can't have that region to stay in the lane, and the Anchor Smash is incredibly potent against these heroes here. And Shadow Demon, we all know why that's picked against the Medusa. You get your own illusions, which helps you later on down the line. So, just like last game, the response to the meta looks good, but will it work?
Yeah, I also think we talked about this the first day, like the Shadow Demon just seems to continue to rise in priority throughout this tournament. He's a hero with a lot of tools. He has a heal, he's a break, a lot of like obviously save, and
he's a nullifier,
a banish. He's got it all, and he also has a W that no one knows what it does.
Just get stats. I was hoping one day I would sit down and learn what that does.
No,
I still haven't got to that day.
You mean SD's W?
Yeah, disseminate.
It's kind of like the Fatal Bond, but it's only on the radius around the target you press on. So be it allies or enemies, you still get it as long as you're in the radius.
Yeah, I kind of liken...
Summons SF.
Yeah. It's also an interesting lane pick, right? Because if you think nothing to say is going mid, then now you're putting the Shadow Fiend up against it. So, yeah, was that enough to put it over the top for you? Do you like Samus again in this game?
I mean, I would say it's very brutal for him to take SF here and, like punish all the heroes on LGD side. But however, when I think about coming together as 5, I would still prefer the Lina, because what happens when they tri-lane you and all that stuff, like you have to make sure your sideliners are able to 1-1. And Tidehunter Medusa is kind of like 50-50, right? They don't really care. But what about the FV Brute? Like, is the FV gonna have a good time against a Brute? I don't really think so. So that's why I really wanted the Lina, because nowadays you just buy Aether Lens and buy all the magic damage on this Lina, and you can kind of be invisible because the support heroes on FG side, they can't touch you. It's Enigma, it's Techies, they really can't touch you.
Well, Azure Ray are currently knocking on the door of elimination, but if they're able to get a 2-0 against LGD, life will be pretty good for them. Will they make it happen in this game number 2? We'll find out with Cap and SVG.
All right, going into game 2, one thing you said, Avery, in game 1 was the fact that PSG.LGD, if they wanted to be able to win with that draft, they needed cleaner execution. So I'm going to ask you, of course, we want to see cleaner execution from them, but does this draft have a little bit more durability to it, a little bit more robustness? Is it a little bit more forgiving? I mean, surely it's got a Dusa.
Yeah,
I feel like most Dusa lineups are really forgiving.
It probably is. It's probably just more comfortable for LG. I feel like they got 3 cores that they should be very comfortable with, at least. Like, they have played all these a crap ton, and they're very, as you said, more forgiving cores, I would say. There's also just less snowball potential on Azure Ray's side. Their lineup is a lot slower, a lot clunkier, big team fight focus with the Chrono, the Ravage, the SF ulti. Then you have Shadow Demon Lich supports who are going to scale really nicely in this game in terms of turning that Medusa matchup, but maybe don't offer you that much in terms of like early firepower combining with Somnus if he wants to move in this game. And his last pick, Shadow Fiend, is basically just designed to crush the 1v1 versus the Timber mid so it doesn't become a pressure point for LGD. I kind of like what Azure Ray got going on. I don't know if LGD can play fast enough to really punish the scaling and big team fight coming in, especially from the Faceless Void. Maybe the Brood can turn it up. That's like the one wild card. If Niu has a really good game, I would look to him to just run the map over and cause problems for Azure Ray. But if they can deal with the Brood, then I think they have a decent shot to just stall this game out, hit their late game where Deuce is getting disrupted with Deuce Illusions, Anchor Smash for reduced damage. You have Shadow Fiend going in there, a pretty decent matchup versus Medusa if you can build up some stacks. And then Faceless Void to come in and just clean it all up with some good time dilation targets and hard AoE spells for Enigma to go into and have impact as a support.
Yeah, I am curious to see how he's going to be able to perform. Not just when it comes to the team fights, but also in lane, just because Tidehunter could, right, with if he does well on the early levels, then he can get higher levels of Kraken Shell, and then I'm not sure if Why Smile is going to be able to do much here, as he is being run down, gush up in 3 seconds. It is First Blood available, so I would be tempted to maybe try and go for it, but Chalice is going to play it safe, saying, I don't need that First Blood. It's not necessary for me to win the lane.
It's a solid trade. You're also wasting these like level 1 Eidolons a lot. You get the small camp block regardless. It's going to have to commit the Sentry, get the 2-minute one back up. These level 1 Enigma trades are difficult, especially if you get caught out that deep trying to mess with this big camp. So Y's going to pay the price early. The other side lane, some Frost Nova's going out, but not doing too much. Every time I see this Lich Brood matchup, I feel like Brood's pretty happy. She's one of these offlaners with a lot of early sustain, as long as you don't die level 1. Like if you get through the level 1, I think you're cruising. And I think Lich feels pretty bad. And then you have to move. And then you leave a solo hero versus a Brood, which generally doesn't end well. So I feel like LG should be happy with their offlane long term, but maybe not so happy with the other 2 lanes if Somnus can pull ahead mid, which is doing pretty good so far, 10-2 with 2 more CS under the tower.
Yeah, I think that's for me is like okay, maybe the offlane of Azure Ray can win. They're probably not going to stop Dusa from free farming. But I feel like mid lane is where they gotta dominate, which is kind of interesting since you said, you know, like Broodmother is going to be the hero of note in this game. And I think it's likely Broodmother's going to have kind of a free lane. So it's going to be very much up to Somnus to win his lane hard against that Timber Saw and then turn that firepower to these other lanes and maybe kill and stop Niu from getting ahead.
I mean, they're trying to play with dilation and nukes early, but you're just chipping a Brood who's regenning back up and getting stick charges. It's almost like defeating yourself down here, especially when he doesn't have to use spells to take any damage from the dilation.
Right.
It's just a tough early lane. And normally you want to punish the Brood on the early levels so you can slow down her timings in the 3 to 5. It's just not going to happen here. Another reason I would look to Niu to really pick up the slack here for LGD. I think he's had a lot of quiet games recently compared to their run at Dream League. And I think that was one of the big reasons why they were successful at that tournament was Niu just going ham. So another reason I'd like to see him, you know, step out in this game and really put it on his back. Fight for the Lotus, but it'll be all Azure Ray as they get both. Very happy outcome for them, especially when Somnus is continuing to dominate that 1v1 mid matchup. 19-7 to the 10-0 here. He is doubling up to NTS and just punishing the fact that Timber does not want to go reactive armor in this SF matchup. There's just not enough regen, and I mean, at this point, NTS is getting zoned out fully.
Yeah, I mean, there's pretty much nothing you could do in this. I've played some mid Timber Saw in my time, and SF has to be like the worst matchup. I don't know. It's like there's Huskar out there and stuff, but like at least you answer Huskar later. SF is just like constant raises every single time you approach the lane, and having to Timber chain back feels terrible. But it's kind of what you have to do.
Might be the worst matchup for Timber now. There's a couple other heroes that come to mind historically, but I don't know if they're as good nowadays. I think some of the old Bat Riders was pretty unplayable.
Yep.
I think some of the old Outworld Devourers were pretty unplayable. And there was...
I haven't seen that hero.
Yeah, there was a patch where Viper actually just dunked on this hero, but I don't think that's the case anymore either. So, yeah, I guess SF takes the mantle. Says, let me show you how it's done. And, I mean, you got to feel like Somnus is He probably just made the call like, yo, give me the Shadow Fiend. I'm going to style on this kid. I went 15 and whatever last game.
Yeah, he's probably feeling himself awfully good, and that's very important for Azure Ray because, again, they do need these wins to be able to stay ahead of elimination. Meanwhile, it's not free for PSG.LGD to be dropping these games.
No.
It is very possible that they lose out on upper bracket as the result of a matchup like this.
So, I mean, this series might keep their Chinese brothers in the tournament, but it really hurts their chances of going deep.
Yanbing, he's going to be giving up first blood here. Niu was able to pick that up, and they're not able to get the return kill either. Planet with the level 3 levels up Taser, and Lu, obviously, only right-click damage, so nothing he can do to the techies.
It's a tough lane for Void Lich. Like, very tough. You don't get some cheeky level 1 or level 2 pop kill. You're pretty much just trading farm and waiting for the Lich to die. Lu has still gotten a lot out of this lane, though, so I don't think Azure Ray are too sad about this outcome, especially when this is not the lane you expect to necessarily do the best here. Just getting Void what you can, and if you're LGD, try and snowball it as much as possible, because you have to make up for what is happening mid. Like, what is happening mid is pretty bad right now. We've seen this before for LGD. I go back to, like, the Ember Huskar games they put themselves in. This isn't that level of bad, but it's pretty bad.
Actually getting a lot of damage on Shiro here. Forced to, did he have one of those Lotuses?
No, big wand.
Okay, just a big one. So he did get himself back up to a point where he'll be able to continue to use Snake. I think that's the worst feeling. When you lose so much mana, you can no longer Snake in lane.
That does feel pretty damn bad. It's pretty rare that happens, too.
Yeah.
They'll lose another set of Lotuses here, as NTS gets gifted a regen rune to try and help him with this start as they rotate Planet, giving solo XP to Niu.
From behind,
And yeah,
Yanbing.
try lane top.
They're going to go for it with a Blood Grenade in the Disruption, setting up to Chalice, getting close quarters, and with that gush, boy, they popped him fast after that one. Why? He's even going to be chased down underneath the tower here. The Eidolons are not going to last for too long, so they won't be around to help. He turns around, does what damage he can. The Eidolons expire, and there is no return kill.
Also,
unless FY wants to kill himself on the tower, which he does.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you know. FY will take the easy trip to base.
Ooh, is he dead? Oh, the blast off went too far to the right. I can't believe he's still alive. I mean, he really shouldn't be. Time Walk is still on cooldown. They tried to take advantage of the Lich being gone, but PSG.LGD fumbled that one.
That's a big kill to miss.
Yeah.
This is the lane you need to be snowballing if you're LGD. He loses his courier on top of it.
Yeah, that's awkward.
And now, because FY, he died top, he's going to be able to come bottom. Y also rotating down here to try and make something happen.
Yeah, this is a party down here. NTS is going to show up, trying to finish off Lu. Still not enough. Niu, he needs to be able to lifesteal off of something here. It doesn't even need that. Just walks away. Saw this TP's in after taking that tower and start putting the pressure onto that Timber Song. Missed the chains. Somnus didn't expect that. It's okay.
I mean, Somnus said there's a party down here. Nobody invited me. I'll make my own invitation.
Yeah.
And that's just an easy rotation for him because that tower did die top to all the numbers that Azure Ray brought up there, kicking Shiro out. Yeah, that is just not good. That is just it's just not good here for LGD, as now their Brood is getting outnumbered. Looking for the kill on you. This would be devastating.
Back in, the Sinister Gaze sets up a double raise feast for Somnus. Shows up, crashes the party, now eats all the food.
Man, he is running away with this game as well. Like,
yeah.
Net worth domination from him, running around, making plays on his side lane.
Ravage, and the Meteor Hammer. Oh, they actually got the turnaround.
Damn.
Woo. NTS, he's having a rough one. Like, this is definitely a matchup thing. Don't get me wrong, but he did lose that last lane against Somnus as well, so maybe Azure Ray's gotten in his head a little bit.
Maybe Somnus just showing up. He's a clutch player.
That's
You know,
true.
once his back's against the wall, oh, time to get eliminated? I don't think so.
Yeah, once you're 4-8 on the brink of elimination.
This is a nice little Ravage from far. Usually you don't see those work out, but
no, certainly not.
Hey, worked out here, and that's a lot of XP for Lu, who didn't have a lot of he didn't have a lot of space on the map to begin with. He's kind of been forced in this mid lane because he cannot lane versus the Brood anymore.
You also would never see a Tidehunter making that kind of rotation, but because of Somnus, they took that tower so early. Chalice didn't really have anywhere to go.
No, this map is very awkward, but it is working out for Azure Ray. LG going to try and turn it around, but everybody coming down here.
NTS going straight into the heart of it, trying to finish off FY, do some damage to Somnus, but all of it is not enough, and he will die.
FY just on the outskirts there, and time dilation will buy him the time. As once more Azure Ray bring everybody to this lane. There's just so many outnumbered fights for LGD in this game. I don't know if they're not expecting this much reaction from kind of a slow lineup, but it's paying off here for Azure Rays. Again, I feel like the first 15-20 minutes, if they get through that, I think the big ults come online. It's going to be hard for LGD to team fight them.
Yeah.
Barring like some crazy black holes or something, which good luck. And here's another smoke with multiple cores in it. Just huge activity early.
And all these moves without Chalice, right? Like, he rotated mid and got that kill with the Ravage, but otherwise, he's been chilling. Free farming away, so he's going to go Meteor Hammer into Blink Dagger.
It's going to be an aggressive build. Lose net worth not hurting that much either, like with everything that's happened. He's been dragged into a lot of fighting, but doesn't seem to mind it here. Arcane Rune picked up for Somnus. He'll push him in with the Catapult. This should be another free tower unless LGD want to bring the big response. And Black Hole top.
Wow, that is some heavy hate.
Okay.
Granted, it's a 5-position Black Hole, so,
yes,
you know, take him where you can
Well,
get him.
that's well worth. Well worth. It's also some catch-up gold for NTS, who, if you're not going to defend mid, you better find something else here, because that tower is gone. New will trade at bottom. Finally gets his ult online. The spiders start spidering. He'll take a tier 1 of his own. So objectives falling here. Going to open up some space, which should be nice for LGD, I think. I think their heroes use it a little bit better here when the map gets spread out and these Azure Ray cores are split. It's when they're all together that the team fight becomes strong. But if you can split up that grouping, then you're pretty happy to just pick them off or let the Brood and the Medusa farm out all the sides of the map and get some Ancient stacks up. Things like this are going to be really nice for LGD if they want to accelerate the net worth. And there are Ancient stacks waiting for Shiro here. So his net worth is not at the top now, but it will be in the next 3 to 4 minutes if Azure Ray do not want to contest Medusa, which seems difficult.
Yeah, definitely a little difficult until at least you have the Blink Dagger on Tide. Then maybe you can make an excursion like that, but for now, just walking up is probably a death sentence.
Blink is closing in for Chalice, but yeah, outside of that, there's not really a clear initiation tool. And again, your two supports are fairly defensive at this point in the game. Like, they have good damage to throw in, but they're not going to be starting the smokes of the fights. Yeah. That is going to be on your Tide Hunter, and maybe Somnus, who's eyeing a Silver Edge rush here. Pretty interesting itemization.
Yeah, making nothing to say's game really hard.
Also might be one of these items that's like a weird Brood killer. Like, if you can ever just Silver Edge in and find the Brood and just Requiem him or something into the team.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, maybe. You never know. It's also just a solid damage item. We'll create some more threat on the map. Maybe you find some support pickoffs. I kind of like it.
Yeah, the extra bit of mobility is nice against these Timbersaw Broodmother heroes that want to get on top of you.
For sure. I guess the alternative would be like faster Hurricane Pike or
maybe some sort of Blink Dagger build with Shadow Demon getting a disruption off.
That's what I was thinking. Like, Blink isn't too bad this game. There's not a lot of lockdown. If you go in, you might be able to go in and still get out. See if they can find the disruption. They will.
They got him, and let's see if they can get the Requiem fast kill. Shiro is going to take a lot of damage here because of the Stone Gaze, and the Chronosphere doesn't actually land onto the Dusa. Just went for the TPing in heroes. Shiro does have a lot of stacks on him. FY trying to land that last one. Had 5, but it's still not enough.
Ooh, Shiro with the sidestep and Lou with the near miss. It really hurts Azure Ray in that attempt.
Yeah.
And also Shiro getting the Stone Gaze off. Like, the gaze from the Lich is not faster than the gaze from the Medusa.
Yeah.
As he outgazes him.
And Somnus also wanted the point-blank Requiem, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him for it. They kind of needed the damage here. He just can't get in close enough, fast enough. And I think this is still an okay outcome if the Dusa gets chronoed. Like, she definitely dies if she gets chronoed.
Sure.
So I don't think that execution's that bad there from Azure Ray. It's just, you got to hit the last spell to seal the deal. Sign on the dotted line. He was outside of it. And now LGD with a decent opening because that's a lot of ults down for Azure Ray. Time to get aggressive, maybe try and use their supports. Early drum for Y to try and boost his core's impact in the skirmishes. And will be carry items for New on the Brood.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you about that. Do you feel like that's the correct decision over Auras?
I think so, because I don't know. I don't know if the Auras are helping you versus the big ults here. I don't think you can play a fast enough game here. I don't think you can do early enough Roshans. I think you just want to create another threat. If anything, the Timber's kind of going to be your 3 this game because his game was so damn slow.
Sure.
And it kind of will be because it'll be Lotus first for NTS to deal with time dilation. Another problem. He can't really itemize that greedily. So somebody has to pick up the damage, and it'll be this Brood. He can become a big threat here, especially if he gets to later stages where he has Nullifier. You remove the Frost Shield, you get in on these cores. It's going to be hard for the Void and the SF to fight him back unless you just kill him in the Chrono. But then you're Chronoing the Brood, and you're not Chronoing the Medusa, which should be decent for LGD either way. LGD gaining back some momentum in this game. Somnus not finding that Dusa kill definitely hurt his progression here a bit. And the Dusa is catching up. Those Ancient stacks, they eventually come back around.
Chalice is surrounded, man. There are a lot of heroes here. He drops the Ravage, but the Malefice is going to prevent him from being able to TP out, but he does have backup. Azure Ray shows up with both their supports.
Well, that was a lot of spells thrown into the air.
Yeah, nothing dying, nothing even coming close.
I mean, that was Chalice's Blink delivery. Like, they just defensively ravaged. Not what they were looking for.
Yeah, certainly not.
This is the pressure the Brood can exert in this game. Can make the map very awkward for Azure Ray as their heroes want to clump, but the Brood is constantly forcing somebody back. If your Tide Hunter is your main Blink initiator, but he's the one who also has to deal with the Brood, that doesn't feel that great either. And Yu's just going back in.
Yeah, why not? Meanwhile, the Black Hole is going to be used on Lul. Let's see if they can pop him at the last second of Black Hole, and they do.
Ooh, that was close.
Nothing to say, pulls back the Chakra. Meanwhile, back over to bottom lane where New is going to go for the TP out.
Oh,
he does die, actually. The poison is just enough.
Those illusions off the disruption, too.
Oh, yeah.
Killed himself. I wonder how much damage they did. They did 100. Oh, no. Never mind. I can't tell how much damage they did. Weird. He dealt 170 to himself with Soul Ring, though. Let that be a lesson.
Never Soul Ring.
Never Soul Ring. Unless you're farming neutrals.
Watch that one again. Yeah. It was a good attempt by Planet to, like, you know, try and stop the Shadow Demon, but ultimately does not save his ally.
Still, they picked up the Faceless Void kill on the other side of the map, so maybe LGD okay with that trade is...
Yeah, and Shiro's free farming the whole time.
Yeah, a lot of this game is like Dusa versus the Void, who gets their items first, and how far ahead Dusa is, which Dusa should be ahead in this matchup. That's how you win it.
So how does this specific one-on-one matchup work, item-wise?
I mean, it's Dusa getting Butterfly and taking Roshan, and then that should give you enough of a lead where you get second and third Roshan, and then Aegis is the difficult part for Faceless Void to contest, because Faceless Void does not deal well with Aegis with his Chronosphere. So that's the part of the matchup I really like. And I think Dusa can do fine versus Void at any point in the game, too, until like the ultra late, where Void is like double chronoing or just killing her in chrono with Mjolnir MKB territory. I mean, then you're kind of screwed. But
sure,
for the rest of it, I think Dusa is perfectly fine as long as you can keep that snowball going. That's why Shiro's butterfly timing is going to be very important for LGD here. And honestly, the real X factor in this game is becoming Y. Like, he's gotten a lot of net worth out of this game off the big black hole kills.
Yeah, he's also done a lot of farming
there
with the Eidolons.
Yeah, he just got a Philosopher's Stone as well. This Enigma is going to be a threat, man. He can get Blink BKB in this game. It is absolutely going to be there. Like, Blink is 100 gold away, and then 4K more net worth. The rate Enigma can farm out some of these side jungles and get big kills. It's going to be there. Chrono for the Brood, and yep, that is something that can happen for the rest of this game. There's not much to bail New out in these big ultimates. No saves for LGD.
Maybe that'll let them get a little bit more aggressive now that the Brood Mother's dead and they can push out that lane, right? You said the Brood Mother makes the map weird to play, so a pickoff like that is pretty important, right? Get some momentum going.
Oh, it just feels great, too. Anytime you go and kill Brood, it's like, we're winning the game, guys.
Might even be able to get a tower. Never mind. Shiro, he'll defend it. Because Shiro has been, we haven't seen him much on the camera because he's just been farming up camps all over the place. No need to look at him if he's not really interacting with heroes.
Yeah, very quiet game from him, but I guess that is the type of game Medusa likes as he's closing in on Butterfly. 202 CS here, top of the board.
BKB or Mjolnir first for Lou? Which one would you go in this game?
I think Mjolnir.
Yeah.
I don't think you need BKB on Void here.
I mean, so one thing I feel like is that if it was a better BKB game, I think he would go BKB because the SF is carrying a lot of his damage. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, if it were a better BKB game, I'd be okay with it. I just don't know what it's doing here.
Yeah, this game, it really doesn't do that much.
Like, it maybe saves you from a Malefice Techies connection.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm
Good
actually
luck.
surprised he had his kind of queued up. It almost feels like maybe like a Manta game or something.
I mean, I think once he has damage to threaten the cores, then the defensive items become fine, but... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like Mjolnir, Manta, Scotty or something. Just tank up.
Sure.
Even the Halberd faces Void build might not be too bad here. We see that versus Medusa a lot of times.
Oh yeah, that one's really nice against Dusa.
I think that is an option. It's decent versus the Brood as well. We'll see what he ends up going here. I could see him dissuaded from the BKB. And I think LGD are a bit tired of the Brood getting caught out and not exerting the pressure that they want with the Timbersaw. So they're looking for this 3-man hit squad. Good ward to get out. They're going to find Lu.
Yeah,
this should just be another clean black hole.
Into them.
They don't want a black hole. Okay.
They don't. Okay. Yeah. I thought they weren't going to use black hole, but...
No, you black hole that for sure.
Yeah, just to make sure.
It feels bad because it's a level 1 black hole, and I mean, having the blink up on the support Enigma can be like a huge threat in the team fights. So I understand why I did not want to use it there, but it's just, you got to secure that, and it's continuing his progression in the game, which honestly is becoming more and more important because this Brood is not finding much farm on the map. I mean, look where New is right now. This is...
Yes, New is getting
not where you want
many
Brood to be.
Broodling kills.
I mean, he's given a lot in... He just got kicked out of the Radiant jungle.
Yep.
So this is a very slow Brood progression with the right-click build. It especially doesn't feel good. If he went the auras and he was in this position, I'd feel better about it. But since he went the right-click and he's in this position, that just feels worse. So then, yeah, you need a big Enigma this game to help pick up some of that team fight pressure. It is good that Y is doing as well as he is. 3-1-2, 100 last hits. And he's having a hell of a game. Lost his courier, though.
Did you say 300?
What?
300 last hits?
No, 3-1.
3-1. Yeah.
With 100 last hits.
100 last hits. Okay.
He doesn't have 300. Chill, bro. He's not that good.
It's not possible.
Yeah, but 100 last hits on a 5 at 20 minutes is...
That is very impressive.
It's a lot. And he's been taking, like, corner farm, not farm away from where his other cores want to go. So
Sure.
It's been good priority here.
Broke apart the Echo Saber for the BKB on you, so he didn't go for the harpoon right away.
All right, bit more defensive. He realizes he's not going to just be able to run in and chunk people. And Silver Edge for Somnus. No sentries down, my friends.
Big opportunity and a Requiem that's right on top of both supports. Use the race to blow up one. YU Smiles gone already. Planet with the extra movement speed from the taser will be able to get away.
Actually didn't get too much off of that.
Yeah, honestly, considering how nice the Requiem was, no follow-up from the rest of Azure Ray, sadly.
I mean, the Malefice went out on Lu first, so it slowed him down, and there's just no blink follow-ups from Azure Ray yet. Still looking for that. As Mjolnir is finished for Lu as well, so big damage power items coming out for the side of Azure. If they can find the team fight, they're going to be very happy throwing these ults down because now they're going to kill heroes in the Chrono and in the Ravage for sure. The lack of save for LGD is going to punish them in those scenarios if they get initiated on. They continue to try and farm the map and hit Medusa's timings here. Level 18 for Shiro, almost 19. He's big. He's very big. Those ancient creeps really push you up the experience ladder. And he's closing in on a Scotty. So LGD did not get to use this Medusa butterfly timing, but they will for sure have to use this next one on Shiro and get something done with it. Probably that next Roshan, as Aegis is still up for Somnus in a minute. So we're probably looking at like 5 minutes from now. LGD going to try and force the 5-on-5. And that is going to be a very deciding fight. You better gear up for that point. Gear up as well as you can. It's just full utility from NTS to try and deal with the fact that LGD do not have another hero to throw in that front line outside of when Dusa has the Aegis.
Yeah.
Halberd, Lotus Orb for the Timbersaw. I mean, they are nice items here. Will it save him? Probably not. That's the downside here. If you get Chronoed, I think you're dead.
Especially if the SF is throwing damage around inside of that Chrono. He's working towards an MKB to try and deal with the Dusa next. Smoke pushing to the right-hand side of the map, going through the ancient area that they know the Dusa wants to farm. Not finding anything, though.
That is kind of the obnoxious part about Azure Ray's lineup for LGD is, like, if you get hit by one of these big ults, they can really easily chain the next one.
Yeah.
Like, if you get Chronoed on 2 or 3 heroes, you can Requiem out of it. You can Ravage them out of it. And the Ravage hits, then you can Requiem Fear him. Like, all these big AoE ults can really easily chain off each other. It's not a high execution thing at all. You just cannot clump ever, and if you get caught with 3 heroes, it's probably a death sentence unless some huge counter initiation comes through in Black Hole or Stone Gaze.
Yeah, because the saves are on Azure Ray's side,
yes,
not on LGD.
That's the downside here. So initiations, they're really straightforward for Azure if they can see LGD's heroes. And another reason why like these frontline items are nice for NTS, but they're not necessarily changing the paradigm of the fights. Because I don't think this Timber wants to just run in and get chronoed. Maybe if you have buyback and you win like a Roshan off that type of fight I could see being worth it. But otherwise, you're just sacrificing yourself and not necessarily creating a good scenario for your team.
Yeah, really the only way he feels like his damage is going to be effective is if they hit a black hole.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I feel like this game would just be terrible for LGD if Y was not having as good of a game as he's having.
Yeah.
That's the part that's convinced me, like, okay, when this 5-on-5 happens, maybe there's some decent chance for LGD to actually take it. Because all these cores from Azure Ray are continuing to scale really hard. I mean, we were talking about CS earlier, but one of the leaders in this game is actually Chalice, who has found over 300. Now, some of that is like Eidolons and Broodlings.
Oh, he's killed a lot of Broodlings.
Yes, but he's still really farmed. Like crazy farm for this Tide Hunter, and he's closing in on Hex. He's a problem. He gets in there, aggressively anchor smashes the Medusa. You lose a lot of damage. And this is your Scotty timing, level 20 for Shiro as well. You got to get this next Roshan if you're LGD. You absolutely have to abuse the Medusa strength right now and find the team fight and just power through those ultimates. And you might have to do it without the Enigma BKB, as Y is trying to finish it, but it is slow.
Oh, well, depending on how slow this Roshan chooses to appear, it might be against MKB.
Yeah, also a huge factor here. Somnus has just gone straight damage.
Yeah, can you just power through the Chronosphere and Ravage if you're getting right-clicked by an MKB SF the whole time?
No. If Somnus has good positioning in the fight and the ult protect him and set up the right clicks, he's going to shred LGD here. Absolutely shred them. You got to remember, there's still like a Frost Shield in this game and stuff too that can help Azure Ray tank up.
Yeah.
Plus a Disruption that can save and buy time. Like even if you land the Black Hole, that is not a guaranteed impact spell for LGD either. If Disruption comes out, it gets countered, hit by a Ravage or a Fear. I mean, he will have BKB, but that does not stop the 2 saving supports either. Does not stop a Chronosphere. I mean, you can just jump and Chrono the Enigma.
Yeah, how do you stop this Faceless Void? Right? It's like...
It's tough.
You have Disruption and Time Walk to be able to take off a lot of this damage that is, I think, pretty slow damage with not a ton of lockdown.
That's why I feel like just going ultra late in this game for LGD is not straightforward.
No, it's not.
Like, it seems really difficult. There's a lot of answers that Azure Ray can pull out. All 3 cores are going to scale. They have massive team fight. They have BKB Pierce. They have double save. It's very tough to crack these type of lineups.
Which is why we're going to see some early Scythe devices. One for Chalice, the other, I believe, New also is thinking about going for a Scythe because we mentioned that they have lockdown problems.
Yep. I mean, Scythe is pretty much just the de facto build on Tide at this point. Being able to chain the lockdown is way too good. And yeah, that Hex for New is it's going to be really important for LG. That is one way they can kill the Faceless Void, because then you can jump him with a casual stun, go in there, BKB, Hex him, and the turnaround isn't there outside of a Disruption, which maybe you can deal with. So LG smoking up, trying to gain position for this Roshan. Spawning soon, but not up yet. Try and mine up the area. As Azure Ray know this is coming soon, so they're going to be gearing up themselves. With that MKB finished on Somnus, there's a lot of damage coming out here. You just have to land the spells in the right area and make sure heroes are hitting at the same time. And you will continue to exert pressure with the Brood until he has to join the fight. So he might get a tier 2 out of this. And I think indeed he should, as the Spiderlings are chunking Azure Ray's bottom tower.
And AR don't want to send a hero down there to stop it. They want this Roshan. It's up in 20 seconds.
And TS going to frontline. He has buyback. This is dire side fight with buybacks.
Yeah, they have the Sentry Ward that spots him, but he doesn't go too far forward. They try for the blast off. It doesn't land. The Techies almost dies immediately as a result. The Stone Gaze being used, only really stopping Tianming here. Disruption on self, an accident pull there from FY. No, it's actually on the Lotus Orb as Shiro jumped forward, but he does get hit by the Ravage. Now the Meteor Hammer, the control,
so
but there is no SF. He's thinking about the Requiem, but all of these cores have no supports. They're going to back up for now, wait for the Lich to rejoin them, and maybe then they can re-go.
Oh, Hex bought for Chalice at the side shop.
Oh, perfect time. Turn around on nothing to say. Still not enough, though.
I mean, you got to remember, there's BKB Black Hole here, and there's no Chrono, no Ravage. That Chrono hit basically nothing. You got like a Techies out of it, but Shiro blinking forward made it very awkward for Lu to hit it, the Medusa. Now Azure Ray kind of just sitting here like, guys, what the hell did we just ult?
Yeah, all of those big team fight spells and got nothing out of it. Got a Techies, that's it.
I think that blink from Shiro just confused the hell out of him.
It confused me because they blinked forward and he got disrupted off a Lotus Orb.
I mean, it's a smart blink because it's pretty much the guaranteed blink in the direction he was facing, number one.
Yeah.
But number two, it just disjointed the fight in a very awkward way. Like, you don't want to chrono your SF when the Medusa's on top of him.
You see what Somnus is doing?
Yeah, he was waiting for the gate move.
Yeah, he was seeing if maybe, because Roshan was leaving the pit.
It's a smart idea.
As he died. If Roshan could have actually gotten through the gate, then he would have been on there on the other side to actually take it. Watch that fight. Here comes that blink. Oh, does he blink after the disruption? Oh, he does. Yeah.
Yeah, and like this chrono is just on nothing. It's literally on a Sentry Ward.
Oh, no.
I mean, that's unfortunate. I mean, he got that Sentry, though.
He did.
I love that he killed it, dude. Oh, my God. It's like... He's like, you know, I'm taking something in this damn chrono.
Guys, did we kill anything in chrono?
Screw your damn Sentry.
Yeah, I killed something in chrono.
Yeah, you guys just didn't see it, bro. I got like 2 buybacks back there, man. You didn't hear the big right clicks coming through or something? You didn't hear that? Because I was wondering, I was like, what did he chrono? I feel like he chronoed the Techies, but the Techies was kind of already dead.
Yeah.
They're just I think he was hella confused at that point in the fight. Either way, Aegis to the Medusa and NTS with Shivas, and she's way more confident about the front line in that black hole.
The blast off with a black hole, catching so many heroes. Why you smell? They're trying to pop him, but the damage is already done. And as a result of that huge black hole, he gets the SF as well. LGD just barrel past all of those heroes and go straight for the SF.
Shiro, he doesn't have to do anything here, man. He just Swift Blink Medusa, he comes in, they're all dead. He asks, what the hell happened? Why? That's what happened, man. He absolutely decimates him this entire game with the net worth and makes it pay off when it counts. 3-man black hole on multiple cores, dies for the cause to the Chain Frost, but the damage is done, man. He catches the Void. Ooh. That is a nice Hex time.
And look at Somnus, he's trying to kill Y, but then he gets halberded and he gets run over.
Man, the last 5 minutes, this game just absolutely crumbling for Azure Ray. They can't put the team fight together. Don't even get a chrono off in this exchange, and I mean, that might be the game. I feel like LGD have built such a lead off those 2 team fights that their heroes are becoming a problem Azure Ray cannot deal with. Man, they really put it together, and I mean, I go back to the LGD supports, man. I feel like every time LGD need a good win or need to regain some momentum, like Y and Planet deliver. They really do. They're the unsung heroes of this team because they don't get a lot of attention, but Y is MVP of this game for sure. The fact
100%.
He actually got the Blink BKB here, that he had as good a game as he had with some of the map crumbling in the team fights and then not having a mid.
Yep.
This is the power of Enigma, especially on support. It's very scary when you get to this point.
I love the fact that this series is carried by like the Chinese legends, right? Somnus just takes hold of game 1 and wins it single-handedly, and now in this game 2, PSG.LGD are able to bounce back just because of Y's performance.
Sometimes old dogs can still learn a couple new tricks. Azure Ray not out of this yet.
No, certainly not. Shiro popping forward. Instantly Scythe, disrupted as well. They're going to Requiem or try to, but the Scythe goes off. They Ravage off of it instead. The Meteor Hammer's going to drop on top of this one, and he's actually burned out of mana. They're going to go and kill him once. Can they kill him a second time, though? The Chronosphere's down, the Ravage is down, the Requiem's down, and Somnus fighting for his life up against New, and he will win that fight. Can he win the rest of the fights, though? He can. Shiro had to back up. He's trying to get away from everybody else from Azure Ray.
They got
Blinks
Timber
backwards,
by.
but they're going to keep on chasing. The buybacks are going to be used here. Shiro now going to turn with those buybacks to try and kill Chalice. The blast off will stop them from TPing away. They get something out of that buyback, but it's not that much.
That's a huge chunk of net worth deleted from LGD's lead here. Just when they thought they were pulling away with it, they get a big Timber buyback, another Timber Techies buyback, and that Aegis did not do anything for LGD. Finally, the AoE ults are coming into play. That's the type of team fight that Azure Ray have been looking for all game, where LGD are clumped and suddenly just chaining the AoE control. There's no counter to this. The Chrono finally delivers from Lu. He gets more than a sentry ward. He gets 3 of them, and 2 big ones on top of wasting that Aegis timer from the Medusa.
And if he had like maybe a better game, maybe he actually kills Somnus there, but he's not able to win that man fight.
And instead, Somnus lives on literally 40 HP after the last Malefice tick. That is why Y went in there. He threw the Malefice on. I'm taking you down with me, brother. Somnus said, not today, son. I still got some fight left in me. As he's still having a pretty decent game here. 3-1-5 on the Shadow Fiend. Finishes up BKB almost level 20. I mean, you cannot count Azure Ray out of this game. I thought that Aegis window was going to be way better for LG, but now that they push past it, you still have very big teamfight ultimates here. You still have a very farm Faceless Void with Chrono, and now he has a level 20 talent to add that attack speed in.
It's like you were saying earlier, right? The fight for Azure Ray is so simple.
Yes.
When you have so many big team fight spells, like it was so one-sided, basically, even with an Aegis.
Because there's no counterplay for LG.
Yeah.
The only counterplay they have against Azure Ray going in and chain ulting the Medusa is the Black Hole. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, and if you don't have to lead with the Chrono, then that's even more difficult for Y, because he has to kind of judge who's going in first, and if the Chrono is going to come down, he can't just go in and Black Hole to create separation if the Chrono hasn't been cast first. It becomes very awkward. And LGD, they have to find a way to either force the fight in a way where they're going on the Faceless Void, and that doesn't exist, and they force out bad ults from Azure Ray, or they somehow protect Medusa from just getting chain stunned here, which so far, they have some items, like you can throw a Halberd, you can throw a Lotus, you have AC just finished for New.
Or Staff. They have the vision on him, down to half health, and forced to use the BKB, disrupted as well. Awkward, but still able to get out.
And I mean, you still have to respect this Medusa here, right? Shiro finishes up Butterfly on top of, or not Butterfly, finishes up the BKB on top of all his other damage items here. So if he can get that off before the ults, then that is a way to reduce the damage and maybe survive all these spells from Azure Ray. And he is level 25, so he has Split Shot modifier online as well. It's going to help him out here a lot. He's looking towards a Nullifier that is finished. Truly 6-slotted here as he sells his boots. He's hitting hard, man. He is hitting really hard. And if you can find the initiations with the Hex on you, with Nullifier on top of it, now you can't rely on that Frost Shield. Cannot rely on a Cleanse either.
Yeah, the Force Staff and stuff, that's just not going to work.
It's just Disruption. That's it. And Stone Gaze might hit you out of it. Black Hole might hit you out of it. So if they find that Faceless Void, it's a really straightforward teamfight for LGD. That is the big question. Are you going to find him?
They're going to run into Chalice here.
That's
instantly psyched up.
Okay, he just melts.
I thought it was going to be a hard kill, but not at all.
Yeah, that was incredibly fast. My God.
Yeah, Whirling Death plus the heavy Dusa damage cuts him down to size.
Shiro's going to have to battle himself a little bit here, but no problem. NTS is okay. Just scouting him out, just picking up the high ground, seeing what's going on. But Shiro is going to force this for sure. Knows how strong he is right now, and with Chalice gone, he wants that Tidehunter buyback. What are you going to commit here? That is the question for Azure Ray. Do you commit the Chalice buy and maybe get the fight? You lead with the Chrono. It will be a lead Chrono. Can they kill Shiro in this?
They're going to buy back on Chalice.
The Black Hole.
Get something. Oh,
great
why?
space.
He missed out on the Black Hole on the Somnus, but he does manage to kill the Faceless Void, but there's going to be that buyback. Somnus trying to get away with his BKB. Oh no, the Chain Frost plus the Midnight Pulse finished him up in the end. Lu with his buyback is trying to go into these kills. Yes, you've got an Enigma, but he already used his Black Hole. With the buyback coming in from the Dusa, they need to be able to reset. Before she gets here, she's running across the map right
if
now.
you're LGD, you back up for sure. You just wait for Medusa to come in because you got a Chalice dieback. You got Chrono out of Lu and his buyback, so he's not offering too much here. Insomnus, he does not have buy. He bought out for that exchange. You got everything out of that if you're LGD. Another sick Black Hole from Y. Buys time for Dusa in the Chrono. Catches Lu on the edge. Could not have been closer. It's just been a beautiful game from Y on this Enigma. It's pushing LGD towards a win that I don't know if they deserved it otherwise, but they're pulling it together. And now they're looking at Megas with Shiro buyback here.
Look at nothing to say. Just diving in, seeing if he can find anything while Shiro takes the building. It's not like he's going to help with that anyway.
I mean, he feels like he can't die if the ults aren't up, and that is probably true, as that is mega creeps secured here for LGD. Do they want to get out? Do they want to try and end the game? I mean, you still have 30 seconds, no Tidehunter. You have no big ults up. Chrono's down for 60.
I think you back up for Roshan.
This is a tough question to answer.
Well, back
Shiro,
in
you gotta
New.
make the
They're
call.
going to be able to get somebody off of this, perhaps. New. He gets out with his BKB, TP. The damage is not going to come fast enough from Somnus.
All right, so they commit a Medusa buy to get the Megas. Probably very happy with that, considering they got buybacks out of Azure Ray as well. But you still need to get this next Roshan. And man, this black hole is so close in every regard. He has to blink around the Chrono.
I thought he was. It wasn't going to work because he missed Somnus.
Yeah, but it's enough. It's just enough, right? You get the Face's Void kill. Somnus ends up dying to, I guess, Maleficent tick on the end of that, off all that Chain Frost damage that's really not helping them out in the fight. And
I think he might have laid out Midnight Pulse as well.
Did that chain get Lotus reflected?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, so that did some decent work in there. I mean,
did,
BKB is not giving you 100% immunity anymore.
Look at Azure Ray. I mean, you've got a very small window here to be able to push out and contest Roshan. Otherwise, the Mega Creeps will force you back.
I mean, this is Radiant Roche, but the only buyback up in this game right now is FY Shadow Demon. And I don't know if that's helping you.
He blinks forward.
Can he find the Hex? He cannot find it.
No.
Positioning too good here from
PSG.
LGD. I mean, you got to remember, though, if they just Chrono Shiro and kill him again, there's no buyback on the Dusa.
Yeah. No, this is very possible for Azure Ray to do this,
look at
but
the base.
patience is a virtue for
Look at the
PSG-LGD. The creeps are destroying the tier 4s right now.
Yeah, LGD do not have to do anything here if they
have to commit for
Azure Ray to
Roche.
commit.
It's either Chin or get off the pot, one or the other. AR, they're going to go for the Roshan.
Oh my god, there's a refresher up for Y. What the hell? How did he get a refresher in this game?
I don't know, but they're going to use the Ravage immediately onto the Timber Saw. That's all they got out of it. The Requiem, too.
Who got stuck?
Really nothing. And Lou got stuck. Oh, no. What a disaster. Now it's going to be Black Hole. They're focusing him down. Lou, he's dead with no buyback. It is all over for Azure Ray. They call it GG. The jump into the corner of the stairs. I've seen it before. I've experienced that
not
spot
like
before.
that, dude. That's not how you want to lose a game. At least get a chrono off. At least get something done. That is so depressing. Oh my god, dude.
Oh, I didn't even get to use his second black hole.
I cannot believe he had a refresher, and I cannot believe he only had to use one, and it was on a stuck Faceless Void, walking back and forth like, yo, anybody got one of them 4-staffs?
Help.
Anybody got a 4-staff? Yo, FY. You got one of them disruptions for me, brother?
Please.
It's like, no, dude, you jammed yourself in there. You deal with the consequences. What a sick game from Y, honestly. Just absolutely puts the team on his back with a 5 Enigma that is a very difficult 5 to execute, I can tell you. Like, when it looks great and it looks like this, it's like, oh, everybody wants to play 5 Enigma. But it is another story to get there, find the farm in the right places, not lose more of the map, and actually land these spells in very clutch situations versus a super heavy team fight-oriented lineup from Azure Ray.
I mean, again, I keep going back to that one team fight. It was so simple for them just to basically throw all the ultimates on or around the Dusa, kill the Dusa, and there goes 30,000 of your net worth. You know, she was everything to them. And yet, why? He was the big disruptor in the end.
I mean, the ultimate disruptor, I guess.
Yeah.
The terrain. You know, what can you do? You can't itemize against a pit in the ground that you jump into.
Gonna have nightmares about that one.
He is still falling into that crevice, wondering what the hell went wrong. Well, time to study the map,
you cut
my
to
friend.
The camps, it's just Lou like this. No. Help.
What can you do?
All right. Well, that wraps up the day. We still have one more day of group stage, maybe some tiebreakers, especially after what just happened with this series. Let's go ahead and check back in with the panel.
This series ends up being a 1-1 split as LGD take game number 2. And poor Lou was probably a good encapsulation of the game as a whole because he also had a few questionable chronospheres, which ultimately culminated in him not even being able to properly Chronosphere the last one. Shucks.
Does it remind you of that one game where Ferrari missed the chrono and instantly called GG?
Whoa, that's a throwback. That's like TI2 era.
Yeah, but it feels like that, doesn't it?
It does, to an extent. Yes, especially because they didn't even bother letting them get back to the high ground, which they were already mega creeped at the end. It was a slow, painful death for Azure Ray in this one. And
to be fair, he didn't even get off a Chronosphere at the end, which, given some of the other Chronospheres that we'd seen, might have been. I mean, this is like a kind of a classic Chinese Dota game in some way. There's like you have big ults on both sides. Like the team fights are going to determine the game. Like no one's going to get too big of an edge from like the lanes or whatever. Even though I would say the Shadow Fiend did have an edge early on, but the game eventually equalized once Medusa started farming. But yeah, ultimately it comes down to team fight execution, and for Azure Ray, that looked really rough. Like again, the Chronospheres in this game, a lot of them either missed or had no valuable targets in them, or like maybe even had something in them, but there was no follow-up. And those are kind of like the core components of good Chronospheres, right? So
yeah, and normally when I see the Shadow Fiend versus Timber, it's like, oh, he's owning now, but maybe he's going to die a bit later. He's going to fall off. That never really happened with Somnus this game. He played an amazing game. Same with Chalice as well, like on this Tidehunter. But it's really just unfortunate. Lou just had a bad game. And that's just sometimes what happens on Faceless Void. Some of these big team fight heroes, like, it's just they get in your head, like, I got to hit this big team fight spell for my team, and then you miss a couple and you're like, oh no, I'm really messing it up, and they really get into your head and you just start playing worse. It just happens. Everyone's been there.
It's like, now I have to hit the perfect one to make up for it, right? This was the best chrono of the game and they won this fight.
I mean, it made up for the other 3 missed ones. He got 3 heroes. So
that's true.
That's right. His average is at least
still one per chrono.
Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that Lou had a really bad game here and Somnus really didn't do anything wrong to say, but there was this one fight at the top lane in front of LGD's tier 2. They were trying to kill this Lusa by opening with the disruption, but they already saw the TPs, and it's very difficult for them to start a fight that early in front of someone's tier 2. And on top of that, you are trying to kill a Medusa. So I really think they should have just backed off and not commit so much, because that's all you need actually. If you see people TP, and that just means your other core can farm. You don't have to commit so much, especially you don't have an actual hero that can finish a job. And that brings back to my initial point of why I think Lina is a better hero compared to SF. Sure, you make this Timber, like useless for 5-6 minutes, but other than that, there's still a Brute you have to deal with. Like, even though the Brute didn't have that straightforward of a laning phase, still you have to deal with the pressure that they are applying. Because if you look at Azure Ray's heroes, right, aside from the cores, the supports can't really help the gap map. So it's literally only one core can farm, and they always have to follow the SF around. But the SF can't really touch the towers because there's Enigma, there's Techies, there's Medusa. So if you really want to touch their towers, you're just gonna, like, die trying to touch the towers. But that's why I really wanted the Lina to be there. If you can kind of defend the dead lane and then connect to your team where they set up the vision, they open with a Chrono, they open with a Ravage, it's so much different from just having an SF and standing in front of tower that you can't hit,
Well, despite how they opted to go with their mid lane, Azure Ray are not out of the tournament quite yet as we take a look at the closing day standings. Group A, Team Liquid are now confirmed for upper bracket moving into playoffs, but that's the only lock in Group A. Everything else is still up for grabs. Beastcoast, Tundra, and T-Master are currently looking in good shape, but we'll know for sure tomorrow. Meanwhile, the lower bracket contenders are right now Team Spirit and Shopify Rebellion, and the elimination teams are most likely going to be Invictus Gaming, Execration, and Blacklist Rivalry, unless they can turn things around tomorrow. Meanwhile, for Group B, Quest Esports is locked, as well as Game and Gladiators. Both of them are confirmed to be moving forward into the upper bracket, and that leaves 2 other slots, which are currently held by BetBoom Team and PSG.LGD in the upper bracket. Lower bracket looking like Bleed. Whoa, Bleed? What? Who let them get up here? Wait, what happened to Nouns? Nouns was supposed to be there.
They were, but they let Day One get to them, I guess.
No.
Day One, they had such a good run. They're like 3-1. It's like Nouns is back, and now they're 5-9.
There have been some really surprising developments, I think, in both groups. Because Bleed, we watched some of their games day one. They started 1-5, I think. It was a really rough start. They looked really discombobulated. Like their games looked very bad in terms of resource distribution and like taking fights. And then I talked to Misery yesterday watching the games, and he's like, yeah, we had a bad day one. I think we're starting to hit our stride. And true enough, they're now in the middle of the pack with a chance of even hitting upper bracket. Whereas Nouns was off to a surprisingly good start in some ways, and then feels like they might have just gotten kind of figured out. So
yeah, 3-1 to 5-9 is definitely quite downhill.
Yeah, and 1-5 to 7-7 is quite uphill because part of the reason why Bleed have that score right now is because they just 2-0'd BetBoom. And so BetBoom, after getting 2-0'd by Quest, then proceeded to get 2-0'd by Bleed. Bad day for BetBoom, but they still may be upper bracket. Meanwhile, we can take a look at the schedule as we get ready for tomorrow. I can tell you the games, because as they briefly appeared over Jack's face, I don't know if I could read that quickly enough. On our stream, on the main stream, we're going to be starting things off with Beastcoast versus Team Liquid, which Team Liquid is confirmed for upper bracket, and Beastcoast looking to make their way up there also. And our second series will be Bleed versus 9 Pandas, which is a very important series to figure out elimination tiebreakers, upper bracket, anything like that. And then afterwards, we will have to figure out tiebreakers, because we need to figure out upper bracket elimination. Who knows? Everything's up for grabs right now. Closing thoughts here on the day.
Closing thoughts on the day. I'm very curious to see if Bleed can win versus Eastern European teams. They did it today. You said tomorrow. They got 9 Pandas. So I'm keeping a sharp eye on Southeast Asia here to see if that day one was a fluke and if they've got a fighting chance here.
It's just kind of Bleed, though. Execution and Blacklist are...
I mean, I might lose both my teams.
That is
we'll
true.
see tomorrow.
Please be optimistic. Jack, closing thoughts on the day.
I am most curious and most excited about. We got to watch some Chinese teams play today, but how they finish tomorrow. Because again, this is to me the most interesting storyline of this tournament. What happens after with regards to qualification? Because the slots have already been announced, obviously. So there's going to be one automatic team coming out of China. So if the teams don't do well here and don't lock up their spots, that could be just one of the most insane TI qualifiers that we've seen. So that's the main storyline to me here. I think that's really the only massive implications of this for like any region that's like could have some crazy outcomes.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Aurora, how about you?
Well, aside from all the jokes and the flames that we gave Bleed, I would like to say that they've really been quite impressive, even though they lost the first race against Quest. Like, it was a pretty darn defeating best of 2, I would say. But to bounce back from that is not easy, and especially Quest is like the first in the group and looking like the strongest in the tournament. So I just think, look out for Bleed, man. Like, they have never really fully let us down. They kind of start off, wonky, but they have always came back.
And if they manage to win this whole tournament, then they may be joining potentially Talon as a lock for TI, which means that maybe we could get 3 SCA teams at TI, but that's further down the line. For right now, we're just closing out our last day, or second to last day of the group stage. But if you want to watch more, you got to come back here for the last day of the group stage here at the Bali Major.